Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Got Stuck as Cat? Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Horrified screams pierced through the ringing in his ears. He couldn't even remember who he was, let alone where asphalt. Was he lying in the street? On a blanket in the street maybe? It felt like there was something soft between him and the ground. Emergency sirens ground through his ears, long droning wails like miserable ghosts. Izuku, right. He was Izuku and he was walking home from school and there was a villain attack? That was what had happened. He blinked his eyes open. The blur faded. Wow, he could suddenly really well see all the people running to and fro, pro-heroes trying to impose some semblance of order. That was weird. He had a head injury, clearly, so shouldn't he not be able to see as well as normal? Arg, those sirens were so loud they were killing him. Gang Orca was here. Oh my gosh, Endeavor was here. That was so cool and so terrifying, because why would the number 2 pro be here? Ugh, Izuku muttered, dragging himself up onto all fours. This felt way more natural than it should. Izuku looked at his hands. Pause. He had pause. He could deal with this. This was fine. He turned to the nearest person, a woman with a phone who was filming the pros at work and definitely not heeding the police line. Excuse me, ma'am? Why am I a cat? The woman turned her phone towards him, face twisting in fear. Ma'am? She backed away slowly before taking off down a side street. Hey! Gang Orca knelt down beside him and Izuku felt himself disintegrate into a puddle of fanboy goo. He clamped his jaw shut to avoid babbling statistics. What's your name? Am I a name? It's a Midoriya Izuku, sir. The pro nodded. How old are you, Midoriya? I'm F14, sir. Oh my gosh, this was so cool, but also, why am I a cat? The pro assessed him critically. One of the villains involved in this attack had the ability to transform humans into animals, more or less. Most of his victims did not retain the ability to speak. Some did not retain their intelligence either. Oh, so I'm lucky, and that's why I'm a cat. That made sense. How long does it last? The pro assessed him critically. We don't know all the details yet. Is it alright if I carry you to the triage station? Izuku furrowed his brow, or did something like it. What did it look like when a cat tried to furrow its brow? Do you see my backpack? I had a lot of homework. The hero raised an eyebrow. I doubt your bag is going to be salvageable. Arg. All my assignments will be late. They never give me an extension. None of his teachers liked him, no matter what he did. On some level, this was completely unimportant. On another level, the important things were too large to focus on and retain his sanity, so he fixated on the unimportant things. I will give you my number, and if your teachers refuse to give you an extension, I will personally call your school and make them give you an extension, alright? Izuku didn't have the slightest idea how to react to that, so he just blinked. May I carry you to the station? Izuku nodded and Gang Orca swept him off the pavement. A famous top 20 pro hero was carrying him. A mixture of excitement, mortification and anxiety made him lie limp like a rag in Gang Orca's grasp. But he was still a cat. He had yet to come to terms with that, and he wasn't an ordinary cat, was he? I'm not a house cat. I'm too big to be a house cat. You're a jaguar, the pro told him. Interesting. Like a leopard? Jaguars are cooler than leopards. Weight for weight, you have a more powerful bite than a tiger. Oh. Gang Orca set him down carefully in front of a bewildered Im. This is Midoriya Izuku. Make sure he isn't hurt, please. I will be back for him shortly. The paramedic continued to stare at Izuku as if he were an alien. But it wasn't like lots of people on the planet didn't look much stranger than him, and, sure, people with mutation quirks sometimes got odd looks, got treated badly for no reason, but this was extreme. Is something the matter? Oh my god, I'm naked. Fur did not equate to clothes. He lay down immediately, hiding himself as much as he could. The man coughed. No, don't worry about it. Are you in pain? My head hurts. Izuku batted a paw against the lump on his skull. Well, I'm not a vet. The EME prodded him, checking for bleeding, then looked a few things up on his phone, sighed and gave up. As far as I can tell, you're fine. I have no idea what your blood pressure should be or how to check it, so see a veterinarian as soon as possible to check for other injuries. Oh, okay. The paramedic turned away, focusing on other patients. All the seriously injured had already been attended to, it seemed. Izuku lay quietly on the bench waiting for Gang Orca to return, wondering again what had become of his homework. He spent a long time working on that essay and now he was never going to get to turn it in. That wasn't fair. It might have been something like an hour before the pro hero finally returned for him. Alright, we're all wrapped up here. Now I can help you out. How long am I going to be a cat? Izuku asked again. There are some complications we need to discuss. Can you give me your parents' phone numbers? I really need to talk to them. Izuku gave Gang Orca his mother's phone number and followed the pro hero across the street to a waiting SUV. Walking was strange. It wasn't difficult, his body knew the basics of how to move and he just had to allow muscle memory to do the work, but it felt wrong to him to be on all fours, wrong to be so much shorter than usual. And he was still naked. Fortunately, no one else seemed to notice or care. Gang Orca opened one of the car doors for him and Izuku jumped to the floor of the back seats. He didn't want to get on the actual seats. They were nice and he was a cat, with fur and claws and dirty feet. Get up here, kid, the hero said. You are going to wear a seatbelt, even though it will look ridiculous. Oh, okay. It did look ridiculous. The car rumbled to a stop outside the local police station, the one where Izuku had once gone to report that his bicycle had been stolen. The officers there were nice. He followed the pro inside to an interview room. Mom! Izuku shouted, leaping at her. Izuku, oh my goodness. His mother jumped back a step. He was a jaguar still. He had big, nasty claws, even if he didn't actually know how to unsheath them. Of course, she wouldn't want a hug from his mother through her arms around his neck. Oh my dear, it's nothing like that. You just startled me. They didn't tell me exactly what had happened. Oh, sorry, Izuku felt like blushing, but cats don't blush. Instead, he did something strange with his ears. Midoriyas? Asked the pro hero as he took a seat at the table. Thank you so much for looking after him, sir, his mother said, taking a seat herself. Izuku jumped up onto one of the rattier-looking chairs, letting his front paws rest on the table. Was that all right? Was it rude? He didn't know what good manners meant for quadrupeds. How long does this quirk effect last? On the phone I gave you no details because it is best we have this conversation in person. Gang Orca steepled his fingers and continued gravely. The villain responsible for this was recently released from prison. He was given a lighter sentence in return for using his quirk to reverse the transformations he had caused. Heroes were not able to find any other quirk, drag, or treatment capable of reversing these changes. In other words, his quirk lasts until he removes its effects. But that was insane. There were so few quirks that worked like that. This villain could just turn people into animals for as long as he liked? But you caught him? You can make him fix this, asked his mother. Yes and no. What do you mean no? His mother asked, an edge of hysteria in her voice. The pro sighed. The villain, Circus Master, was caught when several tons of concrete fell from a building damaged by one of his partners in crime. He is dead, and the 3 people who he transformed in this final battle will stay as they are. Well, then, there wasn't anything to be done about that. And I didn't ever find my backpack either. Izuku bemoaned the loss of his homework yet again. Kid, the hero told him, I get that you may need to latch onto some minor worry right now, something normal in order to ground yourself, and that's fine, but I swear to you that if your teachers do not make proper accommodations for your missed schoolwork, I will be more than happy to call your principal and threaten to go on national news and turn that story into such a scandal that the whole school staff will be fired. I am perfectly willing to go through with that if necessary. But he was an important hero and he had better things to do. It's fine. It's not worth your time. It is worth my time. I, and every pro hero on the scene, failed to protect you. The least I can do now is see to it that you adjust to your new reality as smoothly as possible. Gang Orca was really nice. He always looked kind of scary on television, but he sounded really nice in interviews, and people said he was really nice, and people were right. Thank you so much, sir, Izuku's mom choked out. She was sobbing. Mom? What's wrong? Izuku called, reaching out a paw to her. She just said she was sorry over and over. It was like the day he found out he was quirkless, his mother crying, apologizing to him, and Izuku not understanding. Sorry because this happened to him? But it wasn't a big deal, lots of people had mutation quirks that looked almost this extreme, the hero across from him for one. Did she not love him anymore because he wasn't human now? Was that it? Was he unlovable now? Apparently jaguars couldn't cry, no matter how much they wanted to. I will leave you two to talk for a time, but then there are some things we need to discuss. Gang Orca got to his feet and smoothly exited the room, closing the door carefully behind him. You can't stand me, Izuku whispered, looking at his paws. How could she? They weren't particularly pretty paws. Gang Orca said jaguars were cooler than leopards, but they really weren't. Leopards, at least, were elegant. Jaguars were stocky, square, ugly. No, sweetheart, no, his mother abruptly grabbed him, clumsily finding a way to hug his strange, new form. I'm sad for you because someone hurt you and it can't be fixed. Because someone did this to you against your will, but I will always love you. Always in any form. Oh, I thought that the only person in the world who truly cared had finally given up on him. We'll figure this out, his mother whispered. I'll be there. Okay, Izuku whispered, nuzzling her and marveling at the sensitivity of the whiskers on his snout. She didn't stop crying right away. It was a good 10 minutes of quiet reassurances before the pro hero returned to speak with them some more. Gang Orca talked about practical things this time, about where they could get counseling, about which specialist medical providers to see, good places to get food, how to register this occurrence with the government so that Izuku could get identification papers and accommodations from schools and businesses. Apparently this counted under law as a change in ability due to villain's quirk use on a bystander, hostage, or other de facto civilian, and anti-quirk discrimination laws protected him. His mother listened carefully. Izuku found himself semi-conscious in his chair, drained of energy and emotion. Adjusting will be difficult, but you seem to be a smart and resilient kid. I'm sure you'll find creative solutions to any problems that arise. And I'm serious about this. Gang Orca handed his mother a business card. If staff at his school give him any trouble about this, call me. His mom nodded. Yes. Thank you, sir. Can I take him home now? Of course. The hero showed them out of the interview room, Izuku padding at his mother's side. He felt the dozens of stares on him and his keen ears picked up a chorus of whispers. He tried to ignore them. Izuku and his mother walked home. The entire world had changed on a fundamental level. Colors caught his eye that he wasn't sure he'd ever noticed before. The breeze against his whiskers carried hints of distant movement and whispers of a wild history over the ocean, scents he couldn't begin to identify. Someone was shouting about bad fish 2 streets over. Kaken was blowing something up in Ikeda Lake Park half a kilometer away. It wasn't just that he saw the world in a new way, though. His entire reality had changed. In the course of 5 minutes, he went from being the quirkless freak to being a jaguar, and he still didn't know how to wrap his head around this, around the fact that this was permanent. That he was always going to be a cat. He was going to have to go back to school like this, explain himself, stand there while everyone stared at him and whispered and probably laughed. I won't be able to hold a pencil anymore, Izuku bemoaned. I won't be able to use a smartphone. Even opening the refrigerator to get a snack was going to be a challenge. Lots of people had complicated mutation quirks. Lots of people had complicated transformation quirks. It wasn't as if Izuku were an oddity, really. The only thing unusual about this was that it happened through no power of his own. That shouldn't matter that much, right? This just shouldn't be that big of a deal. Sleeping under blankets was still nice. He used to be a back sleeper, but as he tried to manipulate the blankets into place, he found himself far more inclined to lounge on his side. Let me help you with that, his mother offered, leaning forward to give him a hand. It's fine. I can do it. Izuku protested, finding the subtle muscles that extended his claws, hooking the blanket and dragging it over his head, except now he couldn't get it unhooked. He shook his hand paw wildly, trying to dislodge the fabric. Mom laughed, pulled the fabric off his paw, and draped it up over Izuku's back. I'm sure you'll get the hang of it soon enough. She gave him a painfully strained smile. It's really all right, Izuku assured her yet again. I mean, I'd rather it hadn't happened, but it's fine. You need a bath, his mom declared abruptly. You smell like smoke. But I really just want to sleep. In the morning, then. Don't you need to work? His mom shook her head vigorously. I already gave everyone a call. They're required under law to give me paid time off to deal with injuries to myself or my dependents from villain attacks. This counts. We'll take the day at least. Something smelled unspeakably delicious. Izuku leapt out of bed, tried to stand, and fell flat on his chest. He wasn't a biped anymore. He'd have to learn to stand on his back legs, though. Otherwise he'd never be able to get anything done. All the counters would be out of reach. Izuku padded down the stairs unsteadily, still finding the new limbs unnerving, and arrived to find his mother busily frying fish. He liked his lips. Oh, his mother jumped, catching sight of him. Sorry, you're so quiet now. Must be a cat thing. Sorry, Mom. She just laughed and served him breakfast. Do you want to jump on the chair and eat at the table, or? Izuku answered by stepping up onto the sturdiest of the chairs and folding his tail over his paws. He felt so exposed and awkward, wanting to wear clothes but knowing that wouldn't really work with his new body. Maybe his mother could help him find something so that he didn't have to be so naked. He'd ask after breakfast? Or rather he'd ask after this bath. It turned out jaguars really liked baths, or Izuku the jaguar really liked baths. He lazed in the water, one paw over the side, occasionally flicking his tail and splashing bubbles across the wall. Why did we have this much pet shampoo in the first place? Izuku wondered. Was pet sitting once, about a decade ago now, and well, I went a bit overboard, his mom explained as she helped him turn on the shower and rinse the bubbles away. Do you think I could get some kind of clothes? Izuku asked. Even just like a dog coat or something? I was planning to do that for you. Use your old uniforms. You need something to indicate that you are a student, after all. Izuku shook the water from his fur and hopped out of the tub, laying down on a heap of towels to dry. You're handling this so well, Izuku. So well it almost scares me. The jaguar pet his head. But why should it scare you? Because it's such an enormous change, and it's permanent, and it's not something I think you would ever want, but you act as if it barely matters, just talking about practical things. That was, in all actuality, a very good question. Why was he fine with this? I don't know. Maybe it hasn't really sunk in yet? His mother sighed softly. Well, I'll go see what I can do about making you some kind of big cat-appropriate uniform. Do you have an idea of what you want to do this morning? He had long since decided on his top priorities. Find a way to write, he said. I might be able to dip a claw in ink and write like that. As it turned out, dipping a claw in ink and making recognizable characters was very difficult. Holding a pen between his fingers was even more difficult. Without a thumb he just couldn't do it. They didn't really own any of the right ink for this, but he managed to get some practice in with non-ink things, like soy sauce. By the time the first day of Izuku's new life came to a close, he had a very long list of things to purchase or practice. His mother would take the next morning to make a shopping trip while Izuku learned the most efficient way to type. He managed to improvise a system that was somewhat better than hunt and peck, but not much. He would have to come up with something else. His computer's microphone wasn't very good and he didn't have any voice-to-text software, but it wouldn't be particularly hard or expensive to get some. He'd do that, see if it would help. Maybe he would be able to get accommodations to record parts of lectures at school. It would be hard to keep up with notes otherwise. He hated not having fingers. That was just he really wanted his fingers back. Why'd it have to be a jaguar? Why not something with conveniently dexterous toes? A hawk could probably use a pen, plus being able to fly would be really cool. A gorilla that would have been fine. Why this? He didn't have any choice though. Same as he didn't have any choice in being quirkless, he didn't have any choice in being a cat. That was just how things were going to be. And he'd have to make the best of them. Like always. He wasn't allowed to complain. He wasn't allowed to demand anything from the universe, or from his peers, or from his teachers. And they had made that plenty clear. Going out shopping with his mother that afternoon was an eye-opening experience. Izuku padded down the street, keeping pace, tail swishing from time to time for no apparent reason. It just did that. Some younger children shot the jaguar glances, either curious or frightened, and ducked behind their parents. He received a good number of unapologetic glares from adults and teenagers. The majority of people ignored him, but it was the unfriendly minority that imprinted on his mind. When they entered the grocery store, the clerk at the door shook his head. "You can't bring that thing in here," the man said. He had a pretty drastic mutation of his own antlers, fur and a deer-like snout. This wasn't the type of person Izuku had. Expected to make comments like that, especially since Izuku was dressed in something resembling human clothes to indicate his circumstances. His fur bristled at the insult. His mother shot the man a vicious scowl. "That thing," she hissed, and Izuku had never heard her sound dangerous like this, like she might smack someone with her handbag, "is my son. Unless you want to hear from a lawyer." The deer man's ears lay flat against his head, embarrassment clear in his body language. "Sorry ma'am," he muttered grudgingly. Izuku slunk through the door, keeping close to his mother's feet, feeling like a criminal breaking and entering. They couldn't get back home fast enough. He was going to have to get used to this. It was going to happen all the time and there was nothing he could do about it. He'd just have to get used to it and that wouldn't be so hard, would it? He'd accustomed himself to worse things. "Hey, Kaken," Izuku said as he trotted into class after 2 days of absence, leaping up onto his chair and painstakingly getting his class notes and inkwell out of his messenger bag. His mother had sewed him a sort of long vest with a skirt of sorts for modesty's sake that looked at least somewhat like the school uniform. Apparently there were anti-discrimination laws that would require accommodations for serious physical mutations, so he didn't need to comply with all the usual rules. He physically could not tie a tie, so he would never be required to wear one. The fact that others would be able to tie it for him was irrelevant. "Deku? The hell?" his old friend demanded, staring at him in shock. He was far from the only one staring. In fact, the only one not staring was the class clown, a lithe girl with an obnoxious laugh who was busy sleeping at her desk. "I got caught in a villain attack," Izuku explained, wrestling his notebook open and painstakingly flipping to the proper page. "What, so you're a goddamn cat now?" Kaken asked in disbelief. "I'm a jaguar," Izuku said. It came out a bit garbled though because he was currently using his teeth to unscrew the cap from his inkwell. "Tisich," Kaken huffed. "Serves you right for always getting too close to fights." Izuku always stayed behind police barriers. Kaken knew that. In fact, Kaken was the one who sometimes got too close to fights. "How long's it last?" "Always," Izuku replied, finally getting the cap off. Silence. "What? It's permanent?" the explosion wielder demanded, face twisted in disbelief. "Yeah. Always knew you were useless. This is a new low though. You can't even open doors for yourself anymore, can ya?" "I can open doors," Izuku replied. He probably shouldn't have said that. "Do you have to slobber all over the knob like a toddler?" "Piece of garbage." "Serves you right." No, he didn't have to bite the doorknobs, he just had to rear and use both front paws. But if he pointed that out, Kaken would just find something else to mock. Their instructor walked into the classroom and began teaching as usual. He had known in advance what happened to Izuku and didn't give the transformed student a single glance, which was nice. Izuku didn't want to be the center of attention, didn't want everyone looking at him and whispering, smirking like Kakin. What had he even expected from his old friend? Some slack maybe, after what had just happened to him. No, not really. This was what he expected, not what he wanted, but what he expected. He wasn't hungry at lunch. Big predators didn't need to eat as often as most humans. Izuku just worked on his homework under a tree on school grounds, trying to keep his distance from everyone. It looked like most people were just going to keep ignoring him. He might be a cat now, but he was still quirkless. They would never forget that, no matter what he looked like. It was social suicide to speak to him when one didn't have to. So really, nothing had changed. That was reassuring. He had changed, but the world wasn't going to treat him completely differently. Everything was as it should be. "Excuse me, officer, why am I here?" Izuku asked Officer Hirano as the man walked into the interrogation room. The child's wrist paws were cuffed to the table, forcing him to sit in an incredibly uncomfortable position. Hirano looked perfectly normal, dark eyes, dark hair, no hint of a mutation, highbrow, trim uniform. "You tell me," the officer drawled. "I have no idea, officer," Izuku said, bewildered. "I find that unlikely. What's your name?" "Midoriya Izuku." "Age?" 14. "Quirk?" "I am quirkless, sir." Officer Hirano looked him up and down. "Do you want to try that again, kid?" "I am quirkless, officer," but this man wouldn't realize that, of course. He should have explained immediately. The man probably thought he was being coy. "I was caught in a villain attack which resulted in this permanent body modification." He was pretty sure the police weren't allowed to interview a minor without his parent present. "Could you call my mom, please?" Hirano clasped his hands. "Why don't you tell me what you were doing at the park, Midoriya?" There seemed little harm in that. Climbing a tree. He'd taken weeks to get used to his body to the point where he could do things like that, move like a real cat, leap and climb and balance. He'd found that climbing trees was easy and incredibly fun. He could jump several meters up then scamper even higher. There was such a great view up there. He sometimes liked to carry a book up in his messenger bag and do some studying. Part of it was big cat instincts bleeding through, he thought, but some of it was just remembering how much he liked climbing trees when he was in elementary school, rediscovering a lost childhood joy. "And why were you climbing a tree, Midoriya?" "Because it's fun. I like to climb trees and then study on the higher branches, watch what's going on in the park." "What was going on here?" "Officer, what is this about? I haven't done anything wrong and these cuffs are really uncomfortable." "Just studying them?" "There's a mother from the park who has a very different story." Izuku pet his head in bewilderment. "She says you were stalking her child." Izuku's ears flattened against his head. "What? You found me in the tree with a book." "I wasn't stalking anyone. I was reading." There was no clock, it must be getting late by now. His mother would be frantic if he weren't home soon. "I need to talk to my mother. She'll be worried." "She will be notified," the officer said, leaning back in his chair. "I can give you her number," Izuku offered. "Sit tight, kid." Hirano got to his feet and left the interrogation room. The cuffs bit into the flesh beneath his fur. He couldn't find a comfortable position to sit, muscles beginning to tremble with the strain. How long had Hirano been gone? They hadn't charged him with anything. They just demanded he come down from the tree, which he'd done, demanded he lie down, cuffed him, physically dragged him into the back of a police car because he couldn't walk, dragged him into the interrogation room and just kept him there. He'd seen things like this happening on the news sometimes, generally to people with menacing or predator-related mutations. Just being arrested because they were in public making people uncomfortable. It hadn't occurred to him that he had become a part of this predator-related mutation quirk category, despite the fact that he was quirkless. In fact, the quirklessness probably didn't help. They said it was dangerous to stand in the intersection of two stigmatized groups. Officer Hirano came back with a plainclothes detective. The man was blonde and heavy-built, but otherwise rather similar to Hirano in mannerisms, and smell for that matter. They smelled like old paper and mold. "Good evening, Midoriya," the detective said. It really wasn't a good evening. Izuku's ears and whiskers lay flat against his body, his tail lashing back and forth. "I am Detective Takeda. I would like to ask you a few questions." "I would like to be charged with a crime or released," Izuku said despite himself, managing to keep his tone mostly level at least. "My mother will be frantic." "My apologies. I will be brief," Takeda said, ignoring everything Izuku had just said. "You are a student of Aldra Junior High, correct?" "Correct. You're a smart kid, aren't you?" "Excellent grades." The detective passed over a copy of Izuku's report card. How had he even gotten his hands on that? Izuku nodded. "It didn't occur to you that a predatory cat sitting in the tree in a public park frequented by small children would cause alarm among the parents? Did you not see that you were causing these people distress?" No, he didn't see that because that was ridiculous. People everywhere had mutations and it was not a crime for them to go out and enjoy themselves in public. He'd been mad when he saw news reports about this kind of behavior, but it was just unbelievably enraging to experience it firsthand. The fury, the humiliation, he couldn't help but bare his teeth. I did nothing to threaten anyone except exist. It is not a crime for me to exist. Even so, staring at those small children from a tree. Are you filing charges or are you letting me go? My mother's really good friends with a plaintiff's attorney. I don't know if they would win a lawsuit about this. Given what he had seen on television last time something like this happened, they might, but they will certainly cause you a lot of trouble. The officers exchanged glances. Detective Takeda leaned across the table. Well, see here, the door swung open. An officer with a cat's mutation not like Izuku's body, a house cat mutation stared at them. The newcomer's ears flattened against his head as he regarded Izuku's interrogators. You're done, the cat officer said, drawing a key to uncuff Izuku from the table. Your things are at the front desk. Izuku jumped down from the chair, aching wrists protesting, and limped out of the room. Behind him, despite the fact that the cat officer had slammed the door, he could hear the man bawling out Takeda and Hirano. What is wrong with you two, arresting a child for reading a book in a public park? What, would you arrest me for looking at some fish wrong in the market? Oh, he's a house cat, I'm sure he's stealing the fish. Izuku huffed, which was the equivalent of wry smile, and made his way to the front desk. The jaguar reared onto his back paws, leaning on the counter in order to address the officer at a vaguely equal height. Excuse me, sir? May I have my bag back, please? What's your name? Midoriya. Here, the officer hurled his things at him then returned to shouting into the phone. Izuku ran all the way home. Cats were not really built for endurance, but, like all physical traits, that could be trained and the student had put some effort into it. He was fast, really fast, and if he conditioned his body to be fast over moderately long distances, then he could get to school and home so swiftly that Kaken never had a chance of catching up with him. The explosion wielder had been pretty nasty since Izuku's change. Avoiding him was a top priority. Izuku had a key. He'd learned to use it, but just pounding on the door was much faster when his mother was home. His mom flung the door open. Never mind, Mitsuki. He's home. I'll call you back. She hung up. Where have you been, Izuku? They wouldn't let me go, Izuku said miserably, ears and whiskers still flat. He hadn't eaten anything today. Usually he was only really hungry for one meal, dinner, but it was nearly 10 in the evening and he was starving. Who, baby? His mom asked him softly. It was so hard to say. It was so humiliating to have to admit it. I was reading in a tree in the park, he explained. And someone called the police saying I was stalking someone. His mother's eyes flew wide. I wasn't. I was just reading. Of course you weren't, his mother said, voice cold as ice. They didn't call me? I kept asking them to and they wouldn't. They just kept asking me what I was doing in the park, and then said that I should have known better than to be reading in the tree because I would scare people. Fine, maybe he was scary, but that wasn't an excuse to treat him this way. It wasn't his fault he looked this way, and it wasn't his fault they were scared. His mother's eyes narrowed further. Let's have dinner, then we'll talk. What they did to you was illegal, his mother told him as he liked his plate clean. They can't interrogate a minor without a parent present. I thought so, Izuku replied. But we probably wouldn't win a lawsuit over it, his mother continued. When you see these kinds of things on the news, typically nothing happens unless there is public outrage, unless someone was injured. Oh, that's fine. I just want to forget about it anyway. It wasn't fine, but he'd pretend. If he pretended hard enough, would it make him feel better? His mother leaned forward to slide the fur underneath his left eye. My poor baby, this isn't your fault. You shouldn't have to feel bad. I know. It changed nothing. When he arrived at school the next day, wary and stressed, his every movement was met with gasps and suspicious glares. He kept his head down, eyes on the ground, and darted between classes with the hope of avoiding the scrutiny of the whole school. Apparently everyone knew what had happened to him. Or some twisted version at least. So, how was prison, Deku? Kaken asked him with a triumphant smirk and faux casual tone. His mom must have told Mitsuki after he went to bed and she must have said something about it at breakfast. So Kaken knew. So the whole school knew. Izuku could protest, try to set the record straight. But no one would ever listen to him, so what was the point? Fighting back would just make it worse. Why did his mom have to tell Mitsuki? No one would have known if she had just kept quiet. It wasn't fair to blame her. She was just seeking the support of a friend. I hear, said one of Kaken's cronies, that it was an attempted murder charge, but they had to drop it on a technicality. A few students nearby gasped and scooted their desks away from him as if Izuku might lash out at any moment. As if a few extra centimeters would make any difference when he could cover the length of the room in a single leap. Why were people like this? The delinquent, was his new name. Even teachers occasionally used it by accident. Every time Izuku walked past other students in the hall, people gasped dramatically and jumped back, like he might lunge at them with claws bared, like he was dangerous. He couldn't stand that. He climbed trees at lunch, hiding from his peers behind the thick foliage. It seemed safe enough to climb trees in the schoolyard, even though he wouldn't dare do so in public ever again. That just wasn't fair, not being allowed to do something he enjoyed because other people had arbitrarily decided it was frightening and threatening. But life wasn't fair. Everyone knew that. There was no sense complaining about it. Their career interest forms were finally due. "You're all aiming for hero courses, aren't you?" their teacher asked casually. The class erupted into chaos. Izuku's ears rang with the cacophony. "Don't count me in with these extras," Kaken gloated. "I'm going to you." "Ah, yes," their teacher read over their forms. "I see Midoriya is also aiming for UA. But he's a villain in the making. But he's quirkless. Why did they have to do this to him?" Sometimes it seemed like all the teachers intentionally sicked his classmates on him like a pack of hunting dogs. "Deku, I'm the only one from this shitty school going to UA. You hear me?" Kaken sparked his palms off, taking a step closer. Izuku moved his paws so that he could shield his notes class and notebook quirk analysis because singed fur was preferable to destroyed work. Now, settle down," their teacher called. "No quirks in class. You know that." Kaken snorted and took a seat. If Izuku had approached a classmate like that, with his teeth and claws bared, he would have been sent to the principal's office. No, he would have been expelled. But somehow it was fine when Kaken did it. Because he was human and human-looking and blessed with a powerful quirk. Izuku was none of those things. School ended. Kaken stood at the door, arms crossed. Izuku had packed his things quickly, ready to bolt for the door, not quickly enough. The window was open. There was a tree out there. The jaguar darted to the window, judged the distance carefully, and lunged to the nearest branch, claws scrabbling for a grip on the bark. There was a furious shout. Kaken leaned out the window, face contorted in rage. "Deku!" the student screamed. "I honestly thought you'd finally decided to off yourself, taking a dive out the window like that. Pity you didn't. You might get a quirk in your next life. Then you'd be worth something at least." Had Kaken really just said that? Like he meant it? How could he? Cats don't cry. That had been, perhaps, the strangest change. No matter how much he wanted to cry, tears wouldn't come to him anymore. Izuku scrambled down the tree, leaping the last 3 meters to the ground, and took off across the schoolyard. He might not get into UA, but he had the right to try same as everyone else in the country. He was so tired of people acting like he shouldn't have the same rights they did just because they didn't like the way he looked. He might still be quirkless, but jaguars were incredibly powerful animals, capable of dragging large prey high into trees, jumping about 3 meters straight up, running at 60 kilometers per hour, and all that was seen from wild animals, those that did not intentionally train their bodies and did not always have a steady supply of food. Izuku would break those records when he grew up. He still seemed to age at the same rate as a human. In other words, he wasn't fully grown yet. An adult male jaguar could weigh 100 kilograms and he was maybe 65. Izuku halted mid-stride, ears pricking. What was that? Someone talking? Moving? Underground. A manhole cover slid aside and a tendril of noxious-smelling slime whipped towards him. Izuku jumped, accidentally performing a clumsy backflip, and took off down the street at a dead sprint. "Come back here, kitty," an oily voice called. Never. Izuku dashed down an alleyway, leapt effortlessly onto the top of a dumpster, from there to the top of a brick wall, and then lunged down into the neighboring street. Izuku didn't stop running, ears flat against his head, until he found himself skidding to a halt on the sidewalk of a crowded street. People gave him strange looks like they always did. Whatever that thing had been, it didn't follow. "Is there a problem, my friend?" asked an older woman sweeping the sidewalk near her cafe. "Something was chasing me. I think it was a villain," he said, trying to regain some composure. "It seemed like it was made of mud. I got away, but could you call the police and tell them that I saw it? I have trouble with phones." He also had trouble with police. The woman nodded. "Of course, dear. Thank you for the warning." She began to herd her outdoor patrons back inside the cafe. Izuku set off for home at a quick lope, not wanting to take the chance of the villain catching up with him. The thing was just so creepy, that voice especially. He was oddly pleased with himself. He had been attacked, if ever so briefly, by a villain, and he had gotten away with his own power, no help from anyone. That was what civilians were supposed to do, exactly what they were supposed to do. As a civilian, it was his duty to clear out of the hero's way when possible, make sure he couldn't be used as a hostage. He'd done just that. "How do you like that, Kaken?" he asked no one. He prepared for the entrance exam alone. There was no one to help him train, no one to help him learn to fight. The only real instruction he had was watching the few existing online videos of big cats hunting or fighting. He would just have to make sure he was strong enough and fast enough to make up for the lack of formal instruction. He ran to school every morning and back every afternoon. Cats were just not built for endurance, but he was going to earn some if it was the last thing he did. 5 days a week, he took a trip down to Dagoba Beach and dragged huge pieces of garbage towards a dumpster, usually with his teeth, disgusting as everything tasted. He spent plenty of time pushing things with his paws, too, and jumping over progressively taller and broader obstacles. Those days always ended with a swim. It was a good way to wash away the stress. No one bothered him there. It might smell like an unholy sewage pit, but it became a refuge of sorts, a place where no one judged him, where nothing mattered. He had applied for extra time on the academic portion of the UA entrance exams because of a writing disability. His request was granted. After all these months, all this practice with claw penmanship, he still couldn't write nearly as fast as someone with a thumb. This meant that he arrived an hour before the main test started and joined a few dozen other students huddling in a small classroom. Izuku sat in his chair, tail across his paws, trying to ignore the butterflies beating against the lining of his stomach. He'd studied long and hard for this. It was going to be okay. He was going to pass. He could do this. Oh, he could not do this. Where was the proctor? If they didn't start the test soon, Izuku was going to lose his mind. "Good morning, y'all," Snipe greeted them. Oh, thank God, he was so cool. He was so cool, but Izuku was going to keep his mouth shut. He wasn't going to ramble. Nope. There would be no mumbling here. It was a formal testing environment, no mumbling. He was mumbling, wasn't he? The girl to his right glowered at him. Snipe, however, only gave him a wry smile and signaled for quiet. Izuku sank into his seat, ears and whiskers lying flat, wishing he could disappear. The pro-hero called their names one by one, checking IDs, raising an eyebrow at the blank quirk field on Izuku's card but not commenting further. The photo on the ID matched Izuku, after all, and the body description line stated that Izuku was feline. Alright, y'all have 4 hours to finish the written exam. After that there's the practical. Get to it and good luck. Izuku liked his single extended claw for grip and gingerly opened his test booklet. The anxiety melted away now that the test had started. He could do this. All right. These weren't even hard questions. Writing legible answers was more difficult than coming up with what to say. He had just finished checking his work when Snipe called time and began to collect test books. All of you have your practical assignments? The other applicants got their directions from Present Mike. You get them here. There are 4 kinds of robots in the training ground. 1, 2, and 3 pointers are worth as many points as they've got in the name. Y'all have 15 minutes to destroy as many of them as you can. Get as many points as you can. Got it? The 4th robot is the 0 pointer. It will smash y'all flat like a pancake. It's an obstacle that you probably want to avoid. Any questions? Nope. See y'all later and good luck out there. Izuku loped down the unfamiliar hallways and across the grounds, following the long string of hopeful applicants. Somewhere at the head of this crowd of lemmings, hopefully someone knew where they were going. Wow, this was insane. Izuku knew UA had unbelievable resources, but this was beyond anything he'd imagined. It was a whole city. Go! What are you waiting for? Present Mike shouted. They were starting now? An applicant with engines on his legs sprinted through the archway into the streets of the battlegrounds. Izuku took off after him, leaving his nerves behind him or trying to. One of the robots trundled out into the street in front of him, whirling to aim with laser weapons flashing and steel glinting. He was ready for this. One powerful leap and he careened into the enemy, claws extended. This was a 1-point robot clearly designed to be shoddy, and it shuddered and died as Izuku slammed it into the ground. He was strong enough to destroy them. He could actually do this. Wild jaguars hunt like no other cat. They ambush their prey and pierce the skull with their fangs, biting down into the brain. That strategy turned out to be quite effective against the 2-point robots, which were not shoddy enough to fall apart when Izuku pounced on them. He caught his first one as it prepared to fire a laser at a young boy who had curled up in a terrified heap behind a mailbox. There was a bit of an electric tingle in Izuku's mouth as he crushed through the metal plates and pierced processors, but no shock. He'd been worried about electrocuting himself, but it seemed like the bots were designed not to shock students. Excellent. The boy Izuku had saved peeked out through his silver hair, caught sight of the jaguar triumphantly perched on top of a robot's corpse, and curled back into a terrified heap. Izuku sighed. You really need to get out of here. It's not safe, Izuku said, leaping down to the street and setting off towards a gaggle of 1-pointers clustered at the end of a nearby alleyway. Was gaggle an appropriate term? What was the collective noun for a group of robots? He took down 2 of them, the other 3 exploded. Better luck next time, Mon Ami, laughed another applicant. Honestly, they might be competing against each other, but there was no need to be a JRK about it. Whatever. Izuku could hear more robots in the next alley over, and there were some extremely convenient ledges on this building. The jaguar leapt to the first, the second, the third, dropped down on top of a 2-pointer and sank his fangs into its head. There was a 3-pointer, though, and he didn't actually know how to take that one down. It was much bigger than the two-pointer and looked like it had heavier armor plates. He didn't want to break his teeth. He'd leave this three-pointer to someone else, find himself more twos and ones. He jumped over a fence, feeling a laser graze his tail, and set off at a sprint towards the nearest sound of grinding gears. 22 points, was that enough to get in? Probably not. Time was almost up and he could hear plenty of people with more, but he might still get a place in general education? What was that noise? The jaguar whirled, eyes widening at the hulking, robotic behemoth rolling down the street straight towards him. The zero-pointer, oh my god, that was terrifying. He had to get out of here. Someone was yelling for help, a girl pinned under a piece of rubble. She lay right in the path of the robot. Could he move that rubble alone? Maybe. He could at least try. Where are you going? Demanded the student with engines, the one who had been the first into the testing grounds. We have to help her. Izuku yelled, and the other applicant, seeing the problem, ran with him. Izuku was plenty fast at a dead sprint. The other applicant was faster. By the time Izuku drew near, the engine student had already crouched down beside the pinned, brown-haired girl and was trying to push the piece of concrete off her with his legs. The jaguar joined in, worming both his paws into the small gap beneath the slab that the other student had managed to create. He headbutted the uneven edge and threw all his strength into freeing the trapped contestant. The engine-quirked student pulled the girl free and carried her at a sprint towards an adjacent alley. Izuku dropped the slab and followed. That was way too close. Izuku sighed deeply as the zero-pointer screamed past them. That's just crazy. How can they let something like that into the test? That could kill people. Time's up, listeners. Oh, Izuku sighed, hanging his head. He hadn't managed to get any more points. 22 definitely wasn't enough. Thank you so much, the girl they had rescued told them both, bowing while carefully keeping weight off her ankle. Of course. I would never leave another applicant in danger. That is not something a hero would do. Course not, Izuku nodded. Those of you who are injured, stay where you are. The rest of you are free to go. You'll get your results in the mail. Soon, listeners. I'm Uraraka Ochako, by the way. What are your names? Asked the recently rescued party. Ida Tenya. Midoriya Izuku. You have such a cool quirk, Midoriya, Uraraka squealed. Maybe she was in shock? Nobody thought Izuku's not quirk was cool. Can I pet you? On one level, boundaries were a thing. On another level, Izuku liked having his fur stroked and this girl was pretty cute. Sure. Oh my gosh, you're softer than I expected, Uraraka said, running her fingers through the fur between his ears. Do you purr? Jaguars don't purr. Most big cats don't. Snow leopards and pumas purr. I roar. Supposedly. I've never been able to figure out how to do that. Or maybe he was just too shy. It was like singing in public, something he couldn't see himself doing. Are any of you injured? Asked Recovery Girl. Oh wow. That was so cool, meeting her in person. She has a broken ankle, ma'am, Ida provided. I am uninjured. Are you alright, Midoriya? Izuku nodded. I got singed by a laser, and apparently my paws are scratched up from moving the rubble. He hadn't noticed through the haze of adrenaline. Recovery Girl attended to Uraraka first, then gave Izuku a kiss right on his furry forehead. Izuku yawned, showing off his teeth. Nice fangs, Uraraka said sleepily. Thanks. The trio made their way through the detritus-strewn streets. Do you think you got in? Uraraka asked. No, Izuku sighed. I only got 22 points. That's not so much less than me, Uraraka pointed out. You might still get in. The optimism was a little bit infectious. Maybe, Izuku decided. Ida didn't say anything about how many points he got, so he either had way fewer points or way more points. Izuku would lay a wager on the latter, if he ever laid any wagers. The jaguar looked at the unassuming envelope with dread. The return address indicated it was from UA. Izuku was the recipient. He didn't want to know. As soon as he opened the envelope, the failure would become real. Right now it was just a possibility. It would be so easy to just ignore the letter forever and then he would never have to face the shame, the disappointment. Izuku sighed and ripped the envelope open without comprehending what he was doing. It was good that his body had decided to run its letter-opening autopilot program while his mind was wallowing in despair. Much as it might hurt less to ignore the letter, he really did need to open it and see whether or not he had been admitted to general education. That, at least, was still a possibility. A holographic disc clattered onto the table and sprang to life. A smiling, white-furred mammal gazed at Izuku cheerfully. What am I? A mouse? A bear? A feline like you? No one knows, but the important thing is I'm Principal Nedzu. This was not what Izuku expected to happen when he opened the envelope. I'm pleased to inform you, that sounded good. Izuku felt a bubble of excitement creep through his chest, that you have been admitted to Hero Course 1A at UA. Izuku made a noise for which he had no name. It wasn't a squeak, it wasn't a roar, it wasn't a growl, and it certainly wasn't any sort of human sound. You received 22 villain points, as I'm sure you know, for destroying robots. Images of Izuku smashing the metal drones appeared on the hologram, and 45 rescue points for protecting your fellow applicants during their trials and tribulations. The holograms showed Izuku slaying the robot that threatened the silver-haired boy behind the mailbox, and then showed Izuku and Ida freeing Uraraka. We look forward to seeing you in a few weeks for the start of term. All the information you need to get ready for the school year is included in the envelope. Congratulations and welcome to UA. Netsu's hologram bowed and vanished. Izuku made that excited jaguar noise again, kicked his door open and bounded down the stairs in a flurry of claws and fur. I got in, he said, leaping the length of the living room and rearing up onto his back legs so that he could give his surprised mother a hug. This involved carefully placing one paw on either shoulder while she wrapped her arms around him. I'm so glad, Izuku, she told him, smiling warmly, although there was clearly a hint of something else there, as if this occasion were bittersweet. She probably would have preferred it if Izuku went into a safer career, wouldn't she? Izuku was all she had left, after all, and he had nearly been stolen from her very recently. Izuku dropped back to the ground, all of his enthusiasm swept away. I won't go if you don't want me to, he said after a moment. She was the only one who really cared about him, and he really would give up his dreams for her, if she asked him to. He really hoped she wouldn't ask. Go, she told him firmly. You worked hard for this. You deserve it. Well, this is me then, Izuku mumbled, padding along the hallway towards the towering door. He pushed it open with a paw. Ito was yelling at Kaken about disrespecting the carpenter who made the desks. Izuku ducked down, grateful for once about how short jaguars were at the shoulder, and prowled towards a desk in the very back of the room, leaping up into the seat and curling his tail around his paws. It was just his luck to be in a class with his old friend. No matter what he did, he just couldn't seem to get away from Kaken. Hello, Karo, said a girl in the seat beside him. I'm Azuitsu. Call me Tsu. And what's your name? Midoriya Izuku, he replied as she scrutinized him. Are you a leopard or a jaguar, Karo? I'm a jaguar, Midoriya provided. The girl pet her head. Are you a jaguar with an intelligence quirk or a human with a cat mutation? Neither. Well, I'm quirkless, but I was caught in an attack by a villain whose quirk causes permanent animal transformations, Izuku explained. Tsu seemed just curious. Not judgmental, not pitying, just interested. I'm sorry. That sounds just awful. It must be hard not having thumbs. Someone finally understood. Yes. Exactly. You all take your thumbs for granted. Everything is harder without them. Ribbit, let me know if it would ever be convenient for you to have some assistance from someone with thumbs. She didn't say, need help. She didn't treat him like an invalid. Maybe UA would really be different. Movement. Izuku's head whirled towards the door where someone was slithering into the classroom like a python. Tsu followed the jaguar's eyes. What is that? She asked. That got up and revealed itself to be a man with shaggy black hair. It took you 8 seconds to quiet down, their teacher began, introducing himself and telling them to get changed into PE clothes and meet him outside. Izuku, who couldn't really change his clothes in a reasonable amount of time, just kept his improvised uniform on and made his silent way through the echoing corridors to the training fields. We will be doing a quirk assessment test, their teacher continued. Bakugu? You were first in the entrance exam. Of course he was. Izuku watched his old friend throw a ball hundreds of meters with his quirk. Izuku didn't agree with Aizawa that PE classes should let students train their quirks. There was a good reason why they weren't allowed to do that, namely that many quirks were dangerous, Kaken's especially, and young children managed to do enough damage emotional and otherwise to each other without using superpowers. And whoever comes in last in these assessments will be expelled. Izuku was shocked out of his musings as their teacher grinned at them. There was no way Izuku was losing his place here on the very first day. Not after he worked so hard, overcame so much to get in. He was top in the class for the standing long jump, tied with Tsu. He was top of the class in the sprints, not quite catching Ida and Kaken but overtaking everyone else. When it came to the endurance run, he was middle of the class. Cats just weren't built for that, but he had forced himself to become decent at it. The ball throw would be hopeless. He couldn't throw anything in the conventional sense. He took the ball between his teeth, reared, tossed the cursed thing up in the air and smashed his paw into it with all the force he could manage. Only 2 people had worse throws. Mineta, who was not built for this either, and Jairu, who was distracted at the last moment by a large beetle flying into her face but was not allowed to try again. Izuku would make up for it in other events, though. The repeated sidestep, he looked utterly ridiculous trying to do that, but managed not to place dead last. He was 16th. Flexibility and grip strength. He could make up for the last 2 performances on these. I don't think it's fair to grade you on flexibility, Midoriya, the teacher decided. I'll just use the average of your other scores for that. But Tsu, whose mutation altered her build as well, was allowed to perform this test. She did amazing, and Izuku would have been nearly as good, top of the class. Why was he not allowed to take part in this when he was forced to do the ball throw, which he clearly could not do, and told the teacher nothing about how capable or physically fit he was? Grip strength, though, he could do. He could pierce bone and metal with his bite. He could make up for the earlier poor results here. No teeth on that, Midoriya, Aizawa said sharply. Well, that just wasn't fair. Shuji was allowed to use his additional limbs, Izuku pointed out, the class silent as they watched the exchange. And I am not physically capable of gripping something except with my teeth. What if you need to pull a trapped civilian out of a pit, or water, or quicksand? I doubt they'd appreciate it if you bit them. Do your best with your hands, the teacher said, arms crossed. Izuku didn't have hands. He was by far the worst for that event. For arbitrary reasons. Those lines about pulling trapped civilians out of danger were ridiculous. He could easily drag someone by their clothes if need be, or carry a rope with a slipknot to fasten to a victim's wrist to get around the issue. Not only that, but grip strength was a lousy way to test rescue abilities. You didn't need to be able to crush steel with your bare hands to carry someone out of a disaster zone. Rescue ability clearly wasn't the point of this challenge. The injustice stung, made his ears and whiskers lie flat and a low growl reverberate through his chest. He wasn't surprised to come in last. It wasn't obvious, but the events had definitely been weighted to make sure that Izuku got the lowest score. Midoriya, you're expelled, the teacher said tonelessly. Kaken smirked at him and muttered something along the lines of, serves you, under his breath. No one else dared say a word, although Yairo's a shot there. Teacher a disbelieving and affronted look, and Tsu looked downright furious. Most of the others regarded him with pity and relief. Get your things and go talk to the office staff. The humiliation burned, every bit as bright as the evening he was arrested and held for hours because a lady at the park got frightened seeing him reading a book on a tree branch. Yes, this is for everyone, but not for you because I don't like what you are, they said to him. Izuku sniffed. Well, he was already expelled anyway, there was no point in not saying something. And he was furious. If he could cry, he would, but they would be tears of rage, not sorrow. I guess teachers really are all the same, he said, turning his back on Aizawa and loping back towards their classroom. He'd be gone before any of the others returned. That, at least, would spare him some humiliation. The very first day. Kaken was right, then, about Izuku being useless, but Kaken was also wrong, because UA clearly wasn't anything special. It was every bit the Pit Aldro was, just with fancier quirks. Izuku made his way to the head offices, ears so flat against his head they ached. Where was he even going to go to school this year? It wasn't as if he could just suddenly enroll somewhere else, not if he wanted that somewhere to have a decent program or reputation. The office staff, the people who handled the bureaucracy of running UA and would now handle the bureaucracy of throwing Izuku out, resided in a big, open office right beside the principal's. Netsu's door was open, the mammal busily filling out paperwork. The other animal glanced up at him, beady eyes glittering. There was at least one animal that made it as a hero. Why wasn't Izuku even allowed to try? Good morning, Midoriya, called the principal, and the jaguar jumped. Would you step into my office for a moment? Now what? How much worse could this day get? Izuku huffed and did as he was told. Beautiful, stained cherry shelves overflowing with books lined the walls from floor to ceiling. Similarly lovely, metal-reinforced, locked cabinets probably held the school's sensitive files. The principal's desk was a darker wood, ebony perhaps, covered in papers and computer monitors. The view across UA's grounds was gorgeous. What a nice day too. A nice day to have all his aspirations crushed because a teacher just didn't like him. Your ears inform me that you are extremely displeased. Mind telling me what has happened? Oh, and feel free to take a seat. I have a saucer here somewhere. Would you like tea? No tea, thank you, sir. Izuku forced his grating tone to sound civil. And I don't want to get fur on your nice upholstery. Your fur. Netsu laughed. Have you forgotten who you are talking to, Midoriya? Oh. Okay. Izuku jumped up onto a large chair in front of Netsu's desk. Now, what has you looking like that? Netsu flicked his own ears back then forward again, as if saying, I know how it is with these. I have been expelled, Izuku said simply. No, you haven't. What? A wry smile on his face, Netsu picked up a piece of stationery, wrote, No he isn't, Netsu, and pushed it across the table. What's happening? Izuku asked helplessly, completely confounded by the emotional whiplash. Teachers at UA have a great amount of authority to expel students and a great amount of leeway for their reasoning to do so, but at the end of the day, I have veto rights. I presume Aizawa did his quirk assessment test this year? I am surprised you scored last. Netsu was terrifyingly intelligent, wasn't he? There was an edge in that tone that made Izuku quite certain the principal already knew exactly what had happened. I was told I couldn't take part in the flexibility test and was not allowed to use my teeth for the grip strength test. The ball throw, grip test, and sidestep test were weighted more heavily than the other events. I thought as much. Nedzu steepled his paws. Now, any student may be expelled for failing to meet the standards of our programs, but I do not consider it permissible for a teacher to specifically manipulate circumstances to disfavor a particular student as an excuse for expulsion. That is, after all, a form of quirk discrimination. Izuku was about to speak up, explain he was quirkless. I am aware that you are quirkless and the anti-discrimination laws do cover those who have been physically modified or otherwise gained or lost abilities due to the effect of another's quirk. I do not approve expulsions that open UA to a lawsuit. I would never win that lawsuit. Izuku shook his head. Maybe he shouldn't have said that? But Nedzu had to know that already, right? The principal waved a paw dismissively. That will be my official reasoning. Unofficially, his eyes glinted, I know what it is like to be an animal in a program tailored to humans. I will see to it that you are given a fair chance to succeed at UA. If another incident such as this occurs, please come to me. I will have you transferred to Class 1B if necessary. So, I'm really not expelled? Izuku asked, still not quite able to believe it. No indeed. Take this and get back to class. You wouldn't want to miss the first day. Thank you. Thank you, Principal Nedzu. The mammal nodded to him and Izuku darted back into the hall, tail high and ears pricked as he smugly sauntered back into the classroom, Nedzu's note held lightly between his teeth. The entire class turned to stare at him. What are you doing here? Aizawa asked, glowering. Nedzu has a note for me, Izuku said, unable to keep the smugness out of his voice. Their teacher read it, glowered at Izuku, and motioned him back towards his seat before continuing class as if nothing had happened at all. Tsu joined him at lunch, along with Uraraka, Yaoyorozu, and Ida. Tsu was expected, the others not so much. Midoriya? What actually happened? Asked Tsu, ping her head. Izuku winced. That was a bit on the nose. Nedzu said Aizawa couldn't expel me. An assortment of raised eyebrows and quizzical expressions demanded clarification. Because the test seemed to be intentionally rigged against me and it could result in a quirk discrimination lawsuit. Uraraka nodded. I noticed that, Yaoyorozu muttered. No UA teacher would purposefully deny a student a fair chance to prove their talents. Ida shook his head vigorously. Izuku huffed, but didn't say anything, didn't call Ida out for being too idealistic. Do you typically eat at school, Midoriya? Tsu asked. The jaguar shook his head. I usually only eat one meal a day at home. I'm only in the cafeteria because the campus is confusing and I don't want to get lost and be late to afternoon classes. That really could get me expelled. I'm sure lunch rush could get you something, Uraraka pointed out. Izuku shook his head. I'm really not hungry. Big cats don't need to eat that often. Across the room, Bakugu sparked off his palms and yelled at someone, leaning over one of the tables to snarl in Kaminari's face. He's intense, Karo. That's one way of putting it, muttered Yaoyorozu. That's just. Why isn't anyone saying anything to him? Wondered Ida. Because he's human and human-looking and has a great quirk, Izuku heard himself say. He blinked. He always kept thoughts like that to himself. Tsu must be rubbing off on him already. Hey, stop that right now. Lunch Rush yelled, waving a ladle in Bakugu's direction. Izuku's mouth fell open in shock. Someone told him to stop, he whispered, still not quite sure he believed it. It took them long enough, Yaoyorozu commented, sinking her teeth into some kind of meat and vegetable sandwich. Izuku missed vegetables. His diet was quite boring sometimes, especially given how expensive most meats were. He usually had whatever was cheapest, day in and day out, although his mom did her best to prepare it in interesting ways. Izuku didn't seem to have quite the dietary restrictions of a real big cat. He didn't have bad reactions to species like onion or garlic, for example. Nonetheless, food was pretty boring most of the time. Why did you do that, Nedzu? Aizawa demanded. Nedzu raised an eyebrow. I was going to ask you the same thing. Really, his performance in the practical and written exams was excellent. The fact that he is not human and does not have a quirk is irrelevant, or it should be. As an animal myself, I find it more than a bit disconcerting that you so blatantly stacked the deck against an intelligent, powerful and, judging by his rescue points, caring student. Nedzu kept his expression neutral as he sipped his tea, but he was quite angry. Yes, he was angry for personal reasons, but the reasons being personal did not mean they were not legitimate. Aizawa gave Nedzu an exhausted glower. He wasn't used to having his authority challenged. Nedzu had let him do as he pleased for years. I understand you might feel some kinship towards him. Indeed I do. I, too, have feelings and can become personally invested in situations, especially situations in which someone in my employ blatantly discriminates against a student due to their membership in a group of which I am also a member. Nedzu steepled his paws and reveled in the awkward silence he had just created. In a tone so cold it approached 0 Kelvin, Nedzu demanded, explain yourself, Aizawa. I would like to believe there is some legitimate reasoning here, because I would like to think the best of you. Eraserhead sighed. Lots of villains, the ones we tend to see the most, those that haven't yet committed themselves to the career, will often hesitate to finish off an injured hero because taking a human life is something even most bad people don't want to do. Someone like Midoriya, though, he doesn't have that defense. His life will be so much more dangerous than any other student's. Aizawa clenched his fist, don't want to be responsible for sending him to his death. Alright. Aizawa wasn't necessarily wrong and Nezu believed him. This was the teacher's primary reasoning. He had thought about this and not just acted at the whim of prejudice. Though prejudice might well have been involved, it had been involved subconsciously. What do you think would have happened to him if you had thrown him out of here, Aizawa? Goes to another school, hopefully not another hero school. Gets a job somewhere. There are definitely industries where being a big cat would be an advantage. Not many. Someone like him? I am quite good at reading people, even from short encounters, and there is plenty of information in his file. He would likely have found a way to enroll at another hero school, a worse hero school, because we are the best, where he would receive worse training than you can provide and would therefore be more likely to be killed in action. If he were unable to become a hero, I can see him becoming a vigilante, and you know all too well just how dangerous that lifestyle is. Or he might well have become a villain. Aizawa raised an eyebrow. The most frightening kind of villain, the kind with a legitimate grudge against society, the Dark Crusader working to avenge wrongs done to him and his kin by any means necessary, dragging the world kicking and screaming along for the ride. Ned's tea was cold now. This conversation had gone on long enough. Now, tell me, Aizawa, are any of those three things appealing to you? The teacher shook his head. Not in the slightest. Excellent. If you would treat Midoriya fairly in the future, that would be for the best. How was the first day, Izuku? His mother asked as he nudged the door open and stepped inside, wiping his paws on the mat. Should he tell her how it actually was or sugarcoat things? Her life was hard enough as it was, but she didn't like it when he told white lies. I met a lot of nice people, and some not so nice people, we'll just have to see how it goes. That wasn't quite lying, but there was definitely some sugar involved. Alright, I'm fixing something special for dinner, she smiled. I'll call you when it's ready. The jaguar padded up the stairs, curled up in bed, and lay there for the next hour hoping the stress would begin to fade. It didn't. The aftershocks from the emotional whiplash he'd been through were, apparently, going to rule his life for several days. But tomorrow would be a better day. Probably. That was always something to be said for a lousy day. Tomorrow was something to look forward to. Nezu's intervention hadn't banished the humiliation, merely repelled it for a time, and it came back now vengefully. All his classmates looking at him with relief and pity. He hated being pitied. He wasn't some victim or unlucky damsel in distress. A slow burning, insatiable anger flared in his chest. He'd felt it plenty of times before. The day Kaken started calling him Deku, the day the grocery clerk called him that thing, the day the police showed him just how much protect and serve was really worth, the day the whole school started calling him delinquent, the day his teacher outed his career interests and let the whole class jeer at and harass him, the anger was there. It was a very peculiar feeling, indignation and disbelief and sorrow mixing in with bitterness. He couldn't allow himself to feel this way. It wasn't anything new. He'd been on this train of thought many times before and it would be dangerous to ride it all the way to the end. The final station on this rail line was the haunt of radicals. Once upon a time Destro and his lieutenants had disembarked at the end of this railroad. He couldn't allow himself to be angry like this. The world wasn't fair, he'd said that 100 times before. He knew it with every fiber of his being. Why was he becoming angry now, as if the kind of treatment he'd gone through that day were anything novel? Anything he hadn't expected? Everything was exactly as it should be. And he hadn't been expelled after all, so what was his problem? There was no excuse for this moping. Izuku. He hopped off the bed promptly and dredged up some cheerfulness to share with his mother. His facial expressions might be more or less incomprehensible to humans, but his mother at least could read his body language quite well. He didn't know exactly what it was, some combination of ears, tail, and posture that tipped her off to his moods, which meant he couldn't fake it the way he had sometimes faked smiles. If he wanted her to see him as cheerful and thus be cheerful herself, he would have to convince himself that he really was cheerful. Life seemed an unnecessarily complicated loop sometimes. The pork was lovely. Izuku told his mom about Tsu and Ida and Yaoyorozu, but avoided the quirk assessment test, wary of how it could crush his fragile veneer of cheer. The majority of 1A chattered excitedly, everyone eagerly awaiting the beginning of their very first heroics class. Heroics wasn't going to be taught by Aizawa, at least not all the time. That was nice, though the rest of the teachers were probably just like their homeroom instructor, just waiting for an excuse to throw him out. Coming through the door like a normal person. All Might came through the door in a manner which had never once been used by any normal person to enter a room. Izuku made a noise which was very much a surprised cat noise, but no one seemed to notice because they were too busy shouting. Good morning everyone, the #1 hero, the #1 hero said to them. It is good to see so many fine young heroes in training. Now, I'm sure you were aware I was joining the staff. Well, Izuku had heard that, but he hadn't thought that All Might would be actively involved in teaching. He was the #1 hero, surely he had things to do. This is my first time teaching a full class, though I have worked with smaller groups to prepare, so it's a learning experience for me as well. If something is unclear to you, please do not hesitate to ask for clarification. Yes sir, the class chorused. Experience is usually the best teacher, so today we are going to perform a battle simulation. You will work in groups of 2. One group will be the villains, and they will be given a fake bomb to hide on one of the 5 floors of this building. Ah, so that's what the television screen behind them was showing. Their goal is to protect their bomb and evade capture for 15 minutes. The other team will be the heroes. Their goal is to capture the villains with this capture tape, he demonstrated, or retrieve the bomb within the 15 minutes of allotted time. Just touching the bomb is considered sufficient to retrieve it. Both teams will have 5 minutes to prepare before the battle begins. Hands and a paw flew into the air, a dozen questions begging for attention. To answer some of those questions before they are asked, anyone who sends his or her opponent to Recovery Girl purposefully will fail this exercise, regardless of how well their team performs. We are all new here and it would be best if we kept on the school nurse's good side. A few people chuckled at that. The same fate will await someone who obviously attempts to cause such a serious injury. Be careful with each other. This is only your first day and there is no need to be fighting all out. You may not know your true strength yet, so be cautious, especially with support items you may not have used before. If your opponent tells you they surrender or taps out like this, he demonstrated, they are considered to be captured, no need to tape them up. I can't imagine any upstanding UA students would ever do such a thing purposefully, but if you ignore your opponent's surrender, or if you surrender and then attack after your opponents let their guard down, you will fail this exercise. All Might had a lot of faith in upstanding UA students. Izuku wasn't sure he shared that faith. The teacher gestured to the monitors. We will be able to see and hear what happens, and after the mock battle, we will discuss what went well and what needs to be done better next time. There were still dozens of questions. All Might handled them more or less smoothly. Izuku hadn't really expected him to be this good at teaching a class the very first time. He mentioned he'd practiced recently in preparation? Well, of course he had. He was the #1 hero. Of course he would prepare thoroughly for his first teaching assignment. All Might read off the list of matches. First up, Midoriya, you are paired with Ida against Kaminari and Bakugo. Oh come on. At least Izuku was fighting beside a friend. The first group will be the villains. All Might listed off the rest of the matches quickly. Now, the support department has a surprise for all of you. Your costumes are already prepared. Pick up your briefcases and get dressed. Midoriya hadn't had the slightest idea of what to put down for his costume request. In all his childhood plans, fantasies, he had been a human-shaped hero. In the end, the Jaguar had just filled out the costume request form with a few directives. Something someone without thumbs can put on without trouble. Close-fitting, zippers get caught in my fur. Honestly, he hadn't expected anything more than a collar and some sort of vest like the improvised uniform he wore. That wasn't what he got. You were scant on the details. Let me know if this doesn't work. Power loader, the note read. The head of the support department made his costume? Netsu must have asked him to. It felt sort of like cheating, that kind of favoritism, but he really appreciated the help in this case. This is cool, he mumbled, pulling the outfit out of the briefcase with his teeth. There were no zippers. Instead there were clasps, something like you might see on expensive ski boots, designed to be easy to adjust and lock down. The material, breathable and flexible on the limbs, had thicker, less flexible panels, probably bulletproof and heat-resistant to guard his chest, stomach, and spine. It had moderate-length sleeves for all 4 legs as well as his tail and neck. Someone had clearly spent a good deal of time thinking about how to make it easy for him to put on, placing the clasps along one side so that he could lay out the material and slot all 4 paws into sleeves at once. The head and the tail were easy enough to stow after that, then he could roll to get all the material snugly settled before stretching to reach the clasps, a task which was made easier by magnets under the surface of the fabric that held the 2 sides together while he worked to more permanently attach them. His communicator, apparently, just clipped to his fur. Ida was dressed in full plate armor. Isn't that going to be really inconvenient for rescue work? Izuku asked. It must be hard to climb or swim. Ida shrugged. It's not so difficult. Well, climbing is not so difficult. It's quite a bit lighter than it looks. I would need to take it off to perform a water rescue. Ida, did he know that name? Are you related to Ingenium? The armor was a big hint. Yes. Ida smiled brightly. He is my older brother. Many of my family members work in heroics. They are a great source of inspiration to me. That's really cool. Izuku said, jumping prancing might be a better word to emphasize his excitement. Together they walked out to the testing grounds. The building and the bomb awaited. Ida picked up the prop. It must be incredibly light, although it didn't appear to be made of something as flimsy as cardboard, and they stepped through the doorless entrance into the dark hallways beyond. The building looked very real from the outside, but inside it was completely unfinished, just bare concrete and the occasional industrial light fixture. There were very few doors and most windows were just holes in the wall, no framing or glass. The stairs were similarly bare bones. Everywhere Izuku looked, there were telltale signs of past struggles, cracks in the concrete, the remains of broken lights, scorch marks, small holes in the ceiling. Sometimes the Jaguar caught whiffs of unsettling, caustic chemicals. Taken in its entirety, the whole place was kind of spooky. He was glad to have Ida with him. "I suppose we should start thinking about how we're going to win the exercise," his companion said as they set off up the stairs. "That was simple enough. Kaken will come after me. I don't even need to make him mad. He'll make himself so mad he'll chase me without any thought. I can lead him to an ambush." Ida gave him a confused look. "Bakugo and I knew each other when we were kids. I used to call him Kaken. I'm still in the habit of calling him that." "Ah." Ida nodded. "I can hide to the side of a doorway and wrap him with capture tape as he passes by, presuming he is distracted by chasing you." "It might work," Izuku nodded. "I doubt that Kaken will actually try to work with Kaminari. When had Kaken ever accepted help from anyone? Even if he does, I think the strategy is still a good one." "I propose we place the bomb on the top floor," Ida suggested. "It will take longest for them to reach it." "But they might be expecting that," Izuku muttered. "They could race to the top and begin searching there. The fourth floor might be a better choice, some room with no windows." Ida nodded. "All right, let us get into position. I will stay near the bomb unless you advise me that you are on your way with Bakugo, in which case I will prepare to carry out our ambush." "All right, after we place the bomb, I'll head down to floor 3. They selected an interior room, placing the prop in an easily defensible corner as far as possible from the door. The partners in crime nodded to each other. "Keep in contact," Ida said as the Jaguar trotted back towards the stairs. Izuku padded through the dark hallways silently, ears pricked as he listened for the telltale sound of boots on the rough, pockmarked cement. Kaken was coming. The Jaguar waited, listened, ears roving from side to side like radar dishes, trying to determine if Kaminari was approaching with his teammate. There was only one set of feet. "Deku!" snarled the explosion wielder as he whirled around the corner. Kaken lunged forward, explosions sparking in his palms, but there were some advantages to being so short at the shoulder. Everybody had to bend down to attack Izuku. It made him hard to hit. Izuku darted to the side, bounced of an adjacent door frame, and threw himself into his old friend with enough force to send them both careening into the opposite wall. It was instinctive. He'd never pounced on a real person before, but it seemed natural to him. Keeping his claws sheathed during the pounce didn't feel as natural. Kaken, clearly riled into a whirlwind of unthinking rage, screamed, "I'll kill you, Deku." The Jaguar took off down the hallway, the sound of explosive propulsion close behind. In the open he might have been caught, but in close quarters his agility gave him a significant advantage. "Coming in hot, Ida," Izuku said to the communicator clipped to his fur as he rebounded off another corner. That was fun. He should practice that sometime when he wasn't running for his life. He dashed up the stairs, bouncing off convenient walls, and then Ida materialized out of nowhere and tackled Bakugo. There was an unpleasant crack as the armored student hit his opponent and again as the explosion wielder hit the ground. A huge detonation rocked the room as Kaken pulled the pin on one of his bulky grenade gauntlets. The explosion had been aimed at the floor, but the force still threw Ida into a wall and knocked the villain team's opponent 5 meters away. Teeth bared, the explosion wielder got shakily to his feet. Ida was still stunned. Izuku lunged forward and threw himself at his old friend's legs, taking them both to the ground. They wrestled, Izuku careful to keep his claws sheathed. The Jaguar was significantly stronger than his opponent. The surprise at that revelation almost caused him to lose immediately, and the explosions didn't seem to do much damage through his new coat. Kaken probably could have forced the Jaguar to relent with an explosion to the face, but for whatever reason, he didn't try that. Maybe he had actually decided to follow All Might's demands about being careful with each other. They wrestled sloppily, no technique, no quarter, one silent, the cat, one snarling, the human, and much to his shock, the Jaguar came out on top. Izuku stood on his old friend's chest, making it clear that he could sink his teeth into his opponent's throat if he pleased. But Kaken would never yield, and Izuku couldn't tie him up with capture tape. Stupid missing thumbs again. He didn't notice the pinned foe going for the other gauntlet, not really, because he expected Kaken to at least pretend to follow the rules, not to risk his grade, and it was clear from what a blast aimed at the floor had done that using his gauntlets against someone at such close range could cause a serious injury. All Might's voice, demanding, "Baku, do not use," barely registered before Kaken pulled the pin. Izuku blearily blinked his eyes open, mumbling something incomprehensible. "Kaminari. Glad to see you're awake, Midoriya." Kaminari smiled down at him with relief. Well, really awake. You've been in and out a bit, which is good, I think. It's bad news when someone's really knocked unconscious for more than a couple seconds. Izuku mumbled. They were doing a training exercise, right? I didn't think Kaken would risk failing. Yeah, he failed. Big time, Kaminari shook his head. Ida walked out, also needs to get checked out by the nurse. All Might came and took Bakugo away. I'm supposed to stay here with you, till Recovery Girl gets up here. I'm fine, Izuku protested. He wasn't totally fine. His ears rang, his head was killing him, he felt nauseous and everything ached, but he could probably walk. No. I'm not allowed to let you up, Kaminari shook his head. Who won? Izuku asked. The exercise? Maybe Kaminari had managed to get to the bomb while the rest of them were tied up in this mess. Who cares? I guess you guys won, technically. I didn't really get much of a chance to try to get the bomb. Bakugo running ahead and blowing people up didn't give me an opportunity. Recovery Girl appeared as if by magic. Hello, dear. She sank down beside him, beginning an exam, clucking her tongue in displeasure. Well, you seem to have fared relatively well, but you definitely have a concussion. She gave him a kiss on the forehead and his vision swam. He never did find out who carried him to the nurse's office. Hopefully it was one of his classmates and not All Might. The former option would be decidedly less embarrassing. Izuku had the pleasure of sleeping away the afternoon in the nurse's office while the rest of the class got to watch the rest of the teams perform the battle exercise. Ida was, apparently, fine. Nothing more than bruises and a headache. He rejoined 1A immediately. But, Kaken, Izuku muttered under his breath. All Might had been in the middle of telling the explosion wielder not to go through with the attack. Totally did that on purpose? Had Kaken actually decided to fail the exercise purely for the purpose of making sure Izuku had a lousy afternoon? Was Izuku being capable just that primally offensive to him? Still, concussion or not today was better than yesterday. Izuku beat Kaken in a fight, or, rather, he would have if his opponent hadn't decided to break the rules. Somehow it had never really occurred to the Jaguar that such a thing was possible. Kaken seemed too angry to lose, even against overwhelming odds, and Izuku didn't count as overwhelming in any way whatsoever. Young Midoriya? Asked All Might, and Izuku jumped up on the bed, quivering, barely able to comprehend the fact that All Might knew his name and had come to talk just to him. Yes, he was in the number 1 heroes class, but that was different. Hello, sir, Izuku stuttered out. I wish to apologize. I expected students to show at least some regard for each other's safety, and as such I did not intervene quickly enough. You have my word that next year I'll be sure to start with a less intense exercise. I assure you that your classmate has been punished appropriately. Really? Kaken was actually being punished for hurting someone? He will no longer be allowed to use support equipment in class as he has demonstrated he is not responsible with it. He also ignored my warning, although I admit I was not quick enough to finish it, and as such has been suspended for a day and will be given a week of detention. He has, of course, failed the exercise. Izuku just nodded in shock, still not quite sure he believed it. The hero gave him a confused look. Is everything else all right? Why yes, sir, Izuku hurried out. Feel better, young Midoriya? Every bit of faith Izuku had in the number 1 hero was justified. Whatever moron said, don't meet your heroes, didn't have any idea what they were talking about. All Might was better than Izuku could have imagined, and maybe the other UA teachers weren't going to be like Aizawa after all. Izuku didn't have to fake his cheer at dinner that evening. Kaken really had been suspended. He wasn't in school the next day and thus missed the first written assessment of the year. That first quiz had been truly terrifying. Yaozu hadn't seemed intimidated, everyone else stared at their papers with looks ranging from resigned bewilderment to agonized despair. Izuku's peers clearly didn't know how to read the telltale movements of cat ears, with the exception of Koda and perhaps Tsu, so maybe the rest of the class thought he knew what he was doing. He didn't. Their teacher grinned at them menacingly as he retrieved their assessments. Aizawa, as it turned out, wasn't quite like any middle school teacher because he didn't just hate Izuku. He hated Izuku more than the rest of the class, but he definitely despised all the students. He wasn't favoring anyone in the way that Aldra middle teachers often favored Kaken. That seemed like an excessively difficult assessment for the very first week, muttered Uraraka as she took a seat beside Izuku at lunch. The Jaguar had no intention of eating anything, but he stayed to talk with his new classmates. He'd thought about going outside and lounging in a tree now that he knew his way around campus and wouldn't risk missing class, but he actually had friends now for the first time, maybe forever, and he wanted to talk to them as much as possible, in case they disappeared or changed their minds about liking him or Izuku got expelled. Tsu, Uraraka and Ida sat together that day. Yaozu was talking with a girl from the second-year support course. Apparently both students shared a passion for chemistry. He is a very strict teacher, Ida agreed, but heroics is a dangerous profession. I am sure he only wishes to prepare us as thoroughly as possible. Sure, Izuku shrugged. That's so cute, Uraraka said. What? Izuku blinked. You shrugging, the gravity eraser laughed. It's just not something I've ever seen a cat do and it looks really interesting. Okay? What was this? She doesn't mean to be hostile, Karo, Sue said. No, sorry, didn't mean to come off that way, Uraraka said, waving her hands wildly in the air. It's fine, Izuku replied after a moment of processing time. There's a difference between being curious and being rude. Speaking of curiosity, can you swim well, Midoriya? Sue asked. That was a pretty big subject shift but a welcome one. Yeah, Izuku nodded. Jaguars are actually really good swimmers, better than tigers. There are even videos of jaguars fighting caimans or hunting and eating underwater. I can't hold my breath much longer than human standard, but I seem to be comfortable diving for a few minutes at a time and I'm a much more powerful swimmer than I used to be. I'm rambling, aren't I? Sue shrugged. I asked. You answered. Casual conversations often involve rambling, Ida supplied helpfully, chopping the air to emphasize his point. You should come swimming with me sometime, Sue decided. There's a wonderful lake I know with a public beach, Karo. Izuku shifted from side to side uncomfortably. Some of his mannerisms had changed with his body. Some hadn't, but I don't think people would like that very much. What do you mean? Asked Uraraka, furrowing her brow. People tend to get nervous when they see me. Not everyone, just some people. Especially if there are little kids around, because I'm a big predator. Sue sniffed derisively. Ida replied, such people are completely foolish. And, Sue pointed out, jaguars are the least dangerous of the big cats. To people, anyway, Karo. Not to tapers. And you're not really a jaguar, Uraraka added. I'm though. I stopped thinking of myself as being entirely human a while ago. He wasn't sure exactly when that change had taken place, but a few months previously he'd realized with a start that he was thinking of humans as they, and cats as we. He had been slowly developing pride in the identity, too, to the point that being called human might offend him. It's weird. Really? Asked Uraraka, furrowing her brow. You're free to forge your identity however you please, Karo. I admit to sometimes thinking of frogs as we. It's not that unusual among individuals with drastic mutations. Sue punctuated this with a particularly nice rib bit. Interesting, Ida nodded to himself. I do not think it is not something I can really understand as it seems a separate phenomenon from incorporating something like hero in training into one's sense of self. This had suddenly become a very weird conversation, especially given that none of them had known each other long. I'm not sure it's so different, Uraraka shrugged. It's a bit different, Karo, Sue said, because a mutation is something you have regardless of whether you like it, whereas hero student is something you choose to be. A choice we have all made despite our many differences, Ida mused. Why'd you decide to become a hero, Ida? Uraraka asked, clearly pouncing on an opportunity to change the subject to lighter fare. My family has been in heroics for generations. It is a legacy I wish to carry on. My elder brother, Ingenium, is an inspiration to me. I wish to follow in his footsteps, and join the family business, as it were. What about you, Uraraka? Uraraka winced a bit. My family runs a construction company. It's been hard times for us lately. If I can get licensed to use my quirk I can really help my parents out, so it's the money. So Uraraka was going to be a punch clock hero. There was nothing wrong with that. I need money so I'll go work in a lucrative field where I constantly save people's lives, was a good reason to enter heroics, every bit as good as Ida's motivations. There were so many less noble ways to make quirk cash. It just showed Uraraka's pure heart that this was the avenue the gravity eraser chose to pursue. You, Midoriya? Uraraka asked. I always wanted to be a hero, he said. I've looked up to All Might for as long as I can remember. I wanted to become like that, a person who could save others with a smile. Sue's reasoning was perhaps the most similar to Izuku's. I like helping people, she provided with a shrug. I want to have a career where I can make a difference, Karo. I have the potential to be a good hero, both as rescue and frontline, so I figured I should give hero school a try. If I don't succeed, maybe I'll become a police officer. Izuku couldn't help but snort a little. His current attitude towards the police was less than flattering. But the police force would certainly be better with someone like Tsu in it. Sorry, I wasn't trying to be rude or anything. I just don't like the police that much. He didn't want to tell his new friends anything about that night. He burned with shame just thinking about it. It wasn't his fault. He didn't do anything wrong and yet he felt like he had. Izuku couldn't stop feeling like garbage no matter how fiercely he insisted to himself that he was not at fault. Why would you have such an attitude towards the police? They are an integral part of our society and heroes constantly work closely with them. Ida's expression mixed mystified incomprehension and suspicion. Here they were back in dangerous topics again. There was a lot of controversy wrapped up in this discussion, and someone could be offended, and then there could be a fight, and then Izuku would lose his new friends before he even had the chance to get to know them. Tsu shook her head. People with ugly, or predatory, mutations get harassed by the police a lot, Karo. Thank goodness for her. Izuku wasn't going to have to say anything at all. He could just let his classmates fill in the blanks Tsu had provided. Less wealthy people too, Uraraka added with a sniff. 'Cause they know that you don't have the money to sue them and don't know anybody influential enough to stir up a fuss. Ida considered their explanations, brow furrowed. I cannot imagine society would continue to function if the majority of law officers behaved in such a manner. It would really be better to change topics, but Izuku couldn't see an opening to do so without seeming rude. I don't think it's a majority, Uraraka said, but it only takes 1 or 2 people with badges behaving really badly to ruin someone's life. A similar statement could be made about pro-heroes. They would all do well to remember that. Ida looked like he might ask some additional questions, but there was a gap in conversation large enough for Izuku to weasel his way in and change the subject. They could return to their discussion of swimming. Anyway, there's this old beach where I go sometimes. It's kind of run down so no one else goes there, and I swim out in the ocean. No one minds. There's no one there to mind. You could come along with me sometime, Nitsu? Sure. That sounds great, Karo. You guys could come along too, if you like. Izuku gestured to Uraraka and Ida with the tip of his tail. I'm not really a big fan of swimming. I'll think about it, the gravity eraser hedged. Perhaps. I, too, am likely not as fond of the water as either of you, Ida nodded, considering. Well, of course. No one's as fond of the water as me, Karo. Izuku and Uraraka were on the same train the next day. They chatted idly about school and the season finale of their favorite show as they walked towards UA. They turned the final corner and found themselves wading through a sea of faces. What were all these people doing at the gates of UA? Oh my gosh, Uraraka whispered. They're all reporters. They were, cameras and notebooks held at the ready. You're UA students. What's it like to have All Might as a teacher? Have you been in his class yet? What is? And does All Might know if? Uraraka started wading through the crowd and Izuku followed her lead, eventually overtaking her and leading the way as he seemed to make a more effective icebreaker. Come on. Just one question. Someone grabbed Izuku's tail and he jerked away with a hiss. Come on, kid, what's your problem? What is wrong with you? Uraraka shouted at the offending reporter as Izuku curled his tail tightly against his leg. That's like running up to me and yanking on my hair. Where do you come off doing that to a kid on the street? Shame on you. Indeed, shame on you, growled Hound Dog, arms crossed as he waded through the crowd, Snipe by his side. These two were, in Izuku's opinion, the most physically intimidating of the UA teachers. Ectoplasm was a close third, both with edgy hero personas. All Might is not even on campus today, and even if he were, that is no excuse to harass high school children. Snipe beckoned to them and escorted them beyond the UA gates before turning his attention back to the crowd of reporters. The media members had not dispersed, and, in fact, a security barrier had activated to prevent them from unauthorized entry to campus. Sorry about that, Uraraka said, wincing. What was she apologizing for? Someone pulling on Izuku's tail or her own reaction to it? It's fine, Izuku replied. Thank you for sticking up for me. That probably would have gone over much worse if Izuku had been the one to speak up and demand respect. Except he wouldn't have tried to stick up for himself at all. Had he been alone, he would have just tried to walk faster. I didn't know you were so good at that. That? Izuku considered the best phrase. Verbal evisceration? Uraraka laughed. I think I must have acquired that from my mom. My dad's the quiet one, and she always lets people know when they've messed up, if you know what I mean. He did, having just witnessed a demonstration. Aizawa placed Izuku's quiz face down on his desk. The jaguar cringed, extending a claw to flip the parchment gingerly. The paper was covered in a scribble of red. The whole class looked pretty glum. Even Yaoyorozu seemed disappointed with her results. You may have noted there isn't a grade. That wasn't the point of this exercise. Izuku pet his head as several of his peers sighed in relief. You'll take a test like this at the beginning of every course unit. The post-unit exam won't be so different from this, although it will be a good deal longer. Comparing your results on the 2 tests is a good way to see what you've learned. It's also a good way for me to find out what I need to teach you and what you already know. Oh, so Aizawa wasn't trying to fail everyone during the first week. He could have just told them it was a pre-test, though. I didn't tell you this so you take it seriously and give an honest effort. That may not work next time, but hopefully by then you'll see the utility of the exercise and give it your best shot regardless. Now, there's another matter to attend to. What could it be this time? You need to elect a class president and vice president. Oh, thank goodness, sighed Uraraka. Normal school stuff. Should we vote? Someone inquired. Choose however you like, their teacher waved them off. Just have a decision by the end of class. After several minutes of annoyingly loud shouting, they decided to cast a secret ballot. Sue would be a good president. She would have Izuku's vote. It was kind of awkward to vote, though, because everyone would instantly know who Izuku cast a ballot for. No one else used ink like him. It wasn't much of a secret election, really, not in the Jaguars' case. Alright, there is a three-way tie between me, Yaoyorozu, and Azui, declared Ida, tallying the votes. Recast choosing from among these three, please. Izuku's vote remained unchanged. I have been elected president. Yaoyorozu is vice president, Ida said. Would you like to recount the votes, Yaoyorozu, Azui? No. I trust you, Karo, the frog girl shook her head. And honestly, I'm relieved. I wouldn't make a good president. Why not? Blunt people have no future in politics, Karo. Well, maybe that was true. Thank you for entrusting this duty to us, Ida bowed to the class. It is a great honor. Thank you. We won't let you down, Yaoyorozu agreed. At lunch, the two class reps talked about the kind of important things Izuku never tried to worry about. Why care about something he could have no part in? Having a vote wasn't the same as having influence. There were plenty of examples illustrating that quite clearly. The Meta-Liberation Army had existed for a reason, after all, as had its less radical cousins like the Meta-Separation Movement. Rather than try to change society, the separatists wished to take no part in. Many of their descendants still lived in the Rebel Isles, wreaking havoc on a whim and murdering each other, supposedly. There was no good reason to trust the official story about the separatists or the Isles or Destro's escaped lieutenants. When was the last time anyone even vaguely unbiased visited the Rebel Isles, after all? Had it ever happened at all? What are you thinking about, Karo? Asked Sue. You're mumbling. Oh, the Rebel Isles. Maybe he shouldn't have said that. He'd either been thinking too much or not enough when he decided to be honest about that. Uraraka raised an eyebrow. The frog girl pet her head. You're not thinking of moving there, Karo? What? I was just thinking about and never mind, it's not important. Sue was giving him a smile that indicated she had been messing with him and Uraraka had started laughing. It was probably best not to lay out his recent thought process in front of his friends. He had no idea what they would think of it. It's not like you can move there, I mean all the villains there. Supposedly, Tokoyami began suddenly. Izuku had not even noticed their shadowy classmates' proximity. The largest city in the Rebel Isles, Black Forest, is in fact quite peaceful and safe. Not as peaceful or safe as an average Japanese city, but safe enough for individuals who are not career criminals by any stretch of the imagination to occasionally travel there on. I suppose those individuals would call it vacation? I certainly wouldn't call that a vacation. Izuku shook his head vigorously. If that's a vacation, chainsaw juggling is a sport, Karo. Tokoyami sniffed appreciatively. Nevertheless, it seems that danger is a prerequisite for fun, at least for some people, Tokoyami explained. Dark shadow peeked over his host's head, glancing at all of them in turn. Izuku wasn't quite sure if he should say hello to the quirk and introduce himself as they had never spoken before. In the same way that politeness was complicated for big cats, politeness was complicated for companion quirks. A shrill alarm pierced through the air and Izuku growled, ducking under the table and slamming his paws over his ears. Something about a security breach? Why did it have to be so loud? Certainly that wouldn't help with anything, unless the goal was to deafen whoever had caused the alarm to sound, but that was ridiculous. There was no good reason to make an alarm that loud. Finally accustoming himself to the noise, Izuku raised his head to watch the crowded lunchroom piling into the hallway, everyone desperately trying to escape from the building. Did no one stop to consider that running out of the building like this was a terrible idea? They had no idea where the danger was and people could be trampled, and did no one notice that the cafeteria had conveniently accessible windows as well as doors? Ida, Uraraka and Yaoyorozu were nowhere to be found, probably in the hallway already. Tokoyami was also under the table, hands over his ears, blinking repeatedly, pupils oddly dilated. Dark shadow hung over the host's shoulders protectively like a huge, dark cloak. Sue, who had not joined the stampede, looked down at both of them with concern. Imagine how bad it was for Jairu and Shuji, Karo. She yelled to be heard over the racket. This must be awful for them. I don't do well with crowds, Tokoyami murmured, slowly slinking out of hiding. Izuku followed. Karo. Looks like everyone's calming down, Sue pointed out. Indeed, a ripple of peace spread through the traffic jam of evacuating students. Some of them returned to the cafeteria. The alarm continued to blare, but the panic died away. I wonder what that was all about? Izuku asked shakily. A few moments later, Lunch Rush and Snipe called for attention and began to restore order. It wasn't until that afternoon in class that Ida told them that the press had triggered the alert, the reporters trying to sneak onto campus to get a glimpse of All Might, who wasn't even on campus that day. Apparently Ida had then impersonated an emergency exit sign by floating above the other students. He had managed to calm everyone. Somehow, When Ida spoke seriously, people obeyed him. Stupid press, muttered Kakin as he flopped into his chair, a stormy expression twisting his face. Messin' up my day like that. They messed up all of our days, Kero, Tsu pointed out. Izuku flattened his ears and ducked beneath his desk to avoid the spittle-flying tirade that he knew would follow. No one cares about your day, extra. Izuku peeked out from beneath his desk as Tsu pet her head. She never broke eye contact as she replied, Ribbit. Have you ever been assessed for narcissistic personality disorder? Izuku covered his mouth with his paws because if Kakin heard him laughing, his old friend would track him down after school and beat him black and blue. Half of the class was stunned speechless. A quarter had not heard the comment. The rest were either laughing or desperately trying not to laugh. The latter categories included Jiru, Dark Shadow. Tokoyami made a token effort to shush his familiar, Mineta, and Shuji. Kakin spluttered, sparked off his palms. I'll kill you, you little. Aizawa stepped into the room. The explosion wielder froze and returned to his seat, but the glare he shot at Tsu promised bloody vengeance. The frog girl pet her head, appearing unconcerned and unimpressed. Izuku had better stick with her after school. There was no telling what Kakin might do. I shouldn't have said that, Tsu muttered as the two of them hopped, for the train. It wasn't right to make a joke about mental illnesses like that, and I've only known him a few days. Kero, you shouldn't be judging like that. She sighed as they waited at a stoplight to cross the side street. I wish I could learn to keep my mouth shut sometimes, Kero, but I can't. It's just how I am. Izuku sighed. I think everyone has pieces of their personality they'd rather weren't there. Goodness knew Izuku certainly did. I suppose, Tsu replied. Why are we running? So Kakin doesn't catch up and blow us up, Izuku replied, setting off again at a lope. Tsu accepted this at face value. What do you think about making that beach trip tomorrow, Kero? Yeah, sure. Tomorrow was as good a day as any. I do hope we can convince Ida and Uraraka. It will be more fun with more people. Izuku winced. He might have been overselling how much fun one could have at Dagoba Beach. I mean, the ocean is mostly fine, but it's literally a garbage heap on the beach, Tsu. Well, I still want to come swimming with you, Kero. I'll text the others, see what they say. Tsu was not easily deterred when she set her mind to something, and Midoriya's explanation that his favored beach was really just a trash heap had actually elicited more interest from Uraraka and Ida. Tsu quickly got agreements from them to visit the beach, and the four of them set off together after the end of an almost entirely ordinary school day. The pigeon that broke into the lunchroom was kind of unusual, but that could happen at any high school. The Jaguar led the way down a rundown street. Paint peeled from some of the houses, and every car in sight was at least a decade old. At the end of the street, Midoriya stepped onto a small, dirt path and circled a beach dune. But he hadn't been kidding when he called it a garbage heap. Ribbit, Tsu said, staring out across a sea of plastic waste, abandoned appliances, ruined furniture, and rotting detritus. The smell was quite atrocious, and to a keen-nosed feline it must be 10 times worse at least. Like I said, Midoriya sighed, but no one minds me here. It was pretty sad to think of her friend becoming so fond of a dump just for the lack of human contact it afforded. Who is responsible for this? Asked Ida, open-mouthed. The Jaguar shrugged. No one in particular, Ida. The currents nearby caused garbage to wash up here, and then I guess people just started dumping trash because one big pile is better than 2 little piles, and one thing led to another. This is a travesty. Something simply must be done. Ida decided, waving his hands. Why wouldn't the people living here demand action from the city? Or rectify things themselves? He gestured to the houses nearby. Uraraka sighed, gesturing to a rusting sedan. Most of the people that live around here are so busy trying to make ends meet they don't have time to clean their own houses, let alone the beach, and the city probably doesn't worry about their problems too much. Ida narrowed his eyes. Well then, we shall have to fix this. He rolled up his sleeves. Ida? What are you doing, Kero? Midoriya blinked in surprise as the engine-quirked teen strode past him onto the beach. Cleaning up this mess? Ida declared, pulling a black garbage bag and gloves out of a pocket. Did he always have those there? It would fit his personality, or maybe he'd made special arrangements for this visit. Do you have more bags? Asked Uraraka. Of course I do. Gloves as well. He marked off a section of sandy soil close to the road. This would be a good place to begin collecting the larger pieces of detritus. I will arrange to have them disposed of. Tsu took a garbage bag and gloves. The gloves didn't fit her particularly well, but they would do. You know this is a year's worth of work, Kero? Indeed, but that is no reason to leave it undone. Tsu began to stow moderate-sized things like drink cups, microwave doors, ruined jackets, and loose paper into her bag. There was a grinding, squealing noise. She turned to see Midoriya half-dragging, half-pushing the remains of a huge, hardwood desk across the ground towards Ida's designated pile location. That had to weigh at least 3 times what Midoriya himself did. Impressive. So, how did you find this place, Midoriya? Tsu asked. I was looking for a quiet place to get ready for the UA entrance exam, he replied, so I checked out a bunch of parks around here and eventually found one that no one else came to. It is truly a shame, Ida lamented again, that this beach has been so neglected. I've no doubt that it was truly lovely not so long ago. You two are still planning on swimming, I assume, so we shouldn't spend too long cleaning today. I can't imagine it would be much fun to swim after sunset. I have pretty good night vision, Karo. Many people were surprised by that, but lots of frogs were nocturnal hunters and Tsu had inherited their night vision. I can see pretty well in the dark too, Midoriya replied, but we don't want to spend all evening here, I presume. It didn't take long for the four of them to exhaust Ida's by no means insignificant supply of trash bags, at which point Tsu followed her jaguar guide along his favored path to the ocean. There was a slightly less grime-encrusted patch of sand here. Midoriya shrugged off his cat coat with some significant effort. It must be unbelievably annoying not having thumbs, and lunged into the water in one long, fluid leap. The cat's head vanished beneath the foamy waves. Tsu, in anticipation of this trip, had worn a bathing suit beneath her school clothes. She removed her outerwear swiftly and lay it beside her classmates' things before following Midoriya's lead and jumping out into the ocean. The cool water wasn't nearly as dirty as the beach. It wasn't clean, but it wasn't filthy either. Tsu could almost forget the kind of place that existed on shore. Midoriya casually stood on the ocean bed, the surface a dozen feet above his head, tail swishing in the gloom and fur standing on end in a peculiar way. He raised a paw to wave at Tsu before kicking off the bottom and paddling towards the surface. The frog girl swam upwards, spiraling around Midoriya. He was not particularly fast, but he was a strong swimmer, pushing the water around mercilessly with those big paws. Two heads bobbed on the gentle waves. Midoriya blinked the water from his eyes, something Tsu never felt inclined to do. From the shore, Uraraka and Ida called greetings. Tsu raised a hand to wave at them. Midoriya used his tail for a similar purpose. The two of them ducked back beneath the water, making for the ocean bed again. Tsu spent perhaps 2 minutes swimming in rapid spirals around Midoriya, the jaguar trying to twist to keep up with her, repeatedly batting with a paw in an attempt to catch her. He did manage to tag her once, which was pretty impressive. Midoriya returned to the surface shortly after that, apparently running short on breath. Tsu could go without air for quite a long time, much longer than 2 minutes, but Midoriya's dive time was, again, impressive for a mammal. You're really fast, the jaguar commented. I mean, knowing your quirk, I knew you'd be fast, but you're really fast. Thanks, Carol. I practice a lot. The two of them swam side by side for a time, sticking to the surface. It was already growing late. The classmates decided unanimously, without even needing to exchange glances, that it was time to head back to shore. Ida and Uraraka had done a bit more cleaning in their absence but had mostly spent the time sitting on a beach towel. How did Ida fit all of these things in his pockets? And talking. Tsu dived and propelled herself explosively from the ocean to the beach, landing lightly on all fours. She had done that solely for the purpose of looking impressive, and it had looked impressive if the expressions on her friends' faces were anything to go by. Midoriya, apparently far less prone to doing silly things just because they would look cool, trotted out of the water quickly, shaking himself to begin drying his fur, before grabbing his clothes and bag in his teeth and retreating behind the cover provided by an abandoned refrigerator. He almost looked embarrassed. Maybe he was abashed to suddenly find himself unclothed in front of all of them without the blurring protection of the ocean. Tsu didn't see him as naked. He had his fur, after all, which was built-in clothing, but perhaps Midoriya did not see things that way. Tsu dried herself off mostly anyway. She didn't mind being damp and clothed herself. That was an excellent afternoon, Ida decided as he stowed his beach towel. We should do this again. Maybe at this time next week? Uraraka grinned. I'd be down for that. What had they talked about on the beach while the swimmers played in the water? It must have been interesting. Both wore thoughtful expressions. Tsu and Midoriya, reappearing fully cat-clothed, also agreed to the tentative scheduling. The field trip was a nice surprise. Where do you think we're going? Izuku wondered as Ida, circling and cajoling them like some kind of sheepdog, herded them onto a bus. I could not hazard a guess, Tokoyami said, shaking his head. I could. Dark Shadow said, popping into existence beside his partner's ear. Yes, but you will be wrong. You are always wrong about things like that, Tokoyami told the familiar as they stepped up the stairs and settled into their seats. So, Midoriya? Asked Kaminari, leaning over the back of the seat in front of Izuku. Don't want to be rude or anything. That was usually what someone said before being extremely rude, but I'm just dying to know. Are you a quirked animal? Like Nedzu? No, Izuku shook his head. Kaken interrupted before Izuku could explain. Freak is quirkless. Always liked to follow heroes around, getting too close and being a nuisance. Got caught in a villain attack in junior high and one of the villains did that to him. Permanent transformation quirk. Oh. Seriously? Asked Zero, leaning over the seat beside Kaminari. Is that true? Izuku always respected the boundaries set by police and heroes during combat. Kaken knew that. Mostly, the jaguar replied. That is his man, Kaminari said, shaking his head. It doesn't have to, Tsu said rather coldly. I do miss thumbs, Izuku said, trying to banish the tension created by their conversation and hopefully change the subject. You take your thumbs for granted. Do you know how annoying something like getting a drink of water becomes without thumbs? Yes, I can see how that might be very irritating, Ida nodded. How do you make that work? Well, Izuku admitted, when I'm at home and no one is watching I, jump up on the counter and drink from the sink. He always felt bad about getting his dirty paws on the countertop, though, so this was something only done with the bathroom sink. No need to mingle foot dirt and food preparation. Uraraka laughed. Okay, sorry, but this is just a really funny image. Kaken looked like he wanted to say something rude, but Kirishima kept trying to get the explosion wielder to talk about his hero costumes, so Izuku's old friend ended up saying rude things to Kirishima instead of Izuku. It was impossible to say whether Kirishima was purposefully trying to keep the explosive student from joining the Jaguar's conversation. The bus rumbled to a halt outside a towering dome. What is this? Said Uraraka. How did they build this thing? Ida herded everyone off the bus and then Aizawa herded them into the building. Welcome to the unforeseen simulation joint. Oh my gosh. It was the space hero, 13. They were so cool, the novelty of being taught by pro heroes was yet to wear thin. Uraraka bounced up and down on her toes saying, oh my gosh, it's them, under her breath again and again. All Might was going to join us today, but it seems he ran into some rather serious villain trouble on his way in today and called ahead to arrange a class swap, so Present Mike should be joining us shortly. Aizawa rolled his eyes. Did Eraserhead and Present Mike not like each other? Or was Aizawa unhappy about All Might not showing up? Anyway, 13 continued, welcome to the unforeseen simulation joint. We call it the USJ for short. The more the astronaut-themed hero explained about their custom-made rescue training arena, the more it reminded Izuku of Universal Studios Japan. Did 13 not notice, or did they do this on purpose? They were impossible to read. Now, who of you know what my quirk is? Black hole allows the user to turn objects to dust. Extremely useful in rescue operations for removing debris from trapped individuals. Uraraka eagerly explained, pitching in a few extra details. That's right. It's an extremely useful rescue quirk, but it can also kill. Of course it could. Anyone could kill. People had been killing each other since the dawn of time, quirks or no quirks. Since when had Izuku become so cynical? Probably about the time he was thrown out of a tree and arrested because someone thought he was scary. From the looks on his classmates' faces, about half of them somehow hadn't realized that 13's quirk was potentially lethal, just weren't cynical enough to have considered it. Well, it made sense to include this speech early in the curriculum, then. As 13 began to discuss the importance of being attentive, a lecture Izuku wasn't sure he really needed, already appreciating that his fangs could pierce a skull, so he ought to be exceedingly careful of when and where he used them. Bakugo crossed his arms, rolled his eyes, and looked at the ceiling. Too bad. He probably needed to hear this stuff. Well, maybe? Bakugo had always been careful when he pushed Izuku around, careful not to cause an injury that required serious medical attention, because that might get him in trouble with Izuku's mother, and threw her in trouble with Mitsuki. Movement. Izuku's eyes flicked towards an expanding dark splotch on the plaza beyond the huge staircase. Izuku tensed instinctively, ears flicking backwards. Aizawa had noticed too, or maybe he had noticed the jaguar noticing. Whoa, said Mineta. It seemed odd that he was the first to react after Izuku and the teacher. Izuku would have expected Ojiro to ask questions first given his astounding reaction time. Do you see that? Asked Hagakure. Is this part of the training? Someone asked. Izuku paid less attention to his classmates than to the people walking through the dark portal. No, this wasn't part of the plan, not unless Aizawa was a really good actor. Stay back, Aizawa growled. Those are villains. 13 shook their head, putting away their phone. When had they found the time to try to make a call in the first place? Time seemed to be moving in bursts. There's scrambling communications. Kaminari, see if you can get through to the school. Eraserhead pulled his lemon-yellow goggles over his eyes. 13, protect the students. Aizawa lunged down the stairs towards the growing crowd of assailants. Oh my god, there were so many of them. UA was outnumbered 10 or 20 to 1, maybe 200 villains of unknown prowess against 20 completely untrained students and 2 professional heroes, one an underground operative specializing in ambushes and the other a rescue hero. Those seemed like insurmountably bad odds. Izuku should be panicking. Why wasn't he panicking? He didn't feel even slightly inclined to panic. Doors jammed, hissed Shuji, trying to pull it open. Good morning, a villain made out of fog appeared before them. 13 whirled towards the man, hand out protectively, ready to turn him to dust. We are the League of Villains and it is my responsibility to torture you to die. Screamed Kaken, short on patience already, throwing himself toward the villain. How disappointing. Izuku blinked and Kaken was gone, vanished through a portal in midair. Gasps and a scream of, "Give him back!" cut the air as Kirishima lunged for the villain, trying, for some reason, to punch the intangible mist. The Jaguar's classmate fell through another portal. Izuku winced. If he had palms he would probably slap one over his face. That had just not been well thought out. Where did those portals lead? For all he knew, both of them could be dead right now. God, don't think like that. He couldn't afford to think like that. As I was saying, it is my responsibility to scatter you and torture you to death. How could he say something like that with such a perfect monotone? Back off, 13 said, quirk activating as the remaining students huddled behind them. Izuku was just as likely to die whether he put on a brave face or not, right? And Izuku would much prefer any newspaper articles talking about his premature demise to report that he acted bravely even if he didn't feel particularly brave. So Izuku bared his teeth and, for the very first time in his life, roared. It wasn't the most impressive of noises, not really. Tigers were much louder and prettier if that were the right word, but it was a roar nonetheless. Ida, Ashido, and Koda, the nearest to him, started in surprise. The villain and 13, however, paid him little mind. Let's try again together to get the door open, Ida called, taking charge and running for the entrance just as it opened to admit a very confused present Mike. The voice hero stared at them for a moment before screaming, "I left you alone for 5 minutes, show Yuta." Izuku winced at the volume, and in the chaos of students charging for the door, the villain slipped past 13. Tsu flailed wildly, barely able to wrap her mind around the fact that she was falling before she hit the water. Reflexes kicked in and she dodged the attacking sharkman, Man-Shark. Before she even registered his presence, she shot away into the depths of the water. The villain didn't seem to have tracked her movements. Either he couldn't see very well or he wasn't expecting her to dodge and was so surprised that he lost track of her. She had to move fast. If there was one villain here, there were probably many. There could be other students, too, and anyone else would be in danger of drowning as well as in danger of being murdered. Tsu had expected the lake bed to be concrete, perhaps with embedded rocks, but in fact, it looked like a natural lake bed: mud, rocks, crevices, overhangs, a sunken ship. As far as Tsu could tell, there was no one following her and no other students in the water. If there were other students, well, horrific as it was to think about, there was nothing she could do. There was no point in Tsu sacrificing her life in a doomed attempt to save another's. She was too deep under the water now and there were too many silhouettes near the surface. If someone else hit the water, there was no way Tsu could get there in time. She was powerless. Tsu would have a better chance of survival if she hid here in her natural element than if she returned to the surface. The shipwreck would provide excellent cover. Rather than hiding in the ship, Tsu scuttled down beneath it, pressing herself into the slim crevice between the rotting wood and the muddy lake bed. She would be able to slip out in 3 different directions if necessary. It would be hard for anyone to corner her. How many villains were in the lake? The frog girl had spotted at least 10 silhouettes near the surface. There were probably at least that many more that she didn't spot. How many of them were fully aquatic, able to dive for an hour or more? How many would be clever enough to look for Tsu here? Probably more than one. She should bury herself in the mud, not deeply enough to hinder movement, just deeply enough to obscure her presence. Moments after Tsu had concealed herself in the silta muck, the shark villain who had attacked her earlier swam by slowly. It was surprising that he didn't hear her heart pounding in her throat. A smaller, faster villain darted past a few minutes later. Tsu forced herself to remain motionless. Absolutely still. Completely quiet, and a distant scream reverberated through the water, the volume enough to leave Tsu's ears ringing. What had just happened? It took her perhaps 15 seconds of horrified confusion to realize that must have been present Mike attacking the submerged villains with his quirk. It hadn't occurred to Tsu that it could work in water. Who had won the fight? Was the teacher okay? How had he ended up in the water in the first place? Tsu couldn't leave. If she went out in the water now and the villains were still there, she had to stay hidden for as long as she possibly could. Had the rest of her classmates escaped the villains? Had they even survived the falls? Tsu had been dropped from about 10 meters up. A fall like that onto concrete could have seriously hurt her, could have killed her. Was Midoriya all right? Ida had made it out the door, hadn't he? Maybe? She couldn't remember. It was all a blur when present Mike entered the USJ. Was Tsu ever going to see her family again? What would they have to tell her younger siblings? This was the worst field trip ever. There was nothing magical about this. That ancient American kids show about the school bus had lied to her. It was hard to judge time when one was terrified. Tsu could hold her breath for a very long time, but not indefinitely. She would need to surface soon. Lights lit up the darkness, specifically spotlights on a small, egg-shaped submersible. The tiny craft came into view, the UA logo proudly displayed on its side. It was clearly a combat vessel, but none of the weapons, only a few of which Tsu had names for, seemed to be armed. How could she really tell, though, if a torpedo or a laser cutter needle thing was armed? The submersible turned towards Tsu's hiding place, a spotlight fixing upon her. Pow. Principal Nedzu waved to the student from the dimly illuminated cockpit. He held up a sign in one paw. Come out. All is well. All right then. Tsu extracted herself from the squelching mud, shaking it away from her skin and clothes, and followed alongside the submersible as the principal guided her back towards the surface. Shoyuda! Hizashi growled as he bounded down the stairs towards his friend, screaming at a few of the attackers that dared stray near him. You are some kind of villain magnet. Where the hell did these freaks come from? Eraserhead didn't manage to answer, too busy ducking a knife strike and smashing 3 villains' heads together with his capture scarf. Hizashi screamed an unrecognizable curse which was totally justified given this situation and managed to clear a path to his friend. The two of them stood back to back, dispatching villains as the attackers came. The two of them didn't fight together particularly often, but taking into account that Shoyuda was an underground ambush predator and Hizashi was a frontline and public service hero, they spent a surprisingly large amount of time together. Present Mike knew exactly where his battle partner would be, when to duck, when to sidestep, when to circle so that the two of them switched opponents. These villains were nothing more than common street thugs. There didn't seem to be any particularly powerful quirks. There didn't seem to be any skilled strategists. The most intelligent thing Mike heard from any of the dozens they defeated was, "Oh, God, my ears." One last scream and the field was clear, nothing but groaning, barely conscious villains remaining. Many of them would have permanent hearing damage or worse, but after they broke into UA, clearly targeting school children, fighting, albeit clumsily, to kill, they had it coming. Where is All Might? Snarled a raspy voice. Hizashi warily turned towards the speaker, standing side to side with Shoyuda. Eraserhead kept an eye out behind them, but focused most of his attention on the young man in front of them who was wearing real hands, all over like dismembered body parts were going out of style, but hadn't gone out of style quite yet. Hizashi grimaced, queasy at the thought of how those things must have been obtained. He was supposed to be here. Wait, this guy wanted All Might to be here? Are you crazy? Hizashi couldn't help but ask. What are you even trying to do? The villain narrowed his eyes. I came here to kill the symbol of peace. There was something in that tone, something that made Hizashi believe him. Shigaraki Tamura, the mist villain that had scattered the students, reappeared. 13 had been keeping him busy at the doors, so why? 13 has been incapacitated, but a number of students escaped when the third hero arrived. We have managed to reseal the doors. 13 was? Hizashi looked over his shoulder back towards the USJ entrance, but couldn't catch sight of anything. Were they all right? The villain didn't say they were dead. And since some students had escaped, the teachers could expect more backup, couldn't they? The rest of the staff would be here soon. As far as Hizashi knew, All Might wasn't even on campus yet, wouldn't be arriving for another hour or two, but it didn't matter. UA had more than enough firepower to take down these 3, the only competent villains in the lot, no matter what the big, creepy one was capable of. Shigaraki growled, scraping at his face, snarling. No, no, no. His hands, the living pair, shook. Shoyuda and Hizashi began to slowly, carefully back away. It wasn't a good idea to be this close to a villain with an unknown quirk when the guy was clearly having some kind of mental breakdown. Someone will pay. No, kill them. Hizashi's reflexes were not nearly as good as Shuda's, but they were by no means shabby. He found himself ducking to avoid a punch before he even realized it had been aimed at him. He didn't succeed in dodging completely. Before the pain of being thrown and certainly breaking a rib could kick in, Hizashi screamed in the thing's face, and the creature, because human it was clearly not, stumbled back. That was all the reaction Present Mike got, though. The Noma didn't seem daunted. Shoyuda, taking advantage of the creature's preoccupation with Present Mike, leapt onto the enemy's back and tied his capture weapon across its face, completely blocking its vision. The Nomu scrabbled, reaching for Eraserhead. Before he could decide whether to scream again, a black portal opened in the ground and Hizashi found himself flailing in mid-air as he plunged towards the lake. Hizashi surfaced coughing, the shock of the fall into cold water stunning when combined with the jarring pain of broken ribs. The lake was full of villains, but, again, not very intelligent or capable villains. Sound carries better in water than in air. After a scream or two, Hizashi set off for the shore and no one attempted to harry him. He had to get back now. Shoyuda was alone with all 3 of those nutcases, and it looked like Erasure didn't do anything to the big one. Why was swimming so hard and so slow? What he wouldn't give for Tensei's quirk right now. It was rare for Snipe to be the first one on a scene like this. He was by no means the fastest of UA's teachers. The fastest distance runners of UA were, in order, All Might, obviously, Hound Dog, Eraserhead, Midnight, bet you didn't see that coming, Nedzu, bet you really didn't see that coming, and then Snipe. The sharpshooter was first on the scene only because he had been closest. He liked to work outside when he could and often prepared for class or graded papers in a hideaway that was absolutely not a treehouse. He'd had a clear view of the students fleeing the USJ. The doors to the USJ weren't locked from the outside. Snipe drew his weapon as he slipped into the building. 13 lay face down in a heap. It was impossible for him to say how seriously injured they were, but Snipe wouldn't be able to do much for them right now. He could do something for Eraserhead. Some sort of huge monster had the other teacher pinned down. A smaller villain held Aizawa's hand in his wrist. Aizawa's hair fell with the deactivation of his quirk and the hero screamed shrilly. Snipe couldn't see exactly what had happened when Erasure ended, but whatever that little villain's quirk did, it was bad. Snipe had never heard Eraserhead scream before, not even during the incident with the Tarantula Hawks. Snipe shot 6 times in short succession. Each bullet hit the mark, as always, one through each of the smaller villain's limbs, one through each of the larger villain's shoulders. The big one with an exposed brain must have a healing factor to die for, no pun intended, but the little one sure didn't. The smaller villain, was he wearing real hands? Fell backwards, screaming in agony. A third enemy appeared, this one made of mist. The doors flew open behind Snipe and Midnight sprinted into the Hound Dog will be here in 30 seconds, she shouted. The fleeing students must have run into her on their way to the main building. Down on the plaza, the third villain opened a portal, a teleporter. Damn it, Snipe shot again, but it had no impact and in a moment, the 3 villains were gone. There were plenty of other invaders, of course, but none of them were standing, so Snipe had edited them out of his perception. How did this happen? Midnight demanded, spreading her arms in exasperation. No idea, Snipe shook his head. It was irrelevant. They could worry about that once all of the students were accounted for and all the villains in custody. It looks like some of the sleepers are waking, though, he pointed to some of the downed villains. They were stirring like zombies. I'll take care of them, Midnight smirked, setting off down the stairs, and I'll see if I can help Aizawa. I'll take 13, Snipe agreed, turning to the downed rescue hero, although he wasn't totally sure what he could do for them. Hound Dog arrived panting, clearly having sprinted from the school, and the rest of the emergency response staff were not far behind. Katsuki was not lost. The USJ was too small for anyone to get lost. He was just hunting villains in this general direction. A man with an axe lunged at him from behind a wall. Katsuki blew the creep to smithereens. The villain collapsed in a smoking heap, clutching his face. Those burns were definitely gonna scar. Serves you right, a-hole, Katsuki snarled, stepping over the prone figure. Someone was fighting up ahead, the sound of metal striking rock ringing clearly. Katsuki whirled around the corner and discovered that rock actually meant Kirishima. The redhead was surrounded, holding his own due to his versatile quirk, but definitely in trouble. Katsuki would just have to show how it was done. The redhead had been exasperating on the bus, but also, Katsuki would never admit it aloud, but it was hard to hate Kirishima in much the same way it would be hard to hate an excited Rottweiler. Right now, watching Kirishima duck and weave and try futilely to strike back against the surrounding force, it really was like watching a bunch of villains kick a dog. I'm gonna get you, beasties. Katsuki roared, smashing into the first of the lot before the lady even realized anything was happening. One solid hit and she was down for the count, crawling away as Katsuki lunged for the next villain scum. Kirishima took advantage of the chaos and managed to get a good punch of his own in. The last 2 villains took off. Idiots. Did they really think they could get away from him like this? The explosion wielder sprinted after the enemy. Kirishima's pounding footsteps followed him. Katsuki chased the villains all the way back to the main plaza. That was one way to stop being lost if someone were lost, that was. There was a ravenous snarl and Hound Dog tackled the 2 escapees. Ding, I wanted to do that, Katsuki growled. Either of you injured? Hound Dog demanded. Katsuki shook his head. No, sir, Kirishima panted. But, are there any more villains in this area? A few, Kirishima said. We fought off, for others? Maybe 5. How could he not know that? Was he really that oblivious? That frightened? There were 5 others, Katsuki replied. None of them were in condition to run anywhere fast. Hound Dog, busy cuffing his captures, nodded. Go up the stairs. The students are assembling there, at the entrance. Kirishima began to shiver uncontrollably as they set off for the entrance. What's wrong with you? Katsuki demanded. Sure, the guy's costume showed a lot of skin and it was cool out, but this was excessive. Nothing, the redhead replied sharply. Nothing. Do you think the others are okay? Huh. The rest of the class, they might have got scattered too. But Kirishima would have been in a really bad position if Katsuki hadn't come along when he did, and there weren't a lot of people in their class who were as tough as the redhead. Someone could be seriously hurt, someone could be dead for all they knew. They dimmin' well better be alright, Katsuki growled. Losing to small fry villain trash like this? You would never live it down. Kirishima sighed, hugging himself. Yeah, you're probably right. Dark Shadow was a predator at heart. So was Fumikage. The only difference between them was Dark Shadow's host knew, in the iron grip of bloodlust, the difference between foe and friend. The familiar tended to lose track of such things. Fumikage had to remind him, time and time again, not Kaminari or Ojiro. They are friends. Amidst the roiling darkness of the storm and the echoes of icy rain, he felt through his bond to Fumikage. Everything collapsed down into a few short, angry thoughts. Principally, they who would hurt my partner must die. The emotional bond shared by host and familiar was vast and deep. Fumicage's protectiveness echoed through Dark Shadow's hungry fury, and the boundless desire for a wild hunt seeped between them as well. They shared that passion. The two other students huddled nervously behind him as Dark Shadow spread his feathers and talons, soaking up the darkness and lunging forward towards a very, very foolish young man who had dared threaten Dark Shadow's partner. The familiar held the tiny, puny human in his talons and cackled. Fumikage held him back. Revulsion was the emotion he used to do it, making Dark Shadow sick at the idea of blood, making it clear just how horrid they would both feel if they went through with the planned murder. He deserves it, the symbiote hissed, tossing the man away into the storm. The villain screamed as he plunged into a shallow pond. Wimp. Nice aim, Kaminari said nervously. Dark Shadow preened at the compliment. It was good to be appreciated. We really need to get out of here, Ojiro said. I'm freezing already. I didn't think to waterproof my costume. Neither did I, Fumikage muttered. I did, Kaminari said, but, you know, with my quirk that's a necessary design feature. Rainwater isn't a good conductor, Ojiro pointed out in confusion. Whatever answer Kaminari was about to provide was lost when Dark Shadow zeroed in on a group of 4 villains stalking them. Rayer! Dark Shadow howled in primal fury as he fell upon them. Their replies ranged from, I'm gonna kill you kid, from the man who had mistaken Dark Shadow for a child with a transformation quirk to, eek. I'm sorry. I repent, from someone who had mistaken him for a Shinigami? An Oni? Lucifer? Azrael? Thulu? Hard to say. Regardless, it was a very flattering reaction. Fumikage held the familiar back from putting his claws to good use on a permanent solution, but a few limbs were broken in the struggle. The battle won. Dark Shadow drew back to his handler with a prideful flutter of his ethereal feathers. Let's go, Kaminari said shakily. Dark Shadow spotted another pair of villains, but these didn't engage, quickly vanishing into the distance. Pity. Hey, called a familiar voice. Cementos appeared out of the storm. Any of you 3 injured? No. Ojiro screamed to be heard above the storm. All right. Follow me. Cementos shouted into his communicator that he had located 3 additional students, naming them. They weren't far from the edge of the storm zone. The light from the main portion of the USJ quickly drained away much of Dark Shadow's strength and fury, but the disappointment of that loss was worth it. Fumikage was thrilled to get out of the storm and relieved beyond words that no one from their group had been injured. Is everyone okay? Ojiro asked Cementos and, abruptly, the familiar's bond with Fumikage flooded with fear. Dark Shadow draped himself protectively across his host's shoulders, trying to provide some comfort to his soaking wet, petrified companion. Cementos considered his answer carefully before beginning. No one that we know of has life-threatening injuries. Several of your classmates escaped the USJ when Present Mike entered. The rest were scattered in the building like you, and some are yet to be located. As of yet, none of those who have been found have serious injuries, the teacher told them. Present Mike is fine following a few minutes treatment by Recovery Girl. Eraserhead and 13 have been hospitalized, but they should recover in a matter of days. Fumicage's fear turned to relief then anxiety. Dark Shadow nibbled on his host's crest feathers. It's all right, Fumikage told the familiar uncertainly. Everything will be fine. Air streamed past his ears, reflex taking a hold of him. Izuku threw his weight and landed on his feet in the middle of a blazing building. The conflagration zone. The building material itself wasn't actually on fire. The flames erupted forth from an endless spiderweb of pipelines snaking insidiously throughout the whole sector. Izuku coughed, blinking away ash and crouching low to the ground to avoid the worst of the scalding smoke. So it wasn't just natural gas from the pipes that caused the flames that would burn cleanly. Voices. I see him. The villains had found him already, before he even had a chance to get his bearings. He didn't even know how many floors this building had. There was a fire escape out the nearest window. One leap and he was outside. Or next, he could probably make it to the neighboring rooftop. Except he'd misjudged the distance. Izuku just barely caught the edge of the roof, scrabbling against the shingles, trying to get a grip with his claws. The cat finally got a decent hold and dragged himself onto the rooftop, which was obviously horribly unstable, huge holes in it, exposed rafters, a 3-story plunge to the inferno in the basement. Move carefully. He gingerly stalked across the rooftop, testing each location before putting all his weight on it. There he is. Oh God, they found him already? No time to be careful. One paw crashed through the roof, but he had 3 others. Izuku didn't trip, didn't fall, kept right on running, trying to judge where the rafters would be and step on them. Gonna get you, kitty. Arg. The sound of collapsing roof caught up with him. Kea, someone shouted. Izuku paused, turning towards the 3 villains, one of whom hung precariously by her fingertips at the edge of an ever-expanding hole in the roof. If that villain fell, she was going to die. Izuku couldn't. We'll get you yet, kitty, screamed the largest member of the group, a man with razor-edged crystal growths protruding from his body. You can run, but you can't hide. He couldn't help, and did he even want to? The student took off for the edge of the roof, leaping onto the crumbling balcony of a neighboring building. From there, he made his way to a small gardening shed and tumbled, meaning fell clumsily to the ground. He was going to feel those bruises tomorrow. He was still so disoriented, but away from here sounded like the best plan. The smoke cut down on visibility and made it nearly impossible to smell anything, the acrid fumes burning the hairs off the inside of nose. The blazes were plenty loud too. Oh, God, there was another group of villains down the street. They'd seen him. One of them had a speed quirk. The man was on him in seconds, a knife in his hand. Izuku reacted with reflexes he hadn't known he had, diving to the ground and lunging forward to bite through the man's trousers. Rarg! The speedster screamed, collapsing. Izuku reeled back in disgust. He could barely believe he'd just done that, the salty, iron taste of human blood on his tongue sending waves of nausea through him even as he fled. He hadn't bitten hard enough to break the bone, but that had been an option and maybe he should have taken it. The jaguar ducked around a corner, jumped a low fence, skirted another set of flames and landed in a culvert. It was strange. Blood tasted, as far as Izuku could tell, exactly the same to him now as it had when he was human, and yet the flavor was now pleasant to him. It was, in fact, that pleasantness that most disgusted him. He just couldn't believe he'd done that. He had to do something to keep the speedster from following him, or they would have killed him, a group that size, but even so, he wished he'd used his claws instead. That wouldn't make him feel so dirty. He went this way. That little bastard. I'm going to kill that kitty, screeched the man Izuku had mauled, and the student winced in regret. The jaguar would have to get used to this, wouldn't he? In a serious fight, a bite was the most damaging attack he could bring to bear. He couldn't afford not to bite when push came to shove, and yet, well, it was barely 2 weeks into school. He couldn't really be expected to be an experienced, comfortable fighter yet. He couldn't expect that of anyone, not even himself. Ironically, it was his thoughts racing away on the subject of biting that kept him from panicking, kept his breathing even and silent, kept any of his assailants from noticing the hidden den, let alone realizing it was large enough to conceal Izuku. Flattened against the bottom of the culvert, ears pricked and scanning for the slightest sound, Izuku waited. He could not allow himself to be cornered here. He could not defend himself in such an enclosed space. He had to be ready to bolt from cover and run again the moment he heard something suggesting he had been discovered. However, as the heart-clenching minutes dragged on, it seemed that the searching villains had legitimately lost him and had no quirks to help them find him again. Shudo could hear shouting. He tried to call out to whoever it was, but found he couldn't make anything more than an agonized hiss. None of these small fry villains had got the best of him, of course not. First-year student or not, Shudo was out of their league. The 7 assailants who had attempted to attack him were frozen in huge glaciers, only their faces visible. He could hear their teeth chattering. But none of these assailants had injured him. He had been thrown into the air at a height of more than 5 meters and dropped down onto concrete completely unprepared. He wasn't sure exactly how badly hurt he was. He hadn't looked. Injuries often became more agonizing when you looked at them, and if this started hurting any more than it did now, he was going to die. He was really going to die. The only reason he wasn't screaming was because some error-correcting part of his brain just couldn't believe it was possible to be in this much pain. There were no words for it, no metaphors for it, no way to comprehend. It wasn't possible, it just must be a mistake. If he died, would it stop hurting so much? Whoever designed the human body to have this many nerves in its legs had a lot to answer for. It was freezing and boiling at once, and not because of his quirk. His vision blurred and he leaned more heavily upon his chosen wall. He desperately wanted to give in and drift off into the encroaching fog, but he might not wake again if he allowed himself to do that. He didn't know how serious his injuries were. It could be a very painful scratch. He could be mortally wounded. Hey, kid. Hound Dog appeared before him, slowly kneeling down to his level. Ah, DMN, the teacher growled. Todoroki? Are you conscious? The hero asked him, pulling a thermal blanket out of a pocket and wrapping it around Shudo's shoulders. Eep, Shudo mumbled. He had meant to say yes. God, kid, I'm sorry. Hound Dog turned to growl at the villains imprisoned in Shudo's ice. You are a bunch of sick monsters and you're going to pay dearly for this. The teacher then barked into his communicator, Hey, it's Hound Dog in the landslide zone, Sector H. I need Recovery Girl as soon as possible. What's the situation? A distant voice buzzed through the communicator. Todoroki has a broken leg. Compound fracture, the hero replied. That explained why it hurt so much. His brain was malfunctioning. Breaking a femur was supposed to be the most painful injury that a human could bear and remain conscious, but he hadn't checked to see which leg bone he had actually broken, and he didn't really want to know. He's conscious. Any reason I shouldn't give him a painkiller while we wait? Recovery Girl and Hound Dog discussed a few things that Shudo couldn't concentrate on through the pain of Hound Dog touching his leg. Presumably Shudo was bleeding and the teacher was applying pressure. Either that or Hound Dog was torturing him. That didn't seem very likely, but everything was kind of fuzzy, so it could be true. There was a pinprick. When Shudo blinked away some of the fog, Hound Dog was busy slipping an empty, single-use syringe into a biohazard bag. Shudo had barely noticed the needle going in, but he noticed the effects within seconds. What is that stuff? He asked, voice strained and scratchy. The pain certainly wasn't tolerable, but it was at least survivable now. Respite 7 is the brand name, Hound Dog replied, clearly very pleased that Shudo was talking. It's a very powerful quirk-enhanced opiate, but studies have shown that it's significantly less addictive than most painkillers, and it's unusual for anyone to have a bad reaction to it. A lot of pros are trained to use it in cases like this. Thank you, Shudo sighed. Any chance I can have a second dose? He might sell his soul for another vial of this stuff. Hound Dog shook his head. That wouldn't be a good idea, sorry. Recovery Girl will be down here in another 10 minutes at most. She should be able to repair the fracture on the spot. It's bad, but nothing that hasn't happened in training accidents at UA a dozen times in the last few years. All right, Shudo sighed. Hound Dog began to talk about the 7 villains Shudo had captured, asking him questions about them, their quirks, their appearances. As the student had barely fought them for 15 seconds during which he had been incoherent from shock and agony, Shudo didn't have much to say, but the teacher always left room for speculation. And why do you think that one has a red hat? Maybe he doesn't want us to see his ears? Shudo suggested. Or antlers. He could have antlers. What am I saying? Am I high? Yes, Hound Dog replied. But that's no reason to stop talking, and it's as good a theory as anything I can come up with. Recovery Girl called out a greeting, walking swiftly towards them. She clicked her tongue disapprovingly. Dear me, she muttered, you are an amazingly brave and tough young man, you know that? Thank you, you're really nice, Shudo mumbled as the nurse planted a kiss on him. He gasped at a flare of pain in his leg, then sighed as the agony throbbed and faded away towards nothing. I'm curious, could you tell me what color was your hair when you were my age? My hair is 2 colors, you know. I'm cool like that, but I like the silver better. Recovery Girl probably answered him. She was nice like that after all. Shudo, however, was unconscious before either teacher had a chance to respond. In a culvert amidst flames and smoke, Izuku crouched to the ground. How long would it take for the rest of UA's teachers to realize something was wrong at the USJ? How long after that would the fire zone be villain-free? How long would Izuku have to hide here, smoke abrading his nostrils, waiting for some sign to indicate that all was clear? What if the villains knew he was here? Were stalking closer, using the sound of the crackling flames to mask their footfalls, the smoke to mask their scents? He couldn't see anything. They could be meters away, closing with every moment. This was irrational. He would hear them. The flames were not so loud here, but he couldn't shake the paranoia. He couldn't keep still, couldn't stay in the culvert anymore, or he was going to lose his mind. Izuku ever so carefully peeked out of his hiding place. He looked to the left, the right, and above before darting into the open, making for a twisting, debris-filled alleyway. Upon assuring himself that no villains were on his tail, the jaguar slowed to a prowl, careful not to make any noise as he stepped forwards, slinking through the streets, leaping over debris or crawling beneath it. He had no idea where he was going. Ideally, he would like to find the entrance to the domed zone and escape back into the open of the USJ, where he might find teachers or fellow students and where he would at least be able to breathe. How could there be so much smoke this close to the ground? Talking. Villains. Izuku ducked through a shattered window, flattening himself against the dusty floor, clinging to the shadows. The group passed him by, shouting to hear each other above the inferno's ever-present roar. I say we get the hell out of here. There's what? 1, 2 students? And they're real good at hiding. What's the point? There'll be more kids out there. Let's go. We're missing out on all the fun. Fun? Hunting children for sport was fun? The group turned down another street, never even looking at the building where the student lay waiting. The villains were probably heading for the entrance. If he wanted to get out, wanted to get back to his fellow students, to his teachers, he should follow them, but one of the attackers had a very distinctive scent, marijuana maybe, and Izuku could wait 5 or 10 minutes, then follow that telltale trail to the entrance. The jaguar retreated further, hiding himself beneath the remains of a table, and waited. 1, 2, 3, 327. 400. Almost 7 minutes. He could follow them out now, carefully. "Hey!" called a familiar, loud voice. "Ali Ali Oxenfree. You in here, listener?" Present Mike. Maybe? It could be someone pretending to be Present Mike using a quirk or support equipment. Izuku stalked forward slowly, peeking through the window. It looked like the voice hero. Present Mike. Izuku called tentatively, wondering if he had just made a huge mistake. The voice hero whirled towards him, breaking into a grin. "There you are. Way to stay hidden, listener. They're waiting for us out in the plaza. Come on." The rescuer must have activated a comm, although Izuku didn't see how, because Present Mike was clearly not speaking to the student when he announced, "Found Midoriya. He's not seriously hurt." There was a pause. "Copy that, and I've got more good news," a voice Izuku couldn't quite identify continued. "Yaoyorozu, Kaminari, Jairu and Siro are all together, no serious injuries. They were mostly just lost. Everyone's accounted for now." It was really Mike. Probably. Izuku lunged through the window and approached his teacher, waves of relief slowly banishing the adrenaline from his blood. His foot was killing him. "Is everyone okay? What happened?" Izuku asked. "Did you arrest the villains? What were they even trying to do?" Slow down," Mike said gently, kneeling in front of him. "Show me your paw, Midoriya." Oh. His right front paw was dripping blood, the fur soaked in red. Somehow Izuku couldn't stop staring at it. The voice hero picked Izuku's paw up, inspecting it. "You have glass stuck here," Mike said. "It's a big piece and it's deep. I don't want to pull it out, and I don't want you to walk on it anymore either." It's okay. You can leave me here, go get paramedics or whatever you need to. I'm fine." The teacher raised an eyebrow. "You seriously think I would just leave you here?" He snorted, then reached down and picked Izuku up, carrying him across his shoulders. Izuku blinked down at the ground in incomprehension as the hero began to stride rapidly down the faux street. This was kind of embarrassing, and Izuku hadn't realized Present Mike was strong enough to just casually carry him like this. Mixed fighting style rarely involved hand-to-hand. There was no reason to believe he should be able to do such a thing. "Oh, you do have such a low opinion of me. You wound me, listener." There was some playfulness in the tone. He wasn't really offended. "Did I say that out loud?" Izuku squeaked. "Some of it," the hero laughed. "Hand-to-hand is far from my specialty, but I frequently have to carry victims out of disaster zones, and it's not like teenage jaguars are particularly heavy." They finally reached the door to the conflagration zone and stepped out into the blessedly pure air of the USJ. Izuku, ironically, found himself coughing up a storm the moment they cleared the smoke. "You okay?" the voice hero asked. Izuku assured him as best he could. "Is everyone else alright?" the jaguar asked again once he finally got his breathing under control. His lungs still burned, though. "Everyone is accounted for," Present Mike told him. "There are some serious injuries among the teachers and one of the students, but I'm pretty sure everyone is going to be alright." "Pretty sure? How badly were they hurt? Who was hurt?" "I think you'll end up being the student with the second most serious injuries with that glass shard, smoke inhalation and a few burns." "What burns?" Izuku hadn't noticed any burns. "Your class is, generally, just amazing," the hero continued as he carried the cat up the steps towards the entrance to the USJ where emergency responders clustered. There were ambulances and police and teachers and a handful of pro-heroes who definitely didn't work at UA. Present Mike set Izuku down gently on the grass at the entrance to the building and Recovery Girl knelt beside him. The heroine mumbled to herself. "I'm going to remove the glass now. You might want to look away." "Yeah, definitely." Izuku did so, wincing at the flare of pain when the elderly heroine pulled the piercing shard from his paw. She kissed him on the nose and what remained of his adrenaline-fueled energy rushed out of him. His paw ceased to ache and his lungs ceased to burn as he flopped face forward onto the ground. It was several minutes before anyone spoke to him again. "Midoriya?" asked an unassuming man in a trench coat, kneeling beside him. "I am Detective Tsukachi." "Detective?" Izuku bristled, ears flattening and muscles tensing, his whole body contorting with suspicion. The detective waited, as if Izuku were supposed to do something. The man hadn't asked a question, had he? What did he want? "Hello, a detective. I will need to get a statement from you about the events here. Would you like to come in and give it after you have had the chance to rest? I'm sure this has been a horrifying ordeal." Izuku would be willing to talk about many worse things than this with less time to recover if it meant he could avoid going to a police station. "I'm happy to give my statement now." His tail lashed back and forth. "Alright," the man said, flipping open a notebook and pulling out a pen. He first asked Izuku to confirm his name and quirk. The jaguar got a funny look when he said he was quirkless, which was expected. "You arrived at the USJ?" "Yes. Obviously. What happened then?" A black portal opened in the center of the USJ. V-villains walked out of it, maybe 200 of them. One of them teleported up from the plaza. We tried to call the school, or other people did, but communications weren't going through, and we couldn't get the door open. Casey Bakugu and another student lunged at the teleporter. Well, I suppose the teleporter would best be described as a warper villain because he was opening portals between places. Bakugu and Kirishima fell through portals. Present Mike opened the door to the USJ from the outside. We couldn't get it open from the inside. Had he already mentioned that? And said something about how he couldn't leave Eraserhead alone for 5 minutes. The detective raised an eyebrow. And the warper used that distraction to send me and some other students all over the USJ? Or I suppose that's what happened. Mitchum, where did the portal send you, Midoriya? I was in the conflagration zone. I think I was alone there. I mean, there were no other students there. I didn't see anyone. 3 villains chased me across rooftops. One nearly fell through a hole in the roof. They kept saying how they would kill me, he shuddered. Their tones, their eyes, absolute monsters. And he'd been there with them, alone, no recourse, no protection, but he wasn't there anymore. He survived. He was fine. I ran into another group of villains. One of them had a speed quirk. He caught up with me and I bit him in the leg. Then I hid in a culvert until the group passed. The detective nodded thoughtfully before asking him to continue. Once they were gone, I tried to find the exit and then I heard a group of villains. They were talking about leaving and they seemed to know the way out, so I was going to wait and then follow them by scent, but then Present Mike found me. He carried me here because I had a piece of glass in my foot. I hadn't noticed it. The detective nodded again. Can you tell me anything else about the villains? Names? Quirks? He'd heard a name, or part of one. Izuku squinted, trying to make it out, but it was all so blurry, like pouring water over a painting before the colors had fully dried. I think I heard part of a N name, but I can't remember what it was. The jaguar admitted, ducking his head, hoping desperately that the man would leave him alone now. He hated talking to the police. They were always looking at him as if anything that went wrong were his fault, searching for a reason to arrest him. Thank you, Midoriya. Please let me know if you remember anything else. You're free to go now as soon as someone can pick you up. The detective handed him a card, or tried to, suddenly realizing that Izuku couldn't accept it. If you put it down I can slip it into a pocket, the jaguar said. The detective did as Izuku suggested, then finally left. Izuku tried to sigh, but it turned into a yawn. It was so hard to keep his eyes open. Come on, Deku, snarled Kaken, striding towards the exhausted jaguar. You're not hurt now, get up. We're leaving. What? Izuku asked, dragging himself to his feet. The old hag's picking us both up. Where were you? Did you get caught by the warper? The two of them set off in the direction of UA's main building. Kaken almost seemed civil for once. I was lost in the conflagration zone, trying to stay clear of the villains. Kaken snorted. Course you were. You're not even up to fighting off these small fry, are you, Deku? Why the F did they let you into hero school at all? You can't do anything right. Lost in the... Some hero you are. Izuku bowed his head, huffing a sigh. This was what he got for thinking Kaken was being civil, immediately proven wrong. I beat the hell out of half a dozen villains myself and chased another right into Hound Dog's claws, and what were you doing? Playing hide and seek. Izuku was too tired for this. Whatever, Kaken, he muttered, trudging on. He shouldn't have said that. His old friend knew many synonyms for worthless. Honestly, the world would be better off without you in it, Kaken hissed down to him. Then at least someone competent could get a place in the hero course. Aizawa had the right idea throwing you out on the first day. Izuku felt like a stake, the kind used to anchor big tents, and every word was a hammer blow, compressing him and pushing him deeper into the earth until he felt half an inch tall and could barely find the strength to put one flat foot in front of the other. Fortunately for Izuku, who wasn't up to walking far, parents and guardians had been allowed to drive their cars onto campus. It wasn't a long walk to the waiting row of sedans. Aunt Mitsuki told the students she was glad they were all right, then spent the rest of the ride home shouting at them for not being better prepared. Was that what she was angry about? It was hard to say. By that point, the jaguar was far too exhausted to pay attention to anyone. After arriving home, Mitsuki let the jaguar into his apartment with her, for emergencies, key because Izuku's key was in his backpack which he'd left at UA. The student rested for about an hour on the living room sofa before the door flew open and his mother lunged for him. Izuku! Oh my dear! His mother threw her hands around his neck, crying on his fur. They said you were hurt. Mom, calm down, it's barely anything. I just stepped on a piece of glass, Izuku explained. I shouldn't have let you go to UA at all, his mother ummed into his fur. It's so dangerous. You're all I have without you. Mom, I'm fine. Nothing happened to me, he tried to calm her. Yes, heroics could be a dangerous profession, but she always knew that, and she knew this was his dream, and he'd told her that he wouldn't go to UA if she didn't want him to, but she'd said he could. He didn't want to hurt her or frighten her, never, but he was so tired of everyone saying he wasn't good enough for heroics, that he wasn't good enough for anything. He didn't want to believe all the things people said about him. The small family had dinner together watching a comedic game show where people ate chocolate shoes. It was a pleasant distraction, but his mother still burst into tears every 10 minutes or so and spent as much time stroking the soft fur between Izuku's ears as eating. Izuku slept for most of his day off. He spent the rest of his time trying to work through the emotions associated with someone trying to murder him or not exactly him. The villains hadn't known his name, hadn't known anything except that he was a hero student. They hadn't been trying to kill Midoriya Izuku, they had been trying to kill that hero student who looks like a cat. That was worse in some ways. These villains were willing to end a life knowing nothing about that life. I know you're a person with friends and family and a whole world of your own creation, an interpretation of the entire universe that lives only within your mind and will die with you, but I don't care enough to even learn the slightest bit about you, the slightest bit about the universe I am about to destroy. It seemed unspeakable that people like that were allowed to exist on this planet, or unspeakable that everyone allowed them to come to exist. No one was an island. No personality formed in a vacuum. Well, psychopaths might be an exception, but very few bad people were really psychopaths. Lots of them wanted to be psychopaths, and how could someone's baby grow up and turn into someone who would kill a child whose name they did not even know and call it fun? Knowing there were villains, knowing there were truly awful people in the world, was not at all the same thing as seeing the villains, seeing that there were truly awful people in the world. Where did they all come from? What broke them down and remade them into those cruel facsimiles? Well, where did people like Kaken come from? It wasn't that Kaken was anything like those would-be murderers who stalked students at the USJ, not at all, but Kaken wasn't really a good person either, was he? He hurt people. On purpose. And he thought it was fun. He laughed about it, acted like whoever he was hurting was the one at fault. It was the Jaguar's fault, wasn't it, though, when Kaken hurt Izuku? Because his very existence was somehow intolerable? That was what Izuku had thought for years. The cat bristled. Somehow he was far more reticent to accept that after the USJ, because he could never in a million years picture himself doing anything even remotely like what those monster villains at the USJ had done, but Kaken? No, Izuku couldn't see Kaken in that role either. But if he saw a headline on the evening news, saw his old friend tearing up the streets calling himself King Explosion Murder, new #1 villain, what? Izuku would believe it. Why was Kaken like that? That question at least wasn't so hard to answer. The whole car ride home from the UV, Kaken screamed at Aunt Mitsuki just as loudly as she screamed at him. The car was just an echo chamber. If you say nasty things to people, usually they will say nasty things back. And then keep saying nasty things afterwards. Were the villains from the USJ like extreme versions of that? Raised by parents who didn't care about anyone or anything at all? It probably wasn't that simple, and goodness knew it wasn't as if Aunt Mitsuki were to blame for every bad thing her child had learned to do, or Izuku's mom for Izuku's own faults. Everyone was culpable for their deeds regardless of where they learned to do them. The USJ was just the beginning. Izuku would face villains like this again and again. He would have to get used to the idea of someone wanting to kill him not because they knew anything about him or had a problem with him personally, but just because they were using their quirks to break the law and Izuku had been sent to stop them. That was how things always were, maybe how they had to be. The Jaguar sighed, burying his nose in a plush blanket, breathing in the powerful scent of fresh washing. He really wanted someone to talk to, but he couldn't talk to his mother. She would just cry and panic and maybe ask him to leave school. Maybe he could try to call Tsu? He actually had her number, it would just be a matter of managing to type it. He had an old school flip phone, one of the bricks, with nearly indestructible keys and screen. It still took him a good long time to place a call. Maybe he could just go back to sleep, hope he felt better in the morning. Aizawa walked back into the classroom. The man was heavily bandaged, one arm in a sling, forehead completely obscured by gauze. Oh my god, what is he doing here? Ida mumbled under his breath. Izuku couldn't help but agree with the sentiment. The man looked like he shouldn't be out of bed, let alone teaching a class, and Todoroki certainly wasn't back at school yet. Apparently their classmate had broken his leg in a fall and was still resting. Izuku shuddered thinking about how much that must have hurt, about how terrifying it must have been to be alone, grievously injured, lost and surrounded by villains. You made it through a very serious challenge, Aizawa said, interrupting the Jaguar's thoughts, but there's no time to relax. Oh no, what now? The UA Sport Festival is rapidly approaching. Thank goodness it was just that. Izuku had thought there might be a continuing villain threat. The sports festival is where you get the attention of pros, make a name for yourselves, hopefully get offers for internships. Take this seriously. Izuku didn't care much about attention. He wanted to save people, to be someone worth looking up to, but he didn't really care about fame. In fact, given that almost all attention directed to him was bad attention, maybe he'd prefer no attention whatsoever. He might want to become an underground hero, or even an undercover hero. Most people didn't even realize those existed, but if you dived deep enough in the forums, you would find out that there were heroes who spent their entire careers pretending to be villains. Izuku, he probably wasn't a good enough actor to pull that off, and it was much more dangerous than being an underground operative. He would give his poor mother a heart attack pursuing that path. Class concluded after a surprisingly normal lesson despite the bandages making it quite difficult to pay attention to what Aizawa was actually saying. There was some sort of commotion at the door preventing an orderly egress to lunch. Were these general education students perhaps? No, or not only. Some of them were from Class 1B. One who was probably from general education, purple-haired and wearing a look of profound exhaustion, gazed down at Izuku with arms crossed. "Excuse me," the Jaguar said, not sure if there were room for him to slip past. "What are they doing here?" asked Kaminari. "They're checking out the competition," Kaken growled. "We faced real villains, so we're the ones to beat in the sports festival. Now get the hell out of my way, extras." He tried to push his way through the crowd. A blonde student from Class 1B curled his lip in distaste. "So this is the great Class 1A? I expected more from the rising stars of the school," said the purple-haired student. "You know, if a general education student does well enough in the sports festival, we can be transferred into the hero class, and one of you gets transferred out." The student stared at them, eyes narrowed. "Consider this a declaration of war." The boy turned on his heel rather melodramatically and walked away, Kaken pushing through after him, calling everyone extras, again for good measure. "Hey man, that's really not okay." Kirishima tried to explain to the explosion wielder. "My apologies for the conduct of my classmate," Ida began to say to one. This blonde Monoma was his name, wasn't it? Izuku had heard it somewhere. "The lot of you really deserve to be taken down a peg." "Watch your backs, 1A, declared Monoma as the crowd began to disperse. Yaoyorozu sighed, shaking her head as the group headed for lunch. "Bakugo just put an enormous target on all of us. Does he not understand that his actions have consequences for everyone, not just him?" "Oh, he knows, Karo," broke in Su. "He just doesn't care." "Has he always been like this, Midoriya?" asked Yaoyorozu. "You two went to school together, right?" "I mean, yes, we went to school together. Why do you want to know?" "Just wondering if I should label him as probably a psychopath or probably a sociopath," Yaoyorozu said dryly. "What's the difference?" asked Izuku in bewilderment as they approached the cafeteria. In common speech, sociopaths learn their lack of empathy, sometimes from other sociopaths, sometimes from psychopaths. Psychopaths have a physical disability that prevents them from feeling empathy. My understanding is that the real diagnosis is actually antisocial personality disorder, that there's no clinical distinction, and you can't get a diagnosis until the age of 18. Kaken wasn't either of those things, though. He wasn't nearly as bad as they all said. He'd had friends who he protected, who he cared about. Izuku shook his head. "He's not either of those things, he's just him. If you actually look at the list of symptoms for narcissistic personality disorder, Karo, Su broke in, he checks them off, but it's really... I don't think I should have said that to him, and we really shouldn't be having this conversation either." She shook her head. "It's not appropriate for us to call him mentally ill just because we don't like something he's doing. That's horribly unfair, disrespectful, and damaging to people living with actual, diagnosed mental illnesses, Karo." That thought hadn't crossed Izuku's mind, but it was obvious in retrospect and he was glad Su had brought it up. Yaoyorozu winced. "You're right. Sorry." They arrived in the cafeteria and claimed some seats in a sunny corner. Izuku found himself looking rather wistfully at Ida's lunch. The other student had a hefty portion of fried pork, a nice, juicy cut. For the past week, the Jaguar had eaten mostly ground chicken or turkey, not even good chicken. The last thing he wanted to do was put unnecessary financial pressure on his poor mother, but he would really like some variety in his diet sometimes. "Are you hungry, Midoriya?" Ida had caught him staring. If he could have blushed, Izuku would have. "And not very, sorry, I'm just..." Maybe he should go ahead and say it. "I eat several pounds of meat every day and that can get kind of expensive, so I usually end up having whatever is cheapest, and that's been ground chicken a lot lately, and I'm really kind of sick of it," he sighed at last. "Sorry, didn't mean to creep on your lunch." Yaoyorozu snorted at that. She probably would have laughed had her mouth not been full. Ida, rather than commenting about Izuku's lunch creeping, pet his head in consideration. "Cats have problems eating garlic and onion, correct?" Izuku nodded. "Not me. I don't seem to have any issue with common skis or sauces. I mean, I can talk and I age like a human, so it's not like I'm 100% cat. There are obvious genetic and physiological differences." The class president deftly set a small portion of pork on a napkin and presented it to Izuku. "Oh, I am really not that hungry." "It is just a bite," Ida said. "Perhaps it will relieve some of the boredom." "It might." Izuku leaned forward, sniffed his snack, then seized it in his teeth, ripping the small chunk into still smaller chunks and enjoying the flavor. "Thank you. That was really good." Ida considered something, then pulled out his phone and sent a text message. Meanwhile, conversation turned away from Izuku's boredom with chicken and towards the upcoming sports festival. I'm kind of surprised that UA allowed it to go ahead, Uraraka commented, sipping some juice. I mean, after the villain attack, she grimaced. I made it out of the USJ, didn't even have to fight. It was still terrifying though. Do they really want to do the festival this year? I think they're trying to demonstrate to the public that everything is fine, back to normal, Yayarosa said. They did mention that security would be much tighter this year, Karo. Izuku had thought he wanted to talk about the USJ. He had almost called Sue to talk about it the day before, but now, when he had the opportunity to talk about it as much as he wanted, he found that he would much rather talk about anything else, much rather just forget that the USJ existed. The sports festival is kind of weird, Izuku decided, finally realizing something that seemed obvious in retrospect. How so, Karo? I mean, it's called the sports festival, but there aren't really any sports involved. If you look at the previous years, it's mostly just students beating each other senseless. I don't think that's really a sport. Mixed martial arts, Uraraka suggested. No, Midoriya has a point, Yayarosa nodded. I mean, it makes sense for a hero school to have an event where they pit students against each other, but it's weird that they call it the sports festival. Perhaps we should petition to have the name changed, Ida chopped the air emphatically. I agree with you that the lack of precision detracts from the casual observer's understanding of the event. On the far side of the lunchroom, Monoma and Kaken were insulting each other with increasing vigor. Friends or acquaintances of both students appeared worried that words might escalate to blows. Hopefully not. Ida's phone buzzed. Wonderful. What? Asked Uraraka. On Friday my brother has invited me to dinner. He is quite a skilled cook. He makes this absolutely wonderful salmon dish. I wondered if you would like to join us, Midoriya? Since your meals have been quite drab lately? Oh, it would feel kind of awkward. Ida's brother was the pro-hero Ingenium, and that was amazingly cool but also really intimidating, and it would be a bit weird since none of Izuku's other friends were invited. Uraraka, Yayarozu, and Azui are also invited. Yayarozu shook her head. I have to decline, I have plans with my parents on Friday. Sue also shook her head. Same here, it's my little sister's birthday, so we're going out to dinner. Oh, happy birthday to her. Uraraka said. I would love to come, Ida. I'm living by myself and I'm just not a great cook, she smiled sheepishly. Well, if Uraraka was going to come, perhaps it wouldn't be so strange. I'd love to come, Izuku said at last. Excellent. You can accompany me after school ends on Friday if that is all right. I'll have to ask my mom first though, Izuku nodded to himself. She would probably say yes. Training for the sports festival was brutal. Combat on Tuesday was supposed to be quirkless, but other than that no holds were barred. Of course, for Izuku this was exactly the same as quirked combat. He was supposed to keep his mouth closed and his claws sheathed, though, which greatly limited the damage he could do in a real fight. At first, Aizawa had paired the Jaguar with Aoyama, who was absolutely abysmal at hand-to-hand. Izuku just leapt around the other boy, smashing into his classmate from whichever direction was convenient, throwing the sparkly boy to the ground. Aoyama was a good sport about it, but it wasn't helping either of them improve their techniques. Aizawa split them up. He paired Aoyama with Mineta and pitted Izuku against Shuji. Shuji did know how to fight, and quirkless combat did not require the Jaguar's opponent to disregard any of his limbs. Their bout mostly comprised of Izuku being punched and kicked relentlessly. Occasionally, the cat found an opening and pounced, throwing his opponent off balance, but Izuku just wasn't heavy enough to pin Shuji, so the other student would be back on his feet again soon enough. The Jaguar's many-armed classmate never managed to pin Izuku. Either the cat's reflexes were good and sleek fur helped him to slide out of many attempted holds. Izuku, tiring after the long fight, failed to dodge a particularly savage kick to the chest. He felt a rib crack as he sprawled in the grass. Shuji moved to pin him and Izuku pulled himself together just in time to wriggle out of the enemy's grasp. He couldn't stop fighting just because of a little injury like that. Aizawa was always looking for an excuse to expel him. If he went down that easily, that might be enough to see him gone. It didn't hurt too much, but Izuku was definitely slower now. He didn't try to knock Shuji down anymore, just tried to stay out of his classmate's way. He contorted around a strike and gasped in pain, twisting something in his chest. Midoriya? Asked Shuji, calling a halt. Are you all right? It's nothing, the Jaguar said. I can still fight. But, should you? His classmate asked, ping his head in consternation. Izuku glanced nervously at Aizawa. Their teacher was busy harassing Todoroki for a reflexive use of his quirk during the spar. It's really fine. Shuji took his word for it. First stood up on the back of Izuku's neck as Aizawa fixed his eyes upon them. Izuku stifled a hiss of pain when Shuji landed a blow very near his fractured rib. I know you can move faster than that, Midoriya, Aizawa said. Izuku steeled himself and pushed tired, bruised muscles harder. Shuji kicked him again white. Izuku sprawled on the grass, struggling to gasp in air against the flare of pain in his chest. He'd actually blacked out for a moment, hadn't he? Aizawa stared down at Izuku disapprovingly. Is there any particular reason why you did not alert your sparring partner to your injury and ask for permission to see Recovery Girl? The teacher drawled. Yes, there was, but it seemed wiser to just shake his head. Shuji, would you help him and make sure he gets there? Of course, Mr. Aizawa, Shuji said, helping Izuku to his feet. Izuku felt the teacher's angry glare on him as he limped away. There was no pleasing some people, most people, really. There was no pleasing most people. Sorry, Midoriya, Shuji said. Why did you say you were alright though? I could have really hurt you. He sounded quiet, upset. Izuku considered his reply carefully. Perhaps there was no point in dancing around the point. You know Aizawa doesn't want me here. Shuji looked down at the jaguar in shock. You thought he might expel you for asking to seek treatment for a chest injury? Well, yes actually. That is so wrong on so many levels, Midoriya. Not having an injury treated is the wrong thing to do in this situation, that's why he was mad. He would have let you go with no fuss if you'd asked. Izuku couldn't help but growl his reply, maybe. Maybe not. Shuji ducked his head in defeat. Recovery Girl didn't seem particularly displeased by Izuku's arrival in her office. Not too serious. These things happen in training. Try to be more careful, both of you, she said before sending Izuku back to class with orders to stay on the sidelines and watch for the rest of the day. Izuku couldn't wait for the sports festival to be over. Ida Tensei. Just call me Tensei, it'll be confusing otherwise. Was hyperactive as an over-caffeinated sheepdog puppy. Caffeine was poisonous to dogs, true, but Izuku stood by that metaphor. Ida, Tenya, knocked on Tensei's door and within a whirlwind 30 seconds Tensei explained how happy he was to see them, how long it would be before dinner, what kinds of snacks he had, how crazy his day had been, how awesome Izuku's fur was, and seated all three guests on a long sofa with ample access to tea. Is he always like that? Izuku whispered to the younger Ida. Like what? A human-shaped tornado, Izuku tried to explain. A plate of beef jerky appeared in front of Izuku's nose. He wasn't really sure where it had come from, but presumably Tensei had something to do with it. Izuku accepted one strip of dried meat and took a closer look at his surroundings. The hero's home was very sparsely furnished, presumably so there was more room for Tensei to bounce around and fewer things for him to trip over. What furnishing existed was sleek with few corners. Presumably corners were something of a thorn in the side of the speedsters. There were interesting patches of damage to the carpet and occasionally the walls. The younger Ida's "no running in the halls" mantra was clearly not something instilled in him by Tensei, but quite possibly something instilled in him because of Tensei. Do you need any help? Ida asked his brother as the sound of sizzling meat drifted out of the kitchen. Nope. All good here, Tensei replied with near excessive cheer. Izuku just knew that Tensei would use that same tone regardless of whether help were required. The whole kitchen could be on fire and Tensei would be happily telling them, it's all good. Perfectly under control. Uraraka took a sip of tea and complimented the flavor. This is a really nice place you have here, she said. Thank you. You're very kind, drifted out of the kitchen. It turned out that Ida hadn't oversold his brother's ability to cook excellent fish. If anything, Izuku had not been properly prepared for the quality. Thank you very much for having us over, Izuku said for what might have been the 15th time. My pleasure, Midoriya. Tensei grinned and burst into the tale of all of the crazy things that had happened when he was on his way to the store to buy the fish he had cooked that evening. This story involved one car chase, 1 foot car chase, 3 arrests and 6 packages of rice cookies. Anyway, that's enough about me. How have you liked UA so far? Not you, Tenya. I know all about you. Uraraka answered first. It's a lot better than my old school. I actually feel like I'm learning new things and almost everyone is really nice. I've enjoyed all my classes so far. Izuku considered his own reply carefully. Some things are great. Some things aren't so great. Tensei raised an eyebrow. Like what? Izuku answered truthfully, having somehow forgotten that the younger Ida was there. Tensei had a way of skinning the tension out of a situation, putting people at ease. Nedza likes me and he's fair. Most of my classmates are pretty great people, but my teacher really doesn't like me. Tensei raised his other eyebrow. Eraserhead doesn't like you? That's, well, Midoriya. The younger Ida trailed off mid-sentence after Uraraka gave him a look. Izuku hunched his shoulders. I think he just doesn't like me being a cat. It happens a lot. Tensei shook his head. Eraser loves cats. If anything, he should be singling you out for better treatment. Izuku suddenly felt incredibly awkward. You two know each other? The hero nodded. Shoyuta and I went to school together. Izuku should have known better than to say anything. He felt his ears tense. You don't need to do that, Tensei said more gravely, apparently noticing the subtle reaction. Just because he's being weird about you for some reason doesn't mean I'm going to be weird about you. Still sorry, Izuku said. Tensei, ignoring whatever awkwardness had tried to set in, began a borderline unbelievable story about his second sports festival at UA in which an angry business student with a grudge against one of the top performers in the hero course beat everyone senseless in the first 2 rounds using a quirk no one had even seen before. She didn't win the festival, but she did get third, and no one knew what to do with her. Do you put her in the hero course? She didn't even seem to want to be in the hero course. She just wanted revenge, and she got it. So, what happened? Uraraka asked. She ended up transferring to support, I think. It was really weird, and I'm a pro hero, I know weird. You wouldn't believe the kind of things that happened to me on the way to buy comic books? No, probably not. What was Izuku's sports festival going to be like? That whole story sounded terrifying. I'm pretty worried about the festival, Izuku admitted. I'd feel better if my mother could come at least, but she can't. Sometimes it felt like there was no one watching who was on his side. I know the feeling, Midoriya, Ida admitted. Neither of my parents can come, and Tensei also has patrol that day. I wish my parents could come, but they can't even visit me most of the time, Uraraka agreed. Living alone is really dreary sometimes. Well, Tensei considered, I tired to get someone to cover for me the day of the festival and no one was available, but I didn't actually try to bribe anyone. I didn't realize everyone was feeling this nervous. I don't remember being nervous before my first festival, but I was a crazy kid and hindsight isn't always 20/20. I should have figured. The hero shrugged. Anyway, I'll see if I can get Tracer to swap with me for a reasonable amount of food or favors. I imagine you could get almost anything for an invitation to dinner, Izuku pointed out. Tensei laughed. I'm not that great, Midoriya, though thank you. Izuku pet his head. That assertion was right on the border of humble and delusional. Didn't you convince a young woman to pretend to be your date when we went to visit our grandparents by offering to bring her lunch for a week? Izuku coughed. Well, yes, Tensei admitted. Uraraka giggled. I will be very happy to have you in the audience if you can come. Ida smiled at his brother. So will I, Izuku said. He meant it. Tensei seemed like a truly nice person and less naive than his younger brother. Tensei had a 4 a.m. patrol, so the guests left promptly after dinner, and dessert for those who could eat chocolate, to let him sleep. Bring them back sometime, Tenya, he hollered as they stepped out into the night. I will. Sleep well, brother. Izuku really hoped he would get the chance to come back, and not just because of the food. I'm so sore and tired, Uraraka said, planting her head flat on the table next to her lunchbox. Dark Shadow gave her a pitying look as Tokoyami nodded. Well, the sports festival is fast approaching. They want us to be well prepared. Yaoyorozu finally trudged to the table, arms laden with food. She had overworked her quirk that morning. Izuku's assigned task had been running on a track and leaping over progressively taller hurdles until the jumps eventually became impossible. He wasn't sore yet, but Izuku was one of those people who tended to feel a strain only after a day or so. This had always been the case, even before he was a cat. Anyone know where Ida is? Yaoyorozu asked. No, Karo, Tsu slurred. Izuku wasn't sure what kind of workout she had been doing, but clearly it had involved her tongue. I think he was chewing out some 1B students for kissing in the hallway, Uraraka said. Wait, what? Is he allowed to do that, Karo? Who's going to stop him? Asked Tokoyami. Fair point. Is that even against school rules? Kissing, I mean not chewing people out for kissing, Uraraka wondered. Izuku had read all of the school rules several times. He had to be sure he didn't violate one by accident and lose his place at UA. No, but if it was just over-the-top PD, maybe it was against the rules of common decency? Maybe, Uraraka acknowledged. I hear it was 2 boys. Good for them, Tsu said between bites of her sandwich. I've never even had a date, Yaoyorozu mused. We're only first years in high school, give it time. Tokoyami dropped a carrot and Dark Shadow snatched it out of midair before it could reach the floor. How would that work for you too? Asked Tsu. Tokoyami and Dark Shadow exchanged glances. We'll figure it out when it comes up? Tokoyami offered. I don't know. I think if he likes someone, I'll like the someone too, Dark Shadow provided. Emotions flow between us. It would still be complicated, Tsu said sympathetically. It would. Almost all relationships Izuku had ever seen or heard of, all physical relationships anyway, were between 2 exclusive partners. That simply would not be possible for Tokoyami and his familiar. Dating one of them would require dating both. It'd be complicated for Midoriya, too, I imagine, Tokoyami said, perhaps attempting to deflect the strange thread of conversation from himself. He could also just be curious. I don't think I'll ever date, not like that anyway, the jaguar said. Tsu pet her head. Why? Because I'm a cat. Was this not obvious? It would be too weird. Even if I could get over how weird it was, it would upset a lot of people. Yaoyorozu snorted. You're a person same as everyone else. It's not like there aren't all kinds of drastic mutation quirks out there. It's not like it would be BS still Y or something. It would still be weird. Would Netsu be able to get married, Karo? Legally, I mean. I have no idea, Uraraka said. And I really don't want to think about that. Let's try this conversation again in a few years. Yes. Let's talk about something different. Do any of you like water slides? I hate water slides, Tokoyami interrupted. How can you possibly hate water slides, Karo? There's a strange phenomenon that occurs in the lead up to hugely important, exciting and nerve-wracking events. It seems like the event will never happen, like there's all the time in the world, nothing to worry about, and then suddenly it's the day of. Izuku, waiting for the sports festival to begin, pulled clasps closed on his costume, wondering where all the time had gone. Everyone else had finished dressing already. Izuku was better with the clasps now, but that didn't mean he was good with the clasps. But Kogu, Todoroki said, stalking up to the explosion wielder. Kaken growled. Objectively, you and I are the strongest in the class. Some unhappy murmurs arose from behind the neighboring row of lockers. Todoroki was usually quiet. Izuku didn't really know that much about him other than Endeavor was his father. He had an amazing poker face, and breaking his leg at the USJ had barely seemed to faze him. He had mostly waved away the well-wishers, although he had gracefully accepted the handful of get-well cards presented to him. So, consider this a declaration of war. Those were happening a lot lately. The way this was going, UA was going to have to start hiring diplomats to defuse the tension. I have something to prove, and you're going to help me prove it. That what you think, icy hot? Kaken growled, sparks flying off his palms. I'm going to smash you so far into the ground they'll need a goddamn mining team to find you. That might have been the most sophisticated insult Izuku had ever heard from his old friend. What did that imply? Was this some new level of anger never before evoked? Todoroki continued to stare impartially, as unperturbed as an iceberg. Kaken took a step forward and Ida smoothly slipped between the two warring students. That is enough. As class president, I must insist you behave civilly in the locker rooms. What you do outside once the festival starts is up to you, providing you follow the rules of the event, of course. Kaken sniffed. I'm freaking coming, for you, icy hot. He stormed out into the hall. That was intense, said Mineta flatly. All right then, Kaminari broke in. Let's get out there, right? Bet the girls are all waiting for us. The girls were not all waiting for them in the sense that Ishido was not there yet, but the rest gave the boys questioning looks as they arrived unusually late. It somehow hadn't really dawned on Izuku how enormous this stadium was, how many people were going to be watching. He tried to put that out of his mind as he paced and stretched in preparation for the events. It was nice to know that one of the people watching and cheering was Tensei. Izuku was glad the hero had been able to come. Present Mick's booming voice smashed its way into Izuku's sensitive ears. And now for a speech from the highest scoring participant on the entrance exam. Kaken surprised no one by walking up to the microphone and saying, I'm gonna win, before stalking away. Well, maybe he surprised some of the people in the crowd and apparently Ida, but no one else. The first event is an obstacle course. First 40 participants across the line advance to the next round. Midnight called out to the participating students. Izuku didn't know a lot of these students, many were from general education or support. It made it easier to forget how many people were watching him, though, he was just one of the crowd. What would the obstacles look like? Would it even be possible for someone like Izuku to complete the course? There were certain things that just needed thumbs. It would be possible. Nedza wouldn't make it easy for Izuku, but he would make it possible. Start, yelled Mike, just like the entrance exam. Well, Izuku did all right on the entrance exam. He'd do fine here too. Izuku took off. Ida pulled an early lead to no one's surprise. Izuku didn't push himself, saving his endurance. Two of the zero-pointer robots from the entrance exam trundled out into the course, lasers leveled at the ground. So this was what UA meant by an obstacle. Izuku had no trouble slipping past the zero-pointers. A sharp crackle arose from behind him. Izuku jumped up onto a nearby tree just as Todoroki shot past riding a wave of ice. He'd frozen the zero-pointers in place sort of. Izuku squeaked in horror as the huge machines tipped forward, smashing into the ground. Oh god, it fell on someone. Todoroki had just casually killed someone and UA hadn't had the chance to stop it. Oh my god, Kirishima exploded out of the body of one of the zero-pointers, yelling at Todoroki. A similarly armored 1B student emerged from the other zero-pointer's body. Okay. No one was dead, just by sheer luck, and Izuku was wasting time. This was fine. Everyone was fine. He had to keep going. The Jaguar turned from the carnage and set off at a lope towards the next obstacle, which turned out to be an enormous pit. There were ropes across it. There were also widely spaced tree stumps, meaning people like Tsu and Izuku could jump across. As he carefully made his leaps from stump to stump, Izuku watched someone from the support course and Kaken fly over the gap, although it looked like the support student was having some technical difficulties and might have to stop to make repairs. Todoroki had passed by long since, presumably riding his wave of ice. Tsuyu and Ida both leapt across sets of tree stumps. Other students began to arrive and most of them headed for the ropes, pulling themselves across the chasm hand over hand. Izuku's way was much faster. As the course continued, he found himself near the front of the pack. He had a good chance of making it to the second round. Landmines. The Jaguar finally arrived at the last obstacle and skidded to a halt in front of an enormous field full of landmines. There wasn't any reasonable way to get across this quickly unless he just sprinted and tried to stay ahead of the explosions. No, there had to be another way. Would there be a pattern to the mines? This was Nedzu's work. Nedzu liked smart heroes. He would have hidden something in this trial, an Easter egg of sorts for the wily types. The mines were visible, weren't they? Just barely. Was there a pattern to them? Izuku tiptoed forward carefully. Each individual lane of mines had gaps between the explosives with distances dictated by the Fibonacci sequence, the pattern repeating after 5 mines between safe locations. The sequences weren't aligned, but Izuku could easily jump over precisely 5 mines, so he only needed to keep track of one lane. The Jaguar set off towards the finish line at not quite a sprint, counting under his breath, 1, 1, 2, 3. He slipped and a stray explosion knocked him off course, but he righted himself quickly and adjusted to the new lane's pattern. He was accustomed to ignoring the aftermath of explosions, after all. Present Mike, whose announcements the Jaguar had mostly tuned out, was yelling something about Izuku, wasn't he? Midoriya has it figured out, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that Jaguar go. What have you been teaching your students, Eraser? They sure know things I don't. Aizawa had nothing to do with this. Well, knowing things you don't isn't a very high bar. Hey! Mike roused. Todoroki and Pugu, grappling halfway across the mine field, turned with startled expressions at the sound of Izuku's approach. Izuku wasn't the only one making rapid progress, either. Yaoyorozu, Ida, and a variety of others who had been picking their way across the obstacle learned the pattern by watching Izuku. The support student with the jetpack was also gaining rapidly. The 2 leading rivals set off for the finish, conflict forgotten for all of 50 meters. They pushed and shoved each other as they ducked over the finish line. Todoroki in first, Bakugu second, the announcer declared. Hatsum in third, Midoriya fourth, Ida in fifth, Yaoyorozu in sixth, Azui in seventh, Minoma eighth. Fourth, that was good. Izuku collapsed to the ground, panting. It took another 2 minutes for the 40th student to arrive. By then, Izuku had managed to catch his breath. Alright, what should our next event be? Midnight stepped out on a stage and spun a wheel. No one actually believed it was random, did they? Cavalry battle, she declared. There would be teams of 4, 3 people carrying the 4th around on their backs. All participants had headbands worth game points and the goal was to steal headbands, or hang on to the headbands you already had. Izuku would be a good horse for the event. He shouldn't have much trouble finding a group. Tsuyu approached him first. They didn't even need to say anything, they just nodded to each other. They ended up partnering with Tokoyami and Yaoyorozu. They were friends, they knew how to work together. Between the 4 of them, they had enough points on their headbands that they could probably make their way into the top 4 teams and advance to the next round if they just managed to keep other teams from stealing anything from them. That might be easier said than done. Kaken and Todoroki, the million-point headband target, would be at each other's throats, of course, but both of them would likely lead their groups to hunt other teams as well. Like packs of ravenous wolves. Yaoyorozu was the team rider. She would be able to use her quirk more easily that way. The arrangement turned out to be rather awkward given Izuku's stature. They eventually found an arrangement that worked, although it looked rather odd, and cemented their plans just before the buzzer rang to mark the start of the round. The cavalry battle was a lot like a game of bumper cars played by sugar-high preschoolers. Izuku's team avoided others as best they could. They weren't a major target, and with Todoroki and Kaken apparently determined to destroy each other and everyone around them, the Jaguars group managed to squeeze out a victory without taking or losing a single headband. It was a near thing. Ida nearly snatched a band from them once, as did the 1B student Shizuki. Yaoyorozu pepper sprayed Ida and Dark Shadow fought off, slapped, Shizuki. Neither had the opportunity to try again as their team leaders Todoroki and Kaken went back to fighting each other. We made it, Izuku sighed, stretching as Yaoyorozu finally climbed off his back. Yeah. Uraraka pumped her fist in the air. Her team, the only one involving a general education student, had come in third. Although cheerful, the gravity eraser looked very confused now, as if unsure of how she had even arrived at the festival in the first place. Honestly, Izuku could sympathize. Midnight reappeared, promptly announcing the winners. Todoroki's team and Kaken's team were first and second respectively, and the next event, which was apparently just beating each other up with their quirks. Remind me again how this is a sports festival? Izuku asked Tsu as they trudged down the hallway to lunch. Is high school students trying to beat each other to death a sport? Ribbit, was Tsu's only reply. We've had this conversation before, Uraraka said irritably, stretching her shoulders. She still looked somewhat dazed. That doesn't make any of these things wrong, Dark Shadow said. The familiar was very pleased with himself following his defeat of Shiozaki and more talkative than usual as a result. I suppose UA Sports Festival is a more appealing name than UA High School Death Match, Yaoyorozu contributed dryly. Though I think Ida really did start sending around a petition to get the name changed. To UA High School Death Match. Seriously? Asked Uraraka. No, he would never put the words death match in something like that. Yaoyorozu shook her head. UA Hero Course Yearly Competition. I like UA High School Death Match better than UA Hero Course Yearly Competition, Karo. Tokoyami shrugged. Perhaps we aren't the target audience. All UA students were given food on the house during the sports festival, and Lunch Rush had made sure to set aside a truly delectable smelling steak for Izuku. You're wagging your tail, Yaoyorozu pointed out as Izuku stared at his lunch. He was not going to be embarrassed about that. You would too if you had a tail, Izuku declared, sinking his teeth into the meat. He hadn't really thought about the fact that most of the student body was going to be there, potentially watching him, seeing what he could do with those fangs. His fur pricked with the feeling of someone staring. Izuku tried to ignore the sensation, but his ears slowly flattened against his head nonetheless, and he released his lunch without ripping a single chunk free. Would you like me to cut that for you, Karo? Tsu offered, voice a mixture of confused emotions. Yeah, Izuku said through gritted teeth. That would be helpful. Tsu probably understood some. She had the mutation of a predator, too, albeit one much lower on the food chain. There was stigma assigned to a prey animal mutation, a stigma of weakness, of tenderness, an expectation of kindness, but there was a much darker stigma assigned to a predator mutation, a stigma of aggression and violence, an expectation to be cold, independent, and perhaps cruel. It was all ridiculous. Ridiculous and inescapable. Tsu sliced up Izuku's steak for him in a matter of seconds, and the jaguar set to snapping up the bite-sized pieces one by one. Thanks, he said again. It's really good. Glad to help, Karo. Tsu nodded, returning to her own lunch. It really was a very good steak. It was a pity Izuku couldn't enjoy it properly. He'd been in a good mood. He'd done excellently on the obstacle course, far exceeding his own expectations. He had made it into the final event, as had most of his close friends. If someone were to be removed from the hero courses to allow a general education student to swap in, Aizawa wouldn't be able to present a good reason why the student removed should be Izuku. Izuku had outperformed the majority of classes A and B, after all. Unless the Jaguar did something just egregious in the upcoming one-on-one battles, something that compromised Nedzu's ability to defend him, he would be fine. And he had no intention of breaking the rules or doing anything questionable in any other way. What did you say? Asked Yaoyorozu. Oh, sorry, Izuku stammered. I was just thinking out loud. No need to apologize for that, Karo. So first in the single elimination rounds, I fight Tokoyami, Yaoyorozu mused. Shiro and Todoroki fight, then Kirishima and Tetsutetsu fight after that, then Shinso and Shiozaki, Ida and Hatsum, Azui and Bakugu, Minoma and Ishido, Midoriya and Uraraka. I wonder, Izuku muttered to himself. What? Asked Yaoyorozu. If these are really randomly assigned. Of course they weren't. There was no reason why Nedzu wouldn't manipulate things behind the scenes, presumably trying to arrange the most exciting show to earn UA the greatest possible prestige and monetary benefits, and probably to make sure as many people as possible had a good chance to show off their talents. Yeah, you're right, probably not, Yaoyorozu acknowledged. Tsu and Tokoyami looked thoughtful. I didn't mean to say all of that aloud, Izuku sighed. Uraraka, Tsu and Izuku wished Yaoyorozu and Tokoyami good luck and made their way up to the stands. First up, Present Mic called, Yaoyorozu and Tokoyami from Hero Class 1A. Let's see what they've got to show us. Izuku pulled out one of his analysis notebooks and some ink. Tokoyami and Dark Shadow lunged for Yaoyorozu like a bat out of hell. Izuku flinched as his friends stumbled back, pulling a shield from her side to block the blows. Oh dear, Karo, murmured Tsu. Izuku shook his head. Yaoyorozu had psyched herself out. If she had been thinking clearly, she could have won. A flash grenade would have given her the victory. Dark Shadow smacked Yaoyorozu out of the ring and Present Mic called the match. The two students respectfully parted ways, but Izuku could tell his taller friend was close to tears. Shiro and Todoroki walked onto the field and a glacier appeared where Shiro was. Holy! Tsu cut herself off, a curse hanging unspoken in the air. That was, said Izuku, ears laying flat against his back. Insane overkill. Yaoyorozu shook her head. Why would he do that? I mean, it's really impressive and all, but he could have killed someone, Kero, said Sue. I do not believe our classmate would carry out an attack like this as he was not completely sure or his ability to control it and thus injure no one, said Ida, but even he sounded a bit unsure. I really don't think I like the sports festival that much at all, said Izuku shakily. There was something deeply disturbing about the whole festival. It was hard to put into words exactly what bothered him so much, besides the obvious incongruity of calling it a sports festival, when a lot of it was really just teenagers punching each other. He had come closer to putting a word to the anxiety as Todoroki froze half the world solid, closer still when Kirishima and Tetsu collapsed in exhausted heaps, neither able to overcome the other, and the crowd booed, cheered, and laughed. They laughed. It would have been funny if this were all staged. But it wasn't staged and both combatants were actually hurt. Shinso and Shiozaki walked into the ring and then Shiozaki turned around and walked out. What just happened? Asked Yaoyorozu as Present Mike lost his mind. The rest of the crowd were making cacophonic noises varying from boos to cheers to death threats. Were they just angry that the fight was quick and boring? What did he say to her? Sue wondered. Did he blackmail her, Kero? That was a dark place to go. He probably just has some kind of quirk that allows him to control someone's actions, Izuku replied. There's probably some kind of trigger, maybe just proximity? It was impossible to tell from one interaction. Shinso slipped away like a weasel. Oh dear, Ida, Yaoyorozu mumbled. He's too innocent. He is, Kero, said Sue, watching their class president appear on the field like a walking advertisement decked in gear borrowed from his opponent, Hatsum, herself. Izuku almost couldn't watch, peeking down with one eye as the crazed support student used Ida to demonstrate all her inventions one after the other. They were amazing support items, and it would really benefit Ida to use some of them in the future, but the speedster really should have known better than to let himself be manipulated that way. Izuku blushed from the vicarious embarrassment. Hatsum probably could have won if she wanted to, but she did not want to. She wanted to show off her inventions and then get them out of harm's way. It did her no good to have a prototype damaged. She is going to be making so much money, Uraraka sighed, sounding ever so slightly envious. Izuku jumped, not having realized the gravity eraser had sat down in the row of bleachers behind him. Ida returned to the group looking like an abashed tomato. Tensei is never going to let me live this down, he sighed. Neither will we, Uraraka chuckled. There was going to be a short recess before the next match of 10 minutes. I guess I have to go fight Bakugo now, Kero, said Sue, not sounding the least bit enthusiastic. If the teachers allowed Todoroki to freeze the stadium, then when would they intervene in an actual fight that got too bloody? Except they hadn't had a chance to intervene, had they? It had all been too fast for anyone to react. Good luck, Sue, the Jaguar told her one more time as she prepared to head down onto the field. You don't think I can win, Kero? She said, apparently reading his tone. Izuku winced. No, he didn't think so. Having known Kaken his whole life. I don't really think so either, but that's no reason not to try. That's the spirit, Uraraka called out. Go for it. Plus ultra, Ida agreed. The combatants faced off. Midnight called for the fight to start. Izuku forced himself to watch. Kaken lunged across the arena propelled by explosions and landed where Tsu had been because she was just as fast and agile as the explosion wielder, if not more so. She led him a merry chase around the circle, intentionally angering him, trying to either tire him out or get him to overshoot a jump and step out of bounds. A tremendous display of speed and agility by our combatants. Look at them go. Nice footwork, Azui. Present Mike called. It could go either way. Izuku decided, unsure who would tire or slip up first in this game of cat and mouse, or rather this game of demolition expert and frog. At last, Tsu caught a glancing blow from one of Bakugo's explosions, lost her footing as she attempted to leap aside, and slid out of bounds. Bakugo wins. Midnight declared. That went much better than I expected, Izuku sighed in relief. He hadn't been forced to watch Kaken hurt his friend. An excellent effort, Ida declared. She could have won, Yaoyorozu said. Bakugo got lucky. Tsu rejoined them, little worse for the wear and apparently unperturbed. It seemed she, too, had expected a worse end, and gone down to meet it, anyway. Monoma and Ashido, this should be interesting, Yaoyorozu murmured as the next pair of combatants appeared. Izuku didn't know enough about Monoma's quirk to make an accurate prediction for how this would go. Monoma has a copy quirk, touch-based I think. He'll lose, Izuku decided. He's not going to be able to touch her. Her long-range attacks are too good and she's too fast. Monoma did lose, and he never did manage to touch Ashido, but he put up a much better fight than expected, having apparently copied Shiozaki's vine quirk before the fight began. He was actually quite fast and likely a decent hand-to-hand opponent. Ashido made it through no worse for the wear. Monoma was carried off the field writhing in agony, having taken an acid blast to the face. Oh God, Yaoyorozu grimaced. He might never be able to see again. Ashido, in a bout of unexpected quick thinking, ran to the incapacitated copycat and encouraged him to duplicate her quirk. The screaming stopped. Of course she's immune to her own acid, Izuku whispered, so now that he's copied her Monoma won't be injured further. But the damage might have been done already. The 1B student could very well be blinded, and there would be nothing Recovery Girl could do about that. The close-up of Ashido's face as she walked off to the field sent chills down Izuku's spine from the top of his neck all the way to the tip of his tail. She looked like she'd just run down someone's kitten on her bicycle. Have any of you read that old book The Hunger Games? Izuku asked. He hadn't read the entire thing, just pieces of it. No, said Ida. Yes, said Tsu and Yaoyorozu. Izuku did not elaborate. The difference being we weren't forced to take part, Karo, and the goal isn't actually to hurt each other, Tsu replied. But I think I may see what you mean. I think we could put together a show every bit as entertaining and probably nearly as helpful for getting scouted by hero agencies without anyone being maimed for life. Izuku couldn't remember if he had ever seen someone permanently injured during a UA event before. They censored that stuff on daytime television, didn't they? The broadcast was delayed by at least 10 minutes. If you wanted to see the raw deal you had to get it from another source. They probably wouldn't show this fight at all. They would just go on to the next round as if it had never happened, all the ugliness and pain neatly swept under the rug. It is sort of mandatory, Ida put in the sense that it is extremely detrimental to one's career not to participate and a student might be removed from class for a refusal. He sounded nearly as uncomfortable as Izuku. I really hope Monoma is not seriously hurt. I suppose it's our turn, Uraraka sighed. Yeah, they'd gotten distracted and now there were only 3 minutes left before their fight was meant to start. They would have to hurry. Uraraka and Izuku went to take their places, albeit somewhat reluctantly. It was time to get his head in the game. Izuku couldn't let her touch him. If he did, he would lose. Not that he really cared that much about losing, really. He wasn't too keen on fighting Ashido. The buzzer sounded and the fight began. Izuku set off slowly walking to the right near the edge of the circle. Uraraka set off walking to the left. They circled the arena 3 times amidst increasingly loud jeering from the stands, neither willing to charge the other. The suspense is killing me. Present Mike shouted. The gravity eraser began picking up small chunks of rocks or dirt loosened by previous fights, flinging them into the air, and dropping them near or on Izuku. Usually the Jaguar managed to dodge. Sometimes he didn't. As he acquired bruises, his opponent decreased her stamina. Uraraka, tiring, or perhaps just sick of the game, narrowed her eyes and sprinted across the arena, apparently expecting Izuku to meet her halfway. The Jaguar waited, inches from the boundary line, as his opponent approached, lethal hands extended in front of her. Had she not thought this through, or was she actually uninterested in the fight after what happened to Monoma and just looking to get it over with after a demonstration of her abilities? Something like what Hatsum had done? Izuku would never ask her. That would be incredibly rude. At the last moment, Izuku jumped to the side, all the coiled power of a predatory cat delivering him from danger. Uraraka stumbled, barely remaining within bounds. Izuku reared up and pushed her between the shoulder blades, knocking her out of the ring. The gravity eraser got to her feet with a sigh. Good game, she smiled. Yeah, Izuku said. There was plenty of cheering but mostly boos from the crowd. The Jaguar decided not to think about why that was. Maybe they just didn't like him hitting a girl? The others hadn't received that kind of reaction? Well, Izuku hadn't really expected to be a fan favorite, and he wasn't sure he wanted to be. A lot of the fans seemed to be bloodthirsty. Dark Shadow and Tokoyami fought Todoroki for nearly 10 minutes, the familiar smashing through the summoned glaciers time after time. Todoroki was visibly tiring. He had fire abilities, didn't he? Why didn't he use them? I didn't expect Todoroki to lose, Karo, said Azui, moments before their dual-colored classmate managed to form a slide under Tokoyami, catapulting host and familiar out of bounds despite the Shadow's attempt to find purchase in the ice with his claws. Never mind. They all gave Tokoyami and Dark Shadow heartfelt congratulations. It had been an impressive display of power. The Glacier Summoner's success had been pure luck. Kirishima had won the tiebreaker round, which consisted of an arm wrestling match, and now faced off against Shinso. Whatever Shinsu's quirk was, Kirishima didn't give him an opportunity to use it, charging his opponent and throwing him out of bounds in a matter of seconds. The general education student snarled as he got to his feet, sweeping out of the arena before Kirishima had a chance to say anything to his defeated opponent. Issues, Uraraka muttered. Ida and Bakugu, that was a brutal match to watch. Both boys really knew how to fight and had quirks that could do serious damage in melee combat. It seemed neither held anything back. I really want this to be over already. Yaoyorozu winced as another blow connected. You and me both, Izuku whispered. Ida ended the fight unconscious although he woke after only a few seconds. Kaken had a bloody, likely broken nose and possibly a dislocated shoulder. Izuku couldn't help fretting for both of them. Ida didn't reappear for some time. It really is the Hunger Games, isn't it? Just a little? Yaoyoro's amused. Well, I'm not actually hungry, Uraraka pointed out. Lunch was great. It was a weak joke but the Dielvo was solid. You know what she means, Karo. Good luck, Midoriya. The jaguar nodded and made his way down to the field. When Izuku faced her at the beginning of their match, Ashido was visibly terrified and might have been crying. She was going to throw the fight, no doubt about it. Had nobody talked to her? Tried to calm her down? Izuku stalked towards her slowly. His classmate half-heartedly splashed acid in his direction, careful not to hit him. Izuku jumped to the side and continued his approach. Accidents happen, you know that, he told her. What should he say? That hadn't seemed to make her any happier. In fact, Ashido grimaced as if in pain. I know, but could you please give me a real fight? Oh, I'll feel like a fraud. The acid user hesitated, considered something, then lunged for him. The two of them grappled like they might in quirkless combat practice. Izuku kept his mouth closed and his claws sheathed or tried to. He raked a paw across her shoulder, drawing thin lines of blood. She hissed and tried to throw him off, acid eating through his fur, but it was too late. Izuku pinned her down. I yield, she said clearly. They both knew that Ashido would have had a good chance of winning had she actually fought. The pink-haired girl stumbled to her feet and took off for the locker rooms before Izuku had the chance to say anything more. Izuku sighed and returned to the bleachers. That was... Yaoyorozu shrugged, unable to finish the sentence. Izuku growled under his breath, equally unsure as to what he ought to say. It hadn't been good, but it could have been worse. Poor Ashido. Poor Minoma. I'd go talk to her, Karo, but I just don't know her all that well. I'm worried I'll make things worse. Uraraka seemed to have similar concerns. I'll go see what I can do. Yaoyorozu got to her feet and departed. The semifinals commenced. Kirishima put up a better fight against Todoroki than Sero had. He actually managed to escape from the first glacier through a combination of agility and his versatile quirk. He couldn't escape the second one, though. And then suddenly, it was time for Izuku to fight Katsuki. His old friend looked murderous when he walked out into the ring, eyes narrowed down to slits, a snarl curling his lip. Was it too late to fake an injury from the fight with Ashido and withdraw? No, he wouldn't do that. He was a hero like Tsu. He would go to meet his fate with his head held high. Wait, had they started already? His opponent was in his face before he had a chance to react. Izuku snarled and raked his claws down Katsuki's leg, leaving bright, bloody gashes. Oh, God. He hadn't meant to cause that kind of damage. Kaken threw an enormous explosion in the jaguar's face, the flash blinding, sound stunning. Izuku reeled backwards, unfortunately not out of bounds. He reared onto his back legs and flailed paws in the air, claws unsheathed, hoping it would keep the other student at bay until he could see again. Some of the white haze faded away and Izuku caught a hint of movement, enough to dodge another explosion aimed for his head. It burned his shoulder instead. The jaguar threw himself at Kaken's legs, nearly knocking his opponent to the ground. Kaken had to leap backwards, using his explosions to stabilize himself. His opponent snarled almost like a cat himself and leapt forward, a relentless firestorm. Izuku snapped his teeth and batted a fully clawed paw at the explosion wielder's left hand. Flesh tore. Again, he hadn't really meant to do that. The next explosion caught him in the face again and Izuku fell to the ground, ears ringing. He'd known there was little chance of him defeating his old friend in the open, especially after he zoned out and that first attack caught him by surprise. He might have won with the same strategy Tsu used. Maybe. He curled away from the explosions and kicks that landed on his ribs. He called out that he was through, that he surrendered. Kaken must not have heard him. He caught the cool, fruity scent of Midnight's quirk. Bakugo and Midoriya were both carried off the field unconscious. The crowd couldn't seem to come to a consensus on whether they should be cheering or booing, but Tsu caught the threads of a few conversations nearby. Neither of those animals should be in the hero class, an older woman admonished. Honestly, both of them behaved like beasts. Ripping someone's legs open like that? Not sure I really blame the blonde for kicking him when he was down, her companion commented. Another group, they seemed to be businessmen in their 20s, were far more enthusiastic. That's more like it. I told you we'd get to see some more blood. The kitty sure has nice claws. Tsu shifted uncomfortably. That was such a bigoted way to talk about her classmate and such a sick attitude to take towards this competition. Didn't think the pretty cat had the ball. I'm glad the blonde won. The last fight's gonna be a riot with the glacier guy and that a-hole. Tokoyami, apparently listening to the same conversation as Tsu, scowled. Dark Shadow appeared on his host's shoulder looking distinctly unhappy. I wonder if they'll kill each other, chuckled another member of the clique of idiots. Then came a moment that would live forever in infamy. Dark Shadow whirled around to face the idiots, taking advantage of a passing cloud to make himself larger, and shouted loudly enough to be heard over a 20th of the stadium, "Are you not entertained? The idiots shut up. Tsu stared in bewilderment at the scene before her. Tokoyami, hands covering his face, was probably blushing furiously beneath his feathers. If you think that I am ever going to let you pick the movie again, you are extremely wrong, the host told his symbiote. You wanted to say it as much as I did, Dark Shadow replied. Midoriya did not rejoin them. Presumably he was sleeping off the effects of Midnight and Recovery Girl's quirks. After a significant delay, Bakugo and Todoroki faced off for the final round. It was long and it was brutal. The combatants, honest to God, looked like they were trying to kill each other. Eventually, Tsu had to look away. She wasn't particularly fond of Todoroki. She wasn't unfond of him, either. He was. He didn't show much of his personality, but that was fine. Some people were just withdrawn. Bakugo, she didn't like him at all. The hero class would probably be better without him in it, but she did not enjoy seeing him beaten bloody. He'd cut himself on the ice shards perhaps a dozen times and seemed to be straining his body with the force of explosions he used. Todoroki was pale and shivering and barely standing. Bakugo sprinted at Todoroki, heedless of either of their wounds, and Todoroki passed out, collapsing in a heap before Bakugo even reached him. The exploding student growled, reached forward as if to shake Todoroki by his shirt, then thought better of it, turned away and collapsed in a heap of his own. It probably would have been better for everyone if Bakugo hadn't won. He would probably be insufferable now, and in the long run that overconfidence wouldn't do him any favors. The medal ceremony began after half an hour's delay. Many people took the opportunity to purchase snacks while Present Mike went over some earlier pieces of the highlights reel. There would be more of that later. At last, Midoriya, looking little worse for the wear, now trotted onto the stage, leaping up to share the third and fourth place podium with Kirishima. Kirishima looked very pleased, as if he had not hoped to do so well. Todoroki was impassive, but his resting face was always a fierce scowl. Bakugo smirked and preened like a peacock, occasionally shooting Midoriya murderous glances. The jaguar himself just looked tired. Tsu knew the feeling. This whole day had been absolutely exhausting. Well, that was intense, Tensei said, striding up beside Shoyuta in one of the hallways beneath the stadium. My brother didn't tell me his class was this wild. They're an interesting lot, Shoyuta sighed. He appeared to be in dire need of a coffee, as usual. Mike still has some announcing to do, I presume? Yes. I managed to weasel my way out of announcing duty on the highlights reel. They'll probably rope in Nemuri. Tensei chuckled. That'll be a highlights reel to remember. The two friends set off together towards fresh air. Want to go get coffee? Where? Where's closest these days? I imagine you must know. Shoyuta smirked. Follow me. The underground hero led Tensei to UA's support wing, careful to stay clear of any crowds. Security was tight, most people being funneled straight from the gates to the stadium and back, but there were still a lot more people wandering around on campus than on any other day of the year. Shoyuta ducked into the main building, took a left, and approached a sign which read, Support Department's illicit coffee still, pay no attention to this sign. Is it automated? Of course it's automated, Tensei said as Shoyuta fed some bills into a slot in the wall, pressed a few buttons, and retrieved a cup moments later. He immediately handed it to Tensei. It was exactly the way the speedster preferred, before inputting his own order. Good stuff. Who started this? I don't know. It's illicit, remember? They don't advertise who's involved. The pair strolled back outside. What are you thinking about, Shoyuta? That kid Shinso, he replied. Gen Ed kid who kicked some but got tossed out of the ring's second fight? Meet him. He clearly wants to be a hero student. I think he has what it takes. Planning to swap someone for him? Shoyuta shrugged. Maybe. I'm not sure who would lose a place. That was a rarity. Usually Shoyuta would have expelled someone by now and anyone in Gen Ed could be transferred without a hassle. They seem like a good class. I hear you haven't expelled anyone yet. I was overruled, Shoyuta replied, sipping his coffee. Wait, really? Since when does Nedzu care? I mean, he always cares, he just usually trusts my judgment. It clicked. It was Midoriya, right? Shoyuta raised an eyebrow. You know him? Tenya brought him over for dinner a while ago. Seemed like a smart, hardworking kid to me. The underground hero took a long swig of coffee. I tried to expel him for the same reason I've expelled 24 others. I don't want to see my students get killed. Tensei must have looked suitably incredulous. I've lost enough people as it is. A hero who isn't human would be a target. That was my reasoning. You don't need to lecture me, Tensei, Nedzu already did. Shirakumo was wrapped up in this sentiment somewhere, but neither of them wished to address the shadow of their dead classmate. Alright, sure, I won't lecture. But Midoriya is convinced you hate him. He said that. Not in those exact words, but the sentiment was obvious. You can't go through a whole year with a student who thinks you hate his guts and are looking for an excuse to be rid of him, Eraser. He won't ask you for help when he needs it, he won't trust the advice you give. If you were actually trying to get someone killed, that would be the way to do it. It looked like there was some lecturing involved after all. Shoyuta glared at his empty coffee cup. That would explain the other day, maybe, during training. Course he would think that. He probably had every reason to think that. Tensei had no idea what Shoyuta was talking about but presumed it wasn't good. You'll talk to him? I'll have to, you're right. Before internships, Shoyuta agreed. Izuku slept for most of their day off after the sports festival. He didn't much enjoy the time he spent awake. He felt like rubbish. Honestly, everything had gone almost exactly as he expected. None of the sports festival results surprised him, certainly not his own. He hadn't even been surprised when Kaken kept kicking him after he surrendered. At the time he'd rationalized it, thought he must not have heard me, but that was just a white lie he told himself. His opponent had certainly heard him. Izuku wasn't surprised, but he was disappointed. It would have been nice if his old friend could have been not even nice, just decent for once. Why did Izuku still call him Kaken at all? That was childish. Foolish. Holding on to the nickname as if it would allow him to hold on to an era, hold on to a friend who had become a twisted shadow. It wasn't very nice to think of someone like that, but Izuku was getting tired of giving everyone the benefit of the doubt. A lot of them didn't deserve it. Izuku padded down the stairs on silent feet. The sound of the living room television greeted him. Channel 7 was discussing the sports festival. This was not surprising. I was not expecting the Dark Horse victory. I expected Endeavor's child to win, commented a blonde man with violet orbs for eyes. I do wonder what Endeavor will have to say about that. Todoroki Shudo is a prodigy, or so I've heard, has been training for heroics most of his life. It must be embarrassing to lose to someone who's only been working towards the career a year or so. JRK, Izuku muttered under his breath. That anchor had no idea what he was talking about. He'd probably never been in anything approaching a real fight. How dare he say things like that about Izuku's classmate? As if publicly encouraging Endeavor to shame and berate his child? That presumes that Bakugo has only been training a year. Lots of people going into heroics start training very early, before they apply to schools. I do wonder what was going on with the general education student. 1-1 match somehow, nobody seems to know what happened there, but couldn't pull out another victory. I thought the cat in the hero course was a bit stranger than the general education student. It was the blonde talking about him. That was a nasty fight, Bakugo against Midoriya, pitched in a slim woman. Really? Their fight was way less brutal than Todoroki and Bakugo's final match, and certainly not worse than when Monoma fought Ishido. Bakugo really didn't look good at the end there, but I can't say I really blame the young man for kicking Midoriya when he was down. Izuku froze. If a leopard jumped on me and ripped through my leg, I'd keep kicking too. They laughed. All of them. It was no secret that Channel 7 was run by a bunch of entitled bigots. What had the Jaguar even expected? Izuku turned around and walked back up the stairs. Hopefully his mom would turn the television off before he had to come back down for dinner. It was still somehow his fault. Bakugo didn't follow the rules and it was somehow Izuku's fault. He knew life wasn't fair, he knew it, but that was too much. That was too much to swallow. Sometimes it seemed like it would be nice to run away to somewhere no one knew him, somewhere no one expected anything of him, somewhere no one expected anything of anyone, and never come back. On a whim, he found himself painstakingly typing "transportation to Black Forest" into his computer's search bar. Was he actually planning to run away from the hero course and go live in the villains and anarchists' no-nation haven in the Rebel Isles? Absolutely not, but he didn't see the harm in indulging the fantasy for a few minutes, distracting himself this way. It was possible for the right price and if you knew the right people to arrange a ride from a nearby port. Apparently, and Izuku couldn't believe that this wasn't common knowledge, Black Forest was run by Switcher, one of Destro's lieutenants, one of the 3 people who had created the Rebel Isles in the first place. Switcher was an immortal changeling, or something like it, who ruled over Black Forest in a manner that one forum poster described as a master conductor commanding his orchestra, on par with Lord Vetinari in the Discworld series. Izuku had no idea what that meant, and finished his afternoon reading a wiki article about an obscure 20th century fantasy world. He eventually translated the forum comment into "Switcher is to Black Forest as Nedzu is to UA," and decided that it might be a good idea to abandon this line of research before he scared himself. Izuku trudged into class, still exhausted. Bakugo glowered at him. Kaminari, Kirishima and a handful of others gave him wary looks, and yet when Ishido scurried through the door, ducking into her chair, they didn't look at her that way. Izuku hadn't seriously injured anyone. So he'd drawn blood, so what? Was it because Izuku meant to injure Bakugo the way he did whereas Ishido had no intention of seriously injuring Monoma? Just, in context, objectively it didn't make sense. Neither Izuku nor Ishido should be on the receiving end of wary glances. But objectivity was just a pretty lie, wasn't it? When did Izuku become so cynical? Aizawa walked into the room. He became this cynical on his first day at UA. Their teacher projected a set of names and numbers onto the board. As you know, the sports festival is the main event where you advertise yourselves before first-year internships. Many of you have offers from pro heroes to work at their agencies. For those of you who don't have offers, there's a list of hero agencies that agree to work with UA students. Choose from one of them. Bakuga didn't have the most offers, Todoroki did, thousands of them. Ida, Kirishima and Tokoyami had hundreds. The rest of them had at most dozens. Izuku and Ishido, who had apparently made terrible impressions despite fair showing in the competition, had 3 and 7 offers respectively. Izuku checked on his other friends. Tsu had 15, Uraraka had 11, Yaoyorozu had 5. Today you are going to pick out your hero names, Aizawa mumbled to them, sounding even more exhausted than usual. You may have a chance to change them later, but these code names may stick, so choose wisely. And he is just wretched at this sort of thing, so he called in some help. Midnight strolled into the room. True, Aizawa agreed, pulling his sleeping bag out from some nook beneath his desk. Now then, names. Put them down on your whiteboards and I'll let you know whether it sinks or swims, she smirked at them. Who's first? Any ideas? Aoyama wanted to be, I cannot stop twinkling. It was certainly memorable. He was going to hate himself in 50 years when he had to tell grandchildren what his code name had been. Tsuyu decided to call herself Froppy, which was also kind of silly, but she had good reasons for it, didn't she? Calling yourself something soft, like that would lead enemies to underestimate you and make civilians more likely to trust you. All of this led to the question of, what should Izuku call himself? He hadn't even thought about it. Should he follow Tsu's lead and call himself something cute, like Fluffy? Oh my god, he was actually considering naming himself Fluffy if only for the sake of irony. Or should he go for something intimidating like Jungle Stalker or Ambush? Would that be alright? There was a hero named Death Arms. It should be fine, but should he take a name like that or something cool but less potentially frightening like Slash or Swiper? Wait, wasn't Swiper a character from an American kids show? Were there cat gods he could name himself after? There was the Egyptian Sekhmet, but she was a goddess and that would be weird. All the South or Central American jaguar gods had names Izuku couldn't pronounce, and would naming himself after a god be pretentious? Yeah, it would. A demon or mythical beast would be worse. He couldn't do that. Well, Sphinx might be acceptable, but he wasn't really into riddles. Todoroki was calling himself Deep Freeze. Ida was calling himself Pace. There was some sort of inside reference or joke there, but Izuku didn't get it. Yaoyorozu was now Kriati. That was a good name, in a similar spirit to Tsu's. Everyone knew what they were going to call themselves except Izuku. All the ideas he'd had when he was younger were ridiculous. He couldn't call himself All Might Jr. for so many reasons, copyright infringement being the least of them. Kirishima was naming himself after Crimson Riot, and even that, taking on the legacy of a hero long gone and forgotten by many, was shouldering a huge burden, demanding of oneself to live up to the namesake's lofty ideals. Izuku really couldn't come up with anything better than Fluffy, but he just couldn't call himself Fluffy for the rest of his life. King Explosion Murder. Bakugo declared. Well, at least there was one person in class with more naming troubles than Izuku. No, Midnight shook her head. Try again. Izuku shook his head as Midnight turned to him. Not today, he mumbled. Really can't come up with anything? She asked, raising an eyebrow. It's a big decision, he protested, tail flicking self-consciously, and I didn't realize we were doing this today. He could have had some time to think about it if there had been some warning. He'd been too busy worrying about the sports festival fallout. How about Hellcat or Chimera, or Nasty Clawed BSRD, Bakugo suggested snidely. Big talk coming from someone whose second proposed name was Lord Explosion Murder. Leave me alone, Bakugo, Izuku said. His old friend stared at him, blinked, and turned away, apparently unable to comprehend the fact that Izuku had just called him by his family name as if they were strangers. And they were strangers, weren't they? Izuku didn't know Bakugo and Bakugo didn't know him. He wouldn't call them enemies, not yet anyway, just strangers. Izuku was surrounded by strangers. In middle school, everyone had been a stranger. In high school only most people were. Izuku padded past Minoma and Bakugo insulting each other in the hallway and stopped at the corner to watch. Minoma wore tinted glasses now. It was unclear whether or not that addition would be permanent, but clearly he hadn't been blinded outright, and perhaps he would be able to borrow a regeneration quirk to repair the damage at some point. I make my class look bad? First off, Ishido is a skilled fighter and a gentlewoman who could probably kick your butt too, snarled Minoma. He seemed harder, colder, anger more focused and edges sharper. The injury had changed him, probably not for the better. And second, by a mirror, a whole, oh wow. You made yourself, your class, and your school look like vicious, undisciplined garbage. Class A looked like a bunch of rabid animals because of you. Izuku's ears flattened against his head at the unintentional insult. Only one animal in the class, Bakugo roared back. And if you were fighting him, I doubt you'd have come across as an angel other. He got what he deserved, and the sooner he gets out of here and back in his place the better. This is a school for heroes, not cat freaks. Said cat certainly behaved much better than you. Minoma said, arms crossed. Thanks, Minoma. Tsu hopped up beside him and subtly encouraged Izuku to leave before more of the argument could be overheard. Listening to more certainly wasn't going to make Izuku feel better. It wasn't even clear what either side was trying to prove. It was like, they were just angry and wanted to shout at something. Like two hydrogen atoms, they drifted around the school until they found each other and reacted with explosive force. I'm getting sick and tired of Bakugo, Karo. Tsu said. Yeah. Lord Explosion Murder. Tsu shook her head. And he has the nerve to act like the rest of us don't belong here. And by the rest of us, she meant Izuku. As they settled down to lunch, Ida, Tsu, Uraraka, Yaoyorozu, and Tokoyami began to peruse the printouts of their internship offers. Izuku pulled out his own packet to look over his 3 options. False Flag was a hero he'd never heard of before. She specialized in undercover work, apparently. Raider was a hero Izuku had heard of before. He was ranked in the low hundreds nationally. He was jungle-themed, which might explain why he wanted to work with Izuku. A pro in the low hundreds, that wasn't nothing. He flipped to the final page. Gang Orca. Izuku gave a low, pleased growl. Is everything all right? Asked Ida, glancing up from his offers. Of course. Izuku beamed. Have you decided who you're going to intern with already, Karo? Gang Orca, Izuku replied, ears and tail flicking to convey his smugness. Oh, said Tsu, breaking into a grin. You go, Midoriya. That's a very prestigious and impressive offer, Ida agreed. Yaoyorozu gave him a smile, but it was clear she was feeling a bit glum about her own prospects. The sports festival had been unkind to her, belying her true prowess. Uraraka gave Izuku a thumbs up as she continued to stare at her sheet in bewilderment. What about you, Ida? Izuku asked. I plan on looking through all the offers, but unless something truly strange happens I will be interning with my brother, he announced happily. I still have much to learn from him. Tsu nodded. I'm thinking of interning with Selkie, but we'll see, Karo. I have an offer from Whirl Wish, who was in the top 30 last Izuku checked, and I might need to think about that. Yaoyorozu shrugged. I haven't decided yet, she sighed. There's nothing really exciting here. She did have a handful of offers of her own, more than Izuku, but most of them were from nobodies. As she flipped through the pages, one name caught Izuku's eye. Jerry Rigg sent you an offer? Yes. She clearly didn't know who he was. Jerry Rigg, the improvisation hero. He'd be perfect for you. His quirk allows him to make connections where the rest of us never could. He can make weapons out of citrus fruit, assemble a motorized unicycle from random pieces of scrap in a matter of minutes, use chains and a 2x4 to keep a building from collapsing. Izuku spent another 2 minutes ranting about Jerry Rigg's quirk, which was identical to the man's hero name. Eventually, he realized that a number of people had started staring at him, not just those at his table. His jaw snapped closed and Izuku sank down to the bench, not quite ducking under the table. God, that was so embarrassing. Why couldn't he have stopped mumbling when he got turned into a jaguar the same way he stopped crying? Thanks, Midoriya, Yaoyorozu told him, pretending that everything wasn't awkward at that moment. I'll look him up myself, but it sounds like he would be a good fit for me. I have a bunch of offers from frontline heroes, Uraraka complained. I don't think any of these people are rescue heroes. It will be an opportunity to expand your horizons, Ida suggested. I would have liked to get some actual rescue training, Uraraka muttered. Dark Shadow and Tokoyami were. It was hard to say exactly what they were doing, but Dark Shadow looked very excited. He kept pushing Tokoyami, who was trying, ineffectually, to calm his familiar down. It was like seeing a really big dog trying to convince their owner to go for a walk. Is everything all right? Izuku asked. Yes, Tokoyami said through a gritted beak. We received an offer from Hawks. Oh, echoed around the table, followed by congratulations. Yes, thank you. Anyway, Dark Shadow is very excited, Tokoyami explained as the familiar continued to pester him. Battle simulations had become almost mundane. After doing a dozen of them, they just weren't special occasions anymore. However, fighting Bakugo again after losing to him in the sports festival was something of an experience. I'm going to kill you, little frog, her classmate growled, stalking through the dark hallways, searching for her. If Tsu could stay hidden another 5 minutes, she would win, and she really wanted to stay hidden because when he said, kill you, he sounded like he meant it. He couldn't really be serious. Even someone like Bagu Katsuki wouldn't be foolish enough to intentionally cause someone a serious injury during a carefully recorded battle simulation. You and the stupid Deku cat, he growled, listening for her as he searched the dark corridors. He was looking up, but didn't seem to notice that one could push the ceiling tiles aside and ascend into the cold, dark maze of plumbing and ventilation systems. He doesn't belong here and neither do you. You're useless, both of you, couldn't do a thing in the sports festival except embarrass yourselves. He ought to go back to the Amazon with the rest of his kind. UA is for humans and you're a dim and moron for hanging around him. The uselessness rubs off, or maybe it's just an animal thing. He was trying to rile her up, get her to come out and fight, and boy was he succeeding. Her blood boiled as if she had been basking in full sun for days on end. Young Baku, came All Might's voice over the intercom. I understand the strategy you are employing, however, this rhetoric is utterly unacceptable of a UA student. You will be expected to cease, to issue an apology at the end of this match and never to make such comments again. Sorry if I offended you, or the rabbit cat. I know animals are all thin-skinned and no self-control, so, course he's mad. Sue exploded out of the ceiling. The red in front of her eyes kept her from feeling the explosion her stunned compatriot reflexively used to defend himself. She kicked him as hard as she possibly could. The effect was something like punting in American football, the slimy dirtbag flying 5 meters into a wall with a resounding crack on impact. She was on him before he could get up. He may have won in a fair fight at the sports festival, but real fights were seldom fair. This exercise might have been meant as a simulation, but it was a real fight now. Sue kicked her opponent again, sending him flying into another wall. He got back up snarling, but there was a shine of pain in his eyes and a general lack of dexterity. Time. All Might called, sounding harassed. Azui is the victor. I wonder if you could say a decent thing if your life depended on it, Sue said, the hot fury that had driven her kicks suddenly turning cold as ice. Bakugu sank back to the ground, clutching his head. He might have a concussion, but hopefully that meant he would have a hard time interrupting her. Shut up. You are the rudest, most condescending, bigoted toadstool I have ever encountered in my life. No, I shouldn't say that, Karo. That would be an insult to toadstools. He snarled, tried to call her names, but she continued talking, shouting over him. Frogs were very loud, a skill she didn't often show off. You may think, Karo, that just because you have a strong quirk and happen to be blessed with a traditional, human body that most consider beautiful that you can get away with anything. She shook her head. And maybe you can, but I doubt it. One of these days you're going to get what's coming to you, and no one will be sorry to see it. Ribbit. She turned and hopped away down the hall. She would help him to Recovery Girl's office if All Might asked her to, but only if he asked. As they re-entered Bakugu brushed past her, snarling but still staggering a bit. Hopefully his skull hurt like hell. He deserved it. Midoriya gave Sue an inscrutable look as she rejoined the rest of the class. Had they all heard that over the intercom? That might explain some of the skeptical or judgmental glances in her direction. Bakugo got some skeptical glances, too, when he rejoined them after his visit to the nurse. As the anger cooled, Sue couldn't say she was proud of herself. She should have just ignored him. That would have been the mature, professional thing to do. The final class of the day concluded quickly. The Jaguar walked beside her as Sue headed for the train. Remind me never to make you angry, either you or Uraraka. I bet Ida's scary when he's mad too, and Tokoyami, and I wonder what Yayorozu is like. Midoriya rambled, trotting to keep up with Frog Girl's leaps. It wasn't that scary, Karo. It was, though, he deserved it, but it was kind of scary. I shouldn't have let him rile me up. The Jaguar shrugged, which was a pretty funny thing to see. He would have just kept being more and more offensive until someone snapped. You're not the only one in class with a temper, and if it had been me snapping, Aizawa would probably have expelled me. Well, always happy to protect my friends, Karo. The last day before internships passed quickly. Midoriya, may I speak with you for a moment? Aizawa asked him as the students filed out of the room at the end of class. It was phrased as a request, almost as if the teacher didn't mind if he refused. Izuku hung back, standing in front of the teacher's desk. Perhaps half a minute of silence passed. You deserve your place here, Aizawa said abruptly. I did you a disservice when I told you to leave on the first day. I do not dislike you. I am not out to get you, or anyone else for that matter. What was happening? Did Aizawa actually expect him to believe any of this? I don't expect you to believe me, not immediately anyway. What was Izuku supposed to say to that? But we can't go through the year like this. If you are injured in a spar, you have to tell me. I'm not going to be angry with you. I'm not going to DSPLN you. So maybe Shuji was right about the reason for Aizawa's reaction to the Jaguar's broken rib? Or was Aizawa just being contrary, trying to lull him into a false sense of security or something? I understand, sir, Izuku said, carefully keeping his tail from lashing. Aizawa stared at him for a moment and sighed deeply. I'm sure you think you do. The change in the hero's body language was quite dramatic. Many of your classmates still think this is a game. That's always how it is with some incoming students. A foggy picture began to paint itself in Izuku's mind, a vague explanation for the way Aizawa acted. It's not a game. They call us heroes, because calling us soldiers isn't nearly as appealing. You see through the glamour, don't you? Your first sports festival was the most brutal in the last 5 years at least, and you paid attention. You get it. Heroics is not a fairy tale. It's an ugly business sometimes. Heroes who don't recognize that lose their lives. Izuku gulped. I have read the names of students in obituaries half a dozen times before. At the end of the day, expulsion is no stake at all compared to death, but it is enough to see to it that everyone who trains with me is prepared for the reality of the profession. That made a terrifying amount of sense, even if all of Aizawa's actions didn't all seem to align with that philosophy. What did I do to make you think I didn't take this seriously? What could I have possibly done? I took the quirk assessment every bit as seriously as everyone else. I didn't make any comments about something being fun. It wasn't anything you did, Aizawa sighed. So it really was just prejudice, then. It was things the world at large does. It wasn't fair and Nedzu made the right call. That was not quite an apology, but it felt like one, nonetheless. It felt like a deep and heartfelt apology despite not being one. Izuku still couldn't find it to say anything more than, "Is there anything else, sir?" Aizawa sighed. You can't go it alone like this for your entire school career, Midoriya. If you don't feel comfortable asking me for help, you can always ask another teacher. I know Present Mike, Snipe and Nedzu would always have time for you. Izuku liked those three. No, nothing more than that. I wish you good luck in your internship, Midoriya. The jaguar nodded and took his leave. Well, hello Midoriya. Gang Orca greeted him warmly as the jaguar trotted up to the door of the agency. Fancy meeting you again. He winked. I wasn't sure you remembered me, Izuku admitted. I mean, was he really that memorable? I would never forget the coolest cat I ever met, the hero replied, sweeping away into the agency lobby before Izuku had time to wonder if that was a pun. Gang Orca had a very particular taste in decor. The aesthetic revolved around dark wood and marble. As Izuku and his mentor walked towards the broad, spiral stairs, the receptionist, a young man with 6 hands, all of which were currently holding at least one phone, waved to them as if there were nothing at all unusual about the situation. Could the man really be having that many conversations at once? Yeah, he can, Gang Orca replied. That's Cuttlefish. Not sure why he didn't name himself Octopus. Maybe he thought it would be too cliché. His quirk gives him a sort of parallel processing ability. He can have a dozen different trains of thought running at the same time. It's very cool. I wish I could do that, Izuku said. I could study for all of my classes at once. Gang Orca chuckled. Anyway, the building is only 3 floors. I didn't want anything that was so tall that trained heroes couldn't leap safely from the roof if necessary. Izuku hadn't really taken Gang Orca to be that kind of pessimist. I'm not typically that much of a pessimist. Was he a mind reader or had Izuku accidentally mumbled something? But I was hanging out with Best Jeanist when I was looking at buildings, and he was loudly wishing his offices were on a lower floor, worrying about fires and earthquakes. The paranoia rubs off. Best Jeanist is paranoid? That wasn't a personality trait he had associated with the number 4 Pro. Less paranoid and more, never surprised when things go wrong. The second floor of the agency had a number of offices as well as some desks on an open floor plan. One of Gang Orca's sidekicks hurriedly hid the paper airplane she had been about to throw at a young man with an otter mutation. There are more offices and records rooms upstairs, as well as the break room with its infamous foosball table. How can a foosball table be infamous? There was a story here. The jaguar's whiskers twitched. He could feel it. I'm sure you'll hear that tale before you leave, Gang Orca sighed and shook his head, but I will not be the one to tell it to you. Locker rooms, training rooms, and the pool are all in the basement. You'll get to see all of that stuff soon. The hero gestured to a desk in a quiet corner. This will be your desk for the week, although I expect you'll spend relatively little time there. I might show you some boring paperwork, might not. I'd be happy to see some boring paperwork, Izuku said hurriedly. It was clearly an important part of heroics and he was here to learn. Oh, you think that now? The pro chuckled. Upstairs there are a few hotel-style bedrooms for when we need to keep a witness here for a while or when someone's working so late there's no point in going home, stuff like that. One of them's set up for you. I'll take you there so you can drop off your things and change into your costume. Best to wear that all the time while you're here. The room in question was quite lovely and clearly designed with a lack of thumbs in mind. Izuku didn't have any trouble opening any of the drawers or cabinets, which was a novelty. Gang Orca had a number of sidekicks with unusual mutations, so it made sense that these things had been considered by the interior designers. Izuku stowed his things, then changed clothes before rejoining his mentor for introductions. I run a pretty sizable agency, as I'm sure you know, the hero explained. There are 28 sidekicks working for me in some capacity, and 30 other staff members. You won't meet too many of the other staff, and you won't meet all of my sidekicks, either. About 10 of them are currently on the other side of the country. A few others are on vacation. This is Pacific Drift. A mousy young man with no obvious quirk waved from his desk. Nice to meet you, Midoriya. Do you have a code name yet? Izuku shook his head. No, I haven't been able to come up with one. It can take time, Gang Orca replied knowingly. Mine's a bit on the nose. Snout, pointed out a woman, based on the voice, who appeared to be part filing cabinet. Izuku blinked. He'd never seen a mutation quite like that before. It was weird. I'm cover file, she explained. Most of what I do is spying, as you might have guessed. Do you sneak into people's offices and pretend to be a piece of furniture? The Jaguar asked, feeling a bit bewildered. Yes, I do. And yes, it's awesome, thanks. She's really very good at it, agreed a man whose hair appeared to be made of seaweed. I'm Leopard Seal. Nice to meet you, Midoriya. Leopard Seal? Izuku asked, wondering where the name came from. The sidekick was a heavily set man with a scraggly beard and long, webbed fingers. Some people's names are on the snout and some were picked at random out of a hat, cover file informed the student. By the time all 8 sidekicks working that day had introduced themselves, Izuku was well and truly overwhelmed. It was only going to get worse because the night shift also existed. I can see that you're thinking, oh no, I'll never be able to learn all these names in a week even though they're code names and easy to remember, cover file said, but in fact, no one will care if you forget their names. It takes a thick skin to make it in this industry. Oh, okay, Izuku did not sigh in relief, but he was very relieved. The first day was mostly a tour of sorts and a taste of the everyday side of heroics. Serious fights with villains weren't rare, but they were more a once-a-week kind of thing. An incident involving a petty crime might occur every day or two. The everyday side of heroics involved a lot of patrolling, paperwork, keeping an eye on the news and best of all research. Izuku spent much of the afternoon helping cover file investigate the quirk and identity of a small-time villain who had been seen fleeing the scenes of robberies in a giant hamster ball. Sakamata is great, she chortled. He always gives me the priceless ones to research. The serious cases go to the serious people, like Kaisar, and the ridiculous people get the ridiculous cases. Cover file introduced Izuku to a number of message boards where less than legal things were frequently discussed. These are the mildly villainous ones, the sidekick admitted. The really bad websites, like Backwash, aren't places I like to go and certainly aren't places that anyone below the age of 18 should consider monitoring. She grimaced, which was a pretty bizarre thing to see given that she was, well, a filing cabinet. The Jaguar did not like the implications about what went down on websites like Backwashington, probably human trafficking and PRCTN, and who knew what else. Izuku would happily stay away from that until such time as his job required otherwise. Gang Orca took several of his sidekicks and Izuku out to dinner that evening. There was a restaurant nearby, Claws and Tails, which apparently catered specially to individuals with diet-altering mutations. The group of heroes and student claimed a booth in a warmly lit back corner and Izuku looked over the menu while Pacific Drift and Leopard Seal argued about whether raw fish was actually tasty. Apparently Pacific Drift didn't understand why anyone liked sushi and Leopard Seal didn't understand Pacific Drift. Izuku had the feeling this argument had occurred many times before. Gang Orca shook his head in fond amusement. Cover file was going to order a dish that included large quantities of leaves, flowers, and wood. After some thought, Izuku settled on a steak dish. They have blood ice cream, Gang Orca suggested, if you can digest dairy. Izuku shook his head. He could have some, but a large serving of cream would not be a good thing for him. If they had sorbet that would be alright, they did. The Jaguar found himself quite tempted to try it. No one here would judge him. His order was far from the strangest. Pacific Drift's preferences were practically normal and cover files were completely bizarre. Everyone here was free to do as they pleased. So, said Gang Orca as they awaited their dinner, how has UA treated you so far, Midoriya? How much should he actually say? Alright, Izuku said, my teacher really doesn't like me, but Nedza does, so I mostly get on okay. Eraserhead doesn't like you? Asked cover file. She might have raised an eyebrow. What did you do to get on his bad side? Izuku wasn't sure he wanted to answer. Exist, Leopard Seal proposed. Your existence seems to annoy many people, Midoriya, and that's not your fault. Nedza likes you though, huh? Asked Pacific Drift. Now that's a rarity. Eraserhead hating people, that's just Eraserhead. He hates me too. You know him? Asked Izuku. Had all of them worked together at some point? We did a joint mission with him a while back. Cover file provided vaguely. Well, him and a few other heroes. It was an interesting experience. Their food arrived promptly. It was absolutely delicious and the fine company only enhanced the flavors. The Jaguar went to bed quite pleased with his first day. The second day was much like the first except Gang Orca invited Izuku to join him on a patrol with his newest sidekick, an excitable and very powerful young woman called Refine. Refine could turn into a purple, tandem bicycle. That might not sound like much until you realize this bicycle could drive itself, scaring the living daylight out of anyone who realized there was no rider on the ghost bike. Refine liked doing that in public a little too much. It was probably the main reason she decided to become a cure. Their bicycle companion popped a wheelie as Izuku trotted down the street beside Gang Orca. Very occasionally a nervous fan would creep out of the woodwork and ask the pro for his autograph. Gang Orca would provide it, then introduce Izuku and Refine before the group moved along. Izuku found himself thinking about names yet again. I was honestly thinking about calling myself Fluffy, he said at last, hoping he might get some more advice. I don't see it, Gang Orca admitted. It would be extremely amusing to people with the right sense of humor, but I think a lot of people would just find it bizarre. Izuku sighed. Names are hard, he mumbled. All the things I thought about calling myself when I was younger are really unsuitable for so many different reasons. What were they? Gang Orca inquired as they left another group of civilians behind. Izuku would have blushed if capable. He cringed. It's too embarrassing. He just couldn't bear to admit to Gang Orca that he'd wanted to be All Might Jr. I won't laugh, the hero told him seriously. Izuku shook his head. You would. And I'd deserve it. If you say so, Gang Orca shrugged. How did you choose your name? I mean, on the nose or not? I'm not going to just call myself anything with Jaguar in the name, though, that's too. Gang Orca was the code name my sister wanted, the hero admitted with just a hint of old pain in the words. I don't know how she came up with it. I never asked. I'm sorry, Izuku found himself saying. He knew nothing about Gang Orca's family and the prose sentence was rather ambiguous, but the tone of D'Elvoye left no doubt in the Jaguar's mind that Sakamada's sibling was dead. Thank you. Anyway, my name was chosen as an in memoriam of sorts, and I hadn't actually planned on becoming a hero until Carrie was killed, so, unlike you, I didn't really have any childhood hero name ideas. Was killed? Izuku's gut twisted with the instinct to substitute, was killed, for, was murdered. That was so strange and sad Izuku couldn't immediately decide how to respond. I'm sorry, he said again after a time. She would have detested us for being so gloomy, Gang Orca admitted. There's some stress involved in choosing names, but really it's supposed to be one of the fun and more lighthearted parts of the job. Make sure you choose a name where you can imagine leaping onto a battlefield, striking a dramatic pose out of a comic book and shouting, "'Tis I, code name, come to save the day." Izuku laughed. What if I just called myself, code name? I think that would get old fast, Gang Orca warned him. I have a classmate who named himself, Cannot Stop Twinkling, Izuku provided, mostly to contribute to the further lightening of the mood. He is probably going to regret that fervently in a few years. That evening, as the night shift sidekicks arrived and the day shift sidekicks prepared to depart, or were there 3 shifts? There must be 3 shifts, right? Gang Orca returned from the privacy of his office and called for attention. There's been an incident in Hosu, he said, with the hero killer. With Stain? Cover file clarified. How many hero killers could there actually be? He attempted to kill Manuel yesterday. Hawks was in town and likely saved Manuel's life, but somehow the hero killer got the drop on him. Hawks is fine, Gang Orca assured them, or he will be with a week of rest. I don't know any of the details, but he's not permanently injured. Nonetheless, they're asking a few heavy hitters to go to Hosu and take this menace out. Did that mean Izuku would have to stay here with Sakamada's sidekicks for the rest of his internship? There was nothing wrong with that, he was just really looking forward to spending more time with Gang Orca. I'll meet up with Best Genus there. I'm going to take Midoriya with me, wouldn't be fair to leave him here with just you lot for company. Enough chuckling rippled through the crowd that the Jaguar was sure he had just missed some kind of inside joke. I'd like a few of you to come along, Drift and Seal if it's possible. The 2 sidekicks nodded. We'll head out tomorrow morning. Cover file, hold down the fort while we're gone. Sure thing, boss, she chirped. Izuku hadn't managed to work out what the command structure of the agency was. Gang Orca was in charge, and then maybe Leopard Seal, and then Cover File? It was hard to say, and asking directly seemed rude. The 4 of them arrived at their hotel in Hosu just before noon the next day, stowed their things in pleasant rooms, and immediately set out on patrol. Gang Orca was an unusual sight in Hosu, so the number of autograph requests increased noticeably. Are you soft? A young girl asked Izuku as her older brother spoke with Gang Orca and Drift. Takara, her mother hissed, puling the poor little girl away quite violently before Izuku had the chance to say anything. Yes, Izuku told the empty air. Uraraka says I'm soft. Seal gave him a sympathetic look. Sometimes parents think they're being polite, he provided, but they're actually being incredibly rude and damaging was implied. The 4 of them continued along a busy boulevard. Izuku snapped to attention as a shrill scream cut the air. Help! An older man ran from an alleyway, waving his cane at something large and dark which pursued him onto the street. Several somethings, there must be 5 villains in the group at least. Midoriya, Drift, keep back for now, see if you can help with crowd control, Gang Orca ordered, motioning for Leopard Seal to join him as they charged towards the attackers, wading through the sea of panicked, fleeing civilians. A child tripped, falling face-first to the ground. Izuku lunged forward without thinking about it, standing over the little girl so that no one trampled her. The crowd jostled him, but it would take a considerable force to knock Izuku off his 4 feet. Fingers brushed against his fur as the child slowly picked herself up. "You are soft," she said. It was Takara from earlier. "Hey, Takara," Izuku told her. "Let's get out of here and find your mother, all right?" She was obviously frightened and perhaps injured too. They really needed to move. The crowd had mostly cleared away, but the sounds of battle only grew louder and it wasn't clear that the little girl was settled enough to walk. "Do you want a piggyback ride?" Apparently the idea of riding on a jaguar was exciting enough to break through a terrified stupor. Izuku trotted down the street away from the battle with Takara on his shoulders. Gang Orca and Leopard Seal were getting the fight under control by then. Pacific Drift nodded to Izuku from where he attended to an older woman who had fallen and cut her forehead. Head wounds were really horrific, even small ones. "See if you can find her parents," Drift called out. Izuku nodded and continued down the street. Takara, her mother, appeared suddenly from behind a mailbox. "What are you doing? Get down this instant." The little girl jumped and slid clumsily from Izuku's shoulders. "I'm so sorry," the mother growled. "It's fine, ma'am, I offered to carry her," Izuku tried to explain. "Takara, apologize." The poor little girl, now sobbing, said, "I'm sorry, Mr. Cat." Vaguely, Izuku wondered if that were his hero name now. "Everything is fine, she didn't do anything wrong," Izuku tried again. "That's nice of you to say," the mother said, making it perfectly clear she didn't believe anything Izuku was saying, but she has to learn respect. "Don't you enable her. I know what your kind are all about. I don't want you putting this kind of nonsense in her head. Thank you for your help. Good day." Izuku, completely unsure of what else to say or what had just happened, cringed and slipped away. He could go help Pacific Drift, but Kogu was standing right in front of him. He had been interning with Best Jeanist, hadn't he? And Jeanist and Gang Orca were supposed to meet up in Hosu. "You really can't do anything right, can you?" Bakugu shook his head in disgust. "You can't fight, so you're kept out of the battle. You can't even rescue a civilian, an uninjured civilian, without people yelling at you and calling you a freak. Who let you into hero school, you useless Deku? Who do you think you're fooling? Just drop out already. All you ever do is hurt and upset everyone, and the fact that you're a cat makes it 1,000 times worse." Izuku cringed, ears flattening against his head. He was used to Kaken calling him useless, but this speech was a good deal more eloquent than usual, and the context, it hit hard. Only upon noticing both Gang Orca and Best Jeanist staring at them did Izuku realize that the sounds of battle had faded away entirely, that the heroes had been victorious. Best Jeanist was really tall, but twig-thin in comparison to Gang Orca. He did not look pleased. At all. Neither of them did. The fiber hero flashed a hand signal to Gang Orca, which must have meant switch opponents. Because Best Jeanist approached Izuku and Gang Orca steered Bakugu away from the scene, no further consultation required. "It is nice to meet you, Midoriya," the fiber hero greeted him. Izuku was too dazed and confused to give in to any of his fanboy instincts and silently followed the denim-clad hero down the street. "Have you ever thought about dyeing your fur?" "Sorry, thought?" Jeanist apparently didn't have any other sidekicks out with him at the moment. It was just them, and Izuku had no idea what to do. "Not all of it, though I suppose you could do that too, if you pleased. I think a black spiral or a star or perhaps a personal logo would serve you well. We could give it a try if you are interested." Okay." The fiber hero looked him over appraisingly. It seems I have my work cut out for me." What do you mean?" the jaguar worried. "The UA support department has done a fine job, but they have dozens of students to worry about and are not accustomed to working with extremely unusual body types." "And Jeanist was? You need paw protection and claw guards for a start." "Claw guards?" Izuku wondered. "Is that to keep me from scratching people?" Best Jeanist shook his head. "Quite the opposite. Claw guards are hefty, metal reinforcements to make sure that you do not injure yourself when scratching someone or something." "Do you bite in combat?" "I should." Izuku provided. "I've only been in one fight against villains, but I bit the robots at the UA entrance exam." The hero nodded. "We should get you fitted for Fang guards then too." "These are common enough to have a name?" Izuku had never heard of them. Then again, until fairly recently he hadn't spent much time thinking about heroes who might need them. Indeed they are, although I have never heard these terms spoken by someone who is not closely involved with the heroics industry. I have the resources to fit you for footwear and claw guards today. Whether I will have the chance to fabricate them before the end of the week is unclear. You might want to consider more serious headgear too. I can take measurements to have you fitted for Fang guards, but manufacturing those is very difficult. I do not have the resources or the expertise, so we will have to outsource." Silvr Incorporated is the company I typically do business with for such purposes. I've heard of them, Izuku realized. I thought they mostly made knives? Silvr makes exceptional combat and throwing knives, but armoring is actually their specialty. The two of them approached a high-rise hotel. Best Jeanist swiped them in and called the elevator. The hero and Jaguar rode to the highest floor. Apparently the number 4 pro had more than enough money to rent the penthouse suite for the week. 2 denim-clad sidekicks blinked in surprise as Izuku and Best Jeanist stepped into the suite. It looked as if a whole floor of the Genius Agency had been transported into the hotel. Computers whirred away, files were strewn across tables, coffee cups spilled over the trash cans. A young man with a tall, black top hat waved to the Jaguar, then returned to typing. Now then, would you like to see about dyeing your fur, or would you prefer to take measurements for claw and fang guards first? Best Jeanist asked him. Whichever is more convenient? We will take measurements first, then. Think about what kind of pattern you might like for the dye, and what image you wish to convey. Image? Izuku asked nervously as Best Jeanist fetched several boxes and bags from jean-themed packing trunks. You are yet to choose a hero name, correct? Weiss. All heroes, without exception, present the public with a persona of one form or another. Even All Might? Even All Might, even Miruko. Izuku hadn't asked aloud, had he? The question you have to ask as a rising star is, what kind of image do I want to present? Who do I want to be when I put on my hero costume and step out into the street? Image is everything. Your name is your wish. It defines who you want to be, who you strive to be, who you eventually become. Izuku still had no idea. Image? Who did he want to be? A hero. A hero who saved people with a smile, who walked down the street with his head held high knowing that he was doing what was right regardless of what everyone thought about him. Still, that wasn't very helpful. How did you choose your name, Best Jeanist? The hero sniffed. It was an accident. Izuku blinked. And then it stuck. Do not imitate me on that front, Midoriya. At this point, Best Jeanist had retrieved molding putty and measuring tape. Any issues with having your face or paws touched for the measurements? The hero asked. Izuku shook his head. At some point his brain was going to catch up with what was happening and freak out, but not quite yet apparently. There are a number of different ways you might choose to present yourself to the public, the fiber hero said as he went about taking measurements of Izuku's muzzle. Ferocious and wild is always an option. Kugo Gang Orca has gone that route and it seems to serve him fairly well, but it certainly has its drawbacks. I am sure I do not need to tell you anything about the kind of scrutiny and discrimination that you will likely face in your career. I think that you might be served better by a playful trickster persona, perhaps with a significant dash of vanity and self-confidence. There was no longer measuring tape wrapped around his mouth, so Izuku could ask a clarifying question. Vanity? Why would he want to present that to the world? The idea here would be for someone to look at you and rather than seeing an apex predator, see an extremely capable and brilliant version of a house cat. Hopefully the satisfaction of pulling a fast one on the entire media industry and most of the country at large would keep that from feeling too demeaning. Such a presentation would belie your true strength and intelligence as well as hide the damage you can do. It would make it easier for villains to underestimate you and easier for you to convince civilians to trust you. That was an idea? It was incredibly cynical and blunt but maybe a valid strategy to handle the reality Izuku faced. Channeling some feline clichés, vanity included, might serve you well. All of these things are merely ideas, of course. Could you extend your front claws for me? Lovely. Apparently Katsuki was in turning with Gang Orca now? Had the denim nightmare just decided he couldn't deal with Katsuki anymore and shoved him off on the other hero? Gang Orca was probably more Katsuki's style, anyway. God, he should have chosen a different internship. Anything would have been better than working for Best Jeanist. So, Bokugu, Gang Orca asked him, what made you decide to become a hero? I've got the quirk for it, he replied instantly. I'm going to be number 1. Yes, but why? Because, what? Because I'm the strongest and I'm going to prove it. That may be true, Gang Orca acknowledged. He wasn't at all what Katsuki had expected, not that Best Jeanist had turned out to be what Katsuki expected either, but that's not a motivation. You keep telling me what you're going to do, not why you're going to do it. Why do you want to be a hero, Bakugu? 'Cause heroes are. 'Cause they're the most powerful and amazing people in society and everyone knows that. I want to be one of the people on top. I can be a powerful hero, and that's the best thing to be, so I'd be wasting my talents if I did something else with my life. A valid argument, the Orca hero considered. The two of them were alone now, no sidekicks in sight as they walked down a little-traveled alleyway between shopping districts. Do you know why I decided to become a hero? I presume you're gonna tell me. Why did people even ask questions like that? It was a waste of time. Just say what you want to say. I wanted to make my sister proud. She wanted to be a hero to save people, to be someone worthy of looking up to, and to prove that she could despite her creepy mutation. He began, and that was a pretty weird way to start. Did Gang Orca have a sister? Katsuki didn't know anything about Gang Orca's family, about any hero's families, really. They all tried to keep that quiet. She had the same mutation as me, but a sunnier disposition. She always saw the best in everyone. She dreamed of saving lives because, she said, saving a life is the same thing as saving the world. It wasn't. That wasn't at all the same thing. She only ever saved one life, mine. What? When I was about 8, I lived in one of the big cities in the south. The mayor and the police department were openly prejudiced against people with mutation quirks. The mayor's office didn't even try to hide it. I remember my sister's face when that man won the election. Gang Orca shook his head, how devastated she looked because the people we lived with, the majority of them openly supported a man who hated us, so even if they didn't actively hate us, they didn't care enough about us to say that hating us was wrong. I was too young to understand. There were a number of anti-mutant gangs around. They got so much bolder after the new mayor took office. I didn't notice. I didn't understand why Carrie always insisted on walking me to and from school, why we always had to hurry home. Katsuki did not like where the story was going, and he had no idea why Gang Orca was telling him this. I don't remember exactly how they caught up with us or how many of them there were. I remember my sister telling me to run. I remember hiding in a garbage heap in a hoarder's side yard. I remember the black shirts calling her freak and useless. I remember them saying, the world will be better off without people like you in it, and, how dare you think yourself worthy of hero school, you useless, mutant beach. Gang Orca's voice had fallen into a dark, cold whisper. I know they punched her and kicked her and threw things. I know one of them pulled a gun, that she managed to snatch it away from him. I know another black shirt saw her with the firearm and pulled his own and shot her. I remember hiding in that pit for hours until one of the police detectives working the scene found me. I remember the sheet they laid over my sister's body. I remember barely understanding that death was forever, that she was never coming back. I remember being so confused when no one was ever tried for her murder. What was Katsuki supposed to say to that? It was so unbelievable. This couldn't have been more than 25 years ago, probably a bit less. How old was Gang Orca? How could something like that happen? How could those BSers get away with murdering someone on the street in front of her little brother in broad daylight? That was like the kind of sheet that people got away with when quirks were first manifesting and there were riots and the MLA was forming, but that didn't happen anymore. BSTRDS, Katsuki said eventually. Now, tell me, Bakugo Katsuki, do you want to be like my sister who gave everything to protect another, or do you want to be like the man who shot her? Katsuki coughed. What the hell kind of question is that? A very valid one given that, when I met you this afternoon, Gang Orca growled, I heard you saying the very same kinds of things those said to Carrie when they killed her. Is that you, Bakugo? Are you a hero student or are you a bigoted warmonger? No, he hadn't. He was just talking to Deku, saying the same things he always did. Deku didn't belong in hero school, Gang Orca's sister did. It was different. A hero student. Then start acting like one, the hero growled. Right now you are encouraging people who think it's alright to discriminate against those with mutation quirks, against those with villainous quirks or against those who are quirkless. Katsuki opened his mouth to protest, but the hero talked over him. You are encouraging hatred and violence and murder. Murder. You are going to be a hero, as you say, a powerful, respected figure in society. People will follow your lead. If they see and hear you treating others badly, belittling and discriminating and encouraging prejudice and abuse, then they will get the idea that these things are fine, socially acceptable. If Bakugo's doing it, then of course I can do it too. There's no need for me to try to be an accepting, open-minded person if the heroes don't need to be accepting, open-minded people. But I'm not. He doesn't even have a quirk. He's not like your sister. He is not my sister, Gang Orca growled, but he could very easily share her fate if people like you keep behaving carelessly and cruelly. Is that what you want? Because you sure sounded like that was what you want. No, Katsuki would never really hurt Deku. The idiot needed to drop out of school before he got killed, but Katsuki would never really hurt him. I look at you now and I can hear my sister sobbing as she bled to death. Don't give me excuses. Don't tell me it's different, because he's quirkless or a cat instead of an orca. It's not different. You're not stupid. You know it's not different. You know what you said was unacceptable, evil, but for some reason you decided to say it anyway. You want to be a hero? Stop talking like a gangster. You understand? Katsuki's mouth fell open, but he couldn't speak a word. You understand? Katsuki stumbled after Gang Orca because he didn't have any better idea about what he should do. They continued down a residential street, not another soul in sight. Katsuki wasn't a villain. He wasn't. He wasn't any of the things Gang Orca said. He would never. If he had been there, he would have saved Kairi, chased the gang away. He would never have encouraged them. He wasn't like that. He wasn't. I'm not a villain. Gang Orca nodded. True. You haven't broken the law. Speech is free. Talk is cheap. But not being a villain doesn't make you a decent hero, and it certainly doesn't make you a decent person. I would have helped her if I'd been there, Katsuki said, his tone painfully pleading, almost like he were begging to be believed. He hated hearing himself speak like that. Maybe, Gang Orca conceded, but your words are every bit as important as your fists. If you stop an attack on a member of a marginalized group but your thoughtless words incite 2 more attacks, it doesn't matter how many you save. At least one person is hurt or killed as a consequence of your actions. Katsuki shook his head. It's too dangerous for him. He can't be in heroics. He can't even tie his own diamond shoelaces. That's what clasps and Velcro straps are for, Gang Orca replied evenly. There is absolutely no reason why Midoriya cannot be a good hero. Will it be difficult for him? It would be less difficult for him if people like you would learn to see past your own noses, but I think that might be too much to ask from you. You'll never change, will you, Bakugo? I can see that in your eyes, the way you refuse to even consider that you might be on the wrong path. The hero shook his head. If, in a few years, I see you running down back streets in a black shirt beating mutant kids for daring to apply to hero school, I won't be surprised in the slightest. I would never. I'm not I. Gang Orca held up a hand to stop him. Nothing would make me happier than being proven wrong. Show the world not just how good of a hero you can be but how good of a person you can be. By all means, prove me wrong, Bakugo. I will, Katsuki hissed. I'll show you. I'll show you I'm not like them. He didn't talk like a gangster, did he? But, the things that Gang Orca said the killers told his sister, those were almost word for word identical to things Katsuki had said to Izuku at one time or another. But Katsuki didn't really mean that. Izuku didn't belong here and he was always following Katsuki everywhere, making him look useless because Izuku was quirkless and now in the same class at UA, the stupid cat was always looking down on him. Izuku had looked so DMN sad this afternoon, and at the USJ and well, he always looked sad, not like he was looking down on Katsuki but like he was hurt by him and afraid of him and could things Katsuki said really encourage someone to hurt people with mutations or quirkless people? That wasn't what Katsuki meant and he certainly didn't want Izuku to get really hurt or, God forbid, killed or. But you really thought he decided to kill himself when he jumped out that window, and then you said more nasty things to him to cover up the horror and terror you'd felt at the idea that you were responsible, that you were a murderer. Katsuki gulped, imagining what would have happened if Izuku had thrown himself to his death rather than to a tree branch. Did Gang Orca really think Katsuki was like the people who murdered his sister? He couldn't really think that, right? But the way he said it, the look in his eyes, that restrained disgust, as if saying, I have resigned myself to despising the person you will become, was so sharp, so violent and somber, tainted. By old grief, Katsuki had to believe it. If you stop an attack on a member of a marginalized group but your thoughtless words incite 2 more attacks, it doesn't matter how many you save. At least one person is hurt or killed as a consequence of your actions. Katsuki suddenly found it difficult to walk straight. The world was tilting, spinning a little. That morning he would not have believed it possible, but Katsuki would have rather spent the afternoon with Best Jeanist. The blonde couldn't find it in himself to pay much attention to anything Gang Orca or any psychic told him for the rest of the day. Caught up in a loop of he's wrong about me, he has to be all wrong. But he said things that were true. Katsuki was quite grateful when, a bit before 6 in the evening, the 2 top 10 pros met up again to exchange students. Deku now had a black spiral dyed into his fur. His left eye served as the epicenter and the marking extended across his face and throat, disappearing beneath his costume but presumably tapering out around the shoulder. Thank you, Best Jeanist, the jaguar stuttered. You are very welcome. It was a pleasure to meet you, Midoriya, although we are not going to part ways just yet. The denim nightmare gestured across the street to one of those weird restaurants that advertised itself as catering to exotic mutations. Dinner is on me tonight. One of Jeanist's sidekicks, Top Hat Idiot, pumped his fist in the air. How generous of you, Gang Orca purred. The 2 heroes gave each other a pair of very odd looks that Katsuki didn't know what to make of. The large group of heroes and sidekicks filtered into the dim dining room. A long table in a back corner had been prepared for them already. The fashion disaster must have called ahead. Dinner was quite good. Izuku had the same fish dish as Gang Orca and loved it. The jaguar was getting spoiled. He would have to go home and go back to eating ground meat all the time and he was going to be so bored. Bakugo was at one end of the table and Izuku at the other, the heroes and sidekicks acting as a buffer between them. The jaguar's old friend had a very peculiar look on his face. He almost looked ashamed. That couldn't be right. Izuku couldn't remember Bakugo ever being ashamed. As the others finished their meals and began to peruse dessert menus, they had candied flowers, which Izuku sorely desired but probably couldn't digest, The two top 10 pros slipped away into a shadowy corner, speaking very softly. Izuku, with his enhanced hearing, made out bits and pieces of the conversation but nothing coherent, not that he was trying to eavesdrop or anything. The only really notable thing of that exchange was that Gang Orca liked best Genist when he thought no one was watching. The jaguar didn't know what to make of that. Leopard Seal, who had also seen this out of the corner of an eye, immediately noted, "I need to tell Cover File to change my bet." "Your bet?" Izuku asked. "About whether Boss and Jeans are best friends forever or best friends forever with benefits, if you catch my drift." Izuku squeaked in embarrassment at the implication. Pacific Drift swatted Leopard Seal with a menu. "Don't traumatize the interns. This betting has been on for years," he explained. "And, traumatic or not, I'm pretty sure it's the latter. That's where I set my money. If you're trying to call Sakamata at night and he picks up, at least half of the time Hakamata is there, too, wherever there is, and vice versa." Seal shook his head. "Not like I don't spend a lot of time with Nakano, but we're not dating. He's straight as an arrow. We're just useless people who constantly fall asleep on each other's couches." "Do you lick Nakano when you think people aren't looking?" Genus top hat wearing sidekick, 3-ring, broke in. "Only if I'm really trying to piss him off," Seal replied. Izuku couldn't help but laugh. He wasn't quite sure who Nakano was. He presumed Nakano was one of Gang Orca's sidekicks, but he wasn't sure which one. He could barely remember their code names and, of course, hadn't met all of them. Gang Orca's party stayed out 2 more hours. They took part in another skirmish involving a gang of purse snatchers. Izuku threw himself in the path of one of the fleeing crooks and the woman tripped over him and went sprawling. Izuku then pounced on her, paw between her shoulders, and growled at her to stay still until Seal came to help him cuff her. The entire encounter went past like a vaguely pleasant dream, so fast he could barely recall the truth through the blur. "That was good work," Gang Orca told him as the police came to collect the thieves and the heroes headed for their hotel. "How was your afternoon?" "Best Genist fit me for claw and fang guards," Izuku replied, "and then dyed some of my fur and we talked about hero names and public images." Gang Orca nodded. This little intern exchange wasn't planned, but those are all things he can handle as well or better than me. I was planning to get him to fit you for claw guards sometime this week. Izuku wanted to ask what Gang Orca had done with Bakugo to make the blonde so strange and silent at dinner, but felt he shouldn't pry. "Seal and I are going to head back out on the streets to look for Stain," the hero told him, suddenly deadly serious. "Pacific Drift is going back to the hotel with you. A nighttime game of cat and mouse against an S-ranked assassin is something I would be reluctant to bring any but my most experienced sidekicks to, let alone a hero student." Izuku nodded. He could understand the reasoning. The jaguar was young and inexperienced. The only thing he could possibly do on this hunt would be to get in the way. "Will you be alright?" Izuku asked nervously. If Stain somehow got the drop on Hawks of all heroes, what else could he do? "You don't need to worry about me," he assured. "I'll have Seal watching my back and I'll meet up with Tsunagusari, Genist and 3-ring. A distant explosion rocked the street. "What are those?" shrieked Pacific Drift, raising his hands and summoning a gust of wind that blew a bat-like monstrosity off course and away from a crowded internet cafe across the street. Drift's weather control quirk wasn't designed to be used that way, the backlash making him wince and hiss in pain. "I have no idea," Gang Orca snarled. "We're only 2 blocks from the hotel. Drift, Midoriya, I want you to get back there and stay there unless you need to flee from an attack on the building, got it?" "Yeah, boss," Drift hissed, rubbing his temples. "Come on, Midoriya, let's go." The two of them set off down the street at a sprint for Drift and a lope for Izuku. "Will they be alright?" the jaguar asked. Hosu was in flames already, shrieks splitting the air. What was even happening? This was insane. "Those two are way bigger and badder than us," Drift replied, "and Genist is really freaking scary when someone's threatening his friends. They'll be fine. We just slow them down. Half of being a hero is knowing when not to get involved." That might be true. Izuku and Drift charged into the hotel lobby just as the staff were preparing to barricade the doors. Good timing. Tsunagu was not having a good week. Well, the time with Midoriya had been enjoyable. The jaguar was a joy and absolutely endearing when flustered. Dealing with Bakugo, though, was exhausting. To be fair, Bakugo probably felt the same way about Genist. Still, it was as if no one had ever bothered to tell the child that rules applied to him. He clearly understood that he was being rude, that the way he acted was unacceptable by even the loosest standards of common decency, he just didn't care. It was very frustrating. The young man had been very subdued and quiet after his afternoon with Kugo, so perhaps hearing Kairi's story had at least made him think. It would have been nice if Bakugo-related problems had been the full extent of the day's tribulations. That would have been very nice. Tsunagu had made the mistake of thinking at dinner about how quiet it had been, how he had seen comparatively few villains recently and there had been no sign of Stain since the attack on Hawks. Tsunagu should not have thought that, and now the universe was taking revenge for his insolence. The fiber hero sighed, mentally checking the bindings on no less than 7 opportunistic thieves. The 8th member of this gang had a fire quirk. The petty villain had presumed this would keep him safe from Fiber Master. He had presumed wrong. Tsunagu smirked at the lanky man he had pinned beneath an overturned popsicle stand. The denim cables holding the trap in place were too far away for the bruised and battered villain to set alight. It would be perhaps an hour before the police had the chance to pick up these would-be robbers. The restraints should hold until then if no other villains decided to cut them free. That could happen, but there wasn't really anything Tsunagu could do about it. Best Genist was needed elsewhere. This lot were not causing trouble anymore and thus were not a priority. Genist. Glazer's voice crackled over the communicator. Tsunagu had sent him to see Bakugo back to their hotel. 3-Ring, who was quite capable in a fight but even more useful for rescue operations, was using his pocket dimension to transport a number of grievously injured civilians, and at least one hero, to the hospital. Go ahead, Glazer, the Tsunagu replied, his attention split between his sidekick's words and the constant, excessively detained input Fiber Master gave him about fabrics in his vicinity. I got caught in a fight with a couple decently powerful villains on the way back to the hotel. Oh, that wasn't good. Is Bakugo alright? Hopefully. He slipped away during the skirmish. Slipped away? As in he intentionally ran from you? Glazer coughed, apparently on smoke. Someone shouted and a siren wailed. Tsunagu could hear the same siren where he stood, so at least there was not too much distance between them. Yeah, I yelled for him to stop but he decided to run and wasn't going to change his mind. Oh, this was just a perfect end to a perfect day. Where are you and which way did he run? Glazer rattled off a set of vaguely familiar street names and continued. He took off northwest. He's pretty fast, so I'd reckon he's closer to you than me by now. Alright, try to catch up with him. I will let you know if I find him first. Acknowledged. Good luck. Genist sprinted down the street, focusing on Fiber Master's input for each alleyway for only a moment, seeking the telltale thread signature of his wayward intern. Tsunagu was a fast sprinter by quirkless standards, but that didn't mean much in a situation like this. Why had Bakugo taken off like this? Was he frightened? That seemed unlikely. Had he deemed it necessary to prove himself and thus run off into the darkness to face villains alone? Was he really willing to risk his entire future so recklessly on something so utterly pointless? Glazer, he called out, catching sense of his sidekick. There was still no sign of Bakugo. I'll go right, you go left, the other hero proposed. The two of them split up without a moment's hesitation. Tsunagu paused for a moment to hogtie a man with a boar mutation who was harassing a young woman that was something he couldn't possibly ignore, then continued on his search. There was plenty of carnage in this part of Hosu, but it was a quieter sort. Fewer things were burning, more storefronts were smashed in, and fewer law-abiding people were out in the night to get caught up in the chaos. Someone shouted in pain. The fiber hero turned down a side street, panting from the extended sprints. Another shout laughter. You, said a voice that sent chills through Tsunaga's blood, are exactly the problem with hero society. You embody it. You think you can surpass All Might? Your very existence is an insult to him. It had been a long time since Tsunagu heard a voice that could rile up wonder and terror like this. Not since, it was not the time to think about that. He couldn't help but wonder as he skidded around a final corner, pressing Fiber Master for information about the battle he was about to join, if he were facing an empath. That was the hero killer, Stain. There was no mistaking that mask, that silhouette, the sword held high in a tight fist. That was the hero native leaning against a dirty brick wall, and that was Tsunaga's intern sprawled out on the pavement in a pool of blood. Stain himself was clearly injured. Bakugo had dealt him a serious blow on the jaw and on the arm. It was vaguely impressive and completely irrelevant. There is no second prize in a fight to the death. About 2 years previously, some gossip website had ranked the top 20 pros in order of how dangerous they were. Somehow, the magazine managed to avoid mentioning any sort of useful information, never once referring to the number of villains seriously injured or killed by any given hero or presenting reasonable quirk analysis. The rankings went something along the line of Endeavor, All Might, Ryukyu, Miruko, Hawks, Gang Orca, others, Crust, Best Genist. At a house party several days afterwards, a good third of the list had a long laugh about it and, collectively, came up with their own ordering. So Endeavor's still the most dangerous, you think? Asked Miruko, who was, by that point, quite drunk. Kugo had chuckled in reply. Depends on the circumstances. In any typical low-stakes fight, sure, Endeavor's probably the most dangerous just because his quirk has a huge amount of destructive potential, but if, say, someone is threatening a hero's sidekick or student, Tsunagu is absolutely the most dangerous of the top 20. You sure about that? Miruko had laughed, disbelieving. Kugo had stared at her until she began to shift uncomfortably. Oh yes, I am sure. Tsunago couldn't stifle the feral snarl that erupted from his throat as he ripped fibers from Stain's own bandana and formed them into a garrote. Stain choked, ripping at the cords with a fine knife until the shards remaining were not long enough to be useful. By then Tsunago had shot a dozen of his own threads at the hero killer, feeling the fabric bite viciously into flesh. He pulled them tight enough to gouge deeply into the muscle. Stain was good. He moved unbelievably fast, slashing through fibers as quickly as Tsunago could send them. Genist couldn't risk using anchored fibers, those which were attached to his clothes, as the hero killer might be clever enough and powerful enough to get a grip on the thread by wrapping it around a weapon. There were hundreds of lengths of pre-cut thread available to pull from the second layer of Genist's costume, the ugly layer no one ever saw. He would make do with those. The fiber hero backed away slowly, keeping at least 10 meters between himself and the villain. No one seemed to fare well in hand-to-hand against the hero killer. Tsunago had no desire to learn the reason for that. He had the desire to strangle this BSTRD and save his in turn, but this method of attack wasn't working. They were at a stalemate which had already gone on a minute too long. Tsunago would have to multitask to finish this quickly. Keeping Stain busy, he sent fibers slithering to opposite sides of the road and anchored them to a pair of dumpsters. Both were cardboard recycling and nearly empty. Feeling his grip was secure, he gathered his strength and wrenched. Stain leapt over the first dumpster, but he couldn't change his arc once in the air, whereas Tsunago was free to adjust his aim. The second metal projectile slammed into the hero killer with enough force to send him flying across the road. Stain's sword clattered away and the fiber hero had him bound in a cocoon a moment later. You would protect a false hero like. I'm not interested in your proselytizing, Tsunago snarled as he gagged Stain and hung him upside down by one ankle from a streetlight. It would be a horrifically uncomfortable position. The hero killer could deal with it. He deserved worse. Bakugu! Katsuki! Tsunago called to his in turn. Running up beside him, the fiber hero had drifted a good distance away during the fight. There was an unacceptably large pool of blood in the street. The child was breathing fairly steadily though, the shift of flesh against fabric obvious to Fiber Master. Glazer, he barked into his communicator before naming his location. I have Stain, Native, and Bakugu here. I need police and an ambulance, with that last one being by far the more important of the two. I'll take care of it, Glazer's voice crackled back. You have Stain in custody or still trying to kill you? In custody. Tsunago tightened the bonds on the captured murderer. He assessed the unconscious child's injuries without moving Bakugu, prodding with threads where he needed to, reading the story from the ripped tatters of a ruined shirt. There was a deep stab wound in the student's stomach, but other than that Bakugu had nothing more than shallow cuts and no sign of head or spinal injuries. Genist knelt to the ground, turning his intern over and hauling the light student into his lap. The injury bled freely. Tsunago would have to put a stop to that. Best Genist, asked Native. I am glad to see you conscious, Tsunago said. Are you injured? Just a few cuts. His quirk paralyzes you. I'm not quite sure how, but it wore off. I can move now. Wonderful. I would appreciate it if you would watch my back while I focus on an unpleasant task. Yeah, of course, Native agreed. Tsunago focused all of his attention on the threads that he worked into the wound in Bakugu's side. This was always disturbing, reaching so deeply into another's body this way, seeking out ripped blood vessels and carefully tying them off, striving to cause no more damage than had already been done. I really hope they have good surgeons on duty, Tsunaga muttered, because this was the kind of wound that could mean permanent organ damage if not dealt with promptly by someone extremely skilled. The fiber hero couldn't actually hear himself speak with all his awareness folded into a meter of thread like this, but he knew what he had said. He did not say, I hope you don't die from blood loss, because that was unthinkable. Best Genist had never lost a student on the job and that was not about to change. Bakugu twitched away from him, heart spiking and blood spilling through what vessels remained to be sealed. Hold still, Tsunago said to his apparently conscious charge. He wasn't sure exactly how loudly he had spoken and it wasn't clear if he had not been understood or if Bakugu was in too much pain to comply. Finishing his invasive task as quickly and accurately as possible, Tsunaga drew back to his body of flesh and blood. The student was growling like an angry bear. Bakugu blinked blearily up at him. That hurts like hell, the student hissed. I imagine, but you are not bleeding anymore, Tsunaga sighed. What in the name of... I don't even have a fabric metaphor for any of this. What in the name of all the gods ever worshipped on this planet were you thinking, Bakugu Katsuki? Why did you run away from Glazer? Were you looking for Stain? He said I was a villain, the student mumbled. The threads of that man's consciousness are tied in so many twisted up constrictor knots I doubt anything he says has any meaning whatsoever. There was a metaphor. Tsunago felt like himself again. Not Stain. Gangorkist. I was like the ones who killed his sister. Had he run off convinced that he needed to prove himself worthy of being a hero somehow? That it was completely nonsensical, but people often did nonsensical things. Kugo might have gone a bit too far with that lecture though. To be fair, it had seemed perfectly warranted at the time. Perhaps Bakugo wasn't actually as stubborn as he seemed. If I legitimately believed you to be a bad person, I would not have offered to work with you, Tsunagu sighed. I have done plenty of bad things in my life, but that doesn't necessarily make me a bad person, and it certainly doesn't mean that I have to behave badly in the future. Am I in trouble? Bakugo mumbled, barely coherent. Oh yes. Everyone involved in this incident is in a massive amount of trouble. Except possibly you, native. Good to hear. The other hero said with just a hint of sarcasm. There was a non-zero possibility of Bakugo being expelled from UA after this stunt. Aizawa had little tolerance for this kind of behavior. There was a non-zero possibility of Tsunagu or Glazer or both of them losing their authorization to work with unlicensed interns, or worse. But all of that is utterly irrelevant at the moment, Genus said. Stain was glaring at him from his jukun. And you? Tsunaga growled at the hero killer. Our lucky native and Bakugo are here, or I might consider showing you what real unheroic behavior is, not that I could rival your bad acts, of course. Murdering children in the street? What do you think you are proving? You're scary, Bakugo muttered. Only on special occasions, Tsunaga replied, still caught up in a glaring contest with the hero killer. The whine of a siren approaching cut through the staring contest. Stain squirmed against his bonds and Tsunagu drew them tighter. This man was not going to be a Houdini, of either the literal or karma sort. He would probably be executed for what he had done, or at the very least spend the rest of his life in prison. A pair of frazzled, overworked EMTs approached the group with a stretcher. The fiber hero relinquished his semi-conscious intern into their care. One of them hustled native away as well. Glazer appeared moments later, panting and pale. Everything all tied up here? The sidekick asked. It appears so, Tsunaga said. I am not letting this man out of my sight until he is properly restrained and caged. I'll stay with you, Glazer said. I appreciate it. He was still so furious. He needed someone to watch him and watch his back. Could you call 3-Ring? He should be able to check on Bakugo as he is transporting casualties to the hospital. Sure, Genist. You keep watching Stain. Why doesn't he have a nose? I don't know. It is rather disturbing. Well, for all I know you don't have a nose either, Glazer said, attempting to lighten the mood. Just because you have never seen my nose does not mean I do not have one. He appreciated Glazer's efforts to ease the tension. Bakugo would not die of his injury, but he might be maimed for life. It would have been best if Tsunagu had not offered an internship to the child at all. Another hero might have had better luck. What a disaster. I suppose I'll take your word for that. Izuku awoke to find himself sleeping on a rug. He wondered, slowly blinking to clear his eyes. He was in a hotel room, right? He and Pacific Drift had gone back to Drift's hotel room because the sidekick didn't want to let Izuku out of sight in case they needed to evacuate with short notice. An alarm clock on a bedside table informed the Jaguar that it was about 5:50 a.m. Drift was awake already, or had never gone to sleep in the first place. Yeah, all right, Drift whispered into his phone. Gotcha. I'll let him know. See you there. Drift hung up. Let me know what? Izuku asked, presuming that Drift meant him. The sidekick started. Sorry, didn't realize you were awake. Boss just called me. He's at Hosu General. Is he hurt? Izuku asked fretfully. Nobody from our party is seriously hurt, the sidekick replied. The implication there? Someone from Best Genus party? Izuku asked. Hopefully he was wrong. The young man nodded. Apparently your classmate decided to go looking for the hero killer alone during the chaos last night. Izuku felt his mouth drop open. He couldn't believe Bakugo would be that. No, he could. He could absolutely believe Bakugo could be that arrogant, stupid, full of himself. Is he? Not dead, Drift said. I'm not sure how badly hurt he is though. Genist caught Stain and is apparently raving mad to the point that boss is having trouble getting him to have a rational conversation. Is that? Izuku wasn't familiar enough with this dynamic to guess what the sidekick's tone meant. That's saying something. Gang Orca and Best Genist both have wicked nasty tempers, but they usually moderate each other. Kaken, just how badly hurt was he? I haven't been on good terms with Bakugo for a long time, he said, but we were really good friends when we were little. Could I see him? What is it like out there? Are people still fighting? Drift shook his head, getting to his feet. The city's secure at this point. The curfew's been lifted and everything. There are a few things still on fire, though, so we'll have to be careful. Do you need anything before we go? Izuku shook his head. Have you eaten? Humans had to eat more often than him. I had some hot chocolate, Drift replied. Everybody has that one thing, he explained as they stepped out into the hallway and locked the door, that they drink no matter how freaked out and tense they are. For some people it's coffee. I pity them. Hot chocolate gets you calories and warmth, and it doesn't wreck your sleep schedule when you binge on it. You'll have to find your equivalent. Chicken soup, Izuku suggested. grateful for the distraction the sidekick provided. That was obviously what it was, a soft topic to distract him from worrying about his friend-turned-enemy who might be bleeding to death or... He didn't want to think about this. The two of them walked through the streets of Hosu swiftly, Pacific Drift keeping a wary eye on the sky, Izuku twisting his ears like radar dishes in an effort to catch any early sign of trouble. "This is really creepy," Izuku whispered. The sun shone brightly, but Hosu was a ghost town. A few stray cars moved furtively through the streets. Occasionally Izuku spotted another pedestrian. Everyone wore the wary look of a mouse in a hawk's gaze. Twice, they passed by businesses where owners or maintenance workers were busy sweeping up broken glass and righting furniture, but most shops were dark and dismantled. In the distance, a plume of black smoke coiled lazily into the sky. "Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen anything like this before," Pacific Drift replied. "I've seen small towns in this state, never a whole city though." "How far is the hospital?" Izuku asked. "We're almost there. You can tell by the pickup in the amount of traffic." An ambulance accelerated down the street, lights flashing. There was no need for sirens. There just wasn't enough traffic to require that. Pacific Drift led Izuku to a side entrance into the crowded waiting room of Hosu General. Izuku winced at the volume. The streets might be quiet, but the hospital was chaos. The only quiet part of the room was a corner where two ER physicians had collapsed in a pair of adjacent chairs and fallen asleep leaning against each other. "This way," Drift said without consulting any of the swamped receptionists or nurses. The two of them walked down a cramped hallway and then up the stairs, careful to stay out of the way of the medical staff. "Hey boss," Drift called softly as the pair made their way down the hallway. Gang Orca nodded to the pair of them. He looked grim. Best Jeanist stood at the other end of the hallway, speaking on a cell phone. He did look furious. "Is Bakugo alright?" Izuku asked. Sakamada gave a rumbling hum. "It doesn't look like he's going to be permanently injured?" Izuku balked at the reply. Somehow even as Izuku worried, he had also assumed that Bakugo would be fine because he was always fine. He was invincible, always had been. If Bakugo could be hurt like this, then no one was safe. Best Jeanist, apparently through with his conversation, joined them, standing beside Gang Orca and slowly shifting his weight until he was leaning against the larger hero. "Stain did this?" Izuku asked. "Yes," Jeanist answered stiffly. "Let this be a lesson to you." The hero did not elaborate further. Gang Orca pet his head and threw an arm over his friend's shoulders. "Normally he would explain to you what lesson you're supposed to learn, but I suppose it's self-evident in this case and probably summed up best as, don't be an idiot." "Can I see him?" Izuku asked. Jeanist nodded. "They are allowing visitors. He was awake when I checked earlier. He complained to me about the city bus timetables being incomprehensible. I do not believe he knew who I was." "Well, he does have a point," Pacific Drift said. "I can never figure out what those timetables mean. Regardless, what does he expect me to do about it?" Jeanist demanded, apparently too angry to even recognize the attempt to provide levity via joke, let alone appreciate it. Which room?" Jeanist showed Izuku down the hallway and a nurse allowed him entry. Bakugo hissed at him. Izuku blinked. "Hey, Baku-kaken?" Perhaps the old nickname would get a better response, even if it wasn't the name by which Izuku thought about the blonde anymore. "And they blamed me," Bakugo said groggily. "They said it was my fault even though the bus was late. So I finally figured out how to read the timetables, and then it doesn't even matter because the goddamn bus was so effing late." "Kaken?" He was still on about the bus timetables, apparently. Izuku approached slowly. "I'm glad you're alright?" He didn't really look alright. There was a haze in his classmates' red eyes and a deathly pallor in his cheeks. Izuku was still mad at him for everything he did and said, and yet this was awful, just awful, and the Jaguar didn't know what to feel other than maybe guilty for not feeling bad enough. Bakugo abruptly reached out with his one free hand, the other hosted IVs, and started petting the fur between Izuku's ears. The Jaguar's eyes flew wide, but he was otherwise too shocked to react. "Why are you so fluffy?" the explosive student mumbled. "I bet the bus always stops for you, you're so fluffy." "Still talking about buses, huh? Or they should. Wouldn't be nice of them if they didn't stop for you, just because you're fluffy. That wouldn't be fair." Sure. This was probably the strangest conversation Izuku had ever had in his life, and Bakugo was still petting him, and the Jaguar didn't know how to feel about that. He did know how to feel about something though. "You're an idiot," Izuku said. "Why did you do this? You could have died." "Well, no. I would have been a few minutes late, maybe. I'm not talking about the bus timetables. I'm talking about chasing down murderous assassins in the middle of the night with no backup because you have something to prove." Izuku hissed. Bakugo blinked at him, a tiny bit of the red haze clearing away. "Zuku? What are you doing here?" "Maybe I shouldn't be here at all. You don't even know where you are. And chances were he wouldn't remember any of this." "Stay," Bakugo said, grasping at Izuku's shoulder as the cat turned away. Why are you here? What happened? You went looking for Stain and nearly got yourself killed, Izuku told him bitterly, not in the mood to sugarcoat anything for his old friend. Why the hell would I do that? The blonde wondered. I don't know. How would I know? I don't understand why you do anything you do, Bakugo. I don't know why you hate me. I don't know why you're so nasty to Tsu. I don't know why you went chasing after Stain in some suicidal quest for glory. I don't know. Red eyes blinked at him. You don't know? I don't know, Izuku repeated. But what if I don't know either? Then who knows? Did he really not know? Nobody, I presume. If you really don't know, maybe you should figure it out before you do something this stupid again. Or say the kinds of things you like to for that matter. There was a long pause. I don't want to hurt you, Bakugo said. Then don't. How? Izuku sighed. What was he supposed to say to any of this? It wasn't like the blonde was going to recall any of his replies. Go back to sleep, Bakugo. Izuku slipped away from his old friend's grip, leaving the blonde to slump back against his pillows. Bakugo was awake, so he was going to be all right. Of course he was. He was always fine. Izuku still didn't know how to feel about anything. That was the weirdest conversation I have ever had in my life, Izuku said to the heroes collected outside the door. Pacific Drift was gone, but 3 Ring had appeared in his place. Genist, who was noticeably more composed, considered this. I have had stranger conversations, but only when both I and my conversation partner were on hard painkillers. Pious. I recall we once had an hour-long chat in which we managed to convince each other that dinosaurs could not possibly be extinct and must be living in disguise among the populace, Gang Orca said. Rather than replying to that, Genist checked his phone and said, I need to fetch Bakugo's parents. I believe your mother is with them, Midoriya. Oh, that makes sense. She would come along to support them. I will be back shortly. The fiber hero departed. It wasn't long before Bakugo Mitsuki stormed out of the stairwell, her husband and Izuku's mother in tow. Idiot brat. I told him to just behave himself for one goddamn day, she snarled, striding quickly down the hallway. Izuku's mom peeled off to stand with the jaguar as Bakugo's parents spoke with a nurse and entered his room. Mitsuki was still growling like a bloodthirsty bear. Genist and Gang Orca exchanged judgmental glances, and Izuku didn't know what to think about Mitsuki's ranting either. The top 10 pros walked to the opposite end of the hall, speaking quietly. Izuku. The jaguar reared up on his back legs and gave his mother a hug, nuzzling her cheek with his nose. She laughed. Your whiskers tickle. Sorry. I'm glad you're all right. Poor Mitsuki, poor Katsuki, she shook his head. He was stupid, Izuku said, because he didn't want her to start worrying about him after this horrible event. I would never have done something like that. You could have been hurt too, his mother said softly, a quaver in her voice. Izuku shook his head. I was back at the hotel before things got bad and Pacific Drift was there to watch me. Katsuki should have been back at his hotel, but he decided to take off on his own because he thinks he's the best and always has to be the center of attention. Izuku, his mother frowned at him. He's been horrible to me, Mom. Horrible. For months, every single time he can say something nasty to me he does. She didn't know what to say to that. I'm really glad he's going to be okay, and I was horrified when I heard what happened, but I almost feel mad at him for making me feel sorry for him because I think that maybe all I want right now is to keep being mad at him. Oh, sweetheart, his mother sighed. I think I understand a little anyway. I feel like a terrible person for being angry at him, especially now. His mom sighed. You can't help the way you feel. I think maybe we should all have a talk about this, once Katsuki is recovered and everyone's head is clear. Izuku jolted as his keen ears picked up on the shouting occurring in Bakugo's room. His mother was yelling at him, and Katsuki was trying to yell back, but his achievable volume had been severely limited by his injury. She shouldn't be yelling at him, Izuku winced. This was not a time to be stressing the blonde. Best, Genist, and Gang Orca were now speaking to a man who might be the Hosu chief of police. Do you want to stay for the rest of the week, Izuku? His mom asked nervously. Please, the jaguar replied. I've learned a lot and I really like Gang Orca. He's been nothing but nice to me and all of his sidekicks are great. All right, his mother agreed. Pacific Drift reappeared along with Leopard Seal, 3 Ring and another of Best Genist's sidekicks whose name Izuku did not know. They briefly joined in with the conversation between the top 10 pros and the chief of police, then came to join Izuku and his mother. The lot introduced themselves and greeted Midoriya Inko politely. The sidekick Izuku didn't know was known as Glazer. Boss and Genist are going to stay here for a while and work out some stuff, Pacific Drift said to Izuku. Leopard Seal and I are heading back to the hotel to collect our stuff, then we're going back to the agency. Do you want to tag along with us or stay here or? I'll come with you. He didn't have anything else to say to any of the Bakugis at the moment. Alright, we're heading out in a few minutes. Bye, Mom, Izuku said, rearing up for another hug and nuzzle. Good luck, Izuku, stay safe. I will. Izuku slapped a handful of bills on Cover File's desk. It was probably an amusing image, a cat with a fan of bills pinned against the wood. Oh, and what are these for? I would like to place a bet. Do you take the money for the pool or are you going to collect when it's settled? I don't usually take it, but since you're not likely to be at the agency when we finally figure it out, I'll write you down as paid in full. She pulled out a little green book and began to scribble down his information. So are you betting on Boss and Genist being friends or lovers? Friends, Izuku said. Though I think they like to leave people guessing. They obviously must have known someone was going to catch sight of that lick in the restaurant. If the two top 10 pros were really trying to keep a secret physical relationship secret, they wouldn't have done that in public. It was obviously staged, which might be a shame because the two would be a cute couple, almost as cute as Hawks and Miruko, but Izuku really needed to keep his secret shipper tendencies under wraps. He clamped his jaw on all of those thoughts. Alright, that'll be your main bet, and you'll also get some winnings if it turns out they're intentionally trying to confuse people, regardless of whether you're right about the two just being friends or not. A few moments later, Gang Orca called for him and the Jaguar joined his mentor for another patrol. Hopefully this one would be much less eventful than anything that happened in Hosu. Izuku could do with some boring right now. So, Gang Orca asked him as a bewildered Australian shepherd stared Izuku in the eye nervously before barking and running after their impatient owner. Have you thought any more about the hero name you might want to use? I have, Izuku said. I know it's weird, but I realized that I like the idea of being called Mr. Cat. It was just sweet. I liked it and I can imagine, it was hard to admit this aloud it sounded so silly, screaming in a villain's face, "It's Mr. Cat to you, thank you very much," during a fight and that being funny in a good, distracting way. But, he trailed off as Gang Orca let him. I can absolutely see that, and I think it could be a good catchphrase for you in a number of ways. People are going to be incredibly condescending and rude to you. I know this because people are incredibly condescending and rude to me and you are liable to have it worse simply because you look less human than I do. I have frequently just been called Orca, sometimes by friends as a pet name of sorts, sometimes by members of the media or other heroes trying to demean me. I'm sure that you're going to be called Cat or the Cat many times in your life. Being able to respond to barbs like that with a catchphrase, "Excuse me but it's Mr. Cat," or "Excuse me but it's Mr. the Cat," will be an incredibly helpful, easy out especially since it's amusing on several levels. The more often you do it, the more effective it will be because everyone will come to expect it. The ultimate success of this strategy is if you can get the audience on a television show to correct the host without any input from you. It'll take you years to work to that point but I think it can be done. Izuku could absolutely picture the audience of 10 o'clock Hero Talk, yelling, "It's Mr. the Cat," at the host panel. This all sounded like a worthwhile life goal. But I also kind of want to have a meaningful name, too. I was thinking about Alice in Wonderland and I thought maybe I could be Mr. Cheshire Cat. It allows me to be Mr. Cat and also have a meaningful name, too. Gang Orca hummed. Mr. Cheshire Cat. Yes, I like that a lot and I think it will serve you well. The idea of the Cheshire Cat being mad in the book might be a bit problematic. No, probably not. He's such a popular character it will probably be fine. You might want to ask Genist about it before you finalize anything. He's good at this kind of stuff, as you probably noticed. Izuku had noticed. On a related note, he hadn't asked about Bakugu in a while. About Genist and Bakugu, do you know what's going on with them? With all of the Stain aftermath? Not for sure, the pro admitted. Some heroes might try to spin the facts or cover up what happened in order to spare themselves and their interns some flack, but for reasons I can't get into Tsunaga won't do that. That was a really weird way to phrase that. UA is going to have to think very hard about whether to expel your classmate. Kicking someone like that to the curb seems like an easy decision, but it's not, because something like 10% of people who are expelled from heroics courses go on to become big-name villains. Izuku started. Seriously? That many? Oh yeah, Gang Orca shook his head. It's not a fact anyone likes to advertise, for obvious reasons, but something like 10% of S-ranked supervillains, 30% of SS supervillains, and no less than 50% of SS supervillains attended hero school for at least a year. That's not a statistic I've ever read, Izuku coughed out of his constricted throat. That was horrifying. As I said, not something the Hero Public Safety Commission or the hero schools for that matter would like to be widely known, Sakamata sighed. The numbers in the opposite direction are far more dismal, but something like one of every 100 pro heroes used to be a supervillain. Izuku's mouth fell open and stayed that way. There's not any kind of official statistic for that, of course. Officially, according to the HPSC, there are no heroes who were ever villains. They all have perfectly clean records. Gang Orca snorted, as if anyone believes that. It could be more than 1 in 100 of course, because these are secrets that the heroes in question give everything they have to keep buried, with a few notable exceptions. Notable exceptions? And how do you know the 1 in 100? Izuku couldn't help but ask. 1 in 100 is a rough estimate, extrapolation from a sample. Sakamata did not elaborate further on that, and Izuku could well understand his reasoning not to. Notable exceptions, yes. Anima, one of Endeavor's sidekicks, everyone knows he used to be Strife. He jokes about it openly. Endeavor pretends not to notice. Officially everyone denies it. He was a minor at the time of his villain career and doesn't have a real criminal record of any kind. Everyone knows, though. Another notable exception is False Flag. Izuku blinked. I got an internship offer from her. Interesting. Anyway, False Flag was actually born in the Rebel Isles, so born a villain by default, stupid as it is that villain by default is a thing. Izuku agreed with that. Just because you were born in a lawless place, that didn't mean you were a monster. In Undercover Heroics her background is an incredible asset, and everyone pretends that her real villain career was just part of some deep cover mission. We all know. She doesn't bother hiding it. Villain by default. Izuku mulled over that idea, shaking his head. That's just wrong. Absolutely ridiculous. False Flag does incredibly good work, mostly chasing down human traffickers and animal smugglers. She's not even the only great hero I know who was born in the Rebel Isles, Sakamata said dryly. Anyway, though, before we flew away on this tangent we were discussing Bakugo. Yeah, right. So UA will have to think hard about what to do about him. Izuku would have to think hard about what to do about him. The Jaguar was worried about his old friend, visited him in the hospital, but really didn't know what to say or what to do otherwise. Anger mixed with exasperation, sorrow, and the slightest touch of sympathy. I think the most likely result would be a transfer to one of the general education classes, or support if he has the mind for it, Sakamata said. If Bakugo can convince Aizawa and Netsu that he's learned his lesson, I can see them allowing him to continue in heroics on some kind of probation. That seemed unlikely. Maybe, Izuku said, but he tends to be stubborn. There are also likely to be criminal charges, Sakamata said, although given the circumstances they'll probably be light. As far as I know, Bakugo didn't seriously injure Stain with his quirk, but Stain seriously injured him. Self-defense laws don't apply to vigilantes who go looking for trouble, but Bakugo could make the argument that he was just lost and confused in the chaos, that he wasn't looking for trouble but trouble found him and he had to fight or die. I expect he'll take a plea deal, probably get 30 to 100 hours of community service and maybe a fine if the district attorney is in a bad mood. Gang Orca considered this. You're probably going to hear about all of this on the news in the coming days. Even though he's a minor, some of it will make its way into the media. For Tsunaga and Glazer, hard to say? Both of them will have to face an HPSC inquiry about the incident. This really wasn't Tsunaga's fault. One could argue that he should have escorted Bakugo to the hotel himself rather than delegating the task, that the intern should have been his first priority, but given how many lives were at stake in Hosu and how badly frontline pros were needed, it would be hard to argue that he really made a bad call. I made the exact same decision with you, after all, as did at least 2 other heroes in Hosu who were hosting students that night. Glazer, too, did the best he could under the circumstances, but it still looks bad on paper. Glazer is definitely going to have his authority to work with unlicensed interns suspended. He'll probably be allowed to retake the test and get certified again next year. I don't think that will happen to Tsunaga. I think he'll just have to attend a lot of hearings and answer a lot of questions. The HPSC doesn't much like either of us, but Best Jeanist usually has the court of public opinion on his side, and given that he was the one who caught Stain in the end, the HPSC probably won't decide to do anything to him beyond waste his time and ask humiliating questions. By this point, Patrol had come full circle and it was time to step back into Gang Orca's lobby. Izuku was aware that the Hero Public Safety Commission existed. However, in his mind it was sort of a nebulous and impartial bureaucracy enforcing the laws and regulations of heroics, and the idea that it might like or dislike certain heroes and, as a result, try to make their lives easy or difficult was a bit stunning. The HPSC does not like you? He asked as soon as the exterior door closed. There were some things that shouldn't be discussed on the street. They do not, Sakamata shook his head as the 2 of them ascended the stairs. Why? The pair emerged onto the central floor, passing by Cover File's desk. The HPSC likes traditional heroes, those with quirks that remind you of Golden Age comic books. Unconventional appearances, unconventional quirks, unconventional attitudes, they're not fond of. Tell me about it, Cover File complained, glancing up from her paperwork. The real issue, Leopard's Seal dropped into the conversation, is they like heroes that are predictable and easy to manage. You can understand that, I suppose. Their job is to keep order and they aren't fond of people who sow chaos. It appeared that, why does the HPSC dislike our boss, was a common topic of discussion at the agency. This argument must have happened before, but, clearly, nothing had been settled. So are you saying, Pacific Drift put in, that people with more traditional quirks and appearances are easier to control? That they're somehow less chaotic than people like our boss? Pacific Drift's tone implied that he actually believed this to be the case, that those with traditional quirks were somehow easier to control. What the? That was a weird prejudice? Or maybe he was being sarcastic. No, Leopard Seal argued, there are plenty of so-called traditional heroes who the HPSC is not fond of. Name one, Refine challenged, leaning over her desk. Apogee, Leopard Seal responded. Izuku knew her, top 100, quirk allowed for the manipulation of light. They don't like her because she's pretty but refuses to dress like a sect doll, Refine argued. So? Maybe that's true, but what's that got to do with anything? Pacific Drift wondered. Nothing, Leopard Seal replied, shaking his head. My point stands. Gang Orca interrupted to ask Leopard Seal, oh, so Genist and I so chaos, do we? That's why they don't like us. He sounded quite amused by the idea. Leopard Seal considered his reply carefully. A little bit, he said in the end. A few people snorted. You always end up involved in really complicated cases for some reason, and Genist is just, kind of strange. Cover File cackled. So you say the HPSC just doesn't like weird people? We live in a society where everyone is weird. Even not being weird makes you weird. I mean, what's their definition? The HPSC isn't really supposed to have that much power, just the ability to enforce a very specific set of government-decreed laws and regulations. Pacific Drift chipped in, but they like holding all kinds of sway above and beyond that. The issue is that people who have more traditionally heroic quirks and appearances are, on average, less wary of the kind of manipulation that the HPSC tries to do than those with less traditionally heroic quirks or appearances, just because of the life experiences those groups are liable to have. Hence the apparent preference. I really don't think that's it, Leopard Seal said, sounding quite uncomfortable now. They have a hard job and there are plenty of unpleasant people working for the HPSC, but it's not some kind of evil organization. Evil? Well, debatable. Cover File pitched in. Manipulative, not debatable. I don't think either of those things are debatable, Refine replied. By this point Izuku had no idea what to think and looked to Gang Orca for some advice. Sakamata just shrugged. Keep your eyes peeled in this line of work, Midoriya. People are out to get you from time to time, and they may come from any direction. Opinions on the conduct of the HPSC are probably best kept to yourself and only discussed in safe places where you can be assured of everyone's discretion. This is one such place, but your classroom at UA might not be. Ah, Izuku said softly. Every time he thought he understood how the world worked, some new aspect appeared and made everything more complicated. Pacific Drift broke up what was rapidly becoming a screaming match by demanding, stop it. We're traumatizing the intern again. I'm not traumatized, Izuku protested. It was interesting? It was interesting when it was a debate, Sakamata said, but now it's a shouting match. Probably best table that for today in the hopes of getting some work done. A chorus of yeah resounded around the room as Izuku returned to his own desk. On the last day of internships, Best Genist and Gang Orca appeared together at the beginning of the workday. The fiber hero had a hefty cardboard box which Izuku strongly suspected was for him. This was immediately confirmed when the two heroes summoned the Jaguar down to the training rooms in the basement. Shatterproof mirrors lined one wall. The bright lights embedded in the ceiling were protected by steel cages. A number of fire extinguishers, mostly Class ABC, but a few Class D and one Class K, were distributed about the room. To Izuku's knowledge, no one at Gang Orca's agency had a flame quirk. Maybe there was someone he hadn't met yet, or maybe this was a precaution for visitors. Izuku joined the heroes at a practice mat in the corner. Fang guards take some time to manufacture, the fiber hero explained, but claw guards are not so difficult. He removed 4 boots from the box and set them down on the floor. They were a flexible but clearly very durable material, the cat equivalent of calf length. The base color of his fur and the base color of the footwear was an exact match. Each boot had a fine, black spiral as decoration. Adjusting them the first time is a somewhat involved process, but after that you should be able to slip them on, lock these 5 clasps quickly, Genist demonstrated, and be ready to run. It should not take more than 15 seconds to get them on once you are accustomed to it. If it takes more than 15 seconds, let me know and we will find a way to fix that. Izuku stepped into the shoes one by one. They slid on easily and Genist began the 40-minute task of adjusting each and every boot so that they fit snugly and did not constrict legs like sausage casings. Guards also needed to align seamlessly when he sheathed his and unsheathed his claws, and the segmentations needed to align exactly with his joints. I think I decided what I want my hero name to be, Izuku ventured, not sure if he should remain quiet to allow the hero to concentrate. Indeed? What have you chosen? I liked being called Mr. Cat, he began, because he felt the need to explain the context in order to not come across as too strange, so I thought Mr. Cheshire Cat would be a good name. The fiber hero considered. Do you intend to present yourself with the Cheshire Cat's carefree, trickster personality, something like what we discussed previously? Yeah, I think so. The fiber hero considered this for a few minutes. I expect this name will serve you well. Friends will probably just call you Cheshire, in the way that I am often just called Genist. And he can tell villains, that's Mr. Cheshire Cat to you, Gang Orca chortled. Yes, I can see that. Good choice, Midoriya. Perhaps we had best not speak while I work on these pieces. They can be finicky. As requested, Izuku made no attempt to begin a new conversation until the last fine adjustments were made. There we are. Izuku extended his claws and felt the lightest of pressures as the metal reinforcement caught, coating his natural weapons in razor-edged steel alloy. He retracted them and felt, again, a light pressure as tiny springs withdrew and concealed the claw guards in their housing. That was very cool. Take a few laps around the training room and give them a try, Gang Orca encouraged. The jaguar trotted one lap, sprinted the next, then spent the third leaping from place to place. It would definitely take some time to break these in, just as with any new shoe, but the fit was perfect. Thank you so much, these are so nice. Izuku gushed to the two pros. It suddenly occurred to him that these must have been really expensive. Not really, Genist replied, and I have more than enough money to spoil my friends' interns whenever I feel so inclined. Fangard should be finished for you in a few more weeks. I will have them shipped to UA along with information about how to reorder when you grow out of the fit. You are still young after all. Gang Orca grinned. On another support equipment note, have you ever heard of Terrier's Putty? No. Izuku said, bewildered. Why didn't I think of that? Best, Genist groused, crossing his arms. Gang Orca shot him a smug glance. What is that? Izuku asked. Terrier's Putty is a very sticky substance that does not bind to keratin, fabric, metal, or the typical armor materials in hero outfits, but will bind to skin quite happily. It's so sticky it's nearly impossible to get off, like superglue mixed with silly putty, Gang Orca explained. So? Izuku asked, still confused. It would be an excellent way for you to restrain a suspect you had apprehended. Ropes and H&D CFFS are very effective, but they would be difficult to use and time-consuming without thumbs. Best, Genist filled in the gaps. You would be at essentially zero risk of getting any putty stuck to you due to your fur and armoring. It would not require more than a few seconds to apply. You would simply need to smear it on your captured opponent's wrists. It is not a foolproof solution. You are certainly not the only individual with fur, feathers, or scales, but it would serve as a good plan A. UA's support department should be able to get some for you. I would have got some for you myself to practice with this week, but I didn't think of it until about 20 minutes ago when I was dying of boredom watching Tsunaga fiddle with all those tiny little clasp things. Genist gave him a supremely unimpressed look. Izuku couldn't help but laugh. It was at that moment the jaguar finally noticed all the sidekicks filtering into the room. It wasn't just sidekicks, either. 2 building maintenance workers, 2 individuals in suits who were probably public relations or in-house legal counsel, and a few others whose jobs Izuku couldn't begin to guess had collected on the sidelines. What is going on here? Izuku wondered. They couldn't hear for him. He wasn't that interesting, so why-oh? Are you two going to spar? Izuku asked the 2 heroes. The entire agency certainly seems convinced that this is inevitable, Genist said. Well, it'd be a shame to disappoint them, Sakamata growled. It's fun to show off from time to time, he winked at his friend who sighed dramatically. Rules. You will not strangle me with my bow tie and I will not paralyze you with sonar. Deal? I agree to your terms. Izuku scrambled towards the sidelines, taking a spot between Coverfile and Pacific Drift as the pros squared off from each other at opposite ends of the room. There was no countdown, no signal, nothing to indicate the beginning of the fight other than Gang Orca launching himself across the room like a javelin. Genist sidestepped, twirling to the left and doing something with Fibermaster that sent his opponent veering away and fighting to regain his balance. Gang Orca dropped into a crouch in search of his equilibrium, then lunged at Best Genist with a clear intention of taking the fight to the ground. It moved so fast even Izuku's eyes had trouble following him. Hakamata, pulling on a network of practically invisible threads that wound their way to one of the cross beams on the ceiling, jumped 4 meters straight up then threw himself halfway across the room. He landed gracefully with barely a sound. A few people cheered. Izuku joined them. Sakamata's goal was to stay close, to turn the bout into hand-to-hand combat where the lightweight number 4 pro was at a disadvantage. Hakamata's goal wasn't quite clear yet. So far he had just been defending Gang Orca, stumbled as he charged across the room and fell to all fours, his legs having been tied together. He ripped through the threads savagely, as quickly as physically possible. That made sense. Gang Orca was strong enough to escape his friend's bindings so long as there weren't too many of them. He had to keep moving fast to prevent Genist from anchoring enough threads to incapacitate him. Sakamata leapt half the length of the room again. This time, Hakamata flattened himself to the floor and actually slid between the larger combatant's legs to avoid being captured in a bear hug. The fiber hero was on his feet again before Gang Orca had managed to whirl around to face him. Hakamata clenched his fingers as he stepped out of range of an uppercut, and Sakamata's cape wrapped around its owner's head like some kind of falconry hood. A few people chuckled. It appeared that close combat against Best Jeanist was less of a clear advantage than Izuku had thought, because when you were standing that close, the fiber hero could easily pull endless threads from his own clothes to attack. Sakamata elected to fight blind against the assault of gene fibers rather than take the time necessary to remove his near-sentient BLNDFLD. He was good at it. It was possible that Gang Orca didn't actually need to see it all to fight, perhaps working by some form of echolocation. All of this was just really impressive. Perhaps 10 seconds of lightning-fast dodging and weaving in close quarters followed. Hakamata was remarkably fast and agile. Sakamata was faster and more agile, but Fiber Master's manipulations leveled the field, Hakamata using his quirk to twist his opponent's movements. Gang Orca fell abruptly, ankles tied together. He made a grab, attempting to bring Jeanist to the ground with him, but the fiber hero weaseled his way out of the grip and within seconds had his opponent thoroughly bound and unable to continue. Izuku, following the lead of the rest of the observers, cheered. Jeanist released Gang Orca and set about repairing the small amount of costume damage which had resulted from the bout. Good fight, Sakamata purred. Another round? Neither hero was breathing hard. It hadn't been a long match, but it had been incredibly intense, so the endurance was impressive. Of course, Jeanist agreed. No active quirks this time, Sakamata said. That would be a totally uneven fight, completely unfair for Hakamata. Sure, the fiber hero agreed. It is good to practice for the eventuality, and you deserve the chance to wipe the floor with me from time to time. The jaguar gave a confused look to Pacific Drift, pleading for an explanation. It's useful to practice for situations when you're not going to be able to use part of your powers for whatever reason. Erasure quirks exist, after all. I can't imagine Best Jeanist ever wins this kind of combat, Izuku said. Sakamata doesn't really sacrifice any advantages, but Hakamata sacrifices all of his. Not quite, Coverfile replied, and Jeanist does occasionally win this kind of hand-to-hand practice, very occasionally, but it does happen. How? Izuku honestly couldn't see it. Size and strength aren't everything, Pacific Drift replied. I mean, no, but Sakamata is faster too. But Jeanist isn't giving up the right to predict his opponent's movements with Fiber Master. Subtle shifts in your trunk often betray your next move, and he's really good at reading that, Coverfile pitched in. That's a passive ability and it usually keeps him a half step ahead. The heroes faced off a second time, much closer to each other than before. Again, combat began without warning, Gang Orca attempting a full-body tackle and Best Jeanist whirling out of the way. The fighters obviously knew each other like the back of their hands. The dodge and weave almost looked choreographed. Sakamata landed a frighteningly hard hit on Hakamata's shoulder. Izuku winced, as did much of the audience. The fiber hero allowed himself to slide backwards with the blow to take some of the force from it, but that still must have hurt. Hakamata gave no indication of this, however. Pro heroes were all so cool. Gang Orca leapt forward, and must have overreached because Best Jeanist somehow managed to get the leverage to throw him. For the life of him, Izuku couldn't figure out how the smaller combatant had managed that. Sakamata went down hard but bounced back to his feet half a second later. Another short section of borderline dancing followed. Gang Orca managed to snatch his opponent's wrist, but Jeanist sidestepped in a way that pitted all the strength in his body against his opponent's thumb and thus escaped. The fiber hero's attempt to grab his opponent's fingers and maneuver Sakamata into an arm bar was thwarted, however, by the other hero leaping backwards and then lunging forward in a lightning-fast tackle, bringing the fight to the ground. Izuku had expected combat to end in Gang Orca's favor the moment it moved to the floor, but nearly 5 seconds of indistinct squabbling followed before Sakamata flattened the smaller hero, and this just made it obvious how miniature he was in comparison to Gang Orca to the ground, pinning both of his opponent's hands and pressing a knee to the fiber hero's back. The audience broke into cheers again. It's always a lot of fun to watch, Coverfile said. It's not often you get to see 2 of the top 10 fight, even if you work for one of them. It had certainly been an experience. Sakamata leaned down to whisper something in Hakamata's ear, and perhaps lick said ear while he was at it. It was hard to see for sure. Oh, they definitely did this on purpose, or at least Gang Orca did. The look on the visible portion of the smaller hero's face was something like the look on Aizawa's the day Ashido kept making bad fruit puns. You can get off me now, Kugo, the fiber hero pointed out. Sakamata chuckled and helped his friend to his feet. Well, Gang Orca began. Since we're all down here. Anyway, why not get some practice in? I'm sure Midoriya would love to join us. The jaguar nodded quickly. Get dressed for it if you need, get water if you need, let's meet back here in 5 minutes. The crowd dispersed. Sakamata and Hakamata walked slowly back to Izuku. The smaller hero rubbed his shoulder with a wince. Sorry about that. Should have pulled the punch, Sakamata apologized. I know for a fact you did pull your punch. Perhaps you should have pulled it more, but no harm has been done beyond a bruise. This is what body armor is for, anyway. Fair. Like the show Midoriya? The jaguar nodded. I had trouble tracking your movements sometimes, he admitted. That was really impressive. It has been lovely to make your acquaintance, Midoriya, the fiber hero told him. I have to get back to work now, but do let me know if there are any problems with the claw guards, alright? I will. Thank you. The Hosu events had, indeed, made the news. It was strange, returning to school after a week to find Bakugo absent and everyone gossiping. The story as printed in the news didn't square exactly with what Izuku knew about how things went down, although it wasn't until after morning classes were over, when friends congregated together for lunch, that anyone questioned Izuku to determine the veracity of the rumors. You were also in Hosu, were you not, Midoriya? Ida asked. Yeah. That was stunning to read about, Karo, Su said. You never quite expect something like that to hit so close to home. Gang Orca sent me right back to the hotel and I stayed there all night, Izuku said. He didn't want me out in that. A wise decision, Ida acknowledged. It looked like that was what Best Jeanist tried to do with Bakugo, too, Uraraka said. Izuku nodded, confirming it for her. As if that guy would ever do what he was told, Karo, Su said. Do you think he'll be expelled? Uraraka asked, not sounding particularly unhappy at the prospect. Expelling someone from a hero school is a dangerous thing to do, in a way, Izuku said. It turns out that a lot of villains ranked S or above have significant hero training. Wait, what? Uraraka demanded. Su considered this for a moment before replying, makes sense I suppose. Ida only nodded gravely. Apparently this was common knowledge to families ingrained in the hero industry. It is not something my brother mentions often, Ida began darkly, but he attended UA at the same time as two individuals who went on to earn S ranks as villains. One of them is now in prison for life. The other is still at large. That's, Uraraka shook her head. I can't wrap my head around that, around the idea of any of our class, or even any of the upperclassmen, turning like that. I could imagine Bakugo as a villain, Karo, said Su dryly as she stabbed her lunch with moderately excessive force. He actually seemed sorry, Izuku mused. Asked Uraraka. Bakugo. I went to see him in the hospital, Izuku explained. He actually seemed sorry. Regret would be the natural reaction, said Ida. The news has not said it in as many words, but my brother was quite plain about how lucky he is to be alive. Oh? Asked Uraraka, raising an eyebrow. He decided to take this as a learning opportunity and lectured me quite thoroughly about all the things Bakugo had done which were incredibly inadvisable. For one, separating yourself from your supervisor or battle partner in a combat zone without an exceptionally good, well-communicated reason is one of the worst decisions you can possibly make, for everyone involved. Looking for a fight is just as inadvisable. A lucky blow may incapacitate even experienced combatants. Initiating or escalating violence should be avoided save when it is absolutely necessary. We practice a lot more for fighting than for de-escalating violence, Karo, Su pointed out, or rescue training for that matter. Negotiation training starts next semester, Izuku recalled the syllabus. I guess people tend to have more experience with talking than with combat, so they figure it's best to focus on fighting first. Frontline heroes, after all, often arrive in situations where any possibility of de-escalation has long since passed. Ida nodded thoughtfully. I suppose there's always the off chance, said Su, leading the conversation back to its original topic, that Bakugo learned something from this and could return as a better student, Karo. I think the most likely scenario would be transferring him to general education, Ida said. Perhaps he might rejoin the hero course next year. Well, he's still in our class for now, Uraraka shrugged. We'll see, I guess. Anyway, how were your internships? Ida smiled broadly. I had an excellent and enlightening experience. I assisted in the arrest of several individuals who attempted to steal the local ice skating rink's Zamboni. Ribbit. But why? We never did get an adequate explanation as to why they wanted the machine. They also tried to use the target itself as a getaway vehicle, which was very inadvisable. Zambonis are not built for speed. Apparently my brother is a magnet for weird trouble. That sounds like a hero I met named Coverfile, Izuku said. Weird trouble, but she actually goes looking for weird cases on purpose. Yaoyorozu and Tokoyami joined the group, having finished a discussion with Kirishima and Kaminari. Hello, Yaoyorozu smiled, taking a seat beside them. Are you talking about internships? Ida nodded. I expect it is a common subject of conversation today. You were with Hawks, right? Izuku asked excitedly. How was that? He was hurt by Stain too, I heard. He hadn't really considered it at the time, but had Tokoyami also fought the hero killer? Tokoyami opened his beak, then shut it again. Dark Shadow replied in his place, it was everything all the time. Hawks was, indeed, injured by Stain. I was not present at the time this occurred. He was quite shaken, as was I when his sidekicks informed me of what had happened, and later, when I saw him in the hospital, but he was not seriously injured and we were back on patrol on the last day of internships. To his defense, I don't think he sleeps, Tokoyami elaborated. And he threw me off a balcony. Uraraka's mouth dropped open. He what? He was teaching us how to fly, Tokoyami clarified. We're not very good at it yet, Dark Shadow admitted. You can fly. Izuku blinked in astonishment. Oh, that was so cool. He wears me like a cape, Dark Shadow explained smugly. I think I need to see this. Uraraka spoke for all of them. Sue explained the tumultuous events of her internship. It seemed she had seen the most intense action of any of them. She was, apparently, going to receive a public commendation of some sort, although she wasn't sure exactly what it would be. Uraraka had learned how to throw a mean punch, break someone's fingers, escape from arm bars, and make sure other people couldn't escape from arm bars she put them in. She had also participated in a cage match of some kind. Izuku wasn't really clear on what that had entailed. I'm really glad I took your advice, Midoriya, Yaoyorozu said to the Jaguar. Jerry Rig was great and knew exactly how to help me. Our quirks may not seem similar, but the way we use them in combat is pretty much identical. She smiled. By the way, Tokoyami? Yes. I want a rematch. Anytime. How was your internship, Midoriya? Tokoyami asked. Besides the Hosu part, I've heard Gang Orca can be intense. Intense? He'd seemed more sappy than intense. Izuku shook his head. I've been told he has a temper, but I never saw it. I learned a lot and got help with my costume and my name. Plus the spiral in your fur, Uraraka pointed out, brushing her fingers over the edge of the spiral on his forehead. I really like that, by the way. It's so cute. It is certainly an interesting aesthetic, Ida agreed. Oh, and no. That was, well, Gang Orca and Best Jeanist swapped interns for a day. Best Jeanist did that. Wait, so Bakugu interned with Gang Orca for a day? Yaoyorozu raised an eyebrow. Yeah, the day he fought Stain. They just suddenly swapped interns, Karo? Oh yeah, Izuku felt the irresistible urge to gossip. They're really good friends, and people working at both their agencies have bet large sums of money on whether they are best friends or lovers. I bet on them just being friends, but intentionally trying to make people suspect otherwise. That is highly unprofessional, Ida said, but there wasn't much heat in it. The others just looked amused, especially Tsu. You said you got hep with your name, Karo? Tsu inquired. I am now Mr. Cheshire Cat, he managed to say with a straight face. Ida blinked at him. Tsu and Yaoyorozu looked thoughtful. Uraraka cooed something about how cute that was. Tokoyami just nodded and Dark Shadow cackled. Cheshire Cat? Asked Ida. That's Mr. Cheshire Cat to you. Izuku fought back a laugh. Ida started back with a comical look of confusion on his face. He was a bit too literal sometimes. Dark Shadow cackled harder, Uraraka joining in. I like that, I really like that, Uraraka grinned. It's adorable and also sassy in the best way. Katsuki considered telling the person who had knocked on his door to go the hell away and leave him alone forever, but chances were they would just come back later. What do you want? He asked instead. The door opened slowly. Best Jeanist and Gang Orca stepped into the room. Good evening, Bakugu. Jeanist greeted him. How are you feeling? Fine, Katsuki grumbled. What was he supposed to say? What was the point of even asking him that? It wasn't like they expected him to say, like crap. Odd, Gang Orca said. I would expect you to still feel like garbage at this point. I'm glad to hear you're recovering so quickly. Wait, so they wanted him to say that he felt like craps. The one time I had a stab wound that serious, I did not start to feel like myself again for nearly a month, the fiber hero said. Gang Orca snapped his head towards his friend, locking on with laser eyes. When was that? Before you knew me, the fiber hero replied. A moment's heavy silence followed. Why were these two even here? To rub it in? Katsuki had only vague memories of waking up after the fight with Stain, of feeling Jeanist paw through his shredded stomach and seal off arteries. It was like snakes crawling around under his skin, horrific and agonizing, perfect nightmare fuel to go with Stain himself, that unbelievable monster. Having been so useless, helpless, completely vulnerable before such a powerful hero made him cringe and burn in humiliation. You understand that you could have died. Jeanist stared him in the eye as he said it. It wasn't a question. Katsuki couldn't help but hunch his shoulders and turn away, much as he willed himself to meet the piercing stare head-on. Yeah. Neither I nor Gang Orca would ever have forgiven ourselves, the denim disaster said. It. Katsuki spluttered. I was harsh with you, Sakamata began, arms crossed, because you needed to hear it, but the point was not to turn you into a self-fulfilling prophecy or send you out on a suicide mission to prove yourself. I've spent hours thinking about what I said, what I did that was so wrong. I take no responsibility for your bad decision to run off on your own, but I take full responsibility for misjudging what would be an appropriate lecture. I suppose I expected you to be a good deal thicker-skinned than you are. Katsuki opened his mouth then shut it again. Should he be insulted? Was Gang Orca saying he was thin-skinned or just that he wasn't thick-headed? Regardless of what decisions you made that night, Genist picked up the slack. It was my responsibility to protect you. In this case, my best effort was not enough. There is no pain quite like knowing that someone has been injured or killed as a result of your failure or bad call. That SCKS, Katsuki said reluctantly. It did, in fact, sound like it would SCK. It shouldn't be his problem. Your actions have consequences beyond just what happens to you, Genist told him. As if Katsuki didn't know that. He was grounded for life, after all, and his parents had shouted at him for 20 minutes straight about the money it would take to pay for a defense attorney. I'm aware, Katsuki hissed. Neither hero was impressed, not even slightly. Why do you want to be a hero, Bakugu? Gang Orca asked him. Didn't I already tell you that? Insham, but at this point, it's time for you to seriously reconsider that. There's a significant chance that you are going to be expelled from UA, or removed from the hero course at the very least. I know, okay? Katsuki snarled through gritted teeth. And what do you plan to do in this eventuality? Genist asked. If you truly want to be a hero for a reason that is deep enough to provide an all-consuming passion that entangles every thought you have, if you are capable of learning from this experience rather than burying it, the path to heroics has not been closed to you. I'll just transfer to another school, Katsuki growled. They won't take you, Gang Orca told him bluntly. Maybe a very small name school where only a few graduates pass the provisional exam each year and any publicity is good publicity might consider your transfer application, but you would not be happy there and you would have trouble getting a job in the industry. This event is not going to be forgotten. It is not going to be swept under the rug. Katsuki hunched his shoulders further. Why are you even here? He snarled. Best Genist considered him for a moment. It would be comically hypocritical of me to act as if rash decisions in one's teenage years ought to bar someone from the heroics industry. Goodness knows I wove a tangled web in my wake at your age. However, possible does not mean easy. Ripping out bad stitches and starting over is hard. Sweet gods, enough with the fabric metaphors. It requires a deeper motivation than most people can even comprehend, an eternal fire than can chase away the chill of the coldest of nights. People will judge you and demean you and throw your past mistakes in your face constantly even if you never behave in a similar way ever again. The HPSC may attempt to deny you a license and the resulting lawsuit will be ugly. That still didn't explain why they were here. Surviving having your dirty laundry paraded around the sensationalist side of the media again and again isn't easy. The point here is, do you really want to do this? Because if the only reason you want to be a hero is because heroes win, Gang Orca shook his head. That's not going to be enough to sustain you. There is more to life than heroes and villains. Best Genist took over again. You are intelligent and diligent and I cannot imagine heroics is the only job in which you would excel and live a fulfilling life. Katsuki really didn't know what to make of this conversation at this point. He'd just sit here and be confused and disagree whenever someone asked him a question and then maybe think about it later and try to figure out what was going on. When there is a world full of opportunities, perhaps just as wonderful and far less painful, waiting for you, what is your reason to continue to pursue heroics following this event? Think about that. I am quite sure Aizawa will ask you this question when he comes to speak with you about UA's response to your little stunt, and you need to have a good answer, one way or another. Were you just here to tell me that? It might actually be useful advice, but there was no way he would ever admit it. Not quite, the fiber hero continued. Kugo is correct in his assessment of what barriers you would face to transferring schools and, eventually, to gaining decent employment in the industry. Katsuki scowled. Why did they have to keep hammering into that? Just what I heard you say to Midoriya, let alone the antics with Stain, would keep nearly anyone from risking their agency's reputation on you. Katsuki failed to hide the wince as he thought about the look on the Jaguar's face when he dug into him in public, about the things Gang Orca said. It'd be easy to blame Deku for getting him into this mess, but, ironically, that was the kind of thinking that really did get him into this mess, wasn't it? Passing responsibility for his actions onto some scapegoat. There lay the path to hell. However, if you show me that you can learn from all of this, not just how to take responsibility for your actions but how to lay your prejudices aside and treat people with the decency they deserve, I will promise you a place with me when you graduate, even if that graduation is delayed by several years, even if you transfer to a school with a terrible reputation. Katsuki blinked, mouth falling open. What? Why would you? I thought you said. I told you that I would be a hypocrite to deny someone a second chance. I will offer you one, but not if you refuse to learn from your experiences, not if you continue to behave in a self-centered and bigoted manner. Show that you can change. Chinchao? What did that actually entail? He was him, He was Katsuki, and if he changed, then who would he be? He hated it when people acted like he wasn't good enough, looked down on him, or demanded he be a different person for them. His mother was always telling him things like that. Stop being a brat, be polite, don't you dare finish that sentence. But the things Gang Orca said to him, about the gangs, about the consequences words could bring, he didn't want to be like that. He tried to prove he wasn't, and maybe it was so stupid. As if running off in the middle of the night, breaking a bunch of rules and laws would somehow make him a hero, prove that he wasn't like a gang of murderous thugs. Literally the only thing he'd had to do to not seem like a villain was stop talking or stop saying nasty things at least. What did that have to do with fighting? He was such an idiot, and much too tired to think about any of this now. Get some rest, reflect some when you feel better. Hakamada got to his feet. I wish you a speedy recovery, Bakugo Katsuki. Likewise, Sakamada told him. Goodbye. As they left, Katsuki heard Gang Orca demanding, seriously, Tsunago, when did you have a stab wound as serious as that one? What the hell happened and why don't I know about it? Aizawa and Nedzu entered when Katsuki bade them. The principal perched on the underground pro's shoulder like some kind of demented ornament on a scruffy, dark Christmas tree. Good afternoon, Bakugo, the principal greeted him. His ears lay flat, kind of like Deku's did when the jaguar was in a really bad mood. Aizawa took a seat. Nedzu remained on his shoulder perch. Oh, I presume you know why we're here. Katsuki snorted. To tell me what you're gonna do with me, I presume. More like to discuss what is to happen now, but close enough, Nedzu said, steepling his paws. You have put many people in unfortunate positions, yourself principal among them, of course. I'm aware, the blonde said. There's no need to. He stopped himself from saying, screw around like this, and substituted, beat around the bush like this. Say what you need to say. That was reasonably polite, right? Maybe? Nedzu's ears were still flat. Aizawa crossed his arms. You went running off into a burning city all alone, no backup. I don't know whether you were looking for the hero killer or not, but Native said you were quite happy to have found him. Are you really that foolish? Did you honestly think that you were a match for a villain who put the number 3 hero in the hospital? Really? Katsuki had spent the last 2 days with not much to do but think about how to survive this conversation. He wanted to be a hero. He couldn't well articulate why at that exact moment, why after all the things he'd learned and all the things he'd done and all the things he'd learned he'd done, he was still so determined to become a hero. He'd had the television on, perusing news channels, and seen his face dozens of times. He'd listened and scowled as the anchors called him loose cannon, reckless, foolish, vigilante, idiot kid, disappointment, criminal, and unfit for sanitation work, let alone heroics. He'd watched audiences on talk shows agree with all these assessments and more. Hakamada and Sakamada had been right when they said this wasn't something that could be washed away, that it wasn't something that he could ever escape. It would be one of the defining moments in his life, and decades from now people would still be judging him for it. It was going to hurt. He did have feelings, didn't he? Much as he might prefer anger and indifference to be his only emotions, they weren't. It made him miserable hearing people say those kinds of things about him. They were going to keep saying them. If he stayed in the limelight, they would say them more often. If he crept away into the shadows, took a less flashy career path, he wouldn't suffer nearly so much. But he wanted to be a hero. He desperately wanted to be a hero, he always had, but the nature of the desire seemed to have changed. It used to be that he knew he was going to be a hero. That was just the way it was going to be because he had the best quirk and the best grades and was willing to work the hardest. Now he didn't know if he could be a hero anymore, and with the goal suddenly retreating out of reach, suddenly not something he was entitled to but something he would have to fight for tooth and nail, he wanted it all the more. It was kind of like how ice cream always tasted better after a long run. He couldn't have put his precise motivations for entering heroics into words at that moment because they were changing before his eyes. A desire for prestige and power shifted into a desire to redeem himself and prove everyone wrong, prove all those talk show hosts wrong, prove his parents wrong. A desire to be admired shifted into a desire to be respected, or rather be worthy of respect. Aizawa was still waiting for him to respond. Thought, I wasn't looking for stain, not really. I was looking for a way to show that I belonged here. Here? Nedzu pet his head. I was thinking that. Gang Orca said some things to me that. He shook his head. He couldn't say that to them. I wanted to find someone to fight, someone to help, to prove that I was cut out to be a hero, he admitted at last, and I ended up doing, like, the exact opposite of that. Nedzu's ears slowly relaxed, fanning out behind him. The principal looked contemplative. You have been on thin ice for a while, he said eventually. There have been several reports of you harassing fellow students based on their appearances or species. He had done that, hadn't he? But this conversation has not, so far, gone the way I expected it to, so I have a question for you. Now, if you had an opportunity to redeem yourself, off the grid and off the books, complete a task that would make everyone forget all about this, and all you had to do would be to skip school for the day and accept some help from a vigilante, what would you say? The way he spoke, it sounded like this was a job offer, not a hypothetical. Katsuki shook his head without hesitation. No. I may do stupid things sometimes, but I'm not stupid. That's the thinking that got me here in the first place. So you can learn from your mistakes? Aizawa said dryly. Good to know. Why do you want to become a hero, Bakugo? Here it was, the question, just like the top 10 pros predicted. I wanted to be on top of the world. That was what I wanted, he said. I don't know anymore, but I know that I do want to be a hero. That I'll do anything to get there, to prove I can, even after all of this. I want to be someone worth looking up to. Aizawa and Nedzu exchanged a meaningful glance, and then Nedzu spoke. I am not going to expel you, not yet, although you should consider yourself on the thinnest ice imaginable. All of us have made our fair share of mistakes in our lives. I have seen plenty of other heroes make worse choices than you. It is only the good heroes that can learn from those mistakes. You seem to have received an important message from this experience, so I will give you the benefit of the doubt. Consider yourself on probation. You will be a part of the general education course until final exams. You will take exams with 1A and if you pass them, may return to the hero course. You will have to study for heroics courses on your own without significant aid. It will be a challenge. If you do not pass either because you have not fully recovered from this injury or you prove incapable of learning from this experience, you will remain in general education. There will be next year's sports festival as a transfer opportunity should this eventuality come to pass. If the lesson you seem to be learning here stick, I will be happy to have you in my school and expect UA will graduate you as a top-notch frontliner in another 3 grueling years. That was better than Katsuki had expected. He had expected a transfer to Gen Ed up until at least next year's sports festival. There are a few conditions, Aizawa began, that you'll have to adhere to. First off, you're going to psychotherapy twice a week, both because you need an attitude adjustment and because nearly being stabbed to death is the kind of traumatic experience that can really mess up your life if not properly dealt with. Katsuki had been ready to protest, perhaps argue that twice a week was too much, but then he found himself violently flinching at the phrase, stabbed to death. He tasted bile. It would be pretty hard for him to argue against going to therapy when he reacted like that to a goddamn statement of fact. The other conditions? Katsuki muttered. I suppose this is implied in the thin ice Nedzu mentioned, but if you are caught bullying your classmates ever again, starting fights, or practicing any kind of vigilantism, you will be expelled. We don't really want to do it at this point, Aizawa said, crossing his arms, because we don't want to throw you out on your own without a support system when there's so much going on in your life. That's asking for trouble, but if you force our hands we will not have a choice. Got it? Yeah. Pleasure speaking with you, Bakugo, Nedzu chirped. More information will be sent to your parents about the temporary class transfer. Thank you, Katsuki said, somehow finding it in himself to add, for giving me a second chance. My pleasure, Nedzu said in a voice that made it impossible to guess whether he was being honest. Don't waste it, Aizawa said. The door closed. General education, this was going to SCK. They were going to mock him and really look down on him, and Monoma from 1B was going to be insufferable, and if he snapped at any of them like they deserved he was going to get kicked out of school. It was only for a few months, right? He could do this, right? God, he didn't know if he could do this. A fire that can drive away the coldest nights. Deku must have one of those. Otherwise he could never have made it this far. Did Katsuki have one too? He had to. It was worth it. It was worth all that suffering to be a hero. He would make it. Somehow. There was never a break. Internships were over and suddenly final exams were advancing like an express train. Bakugo had, apparently, been transferred to general education for the time being. He might be rejoining them if he passed finals. That was all Izuku knew about it, and he didn't really care to know more. Class was really rather peaceful without the blonde around spouting insults and starting fights. Izuku stood outside the door to the support classrooms musing on the passage of time and trying to figure out how the door was supposed to open. It didn't seem to have a knob. Eep! Izuku shrieked, leaping away reflexively as the door was blown from its hinges. He was pretty sure it wasn't supposed to open like that. You! The crazy support student who'd had a jetpack at the sports festival grinned at him maniacally. I have so many things for you. You do? Izuku asked nervously. Yes, right here. Try it. Izuku abruptly found himself dragged onto a chair. I'm Hatsume, and when I saw you I just had to make this baby. Baby? He could run. She wouldn't be able to stop him. Here. He suddenly found something strapped to his right paw, a moderately heavy contraption of plastic and metal, some circuitry still visible. It was a prosthetic hand? Well, try it out. Stunned speechless, Izuku began to carefully move his toes, watching in fascination as the mechanical fingers read the tiny movements and extrapolated them into the full gestures he would like to make. They weren't perfect, probably from Izuku's inexperience as much as an interface in need of adjustment, but this is amazing, Izuku whispered. He felt like crying. You have no idea how amazing this is. I was thinking, Hatsum said, how annoyed I would be if I didn't have fingers. I wouldn't be able to work on my babies, and then I came up with this idea and I just had to see if I could get it to work. It works, right? It works, Izuku gasped out. The interface isn't quite sensitive enough because I really can't move my toes far enough to get full range of motion, but this is amazing. She didn't even know him. They had never spoken before, she might not even know his name, and just like that she had made something that could increase his quality of life fourfold. I'll get to work on the interface and soon as I can I'll get it ready for you, Hatsum agreed jovially. You're just going to give it to me? It'll be good for publicity. It'll have my logo on it, of course, nice and big and impossible to miss. Thank you, Izuku said again. I came in here to ask for Terrier's putty, but this is so much better. Terrier's putty, huh? Asked Powerloader, appearing from the depths of a server closet. Yeah, I think we can get some for you. Give me a week or two. There's also a box from SLVR for you. It's part of your costume, correct? Yes, Fongard's, Izuku supplied. The support instructor nodded. I'll see to it that it's in your briefcase next time the lot of you suit up. Hopefully there wasn't going to be an involved fitting process on this piece of equipment because there was nobody around who would know how to do it for him, but he'd worry about that later. Thank you, Izuku spouted. It was a good day to be a Jaguar Hero student. Preparing for final exams was about as intense as preparing for a mission to the moon. Not that Izuku had ever prepared for a mission to the moon, he was just pretty sure that it couldn't be more intense than this. The infectious panic of the class, ever increasing, made each day harder than the last. You all right, Midoriya? Kirishima asked, looking down at the flat Jaguar. Sure, Izuku mumbled, dragging himself to his feet. Just tired and wasn't paying attention and tripped. How many laps was this? He must be in the low hundreds. It's always embarrassing to trip given that I have twice as many feet as everyone else and should really be able to regain my balance. Well, you only have one foot on the ground at any given time when you're running flat out, same as the rest of us, Kirishima pointed out as the Jaguar got up and set off again. The redhead managed to keep pace. This exercise was about endurance, not speed, and Izuku didn't feel like moving quickly right after turfing it like that. There he goes, Kirishima said. But Kogu, the student gestured. Indeed, the blonde walked past the training field with the rest of Class 1C. He moved stiffly as if the injury were still bothering him, and it probably was. I keep trying to talk to him at lunch but he's having none of it. Probably embarrassed, Izuku replied. I mean, he's supposed to rejoin us for final exams, Kirishima continued, apparently not noticing that Izuku would like to talk about anything else. Shouldn't he be keeping up with us? Good riddance, Izuku muttered. Fair, Kirishima nodded. He was always a JRK to you. You don't know the half of it, Izuku shocked himself with the bitterness in his voice. Sorry man. Still, though, sometimes the way he acted, things he said, made me wonder if he'd ever had a real friend in his entire life. Elementary school, children following along complimenting Bakuga's quirk. Middle school, a clique of cronies parroting every word. High school, insults and anger and a vague group of people who seemed to tolerate him, Kirishima among them. Had Bakugo ever had a real friend? I don't think he has, Izuku said eventually. I think I tried for a while. I didn't get anything from my trouble but burned scars. Kirishima shot him a disturbed glance. I don't know, man. Me neither, Izuku acknowledged, now recovered enough from his fall to kick up his heels and leave Kirishima in the dust. A moderate jog to a human, after all, was painfully slow to a cat. Final exams will not involve fighting robots. Aizawa grinned at the lot of them like a shark. Why am I not surprised, Karo? Tsu muttered under her breath. You will be facing off against UA teachers, 2 students against 1 instructor. Your choices are to subdue your opponent or escape through the gate. Teachers will wear these cuffs as an additional handicap, the Underground Hero illustrated. Other than that, we are going to do our very best to see you fail this test. Show us what you have learned this semester. Please don't make me fight Nedzu, Izuku repeated under his breath like a mantra. He had the feeling that the unlucky students who faced the principal, whose smile was too broad to be anything less than vicious, were going to fail miserably. Bakugo will be rejoining the class for this exercise. Before anyone makes a comment about that, be aware that despite this being a team exercise, you are being assessed individually and you may still pass even if your partner does something that makes it impossible for you to succeed in achieving either win condition. Similarly, you may still fail even if your partner succeeds. Here are the matches. Aizawa placed the information on the screen. Izuku would be fighting alongside Todoroki against All Might. Well, at least it wasn't Nedzu. Nedzu would still be worse. Yaoyorozu was paired with Bakugo against Aizawa. She didn't look particularly amused by that. Tokoyami and Tsu against Ectoplasm, Jiro and Koda against Present Might. All of these matches had been chosen very carefully to present more than one kind of challenge to the students. Midoriya, Todoroki addressed him coolly as they clambered onto the bus to take them to the appropriate training ground. Shall we discuss strategies? Izuku nodded and the two sequestered themselves in one of the back rows of the bus. Fighting against All Might would be foolish, Todoroki said immediately. Izuku agreed. It might be worth our time to make him think we intend to fight, he proposed. One of us has to try to get to the escape gate while the other holds him off. You would be a better candidate to escape, Todoroki said. You are slippery. Slippery? What was that supposed to mean? I'm also not capable of doing anything to slow All Might down, Izuku admitted easily. It wasn't as if it were some kind of insult or some kind of secret. There were only a handful of people in the entire world capable of doing something to keep All Might at bay for even a fraction of a minute. I could try to repeatedly seal him in a glacier, Todoroki proposed. That might work. You have fire abilities also, don't you? I do not use them in combat, Todoroki said gravely. Ah, I suppose that makes sense. Fire is a much more dangerous power than ice in most contexts and can easily cause all kinds of collateral damage. I'd probably be nervous about using a quirk like that in a combat situation, too, even if it were one of the easier quirks to control, and I bet yours isn't. It was a safe bet given how powerful and destructive Endeavor's quirk was. It still might be worth seeing whether you can use it for less traditional, safer purposes. Have you ever considered using a very small amount of fire in conjunction with your ice in order to create clouds of steam to blind your opponents? It seems to me that your quirk would be perfect for that. Todoroki stared at Izuku while he rambled. It's not that, he said eventually, but refused to elaborate further. We will make it work with ice. As soon as we enter the training ground, start moving towards the escape gate. I imagine there will be plenty of narrow passages where All Might will have trouble following you quickly. Izuku nodded. I am not missing out on the training camp, he said. Let's do this. Let's, Todoroki agreed. For some reason, the jaguar was always acutely aware of every little motion of his tongue when he wore Fong guards. The device was something like the retainers some people wore after having braces removed, except the guards were firmly anchored into a black Kevlar and composite mask that armored Izuku's entire head, and a bit of his neck, too, even providing eye protection. What little adjustment had been required to fit the contraption the first time Tsu had been able to provide, and now all he had to do was bite the tooth covering part, wrestle the rest over his head and snap a few clasps shut. The mask part did hide most of his spiral pattern, but that was fine. Once his fur grew out, he could dye a new spiral in a more visible location. Izuku tried, futilely, to ignore his tongue as he and Todoroki crept through the eerily silent training ground, slipping between empty houses. They had considered splitting up immediately, but if Izuku happened to run into All Might first on his own, he would not stand a chance of escaping the number one hero's attack. Todoroki could do stealth not as well as Izuku, but there were few people as stealthy as deadly jungle cats, so they stuck together. The silence broke like a shattering mirror and an entire building across the training ground collapsed in on itself. Villains care nothing for collateral damage. All Might's voice roared. Come out and fight, heroes, or would you rather see the entire city in ruins? That was hardcore. He's baiting us, Todoroki murmured. In a real situation, our best option would still be to get help. There would be a lot more property damage if no one escaped to get word to reinforcements, Izuku whispered. The pair continued to creep closer to the escape gate. Meanwhile, another building went down with an ear-splitting crash. Izuku winced. Well, All Might's voice echoed down from above them. Izuku lunged forward, tackling Todoroki to the left and out of the way. The jaguar was slow as a snail in comparison to All Might, but had correctly predicted the oncoming punch and thus managed to knock himself and his partner clear of it. Both students scrambled to their feet. Todoroki raised his hand and summoned a glacier every bit as impressive as any attack from the sports festival, sealing All Might in the center. That wouldn't last long. Izuku did not wait for his partner to tell him to run. He set off for the nearest side alley the moment the air began to fill with snowflakes. Leaping onto a balcony and then over a fence, Izuku heard Todoroki shout behind him, and then another glacier shattered. The jaguar didn't look back, instead sprinting flat out towards the distant beacon of escape. He managed to get within 50 meters when the sound of combat behind him faded abruptly to nothing. Don't think I've forgotten about you, hero. All Might boomed. Izuku threw himself to the right, narrowly avoiding a punch. Even though Izuku knew that this was just an exercise, being this close to the number one hero who was apparently trying to kill him was soul-chillingly terrifying. Izuku didn't manage to dodge the second attack and was backhanded across the street and into a flower bed. Fortunately, he had been struck on the chest, the blow meeting the stiffest, heaviest armored plate in his outfit. Izuku had landed on his side, the impact absorbed by similarly sturdy plates, so he might be winded, but he wasn't incapacitated. Without his armor he would likely have broken ribs. All Might was standing over him before he could get to his feet. The jaguar hadn't seen him move. Izuku did the only thing that he could think of, which was to roar and savagely claw at his teacher's leg. He drew blood, quite a lot of it, and the instructor seemed, for some reason, to be stunned by this development. It wasn't really a surprise, was it? The jaguar had clawed Bakugo in the sports festival, too, after all, and this situation was every bit as serious as that one. That second of surprise was all the time Todoroki needed, and a miniature, projectile glacier sent All Might staggering across the street. Izuku rolled to his feet and made another run for the escape gate. All Might was on him in an instant, and Todoroki barely managed to keep the teacher at bay. The students were rapidly driven backwards. The glacier summoner ducked into a side street, created an enormous chunk of ice to block the pursuing hero's view, and dived through a window into one of the fake houses. Izuku followed, flattening himself to the bare concrete floor beside his battle partner. "This is not working," Izuku said, panting. Todoroki shivered, flexing his fingers. Ice crackled and fell from his joints. "We've got to try something else." "I don't know what we can do," Todoroki hissed. "We can try to split up again, you nearly made it." "He's not following us, Todoroki, which means he's guarding the escape gate. There's not going to be a way to slip past him unless we do something really unexpected." "We could," Todoroki grimaced, apparently out of ideas. "Would you be willing to give the steam idea I talked about on the bus a try?" Izuku said. "It's not. I can't use my fire," the student replied. "I understand that it's a potentially dangerous power, but there's zero risk here. It's a controlled environment, even though it may not feel like it. But it's training for the real thing," Todoroki argued, "and In the real world," Izuku growled, suddenly feeling unbelievably frustrated. Although he couldn't place a paw on exactly what brought his ire on, "you would do whatever you had to in order to survive this situation. Would you really refuse to use an ability just because it's difficult to control if it were your only chance at, not just victory but survival? Or if a civilian's life were on the line?" Izuku, after all, had just clawed his idol and might well end up biting the number one hero before this was over. They all had to take risks and make sacrifices. "It's not that," Todoroki hissed. Was Izuku somehow misunderstanding how Todoroki's quirk worked? He shouldn't have assumed. That was unacceptably rude of him. He hated it when people acted that way with him. "Oh, sorry. Will it hurt you, Todoroki? Does it burn you too?" "What? No, I swore that I would make it in heroics without using fire." "What in the world? Swore? To who?" "Me." "Why?" "Because it's my father's power and I don't want him to be able to claim credit for every single thing I ever do, especially given that I didn't even want to be here in the first place." Well, that was a lot to unpack. Somehow, Izuku couldn't find in himself to be surprised that Endeavor had forced his child to enter heroics, even though Todoroki Shudo had no desire to pursue the career. The more the jaguar learned about the world, the more it seemed to just generally SCK. Of course, this meant Izuku was going to fail his final exam through no fault of his own. Todoroki's vow to fight fireless was totally irrational, but pointing that out probably would not help. "You realize that you're allowing him to control your life even more by doing this? My father abandoned his family when I was in elementary school, but he left behind some very beautiful old comics which I have been very happy to read. If I were like you, I would have destroyed them out of spite, and all that would have accomplished would have been robbing me of a good thing I ought to be entitled to." "It's not the same," Todoroki hissed. "No, it's not." Izuku sighed, rage beginning to bubble under his skin again. Why did he have to get partnered with Todoroki against All Might? This was a no-win scenario, wasn't it? Izuku had enough problems of his own without having to deal with emotional problems like this, which he was in no way qualified to deal with. This was a problem for teachers and counselors to deal with. It wasn't fair to make Izuku's success dependent on his ability to talk Todoroki into fighting at full power. "Any chance you can SCK it up for 5 minutes so we can pass our final, Todoroki?" "Don't you dare." "You don't understand," Todoroki growled, stoic mask falling away. "You can't understand. You don't know what it's like to be treated like a living weapon and forced into a shape and a career you don't want while everyone you care about suffers because of it." Izuku scoffed. "No. I don't understand your exact situation, but you don't understand mine, and I know quite a bit better than you what it means to be forced into a shape against your will. I was born human, you realize." The look of surprise on the other student's face indicated that he very much had not known that. Had Izuku ever mentioned this to the class? He couldn't recall. Bakugo had outed him on the bus driving to the USJ, hadn't he? But Todoroki hadn't been sitting near them. It wasn't something he really wanted to talk about, and if Izuku had mentioned it at another time, Todoroki must not have paid attention. This, he gestured to his feline body in all its furry glory, happened in middle school as a result of the villain circus master's attack. Your father was actually there at that fight, there when it happened. Circus master died when part of a building fell on him. His quirk is irreversible. I was lucky to keep my human mind. I was lucky to keep the ability to speak. I was born quirkless and treated like a piece of garbage for my entire life until suddenly I was a jaguar and then I was treated like less than a piece of garbage. I was once arrested for reading a book in a public park because some idiot looked at me and thought I was scary and didn't want me around their kids. I absolutely understand what it is to be used and twisted and forced onto a path you didn't choose and have to make the best of it. So don't you dare lecture me about how much your life sucks. It's not a competition, anyway. Todoroki's face had drained of color as Izuku ranted. The jaguar got his breathing under control slowly. He couldn't remember the last time he had boiled over like this. It wasn't a pleasant feeling. Todoroki sat in still silence, eyes wide, then finally asked, "What would you have me do?" "He'll find out if I use my fire, he always does. He'll lord it over me and mock me and say how ice is a weak power and insult my mother." Izuku sighed again. "I don't know. Maybe try to live your life without regard to what your father wants? Use your powers as you see fit without worrying about what he'll say? He doesn't own you. These are your powers. In a handful of years you will be an adult," Izuku pointed out. "At which point you can do whatever you want. You can disown him, quit heroics and go to college, leave Japan and go to work in the American industry like All Might did. I don't think you really want to waste your life trying to make someone else angry rather than yourself happy." Todoroki considered this. A few sparks flew from his left hand. Izuku growled. He hadn't expected to change Todoroki's mind. There are probably only a few minutes left at this point. We might as well at least go down fighting. It will be less embarrassing that way. The jaguar got to his feet and stalked down the street towards the gate. Todoroki followed. "There you are." All Might yelled before Izuku managed to take more than 3 steps towards freedom. Todoroki sent ice flying in random directions, a chaotic snowflake, as Izuku ducked and dived towards his goal. All Might caught up with him immediately, though, snatching the jaguar by one of his hind legs. Izuku whipped around and bit at the offending hand's salty blood running down his tongue. Oh my god, he just tasted All Might's blood. This was the height of sacrilege and he ought to be struck down by lightning from a clear sky and was flung 10 meters and through a fence in retribution. His head ached and his ears rang. Was it even worth trying to get up? It was always worth it. The teacher was standing right above him, fist raised. A cascade of flames sent All Might leaping away, costume singed. What do you know? Todoroki had actually done it. Izuku took advantage of the distraction and ran for the escape gate for all he was worth. "Would you really abandon your companion to his grisly fate here with me, hero?" All Might called out, but Izuku didn't even turn around to see whether the teacher had, in fact, captured Todoroki. There was nothing he could do if his partner had been captured, other than something stupid that would fail finals for both of them. In a real situation he would have to make the same decision. He wasn't fast enough or strong enough to take on All Might, not by a factor of 100. The only thing he could possibly do to help his battle partner was escape and bring back reinforcements. It would be a much harder decision to make in real life, in a situation where Todoroki might well be seriously injured or even killed as a consequence of Izuku's actions, but it would still be the right decision. There was nothing he could do but flee. He'd passed the gate. He was out. Free. They'd succeeded. They'd passed. The jaguar collapsed forward in a boneless heap. Every muscle ached either from bruising or exertion. "I think I'm going to pass out," he noted to no one in particular. He could pass and pass out. Was that like passing twice, or did the two kinds of pass cancel each other out? Izuku did not pass out, although he continued to feel so wretched he couldn't even answer Recovery Girl's questions when she appeared to treat him. "Sorry, young Midoriya," All Might said to him as the hero walked into view with Todoroki in tow. Izuku's partner looked somewhat worse for the wear, too, nose bloody and bruises blooming across his exposed left arm. "I'm sorry about the bite, All Might," Izuku mumbled. It looked nasty and cat bites were pretty serious injuries, the sort that could cost someone a limb. "You'll need to have antibiotics and phages for that," Recovery Girl told the #1 hero. "My mouth isn't as dirty as a house cat's," Izuku informed them, slowly recovering some of his wits, but clearly not all of them because the 3 less discombobulated people were giving him some very odd looks. Recovery Girl looked like she might start laughing. What had he said? But still probably a good precaution to take? Izuku finished. Todoroki gave Izuku a telling look, opened his mouth, closed it, opened it again, mumbled something incomprehensible and tried to walk away. Recovery Girl assailed him instantly and began to inspect his injuries. "You both did very well, young Midoriya," All Might told him. "I was quite impressed. Do not worry about the bite. It is, after all, a perfectly valid strategy which I have seen employed by many heroes and villains, both those with and without mutation quirks. You would have been remiss not to take advantage of the most powerful attack you can deliver in battle." Izuku felt himself performing the cat version of a blush, unable to handle a compliment like that from All Might of all people. "Thank you," he mumbled. Recovery Girl finished with Todoroki and began to inspect Izuku. She kissed him on his nose, and he woke up groggily in the nurse's office later that afternoon. Listen up, Yaoyorozu said to Katsuki as they climbed off the bus. I'm not thrilled to be paired with you. Why was he not surprised? Here's the deal, we're going to trick Aizawa into opening a spring trap. Loaded with capture cuffs. You are going to do exactly what I tell you to. Fair, Katsuki said. He didn't have any leeway to be angry about the way she spoke to him, and it wasn't as if he hadn't heard worse constantly since his transfer to Gen Edition. Minoma had regularly stopped by at lunch to tell Katsuki how much he deserved his demotion, and was a disgrace to his uniform. Shinso had made it perfectly evident what an utter BSRD, he thought Katsuki was having lost a spot in the hero course fair and square. Why do you deserve a second chance to claim it, huh? When I never even got a first chance. Most of the others had simply refused to talk to him, although they talked about him quite frequently. Whole conversations ended when he entered the classroom. Shinso wasn't wrong about the second chance granted to Katsuki being generous. He was lucky to be here at all and, let's face it, if their roles were reversed and Katsuki had been assigned to do a partner final with a nearly expelled student who was trying to transfer back from general education, he would be furious, in no mood for polite conversation. His best option was to just do everything she said the way she said for him to do it. He absolutely had to pass. Katsuki followed Yaoyorozu through the training grounds. Water continuously dripped from her finger, a constant, tiny use of her quirk to alert them to Aizawa's approach. She carried a long staff in her other hand. The blonde followed closely behind her, silent as a ghost, keeping an eye out for the silhouette of their lethal teacher lurking upon the rooftops. The constant drip of water ceased. He's coming, Yaoyorozu whispered. Katsuki flexed his palm, no explosion. Aizawa was on them like a whirlwind. Katsuki was no pushover in hand-to-hand, but he wasn't completely back in form yet and most of his attack power came from his quirk. He ended up thrown across the street like a ragdoll by the teacher's capture weapon. The blonde managed to land on his feet, barely. Yaoyorozu was not particularly skilled with the staff, likely she had only started training recently, but the reach weapon proved useful. Aizawa ended up seizing the staff with his capture weapon rather than the young woman herself. Katsuki's quirk stuttered back to life and the blonde launched himself into combat, explosions raining down for the handful of seconds before Aizawa erased his power again. Yaoyorozu had made another staff which she used to smack their teacher in the head while he grappled with Katsuki. The blonde went sliding back and Aizawa turned his attention to Yaoyorozu. "Bakugo, run!" Yaoyorozu said, throwing the box containing the spring-trapped cuffs to him. Was this a change of plan or just a means to tempt Aizawa into opening the package? Bakugo did as demanded, sprinting towards the north. Aizawa caught up with him in a moment. The capture weapon made him fast. It was like running from sort of scruffy terrestrial octopus. The teacher wrenched the box out of Bakugo's hands and then threw the blonde straight through one of the fake house's windows. Oh, that hurt. Maybe he could just lay here for a minute? He needed to have more serious armor built into his hero costume. Izuku had the right idea. With all those stiff armor plates over his chest, there was a clatter outside. Well, what do you know? Aizawa mused. Gotcha, Yaoyorozu crooned. Indeed you do. Good teamwork, you two. Teamwork. It had been good teamwork, hadn't it? Or good leadership on Yaoyorozu's part and good following like a duckling on Katsuki's part. Whatever. The blonde dragged himself out of the house, electing to leave via the door rather than the destroyed window. Aizawa considered him carefully as Yaoyorozu trudged towards the exit. Welcome back to the hero course, Bakugo. You did very well in this exercise, and if you keep performing like that, everything will proceed smoothly. But don't forget that you are still on thin ice. As if he could ever forget that. Katsuki nodded and set off after his partner. He'd done it. Well, really Yaoyorozu had done it, and all Katsuki'd had to do was not screw it up for her, but he'd succeeded in that at least. He was back in the hero course. He'd made it. Izuku kept to the center of the pack, trying to be inconspicuous, or at least feel inconspicuous even if the actual state were beyond him. The majority of the class had collected together at the mall for a shopping trip prior to the impending summer training camp. Izuku didn't need anything that he could buy from generic stores like this, but he was glad for the company, so he came along. When individuals began to split off and head to separate stores, Izuku encouraged his close friends to stick together. They did so. Tsu was probably the only one who understood exactly why Izuku had done this. He didn't want to end up alone here, or even just with one friend, especially if that friend had a mutation quirk. That would be asking for trouble. Yaoyorozu, Tokoyami, Uraraka, Ida, Tsu and Izuku made their way first to a camping supply store. Izuku stuck to Ida's side like glue as the engine-quirked student patrolled the aisles, browsing tense as if it were his mission in life to select the best bargain. The group moved to a clothing store and Izuku, again, stayed with Ida. As they departed for a third destination, this time a pet store because Tokoyami needed a new cuddlebone to keep his beak trim and this was the only place in the mall liable to have them, Ida asked him. Not that I mind, Midoriya, but, are you following me? Yes. Why? Because I think, of all the people here, you're the one who is most likely to deter anyone from giving me trouble. A look of consternation flitted across Ida's face. What are you talking about, Midoriya? He means, Karo, said Sue, that people with dramatic and especially predatory mutations are sometimes refused service or otherwise harassed when shopping in places like this. Izuku, who had now had several bad experiences at places as mundane and typically laid back as grocery chain stores and resolved to do all his shopping electronically whenever possible, nodded in agreement. They would not dare. That sort of discrimination is blatantly illegal. They wouldn't dare as long as someone like you were standing right next to him, watching, Karo, Sue said. But just because things are illegal, Ida, doesn't mean they aren't happening every day, often without consequence. It went on yesterday, goes on today, will go on tomorrow, Tokoyami said quietly. Mutation and a companion quirk. People could be every bit as bigoted about companions as about mutations, especially in religious circles where sentient quirks might be regarded as demons or raise debates about souls. How much of his shopping did Tokoyami usually do electronically? Ida scowled. He might still be naive, but he was the good kind of naive, the kind that would try to beat the world into the shape of the utopia he had long envisioned rather than pretend that it was already that shape. The world could use more people like him. The attendant at the pet store scowled ferociously at them, especially Izuku. Ida noticed immediately and, in return, scowled even more ferociously at the attendant until the older man looked away. It was strangely touching. The animals did not care what Izuku looked like. It wasn't as if plenty of individuals with predator mutations didn't come in here every day and consider purchasing small pets. The creatures were all thoroughly desensitized. One of the cats did give Izuku a wide-eyed stare, rearing and placing her little, white paws on the glass that separated them. Izuku placed his paw opposite hers on his side of the glass. There was a bit of a size difference. The house cat looked absolutely stricken but didn't make a sound. "Stop scaring the cats, you freak," the attendant growled. The man in question had blue hair but otherwise a quirkless, standard appearance. Typical. "I am not scaring the cats, sir," said Ida. "I am very fond of cats and generally they like me as well. I was thinking about adopting one as soon as I have a place of my own." Had Ida really thought the attendant was speaking to him or had he intentionally misinterpreted the situation? "Not you," the attendant growled. "Regardless, your demand is illogical as there are no scared cats. Neither I nor the other individual you might have attempted to address can cease frightening the felines as no one has been doing so in the first place. Now, I will have you know that your unfriendly behavior is really tempting me to take my business elsewhere." "Fine by me," the attendant crossed his arms. "Get out and take your freak friend with you." Tokoyami, who had only just found a cuttlebone he was pleased with, tossed it back on the rack and stalked towards the door. Izuku followed him with a sigh. It was so humiliating to have all of his friends see that. Hopefully the others would follow Tokoyami's suit and not make a scene. "What are you doing, Yaoyorozu?" Sue asked as the three girls emerged from the shop. "Leaving lots of bad reviews on their website," she replied. Ida considered this, opened his mouth as if to protest against such unscrupulous behavior, then shrugged and kept walking. "Well, if we manage to get through this trip with that being the worst of the harassment, I will count us moderately lucky," Tokoyami decided. "I shouldn't have gone in the first place." Izuku sighed, tail and ears hanging low. "Should have known that was a bad idea." "No," Ida said stiffly, hands clenched into fists. "No. You have the same right to go to a pet store as anyone else on this planet and you should not have to stand outside a store and consider whether or not it. Just no. None of this." "I think he might be broken," Dark Shadow Stage whispered, popping up behind Tokoyami's shoulder. The class reassembled at the food court. Almost everyone got ice cream of some sort. Izuku decided to try a fruit-flavored sorbet. It was pretty much all sugar and flavorings, right? He'd had small amounts of fruit juice before. He should be able to digest this. The worst he might get would be a stomach ache. The sorbet was quite tasty, not as good as the blood flavor he had tried during internships but still good. As the students ate, Izuku couldn't shake the feeling that he was being watched. Some scent, some sound, something was too familiar and definitely not friendly. He was probably being paranoid, but he kept his ears and whiskers pricked as he lapped at his dessert. It seemed nearly everyone had successfully located the goods they needed. Tokoyami's cuttlebone might be the only item the group had failed to retrieve. "We got kicked out of a pet store," Uraraka said, "or actually we kicked ourselves out." "Why?" asked Ojiro. "They were being rude to Midoriya," she explained. No one else had any eventful shopping stories to tell, which was probably a good thing. The bus wove along narrow roads, steadily making its way towards the secret location of the summer training camp. Izuku had managed to score 2 seats for himself so he could sprawl out on his side. Sitting was not nearly so comfortable. The vehicle rumbled to a halt. "Are we there already?" Kaminari wondered. Rest stop, Aizawa said, shaking his head and gesturing for the class to follow him off the bus. It was immediately apparent to the keen-eared students of 1 Izuku among them that there were people approaching, moving through the forest. Izuku cast a nervous glance at their underground hero teacher. This was probably planned, right? Nothing to worry about? The wild pussycats abruptly exploded out of the underbrush and introduced themselves in a choreographed routine that made Izuku think someone was about to say, to protect the world from devastation, to unite all people within our nation. So these 4 were the training camp hosts. Oh, gosh, Ragdoll said, zeroing in on Izuku like a laser sight. Oh my gosh, you're perfect. Do you want to join our team after you graduate? It probably wasn't a good idea to make a job offer like that without even knowing an individual's name. I'll get back to you in few years. Sorry about that, Mandalay sighed in resignation. We're quite excited for the training camp, some of us a bit too excited. But he's so adorable and fluffy, Ragdoll said. Mandalay smacked her. Izuku couldn't help but laugh. By whose standards was he fluffy? Well, on that note, Pixie Bob grinned. See if you can make it to camp in 3 hours. What? Asked Kirishima, speaking for many of them. The cliff collapsed. Izuku should have seen that coming given Pixie Bob's quirk. The jaguar scrabbled for purchase on the disintegrating dirt, steadily slipping to the cliff base where most of the class had already accumulated. That was just mean, groaned Siro, who seemed to have landed badly. Tokoyami, dark shadows swept around him in winged cape, glided down to the class, the last to arrive. Oh my god, said Uraraka, sounding completely exasperated but in no way surprised as a squadron of dirt golems rose up to oppose them. Not only were they going to have to travel the rest of the distance to the training camp on foot, they were going to have to fight for every bit of ground. This is going to be a long day, Izuku sighed, resigned, wishing he had his Fong and Claw guards. Bakugu's quirk was very effective against their opponents. He mostly kept to the center of the group and tried not to call attention to himself, kind of like Izuku at the mall. This was so disparate from his pre-injury behavior that Izuku had to wonder if the blonde hadn't been replaced by a shape-shifting imposter. Izuku dragged feet and tail as the class finally arrived at the site of their training camp. Class 1B, having been on an earlier bus so as to face the forest of golems separately from the other hero students, was already present. Ashido waved shyly to Minoma. He waved back with a smile. The copy-quirked students still had glasses, so they were probably a permanent addition rather than a temporary stage in his healing. He made them look good though. Minoma's smile slipped into a scowl the moment he caught sight of Bakugu, however. The 1A blonde grimaced and slipped away. As the pussycats helped 1A prepare some dinner, Mandalay and a young boy who probably wasn't her biological child came to speak with the jaguar. I've been told you have special dietary requirements, the pussycat said. I am an obligate carnivore, Izuku answered. But I think I should just be able to pick out the meat from the curry that everyone else is having. There is nothing in the ingredients that should be problematic for me, provided I don't get too much of the sauce. I'm more adaptable than a natural-born big cat. I had sorbet the other day, and it was fruit-flavored, and that was fine. The child was glaring at Izuku with complete contempt. That didn't happen too often. Usually it was adults that glared at Izuku. Children often had the same enthusiastic attitude towards him as one would have towards a carved jaguar on a carousel. The child who had dubbed him Mr. Cat had been the norm rather than the exception. Prejudice, after all, is learned. Izuku nodded to the pair and left promptly. It was just like leaving the pet store, or the same attitude was involved, anyway. He knew when he wasn't wanted. Izuku could not purr. Cats either purred or roared and jaguars roared, but the rolling growl Izuku found himself vocalizing as he lay in the wild pussycat's hot spring, eyes closed and heavenly hot water soaking through his fur, could have been mistaken for a purr. The summer training camp was going to be a bizarre mixture of pleasure and pain. He could stand almost any torment as long as this soak awaited at the end of the day. I thought cats hate water, said Aoyama, evidently quite confused. Not this cat. Jaguars are excellent swimmers, Izuku replied, and in the wild will hunt and eat while completely submerged. Bakugu had elected not to join them at the hot spring. He, apparently, was required to take part in the remedial classes despite having passed his final. That made sense. He had to make up for the time spent in Gen Edition. If the blonde kept acting like this, quiet and restrained, perhaps Izuku wouldn't mind the explosion wielder's return to the hero course. Mineta, what do you think you are doing? Demanded Ida. The purple-haired gremlin was climbing the divider between the girls' and boys' sections of the hot springs using his quirk. Abruptly, Mandalay's young charge appeared atop the divider and poured a bucket of ice water over their classmate. Mineta flailed and fell, and then the child lost his balance as well. Ida, who had been on his way to put a stop to Mineta's scheme, lunged and caught the child. He okay? Asked Shuji. I think he fainted. I will take him to Mandalay. Ida carried the boy away and herded Mineta towards Aizawa's tender mercies. The springs settled down again, conversation a mere background murmur, and the jaguar closed his eyes. Izuku, who fell asleep in the hot springs and was forgotten until everyone else was settling in for the night, was both late and early to bed in the sense that he got more sleep than all of his companions but also arrived last to their designated sleeping chambers. The glare Aizawa gave him when the teacher shook the cat awake was enough to guarantee he wouldn't close his eyes in the spring again, or at least not without eagle-eyed Ida to wake him when needed. The training camp was beyond exhausting. For the first 2 hours, Izuku and Ida were sent to chase each other along a track in the forest while Mandalay's charge, whose name was Koda, attempted to trip them with wires and hit them with slingshot projectiles. Later, Suro joined in unexpectedly and both runners went down hard. After a short break, Izuku was sent to fight Tetsutetsu Form 1B, in the sense that Izuku was told to attack mercilessly with claws and teeth and Tetsutetsu used his quirk armor to avoid all injury. It was good practice for both of them as it strengthened Tetsutetsu's armor and allowed Izuku to practice attacking a human target seriously without risk of causing crippling injury to his opponent. Apparently Bakugo had been sent to spar with Kirishima for similar reasons. After a brief lunch, Izuku went to swim back and forth across a small lake. Sue swam circles about him and he smiled at her warmly until Ragdoll yelled at them, "Hey, no smiling," and they both had to pretend not to be having any fun. The afternoon concluded with Izuku climbing up and down a sheer cliff and the huge tree growing at its top over and over again until his claws ached and he wondered if he could take another step. Mandalay used telepathy to call for the students to return to camp just as Izuku became certain he could not survive another climb, that he would fall out of the tree and land on his nose if he tried. Students made dinner, curry again, without help from their hosts. The sun dipped below the horizon as members of the hero course prepared their food. There seemed to be only a few competent cooks among them: Bagu, Sato, Kendo and, surprisingly, Kaminari. The end result was definitely edible, and Izuku was too hungry to care beyond that. After dinner activities would be games. The remedial students, Bakugo among them, were not invited to participate in the Pussycats' Challenge of Fear, in which each hero class would take turns walking through the forest in pairs while the members of the other class hid in the darkness and tried to scare them. Minoma, who had apparently passed his final exam by the skin of his teeth, waved condescendingly at Bakugo and went to stand with Ishido until the game began and forced them to separate. It was odd how those two had become such good friends as a result of one maiming the other for life. "I'm partnered with you," Tokoyami told Midoriya. The other student looked absolutely exhausted and Dark Shadow loomed over his shoulder with an unnerving, feral gleam in his eyes. "Are you sure you shouldn't both get some sleep?" Izuku asked. "I know all of us are exhausted and we're supposed to play anyway, but you look like you need sleep more than anyone else here." "We'll be fine," Tokoyami shook his head. The 1B students scattered, heading off into the darkness to find appropriate hiding places. Izuku and Tokoyami waited patiently for their turn to set off into the night. "How good is your night vision?" the bird-headed student asked as the pair entered the trees, following a path marked by bright, orange blazes. "Exceptional in comparison to quirkless standard," Izuku replied, "and unlike a normal big cat I seem to have full color vision in the light, or I think I do. I didn't notice any change when I transformed. It's possible my night sight may not as good as yours, though. How well do you see in the dark?" "It might as well be daylight for me, and I see in full color," Tokoyami replied. Two 1B students Izuku did not know well attempted to stalk them and then leap out from behind bushes. Dark Shadow hissed at the perpetrators, but neither Izuku nor Tokoyami were surprised or frightened. "You're no fun," one of the ambushing students muttered before slinking back into the darkness to await the next pair's arrival. The next group of 1B students dropped down suddenly from the trees and this time the jaguar jumped backwards in shock, although he did not make any noise. Tokoyami did not visibly react. Dark Shadow hissed again, snapping his beak in the air. "Well, this has been pretty fun so far," Izuku said, yawning. "I hope the next group is more creative, though. Do you smell that?" "What?" "Smoke. It's getting brighter, isn't it? Is there a fire?" Dark Shadow stretched away from Tokoyami's shoulders, pulling himself up above the trees and looking in every direction in turn. "There's crown fire," Dark Shadow said, dropping back to the ground, spreading fast. "It's blue." "Blue," Tokoyami repeated. "So it's a quirk effect. We're under attack," Izuku realized, a surge of adrenaline hitting his blood like a bucket of ice water. "We need to get back to the main building now." "Are we closer to the end of the loop or the beginning?" "We must be closer to the beginning given how few 1B students we've seen," Tokoyami decided. "You can fly," Izuku pointed out. "Go. Warn them." "Not without you, Arg." Something silvery shot towards them out of the underbrush, catching both Izuku and Tokoyami glancing blows. A knife? A long knife? The jaguar was leaping away before he had fully processed the attack, and that was probably a good thing because Dark Shadow had suddenly grown in size to cover the entire clearing, dark wings unfurling in a malevolent halo as he screeched bloody murder. This would be a really good time to have a flashlight. All these students, all of them were out in the forest without any resources at all, just in their gym clothes. Sure, it had seemed fun at first, but given their luck so far this year, who thought this would be a good idea? Tenya slid to a stop on a dime, digging his heels into the dirt. A towering villain blocked out the moon meters in front of him. Meters to the left, a sheer cliff dropped away into the forest. He snatched Koda without a word, bundling the child into his arms, and took off the way he had come before the hulking attacker had time to process the events. How did you know? Koda asked Tenya. Where IWs? I followed you earlier. I was concerned about you, the speedster answered between pants. He was so tired from the training earlier that every step felt unsteady. This would not be a good time to trip. Everywhere he looked, shadows seemed to move. Villains lurked behind every tree. The Pussycat's lodge came into view. Aizawa was fighting with someone on the porch, and then that someone melted like an ice cream cone. What kind of quirk was that? Mr. Aizawa. Tenya called. I apologize for my rapid departure, but I had to find this child. He was in grave danger. The teacher nodded. Get inside, both of you. Tenya did not slow until his feet touched the wooden paneling of the lodge's front steps. He set Koda down carefully. That had been terrifying. A few seconds later, and Tenya might have been too late. He had no idea who that villain had been, but the man had worn the malevolent grin of one would quite happily hurt anyone, child or not. Dida, Karo? Sue called to him. I am relieved to see you unharmed, Tenya panted. It looked like less than half of the hero course was accounted for. He didn't see Uraraka or Tokoyami. Midoriya wasn't here either. Do you know what became of Midoriya, Tokoyami, or Uraraka? Tenya asked. Sue shook her head. I hadn't left yet when the fire showed up, Karo. Midoriya and Tokoyami were one of the earlier groups out, though, and Uraraka was just after them. Yaoyorozu. I don't remember, Karo, Sue admitted. Tenya didn't remember either. He had been with Aoyama and they had split up just as the lodge came back into view. Where was Aoyama? He hadn't been waylaid during the last 100-meter dash to the building. We've gotta find them, someone yelled. What if? No one is going anywhere. Aizawa roared at them. He was the only hero present. All the others were out fighting, presumably, or searching for missing students. All of you are staying right here in this room where I can see you, understand? Yes, sir, the classes chorused. If any of you were to go running out there now, you would just be adding to the number of missing students. The fire is out of control at this point. The lodge is defensible. To us. There was a large gap between the lodge and the nearest trees, and it was surrounded on all sides by dirt roads, pavement, water features, or sheer cliffs. This place is not going to burn, but the rest of the forest may. Even the villains are likely prioritizing getting out of the vicinity over attacking missing students. The teachers and the wild pussycats will deal with finding your classmates. All you need to do right now is keep a careful eye out for an attack on this building and be prepared to defend yourselves and your classmates if necessary. Yes, sir, they chorused again. Who should Tenya be most worried about? Yaoyorozu's quirk was extremely versatile. It would probably allow her to survive even if the fire caught up with her, provided she was conscious and did not panic. She was not prone to panic. She would be fine. Tokoyami could fly and was quite possibly the most powerful student in the hero course from sunset to sunrise. Midoriya was a nocturnal forest predator and extremely smart besides. He should be able to outrun or outmaneuver the fire. Uraraka, her quirk wouldn't help her much. She wouldn't be able to float long enough or high enough to escape the advance of the crown fire. Her abilities didn't significantly increase her speed. She could not see in the dark. Tenya should be most worried about her. Tenya took a seat on the floor beside Sue. She offered him a water bottle and he drank greedily, parched from his earlier sprint. Koda clung to the speedster's side but remained silent as the student spoke quietly. I'm worried about all of them, but especially Uraraka, Karo, Sue said, apparently coming to the same conclusion as Tenya. As am I, Tenya agreed. They are all very capable combatants, but she is at a grave disadvantage in this situation, and these villains are every bit as bloodthirsty as those we saw at the US. Maybe? Are we sure they aren't the same group, Karo? That might actually make the most sense. How did the villains know our schedule when they attacked the USJ? How did they know about this place? Sue's eyes narrowed. Do you think someone betrayed us? A cold, prickly feeling curled through Tenya's blood. Maybe it was just the adrenaline, the blue fire painting the sky with ugly coils of star-obscuring smoke, the sickening worry for his friends and nagging fear for his own life. But yes, he was quite sure in that moment that someone had betrayed them. Izuku lay flat beneath a bush, ears against his head, tail pressed against the ground, and took the shallowest breaths possible. Anything he could do to keep a small, silent profile. Mandalay's telepathic voice rang through his head, authorizing the use of students' quirks to defend against the villain attacks. Somewhere in the night dark shadow screamed, the keening roar of an unchained eldritch horror on the rampage. In his current circumstances there was nothing Izuku could do for Tokoyami, or anyone else for that matter. Night vision or not, he was thoroughly lost. He had a vague idea that the Pussycats' lodge might be behind him, but nothing beyond that. While running from Dark Shadow and whatever had attacked them, he had worried less about where he was running to than what he was running from. If a villain happened by, perhaps he would pounce, but again, he didn't have any means to restrain someone and he couldn't have an enemy bringing more villains down on him by making noise, so if he decided to attack someone, the only reasonable solution would be to make a kill strike, to go for the neck or the throat or the skull as jaguars were wont to do in the wild. He was willing to do that, but only as an absolute last resort to protect his life or the life of one of his classmates. Those would be the only circumstances under which lethal force would be legal to someone in his situation. Those would also be the only circumstances in which Izuku would be able to live with himself after delivering such a blow. Hopefully it wouldn't come to that. Here, kitty kitty, an unfamiliar voice chorused, sing-song, through the dark. Looky what we've got here. Here kitty kitty. If you don't want to see your frog friend dead then you'll come out and see us right now. Sue? Could they have to? Probably not. She was slippery and she had been in one of the last groups to depart the lodge. She might not even have left the lodge before the disaster. They were probably bluffing, but why would they? Were they looking for Izuku in particular? What did they want with him? I see you. Another voice sing-songed, and this time the jaguar saw a pair of thermal goggles on a villain's face as the masked man approached. Izuku bolted, sprinting through the dark, dodging countless obstacles by reflex and instinct. He leapt high into the branches of an ancient tree, the sort so old bark had begun to peel off and every other branch showed signs of decay. Was that far enough? Had he lost them? Oh here, kitty kitty, the voice called in the distance. He went this way. They were tracking him somehow. Maybe by footprints, that seemed most likely. If he started leaping between trees would that help? But why was he smelling so much smoke? The wind had changed. A lurid, blue glow illuminated the darkness. Being caught by villains was suddenly his secondary concern. Villains might kidnap or kill him, but a wildfire had no mercy. Izuku dropped to the ground and took off into a ravine. The wind was unpredictable now, gusting from one direction then another, but fire always burned fastest going up a mountain, so if he headed down he might escape. The blue glow brightened steadily. The acrid scent of smoke strengthened. A tiny stream came into view at the bottom of this shallow ravine and the jaguar stepped out into the water, splashing it haphazardly as he frantically sprinted down the hillside. White bits of soft ash rained down on his back. His tongue felt like lead. Even breathing was difficult. Some part of his brain informed him that this wasn't right, that it didn't make sense. It was like he was getting closer to the flames. Could he be boxed in? Could there be fire ahead of him and behind? This little stream was not deep enough or wide enough to protect him, but maybe he might find a pool where it became deeper? Would that be enough, or would the superheated air sear through his lungs even if he could fully submerge himself? It was hot, frighteningly so. To his left he caught the glitter of flames. To his right, a full blow-crowned fire stood starkly against the night sky. Following the stream was now his only option as well as his best option. Had he ever been this terrified? Definitely not. Izuku rounded a corner, leaping over a fallen log, soaking himself as he slipped on the landing and plunged into a chest-deep pool. He froze in terror at a voice calling, "Here, kitty kitty." A girl laughed, maniacal glee in her voice. By her side stood a villain whose entire body was a patchwork of stitches and scars. Now then, the male villain rasped in a voice that had seen better days. He sounded like a 20-pack-year chain smoker. Us? Or the fire? Izuku catalogued the progression of the flames. There would be no escape to the left or right. Leaving the ravine would be suicide. There would be no escape back up the creek either. Everything further up the mountain was ablaze by now. Could he take these two villains down or get around them? He had no idea what their quirks might be. They certainly knew what he was capable of. They would have watched the sports festival carefully before carrying out an attack like this. He was almost certainly doomed, but it was worth trying, right? If he died here, they wouldn't be able to say he didn't fight. No one would be able to call him a coward. Well, they could, but they would be wrong. He jumped and landed on the male, claws unsheathed and teeth bared. The look of shock on the man's face as he was thrown backwards into the creek with the jaguar raking claws through his shirt indicated that the villain had not realized Izuku was capable of covering that distance in a single leap. The jaguar went for the shoulder, a place where an injury would be crippling but hopefully not lethal, and bit down as hard as he could, blood flowing freely in a salty spray and the man's screams tearing through the night. Bone crunched beneath the cat's teeth. Burning agony seared across the jaguar's chest. He was on fire. This was the man who had set the trees alight. Izuku plunged into the stream, hoping that had been fast enough to prevent any serious damage, and then took off down the mountain again. That burn was going to be agony once the adrenaline wore off. He turned a sharp corner, a burning tree lay straight in his path. The air above it rippled with heat and it blocked the entire stream. He was thoroughly trapped here, but so were the villains, weren't they? There you are, kitty cat, yet another unfamiliar voice said. Well now, how could this get any worse? Izuku woke abruptly on a bare, concrete floor. He blinked, trying to clear his blurry vision. But, you're awake. Todoroki, the jaguar groaned, trying to roll to his feet. He gasped in pain as what was presumably a burn on his chest reacted badly to the motion. He was also chained to the floor, a heavy collar about his neck holding him down. A muzzle of sorts had been fixed over his mouth. It wouldn't keep him from drinking or speaking, but it would keep him from eating, or biting anyone for that matter. A quick check with tongue and eyes showed him that he still had all of his claws and teeth. Izuku sighed in relief. Cover file had mentioned offhand that it wasn't at all uncommon for captured heroes with dangerous mutations to be mutilated so that they were no longer a threat. Here, don't move, blessed ice, wrapped in the remains of someone's sleeve, pressed against the jaguar's wound. Izuku wasn't sure if you were supposed to do that. He remembered something about hypothermia and serious burns, but whatever. He wasn't going to catch hypothermia like this, and anything to ease that pain would be appreciated. Do you know what happened? Izuku asked, finally focusing his eyes on his cellmate. Todoroki was missing both sleeves with most of his remaining clothes caked in mud and torn. Bruises and scratches covered his visible skin like a morbid wallpaper pattern. Someone had taken his shoes. Well, obviously they had been captured by the villains who attacked the summer camp, and they weren't dead yet, and that was something at least. It was more than something. It was everything. Not really, Todoroki admitted. I don't even know how they managed to capture me. There was a gas attack, but I escaped from it. Maybe I passed out afterwards, though. A bunch of them chased me into a ravine. I was pinned down by the fire. I bit one of them, but then a third one caught me somehow. I don't remember anything about it. Izuku coughed, lungs burning. Too much smoke. Here, they left us some water, in a dog bowl because they are petty and juvenile, I presume. Todoroki glowered at the bowl, lip curling. A lot of them did look pretty young, Izuku agreed. You drink your share first. I have to use my tongue and I'll slobber all over the rim at least, he admitted. Drinking with this muzzle thing on was going to be really annoying. At this point, I don't particularly care about coming into contact with your saliva, Todoroki replied dryly, but nonetheless began to sip at the water in the small bowl. I have had some already, so what is left here will be yours. Couldn't Todoroki just create some ice and then melt it? Izuku began to lap at the provided drink. You're quirk-cuffed? Izuku asked. No, you're obviously not quirk-cuffed, you gave me an ice pack. Drugged, Todoroki replied, with, well, I'm not totally sure what it is, but it has destroyed my ability to focus on my quirk, and I am afraid that I would freeze myself and you solid or burn us both to crisps if I attempted to use more than a tiny fraction of my power. Even summoning a shard of ice to numb you felt like teetering on a precipice. Why us? Izuku wondered, having finished his drink. Why did they take us? Todoroki shook his head. I have no idea. The heavy, steel door to their cell swung open. The scarred villain Izuku had bitten glowered at the jaguar, arm in a sling. By his side were two others, one whose entire head was covered by a mask and another with long hair complementing androgynous features. Izuku would wait until someone referred to the second individual as he or she before making a presumption about gender. Look who's awake. You've got one hell of a bite, kitty cat, the scarred one said. He didn't really sound angry. He almost seemed to admire Izuku. Todoroki squinted at the scarred man. Do I know you? He asked slowly. Does he know me? The villain snorted. Really, Shudo? Todoroki's eyes narrowed further then widened in shock. Tuya? He demanded. What in the world was going on here? So you do remember me, the villain hummed. The old bestiar didn't manage to erase me from history after all. It's Dobby now, don't you forget it. We've got a lot to talk about, little brother. Oh god. That explained why Todoroki had been kidnapped, but it didn't explain Izuku. The taller, androgynous villain grabbed Todoroki, Izuku's Todoroki, by the shoulder and dragged him bodily from the cell. Izuku let them do it. He was likely not a match in combat for even a single one of these villains. Anything he did would probably just inspire them to hurt him or Todoroki. Hopefully Todoroki's brother cared for him enough not to do anything drastic. There had seemed to be some hint of familial affection in that tone, right? No, probably not. All of these people were axe crazy, but the jaguar had reason to believe his classmate would at least be alive the next time Izuku saw him. Whether or not Izuku would be alive again the next time Todoroki saw him, that was a good question, one he felt rather detached from. Perhaps he was just so terrified that his brain had shorted out and he was no longer able to process emotions at all. The door slammed. Izuku was left alone with his chains and his thoughts. The burn had numbed some, or perhaps he'd just accustomed himself to the pain. He stood up and stretched carefully, pricking his ears, straining to hear anything from beyond his dark, square prison. Not a sound. That door must be really thick. He inspected the chain and padlock that held him to the floor. It was good quality and clearly made to hold creatures much larger and stronger than Izuku. Even with his mouth free and fang guards on, he would probably not be able to bite himself free. The cell had a toilet of sorts attached to the far wall, but nothing beyond that, not even a loose piece of gravel. It smelled like dust and decay, a place where people were forgotten. There was nothing to be done. Izuku lay back down, head on his paws, and waited. The eerie calm settled more heavily over him, a thick, smothering blanket. The door opened again without warning. A man with a lizard mutation and the fully masked villain from earlier stared him down. "Come on, kitty," the lizard man said. "They want you to see this." In the distance, the jaguar caught the sound of angry shouting. He recognized Todoroki's voice and Dabi's. They wanted him to see? See what? The masked villain hooked another chain to Izuku's collar as the scaled villain opened the padlock and took the original leash in hand. The pair walked to either side of him, chains taut, so that he had no choice but to stand between them and keep about a meter's distance from either. They held the leads tightly but were probably underestimating his strength. The jaguar might be able to wrench himself out of the masked one's hands and make a run for it or attack, but he had no idea where he was or how he would get out of here. As of yet he had seen no windows. Trying to escape now, giving away just what he was capable of before he had a plan, would probably doom him. He needed to be patient. He needed to bide his time. "I don't want to be part of your stupid vendetta." Izuku heard Todoroki roar. "You're just like him. Demanding I do things with my life because you somehow own me. You're my brother and he's my father, but you don't have the right to ask anything of me. You left. I thought you were dead. I owe you nothing and I want nothing to do with you. What do you even think you're doing here? To you this is insane. You've become 1,000 times worse than he ever could be. You're blind." Dabi Tia snarled. "You're unworthy of that quirk of yours. So perfect in their eyes. Blessed with that kind of power but refusing to use it. You are responsible. If you refuse to step up and use your power to stop the abusers, to stop the false heroes and fight against the system that keeps us all in chains, then you're unworthy of it. You don't deserve to be a hero. I don't even want to be a hero. I want to be Ski Patrol." "What?" Todoroki's tone changed abruptly from one appropriate for a shouting match to one appropriate for an infomercial. "I like soba and I like skiing. They're the only two things I've ever really liked, well, maybe cats. I like cats, but I don't know if that's something that I could make into a career. Anyway, I'm terrible at cooking, so as soon as I'm of age I'm going to emigrate to America or Canada and join Ski Patrol, or maybe some sort of mountain rescue hybrid team. I looked into it. UA has a number of alumni doing similar things and I reached out to one of them over email." Apparently Todoroki had really taken Izuku's words during finals to heart. "You absolute unbelievable." Izuku winced at the sound of skin meeting skin. That must have been a painful blow. "You know what kind of person he is and you don't care. You're just going to let him? I can't believe you. My own brother, the one with all the luck, and what have you done with it?" Dabi scoffed. "Well, let's see what you think of my lot in life. We'll see how you look at things when you don't have a perfect quirk and all the privilege that comes with it." Izuku was half led, half dragged into a room lit by an inadequate number of humming fluorescent lights. Both of his chains were promptly attached to rings on the floor via carabiners. If he could reach either of the rings he could free himself in an instant, but he couldn't. They were too far away and he was more or less immobilized between them. Indeed, came a cool, calm voice as yet another villain entered from a door on the opposite side of the room. Izuku did not want to look at his face or what remained of it. That was disturbing. The jaguar focused on the man's trimmed suit instead. "Are you through with your attempts at negotiation?" Dabi, snarling at Todoroki where he sat bound to a metal chair, smirked. "Yes. We're through. Too bad, little brother." "Who are you?" Todoroki asked the newcomer. His voice bristled with anger and indignation, more emotion than the jaguar had ever heard from him before. "You can call me All for One. It's really too bad that you refused to help us. The two of you together, Dabi and the younger Todoroki, would have been an excellent team. So be it. We can get use from you nonetheless." Why was Izuku here? What did they want him to see? "Spinner, twice, thank you for bringing Midoriya. It will do him well to see a demonstration of what we have to offer." Izuku shivered, fur standing on end. Oh, he did not like this at all, understatement of the century, that. Who was this man? Why was he talking like this? Why did his voice send shivers through Izuku's blood? What was he going to be forced to watch? "Now then, shall we?" All for One approached Dabi first and grasped his hand. Dabi shuddered and hissed in pain, then whatever was happening was over. The scarred villain rolled his shoulders, stretching. "That feels weird," he huffed. "What felt weird? What in the world?" All for One snapped his fingers and blue flames leapt to life in his palms. Dabi's blue flames. What? Could Todoroki? Shuto and Dabi secretly be children of this all-for-one who inherited similar powers? Were they not really Endeavor's kids? Or was this some uncle of theirs with a similar quirk? All-for-one had clearly done something else, something that involved a quirk, and now from the look of things, the way he was flexing his hands and frowning, Dabi didn't have his quirk anymore and all-for-one did. Oh my god, he could steal quirks. Could that be a quirk? What even were quirks if you could steal them? Was that like stealing a piece of someone's genetic code? Would it change someone's anatomy? Did Dabi have an extra toe joint now? How very unpleasant, all-for-one hummed. I won't keep this one. How do you feel about an even exchange? Dabi laughed cruelly. Oh, I like that a lot. Poetic. Stop it, Izuku heard himself say before he had consciously understood what was about to happen. Stop it. The jaguar lunged, rearing on his back legs and straining against his chains. There was nothing he could do, but he had to do something. He smashed his face against the wooden floor again and again, trying to dislodge the muzzle. All he succeeded in doing was giving himself the beginning of a horrible headache. He clawed at the chain, clawed at the floor. The finish was already ruined, so no one was likely to care for the marks he left, pulled at his bonds and roared in fury. No one paid him any mind and he eventually settled back to the floor in furious, impotent silence. Todoroki squirmed away from the villain's touch. It was hopeless, but Izuku would have squirmed too. It wasn't the same when all-for-one took Todoroki's quirk, probably because Izuku's classmate fought. Todoroki screamed shrilly, wide-eyed and obviously terrified and horrified beyond all measure. His wrists and ankles would be rubbed raw from the writhing. It wasn't clear, really, whether the dual quirk student had figured out what was happening. All-for-one's power was clear to Izuku after a bit of thought, but Todoroki must be out of his mind already from the stress and shock of everything, with Dabi being his brother, and it wasn't as if it were obvious. Todoroki coughed on one final howl and collapsed, boneless, in his chair. All-for-one did something else to him, probably forcing Dabi's blue fire quirk onto him now that he had stripped Todoroki's own away. Sick all of it. All of them. All-for-one turned back to Dabi and grasped his hand again. The scarred villain grinned, stepping away and snapping his fingers. Red flames flared between them. Ice crystals formed in his opposite hand. What beautiful power you have. I'm sorry, Ed. You refuse to use it, you lose it, Dabi hissed. Todoroki stared at Dabi's hands with the expression of a porcelain doll, his gaze that of someone who wasn't quite all there anymore. Beautiful, Dabi crooned. You wasted all of this. He stalked back to Izuku's classmate, one hand glowing with heat, the other blue with cold, and pressed both against Todoroki's throat. The villain didn't tighten his fingers, didn't strangle. He couldn't, not with one arm in a sling courtesy of Izuku. He didn't have to, of course, not with the temperature extremes his skin could reach. Butchers! Stop it! Stop it! Izuku screamed, pulling on his chains again, harder than before, so much so that the collar began to strangle him and his voice turned shrill. Todoroki gasped and croaked out half-formed, agonized screams. Dabi grinned savagely and crooned, "How do you like that, old man? Who's your greatest weapon now?" Izuku was going to have to stand here, chained to the floor and totally helpless, while his classmate was stripped of a critical piece of himself and then slowly tortured to death. Because Todoroki's a-hole brother couldn't deal with a younger sibling wanting to live a happy life doing something he loved rather than holding some kind of useless grudge against their father. It seemed Todoroki had just barely realized that living could be more than spite, more than existence, and now they were going to kill him before he had the chance to enjoy his revelation. Not just kill him, violate him by stealing an integral part of him and then torture him to death. He was 16. He was a baby. So was Izuku, but Izuku wasn't being murdered right now, so it seemed less important. Stop it! Stop it! Izuku's voice broke, turning into some kind of banshee wail, a mix of growling, roaring, and screeching. Todoroki made a choked noise and his unfocused eyes fluttered shut. Monsters! Animals! Animals! Izuku howled. The fully masked villain who had brought Izuku in cackled, saying, "Serves the coward right." Then immediately changed his tune as if two people were speaking from one body and said, "This is way out of control. Someone needs to stop him." The scaled individual sighed and slowly walked towards All-for-One and his accomplice. Dabi, that's enough. You're gonna kill him if you keep that up, and that was never part of the plan." Dabi snarled, glanced at All-for-One. The quirk snatcher shrugged. Dabi considered for another few seconds, then pulled his hands away and stalked off. Izuku was only vaguely aware of all of this, as if he moved through a dream. 2 or maybe 3 villains dragged him back to their cell. He screamed at them the whole way, "Animals! Animals!" over and over again, and, in fact, kept screaming it long after he was chained to the floor again, long after Todoroki was set down beside him, motionless but at least breathing, horrific, red burns blistering across his throat. Izuku kept screaming long after he wormed his way beneath his classmate's head and chest, providing his furry body as a pillow because it was the sole comfort he could offer. He screamed until his voice broke and he simply could not speak anymore. Izuku woke to find Todoroki had wrapped an arm around the jaguar's neck. "Are you awake?" Izuku asked him. His classmate's eyes were open but, again, he was staring into space as if he weren't really present in the situation. Todoroki blinked, turning slowly to meet Izuku's gaze. The hand-shaped burns on his throat looked even worse now and Izuku could see that he had ripped open wrists and ankles chafing against his cuffs. It seemed an eternity before the former fire and ice summoner whispered, "Yes." Even with Izuku's hearing it was hard to make out the words. The jaguar's throat burned, too, from all the screaming but Todoroki probably shouldn't be talking at all. "I'm sorry. I wanted to help you but I couldn't do anything." He wanted to cry. Why couldn't he cry? He kept the ability to speak, why couldn't he keep that too? "I know," Todoroki replied on the barest breath. He raised his hand and flicked his fingers, blue flames catching along them and dancing between them, not quite on them. He was lighting flames in the air above his hands, not on his hands themselves, but the skin was turning red already. This quirk was a curse. Todoroki sighed and let the flames flicker out, wincing and staring at his hands. There was just a hint of despair in that numb gaze. Dabi had maimed himself with this quirk and expected his younger brother to do the same but, "I think that someone like Hatsum will probably be able to make gloves that will protect you from the heat if you use your quirk carefully," Izuku told his classmate softly. The fire wielder blinked at him in surprise. "You're not lighting your skin on fire. You're lighting the air just above it. There's a thin layer between. I bet she can find a material that will allow you to light the flames and control your quirk but insulate enough to keep you safe so long as you don't overdo it." Todoroki pet his head, considering. "I'm going to make my BSRD brother regret giving this quirk to me," he whispered, each word measured. "Enunciation must be agony. I'm going to make him wish he'd kept it. I know what I said about living to spite others, but..." Izuku's fury towards All for One and Dabi was more than enough to overwhelm any rational thoughts he might have once voiced about living for revenge. Not revenge, Todoroki's eyes narrowed, no. Protection. The world needs fewer people like them in it. Monsters like them can't be allowed to do this to people. He coughed, grimacing, tears budding in his eyes, then reached up and began to pet Izuku's head. The jaguar blinked in surprise but saw no reason to protest. He liked being patted by friends. This horrific bonding experience had certainly catapulted Todoroki to friend status. If his classmate could get some comfort from stroking his fur then he was welcome to it. "Thank you," Todoroki mumbled. "For what? There's nothing I can do for you." Being soft. That wasn't really something I had any choice in. You could have been soft somewhere I couldn't reach. The student's eyes fluttered closed as he said this, fingers tangled in the tufty fur between Izuku's ears. The jaguar waited in the dark, mind a whirlwind of horror, pain and fury. How dare they? Who gave them the right? They were... He had no words insulting enough. They were going to pay. No, not pay. This shouldn't be about revenge. That cheapened it somehow. Todoroki said it best: the world needed fewer people like All for One and Dabi in it. It wasn't about quirks. It wasn't about whether society thought of you as a good person or a bad person. It was, clearly some people really were bad people. It didn't matter what anyone thought or said or why they became the way they were bad. Nothing could excuse this. Nothing. Maybe Endeavor was a terrible father. Endeavor was definitely a terrible father. Maybe Japan was filled to the brim with racism and quirkism and speciesism and sexism. So was the rest of the planet. Maybe the world was filled with bullies with free reign like Bakugu. That too was the case. That might be an explanation for people rotting to the core, but it was not an excuse. Izuku had been treated like dirt or less than dirt most of his life. He'd been bullied mercilessly for an extra joint in some irrelevant part of his foot. He'd had his physical form stripped from him and replaced with something wholly unfamiliar. He'd been told he was useless and ought to go kill himself. He'd been almost expelled on his first day at hero school because his teacher was prejudiced against non-humans, and here Izuku was, decidedly not an axe-crazy, torturing, murderous animal. "Oh, but society and my family and everybody was mean to me," was not a justification for anything save disowning relatives, swearing at rude people in the street, being cynical, and acquiring a vitriolic sense of humor. Izuku could have sympathy for the man in the full mask. He seemed to be legitimately mentally ill, but the rest of the league? The door to the cell swung open. The scaled villain was there again, the one who had suggested to Dabi that he should stop murdering his little brother. Suggested. And then done nothing more than wait for Dabi to make up his mind. By his side was the androgynous one and a girl with vampire tips on her teeth. Midoriya, the scaled one, nodded to him. "I think it's time we talked." The jaguar narrowed his eyes. "I am busy being a pillow for my friend who was nearly murdered yesterday." Had it been yesterday? He had no idea. Moving would be rude. The girl rolled her eyes, disappeared, She came back a moment later with an actual pillow and another dog bowl of water. Here, she said as the three entered the cell. Izuku unsheathed his claws and growled. Todoroki stirred to wakefulness. Here's a pillow for you, the girl said, tossing it at Todoroki. We need to talk to the kitty cat. His god-med name is Midoriya. Todoroki hissed as loudly as he could while the jaguar was dragged from the cell by two chains. His neck really hurt from all this manhandling. Cathandling, whatever. They took him back to the same room as yesterday and strapped him to the floor via the carabiners. The girl got too close to him, maybe trying to pet his head or something, and he took a swipe at her out of spite. She jumped back just in time, Izuku's claws raking thin air. Don't be mean, she admonished him. Admonished? He roared at her. It got his point across more effectively than trying to learn how to string together the few swear words he knew into a convincing insult. The three villains took seats. Izuku sat tall on the floor where he was restrained. Don't think we ever introduced ourselves, the scaled one began. I'm Spinner, she's Magna, so the androgynous one was female. Nice to know. And I'm Toga, smiled the smaller girl. And together we are the League of Villains. What do you want from me? Izuku asked them. I don't have a quirk for you to steal, and I'm pretty sure you all know that. They acted like they did, although Izuku wasn't quite sure what tipped him off to their knowledge, or had it actually been stated outright at some point. He couldn't remember. His head was a jumble of terror and rage, buzzing like a hornet's nest. So why am I here? Spinner pet his head. Todoroki wasn't here to have his quirk taken. He was here to join us. It was only when he wouldn't be reasonable that they did that. He shrugged. Reasonable, Izuku said slowly. It was like talking to aliens who learned to speak Japanese from the chat feature of some highly competitive online fantasy game. Anyway, you're here to join us, Toga said. Everyone expects you to after your showing at the sports festival. Big Predator going right for that guy's leg. There was so much pretty blood. Izuku rolled his eyes and didn't dignify her with a response. He didn't care what everybody thought, nor would he do what everybody expected of him unless it was what he wanted to do. And it wasn't. He would be willing to fake a defection to the League of Villains if it guaranteed a speedy escape, but otherwise he would much rather die just to prove how much he despised them and everything they stood for. His mother would forgive him, probably, for spending his life on a statement as important as that. I know how hard your life must be, Spinner began. Hell, everyone always looks at me like a freak. I wanted to be a doctor, you know, but they told me I'd scare the patients. Izuku rolled his eyes, both at the people who said that and at Spinner himself for this exasperating, stupid, woe is me, I'm the victim which makes it okay for me to kill people, origin story. You look even less human than me. I bet you can't even shop at a grocery store in peace. Your point, the jaguar growled. His throat was still sore from yesterday, but he didn't care. He was going to growl and roar until he fell mute again. We know all about you, about what happened to you with Circus Master. Heroes really failed you, kid, but their mistake doesn't have to cost you your future. This was without a doubt the most cognitive dissonance Izuku had ever encountered in any single conversation. You're quirkless, and that means that you can tolerate getting a quirk, any quirk, without any problem whatsoever, Magna put in. All for One has a shape-shifting quirk, the kind that lets someone take any form so long as they have an image of it in their mind and it has the same mass. He'll give it to you if you join us. You could be human again. No one would look at you like a freak ever again. How dare they act as if Izuku should have to change because others didn't like his body. And we, of course, Toga chirped, don't care anything about what anyone looks like. Really? So why were they calling him Kitty Cat, rather than his name all day? Even the bigoted police who arrested him didn't call him Kitty Cat. You can do whatever you want here with us. We're going to show everyone how wrong they were to throw us aside. We're going to unmask the false heroes and you can help us. False heroes. As if that were somehow a worse thing to be than a murderous villain. Someone who saved lives for money was an infinitely better person than someone who ended lives for free. We can start a revolution, Spinner said, and in the new world people like us can be people like us without fear, without abuse. Hero society may have thrown us out, but that was a mistake. We're better than them, Magna concluded. And so are you. They dragged you out of a public park and threw you in prison. For what? For reading a book. Izuku hissed. How did they know about that? They tried to expel you on the first day of school. For what? For not looking like they want you to. A society like that made of people like that can't be allowed to go on. We're going to fix it. Together. The unfortunate thing was that they all certainly had many valid grievances, but, again, that was an explanation but not an excuse. You dragged me in here yesterday, Izuku began softly, and made me watch as you stole an integral piece of my friend's identity and then tortured him in a way that could very easily have killed him had it gone on a few minutes more. Why did you do this? Because you just don't like the fact that he was born with a certain kind of quirk. You just don't like that he wants to do a certain kind of job that has absolutely nothing to do with his quirk. You just don't like that he doesn't see the world the same way you do, that he doesn't want to hate anyone, that he doesn't want to hurt anyone, that he wants to have some harmless fun and help some people. Tell me, how is that different from someone telling you, Spinner, that you can't be a doctor because you have scales? Spinner actually looked a bit uncomfortable. Magna snorted and Toga rolled her eyes. Now, you drag me in here calling me incredibly derogatory things like kitty cat, Spinner winced. Perhaps he at least had understood that such a name was rude, and have the nerve to tell me that somehow you are paragons of tolerance fighting against a corrupt system when in fact you are just a different kind of corrupt system. See here. Magna began, but Izuku was going to say his piece. It would probably be his only chance. You think you're all young revolutionaries, heralds of a new era or something, Izuku spat, but you are just like all the people that you despise, exactly like all the people you despise. The only difference between Dabi and Endeavor is one of them works in heroics and the other doesn't. Hey! Toga snarled, don't you dare. Izuku half-roared to talk over her. You don't want to build an inclusive, just society, you just want to swap the identities of the oppressed and oppressors. You are exactly like my Aldra middle school teachers, exactly like my old bullies, exactly like the teacher who tried to expel me on the first day. You aren't proving anyone wrong. They're wrong, oh yes, society is wrong, 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 he screamed, wrong to treat people by looking at their covers rather than the text inside. But you are not examples of them being wrong. In fact, you are examples of when they were exactly right. You are the problem. Every bit as much as they are, you are the problem. I hate you. People like you are one of the reasons people like me can't have nice things. I will never, never willingly accept a quirk from that absolute monster. It's insulting to even suggest I need one. I don't need a quirk. I don't need you. I don't need to be human or look human. I am me and I like being me, and what I need is for other people to stop caring so much that I have fur. Midoriya, Spinner began, but Izuku was through listening, and every time someone tried to get a word in edgewise he roared over them. He might not be as loud as a tiger, but he was still loud. Eventually, they dragged him back to his cell. He snarled at them all the way, interrupting every time they tried to say something. It was immature, but Izuku was immature and he was furious beyond measure and well past the limit of his patience. The door slammed after Izuku was chained to the floor once more. He panted, sides heaving and teeth chattering from the aftershocks of his rage. Midoriya? Todoroki asked him softly. They are the world's biggest, stupidest, hypocriteest. That's not a word, is it? I don't think so, Todoroki whispered. Well, we'll make it a word just to describe them. Izuku roared. I'm so angry I want to bite someone's arm off. Don't bite my arm off, please, Todoroki replied. I don't know if I could be ski patrol with only one arm, it would be challenging. Oh, thank God. For all the damage they had done, Todoroki was still Todoroki, unbroken, plans barely disrupted, and Izuku ought to calm down before he did something stupider than shouting down 3 villains who could have him murdered at the drop of a hat. The jaguar lay down beside his classmate and Todoroki began to slide between his ears again. I sometimes wish I could purr, Izuku muttered. But roaring is good too. It wouldn't have been nearly as impressive if the villains were trying to talk to me and I started just purring at them whenever they tried to get a word in. The roaring was much more effective. Todoroki gave a strangled little snort. Please don't make me laugh. It would hurt a lot, he whispered. Sorry. There was a long stretch of silence. They said killing me wasn't part of the plan, Todoroki whispered. I don't know what's going to happen to either of us, Izuku sighed. Maybe they'll keep us long enough that we develop Stockholm Syndrome, or maybe All for One will find a mind control quirk to use on us, or maybe they'll kill us. I don't know. You should have pretended to join them, or I should have, Todoroki whispered. Izuku shook his head. I couldn't have faked it. I was too angry. Me too. It was odd, but the idea that they might be rescued never crossed Izuku's mind, not even once. There was vague shouting in the hallway. The jaguar stood slowly as Todoroki sat up. What now? Izuku asked. The door rattled and slid open. There you are, a familiar voice said. Izuku could hear the smile in it. Leopard seal? Izuku asked. Yeah, it's me or it's us. Genist. I need your help getting Midoriya free, the hero called down the hall. Izuku could see a boot laying on the floor, presumably with one of the League of Villains attached to it, but he couldn't be sure whose boot it was. Clearly this rescue had turned from a stealth mission to a full-on brawl some time ago. Did they know what kind of enemy they were about to fight with here? Leopard seal. Izuku said suddenly, the main villain here is called All for One and he can steal people's quirks. What? Demanded a horrified voice, one of Best Genist's sidekicks, 3-ring, right? The one with the top hat stepped into view. Are you sure? He swapped Todoroki's quirk for one of the villain's self-mutilating fire quirks, Izuku said. I wouldn't tell you this if I weren't sure. Did you hear that, Genist? 3 Ring called, then began to relay the information to the other heroes on site via his communicator. I think he has to touch you in order to do it, or at least be within a certain distance, Izuku continued. He's the one who looks like most of his face was ripped off. He wears a really nice suit. The one with scars, Dabi, has Todoroki's quirk now, but I doubt he really knows how to use the ice part yet. Oh, I don't know what the rest of the league can do, not really. Best Jeanist appeared and a writhing mass of threads worked their way into the fixtures of Izuku's muzzle and collar, picking locks and destroying clasps like a creek eroding its bed away. Izuku shook himself and stretched. It was good to be free. Todoroki, can you stand? The number 4 pro asked, looking him over. Todoroki attempted to get to his feet. No. I've got him, 3 Ring said, pulling out one of his golden rings. It looked like a hula hoop but was apparently some sort of portal to a pocket dimension if Izuku was interpreting this right. 3 Ring expanded the loop until it was large enough to serve as a door. I left one of the rings outside with the EMTs. They're close enough for me to do that, so if you let me take you into my room to the other exit. 3 Ring and Leopard Seal carried Todoroki through the hoop. Follow them, Best Jeanist instructed him, and Izuku was just about to do so when the world whited out in a storm of flying debris. Ears ringing, Izuku groggily rolled over. Best Jeanist had sprawled half on top of him and both of them were a good 5 meters from where they had started. There was no longer a roof over their heads. Izuku could see stars. An unconscious league member, Magna, lay in a heap to their left. They were lucky none of them had been crushed by chunks of masonry. I knew things were going too well, the number 4 pro sighed, shaking his head and rising into a defensive crouch. At least we got Todoroki out. Can you fight, Cheshire? Hero name. That meant he should get his act together. He wasn't a hostage anymore. He was a UA student in an active combat zone. Yes, Izuku replied. The burn from days ago still bothered him, his head ached, and there was something very wrong with his right shoulder, but altogether it was pretty minor. He'd had worse from Bakugo on a bad day. Well, that didn't do nearly the sort of damage I intended, hummed the sick, smooth voice of All for One. Izuku growled at the man's silhouette. He was still a good distance from them, standing in the hole he had just blown through a wall, but even that was far too close for comfort. Jeanist clenched his fingers and All for One's suit constricted around the villain, pinning hands to his sides. A black portal opened beneath Izuku's feet. The fiber hero made a grab for Izuku but the portal slammed shut too quickly, snapping threads. The jaguar rolled onto a pile of dusty concrete shards, rebar digging into his shoulder. Spinner was there, lunging for him too? It wasn't clear if Spinner was trying to stab him with that bizarre excuse for a sword or smack him enough to subdue him for transportation. Izuku was not going to be transported anywhere. He leapt away and then lunged for the scaled villain's leg, biting without restraint. Spinner's skin was very tough, but Izuku's teeth were sharp and his jaw more than strong enough to break strong bone with the application of a good, solid twist. The villain howled and stumbled as Izuku jumped over a crumbling, stone wall. Like some kind of evil magic, Dabi was in front of him, fire in one hand, ice in the other. Fortunately for Izuku, the villain really hadn't got the hang of how to aim yet and his arm was still in a sling, so the jaguar had no difficulty dodging the cascade of ice crystals. Rage at the violation he had witnessed, an overwhelming desire to beat back the tide of helplessness, drove him forward. Izuku lunged at the villain, knocking him backwards in a flailing tangle of limbs, the jaguar's claws raking across the enemy's chest. You'll pay for what you've done. Izuku snarled and he wasn't quite sure what he would have done, was afraid to think about it, honestly, had another black portal not opened beneath Dabi. The jaguar jumped to the side so as not to be captured when the pinned villain was snagged out from beneath him and fell backwards into yet another portal because of course there was another one opening right there. Izuku found himself sprawled in yet another pile of concrete debris, something that had once been part of a corner store, maybe confounded as if he had been knocked unconscious for a fraction of a second. What was he even doing here? All Might skidded to a halt inches from Izuku's nose. All for One leered down at them from atop a debris pile. All Might was here. Everything would be okay maybe? What if All for One got close enough to steal All Might's quirk? Then they were doomed. Izuku would be in the way here. He had to get away before he ruined everything. The student did not need prompting from All Might to stumble to his feet and run. He wanted to be kilometers from here minutes ago. Dizzier than he expected, he crashed into a wall and had to duck as some sort of emitter quirk split the air centimeters above his flattened ears. It seemed that every direction he turned, All for One and All Might were fighting there. 5 times he had to spin on his heel. Was it 5? Was it 10? He'd lost count. Why couldn't he get out of here? It was like an actual nightmare, the kind where direction didn't work right and one could never reach one's destination. Other members of the League of Villains fell out of black portals in the air around him. They had all collected in one place so they could evacuate, probably. Take him and go. All for One cried out and the nearest League member, a massive man with muscles and a fake eye of some sort, lumbered towards the student. Izuku snarled and prepared to dodge despite his distinct lack of equilibrium. But he would rip out this man's remaining flesh eye if it would get him out of here. He would end a life if necessary. Izuku was worse than dead if they managed to take him with them again. The chances of a second rescue were slim to none, and the League would be angry with him now. There wasn't much he wasn't willing to do to get away from these kinds of monsters. At least Todoroki wasn't here. Todoroki had really escaped. An indescribable roar of fury, not Izuku's roar, a much more impressive, practiced war cry interrupted the student's thoughts, and then the villain who had come for Izuku went down like a domino, Gang Orca snarling at him. This one is also mine. Sakamata roared, snatching Izuku into his arms as if the jaguar were a house kitten and leaping back over a wall and out of the immediate combat zone. I didn't think I'd have to use this one. All for One's evil silky voice hummed in the distance and a horrible, ravenous wind began to blow, pulling viciously at everything. Chunks of concrete that must have weighed 100 kilograms began to tumble across the ground or even through the air. Gang Orca hunkered down against the negative pressure gradient, growling, but even he was losing his footing in the face of whatever nightmarish quirk combination All for One had dredged up to attack them. The noise was deafening. Sakamata knocked aside a flying hunk of metal that had probably been part of a car but lost his grip on the unstable ground as a result, and the wind won out. Izuku whimpered, courage wavering at last. The two were abruptly on the ground again, a short distance away. What? Threads. Best Jeanist had looked better when Izuku saw him earlier, but as the number 4 pro was able to catch both of them and, apparently, lash together a large section of debris to hold against the evil wind, he must not be too badly off. The wind stopped. Izuku heard someone, All Might, shout something. Silence. Well, it wasn't really silent. There was the ringing in Izuku's ears. There were sirens and distant screams, pain screams and terrified screams. Izuku was learning to tell the difference, and the roars of helicopter rotors. There was Izuku hyperventilating. There was Gang Orca panting and Best Jeanist taking the hitched, quavering breaths of someone in serious pain. There was the insidious crumble of failing construction. There was cheering. Too much cheering to be the League. All Might won, Gang Orca sighed. He must have heard it through an earpiece. It's over for now. The League is running. Sakamata set Izuku down gingerly. He wouldn't have minded if Gang Orca just kept carrying him but wouldn't ever ask for such a thing. The jaguar wavered on his paws and decided to lay down before he fell down. Are you hurt, Midoriya? Not badly, I don't think, Izuku said after a moment's consideration. He was one large collection of aches. His shoulder was probably not dislocated. He probably did not have a concussion. He was hurt, but he wasn't in danger of suffering lasting injuries. I think Jeanist is, though, that Gang Orca should go to his friend promptly was implied. That I knew already, Gang Orca said, lunging over to the other top 10 pro and leaving Izuku to rest on a more or less flat slab of drywall debris. I thought you were dead, Sakamata said to his best friend. I am definitely not dead. How good of you to pick up on that, the fiber hero said dryly. My leg is broken in multiple places, as are several ribs. My shoulder is definitely dislocated as well. It was a bad night for shoulders, it seemed. Also impaled by a piece of rebar, so don't move me. Izuku whimpered. Hakamata focused his eyes. Both were visible due to his hair having been blown in all directions by the wind, on the jaguar. Don't worry, Cheshire. Hakamata flicked his fingers and the fur on top of Izuku's head flared out as if someone had given him a reassuring pat. Fiber Master could do that? I am far from mortally injured. It's a bad night for shoulders, Sakamata echoed Izuku's thoughts as he sank down beside his friend, removed a shock blanket from a hidden pocket, as his cape had been blown away, and wrapped it carefully around the slimmer hero. My shoulder isn't dislocated, but I've definitely torn something and I have bruised ribs at least, but other than that I seem to have escaped injury. Good, Jeanist nodded to himself. Both of their expressions flattened in synchrony. They were definitely listening to an announcement over the radio. Gang Orca sighed in relief. Nobody we know is dead, he said to Izuku. Nobody we know. That implied people they didn't know were dead, and all this happened for Izuku and for Todoroki. No, that wasn't fair. All of this happened because All for One and his cronies were horrible people who didn't care about others' lives or souls. It had to happen. All for One had to be stopped before, who knew what he was planning to do? He'd done enough already. Still, Izuku was going to feel guilty about this, wasn't he? Even though he knew that it was wrong to feel that way, he was going to feel as if he were responsible. This is Gang Orca, the hero spoke into his communicator. I have Midoriya. He has moderate injuries. Best Jeanist is also with me and he is very seriously hurt. Send a team to us equipped to cut rebar. Copy that. That conversation over, the whale hero then turned and began to aggressively lick all the concrete dust off the visible portion of Jeanist's face. That had to taste disgusting. Kugo, a little decorum please, the injured hero huffed. Sakamata moved on to Hakamata's hair, liking it straight like a grooming cat. I thought you were dead, Tsunade. You were so still when you landed. I was just stunned. Really though, Kugo, we're in public and Cheshire is here. Sakamata just growled and kept liking his friend, careful not to jostle him but quite vigorous nonetheless. Izuku felt an irresistible urge to look away. For some reason or other, the only thing Izuku could think to say, and the swearing was certainly justified after the sort of night week he'd had, was, I'm going to lose the god-med bet. After 2 minutes or so resting and collecting himself, the jaguar slowly made his way to the pile of debris where the two heroes waited. Gang Orca had stopped liking Best Jeanist and was now merely providing a shoulder for Hakamata to lean against. I'm very glad to see you safe, Midoriya, a completely exasperated Hakamata whispered to him as the student approached. Izuku lay down beside the two, head on his paws. All for One stole Todoroki's quirk and exchanged it for a fire quirk that maims its wielder, Todoroki's evil older brother's quirk, Izuku said, voice cold and exhausted but otherwise devoid of emotion. He had run out of energy to feel anything more than icy resentment. Then his brother nearly murdered him with his own quirk. Slowly. They chained me to the floor and made me watch. Then they had the nerve to act like that would make me want to join them. How dare they? And now all of this, how many people, again he knew it wasn't his fault but, I am very sorry Midoriya, Sakamata told him gravely, that we didn't manage to find you soon enough to prevent all of that. You did nothing to make any of this happen, understand? None of this is your fault. None of it is Todoroki's fault, either. You understand? Was that a common reaction to these sorts of events, or was Izuku really easy to read right now? I'm sure I will always sort of feel like it's my fault even though I know it isn't, Izuku replied. That's how it is sometimes, Hakamata said softly. He sounded as if he were semi-conscious now. And people will blame you, and us, because blaming the victims and first responders is easier than facing the fact that there is no rhyme or reason behind these sorts of horrible events. Way to be uplifting, Tsunagu. Sakamata rolled his eyes before gently biting the other hero on the neck just below the ear, through denim of course. Hakamata gave an affronted and exasperated squeak and Izuku, again, looked away. He's right, unfortunately, Midoriya, and since some of the perpetrators escaped it will be worse. Izuku sighed. This was par for the course, really. But the only people who will believe things like that are cowards who can't face reality. It's never the victim's fault and it's not the hero's faults, either. You, in particular, are no more to blame for this than you would be for someone's house burning down due to a lightning strike in the middle of nowhere in Mexico, hear me? Sakamata gently raised Izuku's chin as he spoke so the two locked eyes. The jaguar nodded. Gang Orca ruffled the fur between Izuku's ears. It will all be okay, kid. MTs are taking a long time, Hakamata murmured. Do you want to take Midoriya out to the street, Kugo? No. Izuku said before Sakamata had the chance to say anything. We're not leaving you alone here, you absolute moron. If you weren't so badly hurt I'd smack you for even daring to suggest that. I want to know that you're all right, Izuku insisted. At that exact moment EMTs appeared, carefully picking their way across the debris. Shudo woke up, saw his father looming at his bedside, decided, no, and went back to sleep. Shudo woke up, saw Fuyumi lurking at his bedside, sighed and forced himself to full consciousness. It was overrated. His bandaged throat ached as did all the cuts from the shackles, but he'd certainly had a round of healing from a powerful quirk and it showed. It wasn't the physical pain that tempted him to go back to sleep, though. I don't understand, was the first thing he said to Fuyumi, his sister's eyes snapping up to meet his, her expression morphing through a dozen complicated mixtures of relief, sorrow, disbelief, horror, despair and rage. Why would he do that to me, Fuyumi? You mean Tuya? She asked, blinking away tears. Had he told her? He had told someone last night although he couldn't remember who and Midoriya might have told others. Who told Fuyumi? It didn't matter. She understood. I barely remember him. Shudo shuffled through some vague memories of his older brother. Why, Fuyumi? She shook her head and began to sob quietly. I don't know. I can't believe it's him. I know it is, I know you would never lie but it just can't be, it can't. He might have he wasn't like this. I can't believe he would do something like this. But he did and I don't understand either, Shudo. She hugged him although it was a rather awkward hug given how many wires bound Shudo to his bed. His sister might, in fact, be even more upset than Shudo himself as he didn't remember Tuya well enough to feel more than bewildered and betrayed. Fuyumi sounded heartbroken. The things they say he's done and what he did to you, it feels like learning my brother who I cared for, mourned, missed and wondered about and hoped for. I always hoped he was okay somehow, that he'd come back. It's like learning he left us and grew up to be a murderer and a RPST. Shudo didn't know for sure but he wouldn't be particularly surprised if Dabi had committed both of those crimes. I'm so sorry, Shudo, and here I am having no idea what to say to you to make anything better. I'm just glad you're here, Shudo admitted, and not father. He felt tears beginning to bud in his own eyes as well. Tuya and his master stole a piece of Shudo that he could never get back, hurt him in a way that would never heal, and then forced this foreign, awful blue fire into his body as if they had cut him open and then shoved someone else's arm into the wound and sewed it in place, as if they owned his body and had every right to do so. He had promised to learn how to use the quirk that had been forced on him. He'd made a pact with Midoriya, implied in the few pained words they shared in that dungeon, a pact to stop Tuya from hurting anyone else. Maybe Shudo would succeed as he promised, or Midoriya would succeed for both of them, or something. Maybe Shudo would be able to move along his desired path in life completely unhindered. Quirks weren't critical in the career he wanted, not really. But he would never forget that this quirk that shifted and simmered beneath his skin was not his. Shudo used to think of the fire half of his old quirk as his father's power, as if it weren't his, as if it were something foreign to him. Stupid. That had been his quirk, it had been a piece of him, a part of his identity, part of what made him him, and he'd loved it. The ice especially, but the fire, too, red like his hair, boiling beneath his skin, tussling and meshing with the blizzard that inhabited the other half of his body, the two forces dancing together in a swirling, mingling balance, glorious like a blazing aurora reflecting on an Arctic glacier. His fire and his ice, they were his oldest friends, familiar as his heartbeat, as natural as every breath. And Tuya had them hacked out of him and taken away forever, killed as far as Shudo was concerned. This new fire that lurked insidiously beneath his skin was not his. It felt wrong. It was wrong. It was not a friend but a home invader, and he didn't know what it could or would do to him. And he had to keep it. Forever. No matter what he wanted, no matter if he never used it, it would be there, an eternal reminder. He would never be able to feel its power without remembering what it felt like when All for One reached inside him and gutted him for parts, the invasive agony, the hopeless struggle against a soul-penetrating force he could barely comprehend, and when it was over, the twisted echo of smug satisfaction on All for One's ruined face and on Dabi's, on Shudo's own brother's face. He sobbed into Fuyumi's hair. She patted him on the head. No one knew what to say. The doorknob clicked. His father appeared. Shudo stared at him through eyes burning with tears. Would Shudo be reprimanded for his weakness? Derided for being caught by the villains? Cast aside, a failure now that he no longer had the quirk he'd been bred for? Endeavor slowly took a seat in a chair, clasped his hands, and said, "I don't know what to say." That seemed to be the theme here. Then don't say anything, Fuyumi said, anger flaring in her tone, and Shudo could see in her accusing gaze just who she considered to be at fault for all of this. That wasn't fair. Their father might have done many things wrong, but it did not excuse Tuya's actions. They were not their father. Shudo's actions were his own. Tuya's actions were his own. Their quirks used to be their own. None of this implied that Shudo particularly wanted to see his father right now. Natsuo will be here as soon as he can, the hero sighed. I've much to do. I'm sure you have statements to make, Fuyumi replied icily. For now, Tuya's involvement in this needs to be kept secret. It will likely be announced in a week or two maximum. The League knows we know, after all. There's nothing to be gained from hiding it save the appearance of a cover-up. I did not know he was alive, Shudo. I did not know. I would never have imagined him capable of something like this. I don't understand what went wrong. I have a list, Fuyumi said, tone so cold it burned, if you care to read it. There was a heavily implied, get out. Endeavor stood with an expression of harassed confusion. I'm sorry, Shudo. I'm so sorry we didn't find you in time. I'm so sorry. It occurred to Shudo that he had never heard his father give him a straight apology before. He wasn't sure what to make of it. And he still had no idea what was going to happen to him now. Izuku woke in a hospital bed alone. Someone had tried to dress him in a gown, but it didn't really work. He could vaguely remember being brought in last night. Exhaustion had hit him like an asteroid at the moment he had finally realized he was safe, and he had only been able to answer the EMT's questions with monosyllables. He remembered even more vaguely being hustled into an ambulance along with Gang Orca. Both of them had insisted that wasn't necessary, but no one was taking chances on them. Best Jeanist had been airlifted, although he, too, had insisted such speedy transport wasn't necessary and ought to be reserved for those whose lives hung in the balance. Izuka had caught various paramedics exchanging exasperated eye rolls as the heroes and students said these things. They must hear it all the time. Someone had left a bowl of cold fish slices on the table at Izuku's bedside along with a dish of water. His food. It must have been days since he last ate. Food sounded good, and then he would try to figure out where everyone else was. The door slid open and his mother stepped in, her exhausted face breaking into a relieved smile when she saw that he was awake. "My baby," she whispered, sitting down beside him and wrapping her arms around his shoulders. "I thought I'd never see you again." Izuku liked her on the cheek. Hopefully his breath didn't smell too fishy. "I'm hardly hurt," he told her. "Gang Orca told me you were one of the bravest people he's ever worked with, and I should be proud to have raised you," she told him, or something along those lines. Well, Izuku didn't know how to respond to a compliment of that magnitude. But why did it have to be you? She began to sob. Why do they always have to do this to you? Izuku nuzzled her cheek with his nose. For the same reason as always, I'm different, he told her. They were bigots who assumed that anyone who looks scary would think like they do and want to join them. But I'm not like them. I'll never be like them. No matter what anyone says to me or does to me or says about me, I'm never going to be like them. Of course not, Izuku. His mother half sobbed into his shoulder. You could never hurt people like that. Why can't other people see you the way I see you? Izuku sighed. I don't know. It's always been this way though. Those who are different have always had to fight to be treated like people. And they didn't always win their fights, either. His mom didn't ask him to leave heroics. He kept expecting her to beg or even demand that he transfer away from UA, that he take a safer career where his life wouldn't be in danger, but she never did, just kept petting him and saying how happy she was to see him unharmed, how proud she was of him, and how she wished others could appreciate him like she did. Izuku couldn't help but wonder what exactly she had discussed with Gang Orca before the jaguar awoke. Izuku was officially discharged 30 minutes later on order of the head veterinarian from the Tokyo Zoo, who seemed like a very nice woman. Todoroki was only one room over. Izuku's mom knocked and announced their presence, and a woman's voice called, "Come in." Izuku entered alone, his mother not wanting to intrude. A pair of mismatched eyes blinked at him, their groggy owner rousing himself at the jaguar's presence. The woman by his bedside gave Izuku a strained smile. "Hello, Midoriya," she said softly. "I'm Fumi. Thank you. My brother has been telling me about how you looked after him." Izuku nodded. "My father was here earlier," Todoroki rasped, "but he has to deal with everything." Endeavor was probably very busy handling the revelation that one of his children was a crazy League of Villains member who had sworn revenge against him and now wielded his youngest child's stolen quirk. "Are you going to be okay?" Izuku asked, rearing up on his back legs and putting paws on Todoroki's bed. It was a clear invitation for his classmate to pet him if he pleased. Todoroki took him up on the offer. Todoroki Fuyumi answered for her brother. They don't think he's suffered any permanent injury. They want to keep him here for a few days, to try to understand what All for One really did to him by taking his quirk eye. She bowed her head and began to sob brokenly, and Izuku had the feeling it was not the day's first breakdown. "I can't believe Tuya would do this." Todoroki Shudo answered Izuku's unspoken question. "I don't remember Tuya well enough to be, well, I was very young. I don't feel it as acutely, but it's still." He shook his head and clenched the blankets with one hand, Izuku's fur with the other. The jaguar ignored the slight pain of the pull. "I don't understand why he did that to me. We are family. We felt something. I don't know how to feel. I'm very upset." All of this was said without much emotion until the last sentence, at which point Todoroki's voice broke like shattering glass. Izuku leaned forward to nuzzle his friend's cheek with his nose. Dabi did it because he was a terrible person, driven by hate and consumed by jealousy. Izuku was not going to say that, not here with Todoroki Fuyumi mourning the death of the sweeter version of Dabi she had once called Tuya, the version she must have loved. Izuku was not going to say anything at all. "Your whiskers tickle," his classmate mumbled. "Thank you for watching out for me when I was," he grimaced and hissed, "helpless." "I never want to feel that powerless again," Izuku said, understanding the feeling behind that hiss. Just thinking about what he had been forced to watch, it was hard to put into words how worthless and disgusting he felt, how all his anger and outrage seemed worthless, how the whole world felt hopeless and meaningless in the face of All for One and Dabi doing as they pleased with his classmate while there was nothing Izuku could do about it. Thinking about slashing Dabi's chest and about All for One rotting in prison eased some of the feeling, but not all, not close to all. But I probably will feel that powerless again. Probably, someday in the future, there will be someone I can't help, something I can't stop. "Yeah," Todoroki agreed, coughing. "I suppose I will have to talk to your friend Hatsum sooner rather than later about the quirk I have now. I meant it when I said they were going to regret giving it to me. I am going to learn how to use it without harming myself. I am going to learn how to use it 1,000 times better than he ever did, and then I will hunt the League down and make sure they never get the chance to rip someone else apart like that." A haunted look passed through his classmate's eyes. Izuku hoped dearly that having his quirk stripped hadn't hurt as much as Todoroki had just implied. It probably had. Izuku hadn't been conscious when his human body was stolen. He was lucky in that regard. He couldn't quite fathom the horror his classmate must have experienced. Still, Todoroki was not broken. His spirit seemed almost to burn brighter than before the kidnapping. Hopefully that wasn't just a brave front. The jaguar nodded. "Good. Remember to call me. I want to help, or at the very least watch." Todoroki gave him the barest hint of a genuine smile. A tall figure loomed in the door. Endeavor had returned. The number 2 hero wore an expression of bewilderment as if he couldn't believe any of this had happened. That was a frightening thing to see. It was like if All Might showed up to a crime scene scowling. "Excuse me," Izuku said. "I'll see you at school soon, Todoroki." He slipped out into the hall. Apparently there were no other UA students still hospitalized, although a number had only been discharged in the last 12 hours. The training camp attack had been vicious. They were lucky only 2 children had been kidnapped. They were lucky no one had been incinerated in Dabi's out-of-control blaze, or been snapped in half by an out-of-control dark shadow, or there were lots of out-of-control things that hadn't killed anyone through some combination of impressive skill and good luck. Hopefully it was more skill than luck because luck had to run out sometime. With no other students to visit, Izuku moved on to heroes. Again, Izuku's mom knocked and announced them, then Izuku entered alone when called. "I told you to have some decorum," Best Jeanist scowled at Gang Orca. The fiber hero's face was obscured by a medical mask and his throat covered by an improvised modification to his gown. "I told you we were in public and what did you say?" "I don't recall saying much at all, I just kept liking you," Sakamata replied, just on the edge of chortling. "And you are still totally unapologetic." "Don't be so uptight, Tsunaga. It's not a big deal." Hakamata narrowed his eyes. "It is though." "What is everything alright?" Izuku asked. "Tsunagu is unhappy about becoming a meme," Sakamata replied. "A meme? I have appeared in many memes," Hakamata said dryly. "My very first appearance as a pro hero became a meme, although a short-lived one. It is not memes in general I object to, but this is highly objectionable." He looked, still pale and frazzled with heavy, dark circles beneath his fiercely narrowed eyes, but infinitely better than the night before. It is amazing that given the amount of wanton destruction and misery last night, given the number of people rendered homeless, maimed or killed, the internet has decided to make a light-hearted meme of this. It seems rather tone-deaf. Sometimes you have to find something to laugh at in order to avoid crying all the time. Here, Sakamata showed Izuku his phone. "You're in it too after all?" It was a picture from the aftermath of last night's battle, although the Jaguar couldn't place exactly where it had been taken from. Izuku lay at the bottom of the shot, pointedly looking away from the focus, which was Gang Orca liking Best Jeanist as if he were some sort of delicious popsicle, and that sounded way more suggestive than Izuku wanted it to, and he might need a bottle of brain bleach. The caption read, "When you're in public and your parents steal a kiss." Another version did not show Izuku, only the 2 heroes' heads. The caption read, "Denim, voted most delicious fabric by killer whales 8 years in a row." Should he laugh? The first one at least was pretty funny, except it was Izuku himself there, and Gang Orca and Best Jeanist were very much not his parents. He wasn't sure how he felt about being caught up in this bizarre pseudo-scandal. "Are there more?" "Oh yes," Gang Orca replied, "but some of them are not exactly PG-13 rated," Best Jeanist groaned miserably. "Ignore him, he's high and being overly dramatic," Sakamata said. "I am high but I am not overly dramatic," Hakamata replied. "I am glad to see you are well, Midoriya. Do you know how Todoroki fares?" "He's okay," Izuku said. "I was talking to him, it's complicated. Physically he's alright, but they want to watch him for a while to try to figure out what exactly happened to him." "Family is always complicated," Gang Orca sighed. "Especially when they die or try to kill you. Keep that information about Todoroki's brother to yourself for now, alright? They will have to make it public at some point, but it will likely be classified for now. The longer they wait to release it, the worse it's going to be for everyone. That kind of scandal tangles up all the straight threads around it when one tried to cover it up." Best Jeanist shook his head. "It will hit the entire community from the HPSC through the top 10 down to street level and underground if they hide it too long. They should up and say it now." Gang Orca pet his head. "This isn't like that, Kugo." "This isn't?" Izuku had no idea what was being discussed here. "There are different kinds of scandals and different kinds of secrets," Hakamata replied. "Some of them really are best obscured with as many layers of patches as possible. Some are best shouted from the rooftops. Some require more subtle treatment. For example, if I were sleeping with Gang Orca and the entire internet were now making jokes about it because he decided to lick me a lot in the middle of a combat zone," Izuku felt his ears flatten in mortification. "I would want to pretend the photo didn't exist for as long as physically possible, so when someone finally had irrefutable proof or one of us confirmed everyone's suspicions, it would be old news and not really worth talking about." "I admit nothing. No bets were settled here today." Of course he knew about the bets. "How are you, by the way?" Izuku asked the fiber hero, hoping to change the subject. "I will be taking the next 2 weeks at least to recover, but should be fine after that," he replied. "No permanent injuries other than some very nasty scars." Gang Orca gasped abruptly, looking at his phone. "What?" Hakamata asked. All Might announced his retirement in, not quite immediately but in a matter of weeks. When the new UA semester starts at the latest, he's done. "Oh," Izuku said. "I suppose, that makes sense. I mean that he would start working at UA when he was getting ready to retire, but hard to imagine the top 10 without him," Best Jeanist said. That was a fitting last battle, though, a worthy final stitch in a truly glorious tapestry. The number of weird fabric metaphors increases in direct proportion to the quantity of painkillers, Gang Orca put in dryly. Sometimes. I think it depends on the brand, but anyway, this is going to be a big change. But with both Stain and All for One in Tartarus, things should calm down again. If you say anything about the League of Villains not being a threat anymore, I will hold you personally responsible when they appear next week and rip the entire fabric of society to shreds with an army of flying metal scissors. I will, Kugo. It will be your fault. I wasn't going to say anything. Sakamata held up his hands innocently. Izuku, finding a gap in the conversation, at last managed to say what he had originally meant to say. Thank you. Thank you for coming for me, all of you. I didn't believe. It never crossed my mind. Gang Orca lifted Izuku's chin again, just like the night before on the battlefield. There were literally dozens of heroes frantically searching the country for you. Todoroki was more famous and his father has a lot of power, but everyone at both of our agencies was frantically looking for you. Cover File didn't sleep for 48 hours straight, she was so caught up in the search. Refine and Pacific Drift are in similar shape. We would not have stopped looking for you. Ever. Even if the League had managed to take you a second time, Best Jeanist put in, we would have found you again. You are worth scouring the world for. He said it. You amazed me last night, still fighting strong after what they put you through. Your ears are doing very funny things right now. You don't know how to handle a compliment like that, do you? Izuku shook his head. You can just silently agree with me, then. That's an appropriate response. Okay. A not silent response works too. Midoriya. Sue launched herself at him and wrapped long arms around his neck. I was so worried, Karo. We all were, Uraraka told him. It seemed all of his friends had waited for him at the gates of UA, ready to begin supplemental training in preparation for the preliminary hero licensing exam. Tsu, Uraraka, Tokoyami Ida, Yaoyorozu, everyone was there. You're okay, right? I'm perfectly fine, Izuku told them as the group began to shuffle towards the school proper. I was barely hurt. He had no intention of ever revealing the details of what had happened in the League's hideout at Kamino Ward. It was more Todoroki's business than the Jaguars. I'm sorry, Dark Shadow said abruptly, leaping from Tokoyami's shoulders to Izuku's. I'm sorry. It was my fault. No, it wasn't, Izuku said by reflex, although he wasn't quite sure what was being discussed here. They caught you because of me, Dark Shadow drooped miserably, because it was so dark and I was so angry and we were so tired. That was what he meant. Tokoyami probably felt exactly the same way. It wasn't your fault. It wasn't my fault. It was the villain's faults, and saying anything else is not only unfair but almost insulting. Izuku said that without thinking about its effect on the mood. How could he clarify and lighten things up? Here was an idea. These villains spent months planning this, practicing their evil speeches and evil laughter and making sure that they didn't miss a single opportunity to be depraved, exceptionally repulsive people, and then you too, some of the nicest guys I know, try to take credit for all their hard work? The villains deserve more credit than that. Ida and Yaoyorozu exchanged blank glances. Uraraka dignified Izuku with a snicker. Tsu just sighed and shook her head. Tokoyami only blinked at the Jaguar, but Dark Shadow burst into laughter. Still, we are sorry, Tokoyami said. Izuku had butted his friend in the leg hard enough to make Tokoyami stumble a bit. Having lightened the mood, the Jaguar could not help but darken it again. Stop, please. I have seen really horrible things I'm never going to tell you about. And it makes me sick thinking that you hold yourself responsible for any of it. I am very sorry, Midoriya, Ida said quietly. The Jaguar sighed. Let's not talk about this anymore, and never around Todoroki, okay? Not unless he brings it up. Of course, Yaoyorozu said too quickly. The group finally arrived at their classroom and slid into their seats. Most of the class was present already. Bakugo gave Izuku a nervous glance, ducking his head when the Jaguar met his gaze. Something to say, Kaken? A few minutes later everyone was there, except Todoroki. Was he not coming? Had he decided to change his mind and leave UA, or Todoroki walked in and took a seat, stoic, as if nothing at all had happened and it were a perfectly normal day? Half the class stared at him and the other half pointedly didn't. It was a very neat test indicating which of Izuku's classmates had tact. Rumors of wildly varying accuracy about All for One's abilities and what exactly had happened to Todoroki Shudo had exploded into dozens of competing, full-blown conspiracy theories in the few days before Endeavor, All Might, Hawks, and Best Jeanist gave a joint press conference. They revealed Dabi's identity as well as All for One's power and a few other things about the League, including legal names, quirks, and histories of some of its members. The heroes had merely stated that Dabi had an ice and fire quirk. They had not stated that it was stolen from Todoroki Shudo, but many people had read that from the subtext. Half the class probably assumed the dual-haired boy was quirkless now. The secret would be out soon enough one way or another. It's really good to see you, Uraraka said to Todoroki tentatively. I was worried you might decide not to come back. Todoroki nodded then said, nothing and no one could keep me away. Shudo forced himself to breathe evenly as he approached the testing center. The supple, black material that clung to him like a second skin breathed with him. Hatsum, with help from Nedzu and Power Loader as well as consultations from David Shield, had been able to do exactly as Midoriya had said she would. Provided he were careful with the intensity of the blue flames he called forth, Shudo could wield them without injuring himself or even causing himself significant discomfort. Nedzu had pulled strings, made deals, and threatened to stir up a public outcry in order to allow the student to wear this clothing during all portions of the licensing exam and any other time as well. In the same way you would not demand an individual with an insulin pump remove it during a standardized academic test, the principal had stated sharply to the coordinators during their negotiations, you will not require Todoroki to remove clothing that allows him to safely use his new skills. He still wasn't sure that he could pass the exam. He had always depended on his ice. It had been so much easier to control, so much more beautiful, so much less dangerous. Tuya's quirk, it was lethal. The slightest wrong move and he could kill someone. He had never learned to wield his own fire well, spiting his father by doing so, foolish. He'd been walking a path not so different from Tuya's in certain respects, although that thought made him sick. He had managed to learn quite a bit from his father in the past few weeks, once they managed to start speaking sentences longer than one word to each other anyway, but he had learned far more from Firewheel, a top 50 pro with a similar flame quirk who UA had brought in to help him train for the test while the rest of the class worked on super moves. Shudo was a melee combatant now. He couldn't trap his opponents from afar in a glacier or corral them with ice sheets anymore. Until he had the kind of fine control that allowed his father to incapacitate but not kill an opponent, until he tamed this vicious quirk, flames were to augment close quarters attacks and to defend himself. Or melt and incinerate debris. He had the skills now to do that without risk to the trapped party as long as he was allowed to concentrate. See? It might seem hopeless but it really wasn't. He'd made all of this progress, he was going to pass. He was going to prove to everyone that he was not just unbroken but unbreakable, that Dabi was the fool here, that his older brother, consumed by jealous rage, could have had it all if he had worked for it, if he'd been willing to put in the effort Shudo would. The Todoroki family had come clean to the media about exactly what had happened to their youngest child, what quirk had been taken from him and what quirk had been forcibly given. He would stand up in front of the cameras after the test with his license and wave his victory in his brother's face. There was so much to prove, failure was expected of him, he knew, but it was not an option. He was having trouble dealing with things again. Shudo had to stop and take a few deep breaths in an attempt to corral the emotions which had taken to galloping wildly through his brain. Something brushed against his leg. Todoroki? Midoriya asked him, gazing up with concern. The jaguar had an amazing, concerned face which Shudo was quite familiar with now. The cat's ears drooped slightly, swinging out backwards and to the sides. His eyes widened and focused unblinking and his whiskers fanned out elegantly. You all right? Fine. Midoriya's ears' alignment did not change. Shudo might be fooling someone, but he was not fooling the jaguar. Everything will be fine. We'll. Come on. Midoriya nudged him forwards. We're a class. We're a team. We'll stick together and have each other's backs no matter what. Even Bakugo? Shudo asked, mostly for the sake of being contrary. There seemed to be no love lost between those two. The big cat grimaced. Even Bakugo. A tall Shiketsu student approached, gave Shudo a look that the UA student couldn't begin to translate, opened his mouth, closed his mouth, turned on his heel and darted away as if he had been caught doing something shameful. That was weird, right? Shudo asked Midoriya. I'm not just reading too much into unfamiliar social situations. No, I mean yes. That was definitely weird, but I think for us weird is going to be the norm from now on. I mean it's been the norm for me for a while, since I became a cat, but now, weird is normal for both of us. That's kind of nice, I think. It's good to have company in Weird Town or... Weird Town? Don't listen to me. I'm nervous. Somehow it hadn't occurred to Shudo that Midoriya would be feeling this kind of anxiety as well. The idea of the jaguar not passing the exam given what an unbelievable badass he was seemed laughable. He bit all might. Himaltuya. He screamed out the League of Villains. He escaped all for one. We will all succeed together, Midoriya, Ida told them, appearing as if by teleportation and chopping the air for emphasis. There is no need for either of you to worry. The gates opened and hundreds of hopefuls filed into the preliminary licensing examination. Dabi tossed a piece of ice into the air and sublimated it in a glittering flash a moment later, steam and smoke adding to the cloud billowing among the rafters. Aren't you getting bored yet? You've been at that for how many days now? Toga asked him. The scarred villain grinned. Practice makes perfect, he replied. My idiot brother never even used fire and ice together, as if they were somehow two different quirks and he only liked one of them. I am not that kind of idiot. The television droned on in the background, Channel 7 as usual. The alarmist idiots and conspiracy theorists reported on Channel 7, treating their hysterical hearsay as news. It was almost as good as a comedy channel, and it was always so satisfying when the leak came up because by God Channel 7 was scared to death of them. Rightly so. They might have lost all for one, but pretty much everyone else made it out perfectly safe from Kamino Ward. Anyone who thought the league was through had another thing coming. Endeavor, Mr. New Number 1, had better watch his stab-worthy back. Dobby had an ice knife with his dear old dad's name on it. Another class of heroes have been granted their provisional licenses today. A new era in heroics beginning following All Might's retirement. The bleach blonde anchor smiled cheerfully. Our reporters had the good fortune of running into Todoroki Shudo after the test. Good fortune. As if anyone would believe they ran into him by luck. The youngest child of Endeavor has kept clear of the media following the revelation that All for One had exchanged his quirk with that belonging to his villainous older brother, Todoroki Tuya, also known as Dobby of the League of Villains. The picture they showed of him was not flattering. Dobby scowled. Also, don't call me Tuya Beach. That child is dead, Dobby snarled at the television. Someone chuckled. Dobby whirled around, but all the faces he could see were perfectly straight now. It was amazing and hilarious that the heroes hadn't managed to keep any of those League of Villains details quiet. They'd been forced to come straight out and admit exactly who All for One was and what he could do, explain precisely who Dobby was, and later detail what had been done to poor Shudo. Endeavor's speech had been infuriating. Oh, I would be over the moon to learn the oldest child I had thought killed himself in a training accident survived if he hadn't returned as such a twisted shadow of the brilliant young man I remember as my son. I never really stopped looking for him even though I knew it was hopeless. Perhaps he hates me for not finding him, or perhaps he is merely bitter about his quirk which was too dangerous for him to pursue the career path he wanted blah blah blah. The PR people must have worked overtime polishing that load of horse shit, and worse, most of the idiot public bought it. They somehow believed that Endeavor wasn't the bad guy here. Oh, there were certainly plenty of people giving NG Worst Father of the Decade award, accusing him of breeding living weapons, and calling for him to step down from number 1 and stuff like that, but it was a minority. Somehow the a-hole had actually managed to cry on screen while talking about Dobby's supposed death, and that had, apparently, racked him up a lot of points in sympathy and believability. But anyway, back to Shudo. Shudo took the provisional exam, and certainly failed and likely maimed himself to boot. This should be fun to watch. The camera zoomed in on a pack of battle-weary hero students, all in UA uniforms, trudging their way towards a bus. Shudo stood in the center wearing some sort of skin-tight, black fabric beneath his school uniform. It covered his entire body, including his throat and the underside of his chin. There was a hood too, although he didn't have it pulled up at the moment. What is he wearing? Toga wondered. He's more of a fashion disaster than best jeanist. At Shudo's side was the cat. Dobby growled despite himself. Much as he might grudgingly respect that kid, he owed him back for a world of pain. Feline body language wasn't so easy to read, but if Dobby had to guess he'd say that was the expression of a cat who just learned to open the refrigerator and already knew where the cream was kept. God, Dobby wanted to wipe that smirk off the kid's smug face. The frog girl stood at the Jaguar's side, staring straight at the cameras with a calculating gaze. The rest of UA's 1A class could be seen in the background, but no cameras focused on them. Did you pass your exam, Todoroki? The anchor asked. Of course not. Why even bother asking? Of course I did, Shudo replied and pulled his brand new, shiny provisional license out of a pocket as if it were he didn't know what. Dobby roared a furious, choked sound of inarticulate rage. He must have cheated somehow. It wasn't possible, not with that trash quirk. I am sure that will come as a stark surprise to my thieving brother. Shudo turned and stared into the camera, perfectly calm, perfectly composed. How sad. He never bothered to learn to control his quirk at all and did not seek the help which would have allowed him to succeed in heroics despite the drawbacks of his ability. Ice crystals formed across Dobby's arm and shattered immediately as heat flared through his body. I am honestly amazed that you have continued along this path with a quirk that isn't your own, the anchor said, voice dripping faux sympathy. I have things to prove. This is not a bad quirk, albeit was used badly before. It's not mine, and forcing it on me was every bit the unforgivable crime stealing my original was, but it is not an evil power. There is no such thing. Shudo shook his head like the self-righteous, condescending bee. He was and continued in that infuriatingly calm, practiced drone. I will use this power as a hero to help people and make sure that those like the League of Villains are stopped and never allowed to hurt anyone again. I will make my brothers sorely regret giving this ability to me. And then, he nodded to himself, as if daydreaming on camera, I am going to emigrate to Canada and join Ski Patrol. The anchor stood in silence for a moment. Ski Patrol. God damn Ski Patrol. Fin. Why are you Rorf? Dobby threw a great shard of ice in a random direction and did not even wince as the television exploded in a cascade of twisted glass and plastic. Hey! Toga yelled. Shigaraki! Dobby broke the TV again. Well, then he has to go out and buy a new one again, Shigaraki said from the dark corner where he sat brooding. Dobby screamed in rage, shaking his fists, wishing there were someone here for him to kill, something to incinerate or shatter. The rage boiled inside him so hot his skin steamed. The hatred plunged below Arctic temperatures and cracked in ice across his clothing. I'll kill you, Shudo! Dobby howled. I'll kill you and your class and that cat. All of you! Izuku awoke and quickly discovered that he was sleeping on the couch in the common room, or rather that he was sleeping on the laps of Tsu and Ida who were sitting on the couch in the common room. Oh drat, he's awake, said Dark Shadow. Izuku blinked at him, and eventually pieced together from context that the familiar, as well as a number of classmates, had been throwing balloons at him because Izuku was flicking his tail in his sleep and it was, apparently, amusing to watch him smack the projectiles away. Sure, why not? Whatever kept them entertained. I missed the end of the movie, the Jaguar complained as the credits rolled by. It wasn't very good, Karo, Tsu told him. Oh, why did we watch a bad movie? This was their official, we've all been living in the dorms for a while now, why don't we celebrate moving in and retroactively commemorate the hero course all getting their licenses? Party. A few members of 1B, 1C and 1H had been invited as friends, but it was mostly 1A. It seemed 1B was going to have a similar event in a few days. Several members of 1A would be attending that one as well. I thought it was a very good film, Ida crossed his arms defensively. I suppose it's a matter of taste, Tokoyami admitted. I am quite fond of it. But I'm not, Dark Shadow broke in. Not enough magic. Or violence. Or magical violence. Tokoyami rolled his eyes skyward as if pleading for strength from some deity. The cake is ready, Sato said, leaning out of the kitchen. Bakugo had volunteered to help bake, and it seemed the procedure had gone well. Izuka hadn't heard any angry shouting from Bakugo tonight or, in a very long time. Not since Hosu actually. Maybe Bakugo was changing. Maybe it was time Izuku started giving his former friend the benefit of the doubt. The explosion wielder had passed the licensing exam, after all. Clearly Bakugo was doing something right. And for Midoriya we have a crab cake, Sato announced, apparently quite pleased with that pun, as he set the personal dish down for the Jaguar. The others mobbed the table where an exquisite chocolate cake awaited them. Izuku missed chocolate sometimes. Being human had a lot of perks, but he was a Jaguar now and as he'd made clear to the League of Villains, he was going to stay that way. This was who and what he was and how he was supposed to be and how he would remain. The next movie, mostly put on as background for the variety of games that got underway, was so bad it was good. It was just so there weren't words. You can't fake this kind of terrible. Uraraka shook her head and grimaced as a particularly idiotic character said something crushingly cringeworthy. I have no idea what's going on, Yaoyorozu whispered, although it was unclear whether she meant the movie or the rather mature card game she had accidentally joined. A blur of movement caught Izuku's eye and he whirled in time to see a Shido kiss Monoma on the cheek. The court copier's face turned red as a ruby. Wow, Izuku whispered to himself. And the first time they met she nearly blinded him for life. That was something. It might be cute. Speaking of that, said Tsu, though what that was in this context was ambiguous, I was wondering if you might like to go out sometime? Go out? Izuku repeated slowly. Like a date, Karo, Tsu replied, taking another bite of cake. Izuku's head felt as if it had filled up with steam which might begin exploding out of his ears at any moment. But I. You don't have to say yes, Karo. But I don't even know what is. Izuku had never had a confirmed crush, and had no idea whether he liked Tsu that way. Maybe? She was certainly pretty and smart and loyal and many other things that Izuku admired, but that wasn't a crush, was it? That was a statement of fact. Still, that wasn't the most important consideration. But I'm a cat. They talked about this once before, a long time ago now, but they had talked about it. Tsu shrugged. All sapient individuals should have the same rights regarding love, dating and SEC regardless of appearance, species, country of origin. Izuku's ears and whiskers had jerked upwards with alarm at the mention of the S word. You are a cat and I am mostly a frog. This is not relevant, Karo. What is relevant is whether you would like to go out with me. But, what will people say? The same bigoted, ignorant, intolerant things as always, Karo, she replied evenly. Ida, who had apparently overheard the entire conversation and was trying to pretend he had not heard anything at all while still interjecting with a relevant point, said, if individuals did not do things which draw controversy, ire, or reproach, society as a whole would never make progress. Equality will not be achieved without demanding it. I have seen plenty of evidence of that in the last year, mostly because you have taken the time to point it out to me, and you have my thanks for this. The movement towards equality starts with the interested parties coming forward and creating a scandal and ends with individuals a few decades in the future reading about these trailblazers in textbooks and feeling completely shocked that such individuals were ever treated so poorly. The pattern is seen again and again, ending racial segregation, women's suffrage, gender equality, same-sex marriage. He knows his stuff, doesn't he? He really did. Clearly Ida had read up on these problems recently. So do you want to go out with me, Karo? All of his friends had good points. Izuku couldn't go through his whole life caring what bigoted people were saying about him because they were always going to be saying nasty things about him no matter what he was doing. I don't know if I like you as more than a friend, but I might like to find out if that's okay with you? Was that a yes? Izuku nodded. Yes. Then, without thinking much on it, he leaned forward and liked her on the cheek. He telegraphed his movements, giving her time to protest or duck, but she did no such thing. Tsu's skin had a very peculiar, grainy smooth texture and a fresh, seaweedy taste. She grinned and liked him back. That fur couldn't have been too pleasant on the tongue. Ah. Izuku jumped and found to his abject mortification that half the class had been watching this drama unfold. They'd only been pretending to continue with their games. Diabolical. Don't you people have cake and a movie to entertain you? Demanded Tsu, arms crossed. Well, yeah, Uraraka admitted. But this is just so much more fun. Ashido broke in. Expect to be kicked in the face next time we train together, Karo. Ashido winced. Izuku rapped on the principal's door. Midoriya, come in, called the mammal. The jaguar stepped into the room tentatively, still nervous even though he counted Netsu as an ally, a traveler along a parallel path. Please, have a seat. Yes, thank you. Izuku hopped up on the offered chair. I wish to just check in with you, the principal said, and make sure you are well after your ordeal. I am aware that unkind things have been said about you in the media. I am sure you are also aware. Izuku shrugged. It's not a surprise. I think it was one of the first things Best Jeanist and Gang Orca told me would happen. Forewarned you may have been, but it is still an unpleasant situation. I don't spend that much time on the internet anymore, Izuku admitted. I can't use a phone without voice control and I just hate voice control and it's easier to steer clear of things I wouldn't want to see when using a laptop. This may be a great advantage to you. Izuku was provided with a saucer of tea and began to lap at it. It was amazingly tasty. Izuku was likely better off not knowing what had gone into it to appeal to his unique palate. I have yet to come across a single piece of criticism directed towards you which is not fueled by bigoted hysteria, nor do I see any evidence that you ever did anything fundamentally wrong. Izuku's ears twitched. He did not know quite how to interpret that. He had certainly done things wrong, things might have turned out better if he had tried. It is unreasonable to expect any individual to make perfect decisions under pressure, and every single person on the planet will have a fundamentally different definition of perfect. Netsu put down his cup so that he could steeple his paws. His ears flared outwards and whiskers relaxed, the picture of a very pleased creature. I am very proud to name you among the students of my school. You have done incredibly well in your time here so far. Many may judge you harshly either because being judgmental on the internet is their main source of entertainment or because they do not like seeing an animal excel in a career where they would fail, but twice as many people are watching you make your way in the world of heroics, blazing a path behind you, and cheering. Many will be inspired by you to pursue their own goals regardless of what prejudices or challenges they must overcome. Izuku gulped. What if? He might have gained a lot of confidence in the last year, but still. What if I mess up though? Everything seems to be. What happens then? Netsu's ears twitched, acknowledging an irritating fact. It is an unpleasant truth that people